Upon waking up, the young man found himself in a bizarre high school filled with summoned beasts. To his surprise, in this world where anything could be summoned, what he ended up summoning was a mysterious system. Sulu, Sulu, wake up! The urgent calls of Zhang Wei, echoing in the morning sunlight, pulled Sulu out of his slumber. When he groggily opened his eyes, the sight before him jolted him awake. Why did Zhang Wei look so much younger? Wasn't this guy supposed to be studying abroad by now? As the sleepiness wore off, Sulu keenly sensed that he wasn't dreaming. Instinctively, he pulled out his phone and saw the year displayed as 2111. I should be 16 this year, right? Could it be that I've been reborn? Sulu scrutinized Zhang Wei again. He indeed looked like a 16-year-old. Yet, in Sulu's memory, this young Zhang Wei was destined to become the chubby big Zhang Wei in the future. You were sleeping so soundly today. What kind of sweet dream were you having? Zhang Wei asked with a mischievous grin. It was indeed a good dream. I dreamt that you got chubby, Sulu teased. Stop joking around. Hurry up, the next class is PE, and we need to gather on the field. Today's the big day for getting our summoning stones, Zhang Wei urged. Hearing words like PE class, gather, and summon, Sulu was utterly confused. He knew these words individually, but together they made no sense. You go ahead. I need to use the bathroom. I'll catch up with you later, Sulu said, trying to remain calm. Well, I'm not waiting for you. I'm destined to become the Beast King, Zhang Wei declared enthusiastically as he dashed out of the classroom. Beast King's man? Does this guy have a crush on someone? Sulu pondered, as he casually flipped through some books from the desk drawer. When he saw titles like 3 Years of Summoning, 4 Years of Beast Mastery Compendium, History of Beast Mastery, and even Pippy Pig breeding techniques, he finally realized this wasn't a rebirth. It was a full-blown transmigration. As the class bell rang urgently, Sulu hurried to the field. There, the entire class of 3rd Anin and the PE teacher, Li Daming, were waiting for him. What shocked Sulu even more was the sight of a red-skinned rhino standing next to Li Daming, occasionally breathing out flames, drawing envious looks from the students around. It seemed that in this world, the status of PE teachers was far different. At least they wouldn't catch a cold so easily. Teacher, I know. He went to unleash his power, Zhang Wei shouted, raising his hand. Unleash power? Li Daming asked, puzzled. It's the special move that even ordinary humans can release, Sulu explained offhandedly. You think you're a beast master or something? Special move, huh? Just say you went to the bathroom. Now, get back in line, Li Daming said, half laughing. During the brief moment of joining the line, Sulu quickly searched on his phone for the history of this world's changes. It turned out that 100 years ago, this place was no different from his original world. But then, spatial rifts of various sizes suddenly appeared globally, connecting to countless other worlds. Some of these worlds housed weak creatures, while others contained extraordinarily powerful ones. These creatures of varying strengths were collectively known as beasts. Due to the differing physical laws in those worlds, even the areas around the rifts experienced altered physics, rendering advanced weaponry ineffective and making the beasts that emerged from the rifts a massive threat to humanity. Fortunately, humans found a way to fight back by collecting crystals from around the rifts, allowing them to summon beasts with extraordinary abilities from other dimensions. The prerequisite for summoning was reaching the age of 16, which is why the distribution of crystals was commonly set towards the end of sophomore year in high school. What kind of summoned beast will I get? A dragon of creation? A fairy queen? Even a giant titan would be fine, Sulu mused, stroking his chin. After all, I'm a transmigrator. What I summon shouldn't be too shabby. Even if it's a weak start, as long as it has high potential, it's fine. At that moment, Li Daming pulled out a white cloth bag and took out 40 thumb-sized colorful crystals. Each person has only one chance to summon in their lifetime, he explained seriously. I don't force you to summon right now. Those who fail can return the clear crystal to me tomorrow, and I'll keep it confidential. Successful summoners should register at the Beast Mastery Alliance. After registration, you can receive a monthly stipend. This arrangement was undoubtedly to preserve the students' dignity. After all, after sophomore year, students would be divided into Beast Mastery and cultural classes, with vastly different social status and benefits upon graduation. Becoming a Beast Master required having a summoned beast with 100 control. Since summoned beasts would be active in the city, no one wanted a beast that couldn't be fully controlled. Even a 99 control rate could mean a 1 chance of the beast turning rogue, endangering the city's ordinary citizens. Despite this, many students chose to try immediately. Their reasoning was simple. If you succeed, you win. If you don't, you lose nothing. Statistically, the success rate of summoning was less than 10%, so failure was more common. Ah, I failed, a disappointed female classmate said, showing her now transparent crystal. She handed it back to Li Daming, who noted it down in his small notebook. I did it. I did it. Suddenly, the excited shout of the history class representative, Su Xianwei, rang out. He held a crystal that transformed into a 2-meter-tall skeleton. A skeleton of the undead type? Even Li Daming showed interest, walking over to Su Xianwei to examine it closely. Su Xianwei basked in the attention, puffing out his chest and looking around proudly. Hey, I couldn't summon anything either. Looks like I can't become the Beast King, Zhang Wei said, dejectedly eyeing his transparent crystal. Don't lose hope. You can still be the Beast King's man. Su Lu comforted, patting his friend on the shoulder. However, as the crystal fell into Su Lu's hand, it immediately turned to powder. Su Lu had indeed succeeded in summoning, but what he summoned was exceptionally strange. Pokemon system activating. Please wait. While others summoned beasts, he ended up summoning a system. About half of the students opted to delay their summoning, planning to prepare more thoroughly at home in hopes of increasing their success rate. Among those who had attempted the summoning, only Su Xianwei succeeded. Alright, you have free time for the rest of this class, Li Daming announced. Originally, the physical education class was intended to teach basic combat techniques and methods to deal with fierce beasts. However, everyone was too caught up in the excitement or disappointment of the summoning to focus on training. The classroom instantly buzzed with activity as students gathered around Su Xianwei, eagerly discussing his success. Wow, Su Xianwei, can I touch your summoned beast's bones? A girl asked excitedly. Is summoning beast from the undead type? That's pretty rare. I heard they generally don't have much potential, a boy commented. Did you forget about the Skeleton Emperor of the Necromancer King? That was a powerful summoning beast capable of calling forth thousands of skeletons with a wave of its hand, someone countered. Skeleton Emperor? That's so cool. But wasn't it already a skeleton leader when it was summoned? Undead type is good too. It's hard to kill. I wish I had a summoning beast, said a student who hadn't succeeded in summoning yet, with envy. The conversation soon shifted to yesterday's Beast Master contest. By the way, did you watch yesterday's contest? The new Beast King has a nickname now, Skylight. Are you talking about the new female Beast King? What a powerful title. I love it. I'm totally a fan now, a girl exclaimed, stomping her feet in excitement. Su Lu listened to these discussions, feeling out of place. He remembered that the excited girl used to be a fan of pop idols, and now even her idol preferences had shifted to Beast Masters. Back in the classroom, Su Lu continued with his studies, occasionally glancing at the panel in front of him that still displayed Pokemon system activating. Please wait. He felt a bit anxious about how he would explain himself to Li Daming the next day. The crystals, strictly controlled by the authorities to prevent the misuse of summoning beast powers, were distributed through the school to track who became Beast Masters. Those who didn't pass the screening couldn't even enter the school. Su Lu's dilemma was that he had used up the crystals but hadn't successfully summoned a beast. After school, Su Lu returned home. During dinner, the TV broadcasted an advertisement related to beast mastery. On the screen, a young beast master stood beside a 3-meter-tall giant fire bull, enthusiastically saying, I'm Su Mu, the Bull King Su Mu. I'm endorsing super energy milk. Unleash your wild vitality. The fire bull let out a thunderous moo. Watching the ad, Su Lu couldn't help but think, what kind of world is this? Just then, the system panel in front of Su Lu finally finished activating. Back in his room, he examined the system interface closely and found 3 options. 1. Number of Pokemon owned, 0. 2. Daily draw. Guaranteed to win at least a pseudo-legendary on the first draw. 3. Shop. Current points 0. I knew it was coming. Su Lu's eyes lit up. With this draw opportunity, he felt he could explain himself to Li Daming the next day, either by showing his summoned beast or presenting the transparent crystal. Given that the world had changed over 100 years ago and no one knew about Pokemon, with a wide variety of summoning beasts, it was common for someone to summon an unknown beast. Therefore, Su Lu summoning a Pokemon shouldn't raise any suspicions. The system promised a guaranteed pseudo-legendary or higher on the first draw, meaning there was even a chance of drawing a legendary. Although the odds of getting a Tier 1 legendary were slim, even a Tier 2 would be an incredibly powerful summoning beast. Summoning a pseudo-legendary Pokemon and nurturing it well should suffice to handle the fierce beasts from the space-time rifts. Thinking about this, Su Lu glanced at his 3-meter-high room and muttered to himself, better go outside to draw. It'd be bad if something big that can't fly or a giant whale cramped up the room. Though the chances were low, one should always dream big. Mom, I'm heading out. Su Lu called out. Okay, be back soon, his mother replied. Su Lu's family was doing all right financially, not exactly wealthy but comfortable. With the protection of the Beast Master Alliance, the city was relatively safe. However, humans had lost vast territories, making resources scarce and reducing the quality of life. Today's meal reflected that reality. Su Lu ran out of the house and, just as he reached the entrance of his neighborhood, he encountered the friendly security guard, Old Song. Heading out, Su Lu? Old Song asked, as he played with a large, 1-meter-tall grayish-blue bird, which seemed to be his summoned beast. Old Song, Your bird is so big? Sulu asked in surprise. Yeah, my old lady loved it back then. She said it was the reason she got together with me. Alas, she passed away early. Old Song fondly patted his old bird. It's too old to fight now, but it's still nice to look at. Just then, the bird suddenly pecked at one of Old Song's hairs. You old bird. Old Song was about to get upset, but quickly composed himself upon noticing Sulu was still there. He cleared his throat and explained. It's just its way of showing affection. Sulu glanced at Old Song's balding head and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He must love you very deeply. After listening to Sulu's words, Mr. Song frowned slightly, feeling a bit speechless. The young man was saying all the right things, yet somehow, he just didn't like hearing them. To ease the awkwardness, Mr. Song quickly changed the subject. By the way, Xiao Su, you should have received a summoning crystal today as well, right? How did it go? Sulu shook his head. I haven't summoned yet. I plan to take a walk and then do it. Hearing this, Mr. Song's eyes lit up. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a shiny coin with a square hole, handing it to Sulu. Take this with you. It's said to increase the success rate of summoning. It was given to me by my father. Sulu accepted the coin, somewhat skeptical. Is there really such a thing? Mr. Song just smiled without saying a word and waved his hand. All right, off you go. Sulu found himself on the bustling streets. The street vendors seemed to know that the school had distributed summoning crystals today, and their cries filled the air. Get your spirit coins here, they can increase your summoning success rate. Sulu took a closer look and noticed that the coins the vendor was holding were identical to the one in his hand. He couldn't help but think, wow, this must be quite the old business. To avoid unnecessary attention, Sulu spent over 2 hours searching and finally found a secluded park on the outskirts of the city. He was worried that his summoning process might be unusual and didn't want to attract trouble. Here we go. Here we go. Sulu took a deep breath and opened the daily draw interface. The first day's wheel showed Level 1 Divine Beast 5, Level 2 Divine Beast 10, Illusory Beast 10, Quasi-Divine 75. A 15 chance for a Divine Beast? Let's do this. Sulu eagerly spun the wheel. The pointer spun rapidly, gradually slowing down, and finally stopped at the edge of the Level 2 Divine Beast. Just when Sulu thought he had missed it, the pointer made a slight jump at the last moment, landing in the Level 1 Divine Beast range. Let me see my little treasure. Sulu clapped his hands with anticipation. The virtual wheel shattered, transforming into a colorful light that coalesced into a gigantic dragon. A green caterpillar? That can fly? I'm in luck. Sulu was ecstatic. The draw result displayed, Rayquaza, Level 1 Divine Beast. The moment Rayquaza appeared, the city of W, originally shrouded in dark clouds, underwent a stunning transformation. It was as if an invisible force had dispersed the heavy clouds, allowing brilliant starlight to pour down and illuminate the entire city. Skymaster. Rayquaza. Got it. Sulu was so excited he could hardly contain himself, knowing that his life was about to change dramatically. After the appearance of Rayquaza, the skies around instantly cleared, becoming bright and cloudless. This sky dragon, with its formidable power, commanded the weather for miles around, and any changes required its consent. This unusual phenomenon immediately caught the attention of all the powerful individuals in W City, especially the monitoring staff of the Beast Alliance. What kind of power is this? The minister of the Alliance exclaimed in shock. An unnatural force, at least above the king level. He speculated excitedly. Today is the day the summoning crystals are distributed. Could someone have summoned a king-level creature? Fortune smiles upon W City. Conduct a thorough search. We mustn't overlook a promising talent. The minister's excitement was not without reason. Historically, there have been instances where individuals started by summoning powerful creatures. For instance, the founder of the Beast Alliance laid his foundation by summoning the Star Dragon. At this moment, Sulu was unaware of the commotion he had caused. He was gazing up at the green giant dragon before him, which was 7 to 8 meters long and about 2 meters wide. Rayquaza's majestic form, especially the shaped ridges on its neck, made Sulu marvel. Not bad, well developed, Sulu said as he reached out to pat Rayquaza's body, feeling its solid muscles. Rayquaza let out a low roar, seemingly a bit resigned to the gesture. Sulu opened his panel and found that the number of Pokémon had increased to 1. He carefully examined Rayquaza's information. Aptitude, Level 1 God. Current level, 5. Attributes, Flying, Dragon. Innate trait, Airlock locks the weather in an area, manipulating atmospheric forces. Status, Healthy. Skills, Twister, Scary Face. Still level 5, equivalent to a freshly hatched Pokémon, Sulu mused to himself. But even a level 5 Rayquaza is unmatched by ordinary summoned creatures. To test Rayquaza's abilities, Sulu pointed to the sky and commanded, try using Twister. As soon as he spoke, a fierce wind surged. The sky within a 100-meter radius was engulfed in a violent spin. Even though Sulu chose a high altitude, the citizens on the ground in W City felt a powerful pull that seemed to threaten to sweep them into the sky. Wow, we're really strong, Sulu exclaimed in awe. He noticed that the scary face skill seemed to have become a passive dragon's intimidation, capable of slowing down targets. Sulu quickly realized that to make Rayquaza stronger, he needed to level up through battles. He considered taking Rayquaza outside the city, where various fierce beasts roamed, providing a good training ground. But then he hesitated. Should I really take you to register? He worried that this otherworldly Pokémon might attract unnecessary trouble. Just as he was contemplating a solution, Rayquaza let out a low growl. Are you hungry? Sulu asked in surprise, looking at the colossal creature and suddenly realizing he might not be able to afford to feed it. Does it need to absorb energy from meteorites? He couldn't help but worry about his not-so-fluent family. At that moment, Sulu remembered the system store. He hurriedly opened it, hoping to find a way to solve the problem. Sulu widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the system interface filled with a dazzling array of items. Wow, even the creation alpaca's tablets have been snatched by the system, he exclaimed. However, seeing the staggering requirement of 1 billion points, he couldn't help but smile wryly. It'll take forever to save up that much. As his gaze moved downward, Sulu noticed that even the most basic Pokémon food required points. Clenching his teeth, he resolved, looks like I have to hunt outside the city. Just then, a deep roar came from behind it was Rayquaza. Sulu immediately realized it was hungry. In a panic, Sulu pulled out his phone to check Alipay, only to remember he's just 16 and had no balance. He turned to Rayquaza, awkwardly asking, what can you eat? Should I ask my mom to make something? Rayquaza responded with a series of roar-roar-o sounds. Listening carefully, Sulu was surprised to find that Rayquaza could absorb some atmospheric components to stave off hunger. While not very nutritious, it could serve as emergency food. Looks like special energy cubes are needed, Sulu mused, secretly relieved that his precious Pokémon wouldn't starve. In some ways, Rayquaza was easy to care for, surviving on little more than thin air. Can you take me flying? Sulu suddenly asked excitedly. Who wouldn't want to soar in the sky? Rayquaza gently shook its head, letting out a low roar-roar. Still haven't fully mastered the atmospheric shield? Huh? Sulu was a bit disappointed, but quickly understood. Without the protection of an atmospheric shield, venturing into the stratosphere could be fatal. Go on. Sulu gazed at the starry sky, advising, be careful if there's any danger. You're still young, don't stray too far. And don't cause a commotion. Also, don't block the weather. With no store points and unable to exchange for even a Pokeball, it was safer for Rayquaza to stay in the atmosphere. After all, the sky was its domain. Up there, almost nothing could capture it. With Sulu's consent, Rayquaza gracefully moved its body, transforming into a green streak that shot straight into the sky. Watching the green light, Sulu was stunned. Is this the touch of a dragon? He murmured to himself, lost in thought. Sulu eagerly opened the stats panel of Rayquaza, hoping to see the special skill Dragon Ascent appear. However, the skill wasn't listed. Despite this, Sulu wasn't disappointed. He understood that as a top-tier mythical creature, Rayquaza still had the potential to evolve, especially through Mega Evolution. By mastering the unique skill Dragon Ascent and obtaining the Emperor's Organ Mega Stone, Rayquaza could transform into Mega Rayquaza. Although Dragon Ascent was currently just in its infancy, its future was promising. Even in its early form, Rayquaza's speed, as it streaked through the sky in a green blur, was astonishing. The city cameras couldn't catch a glimpse of it, not even a flash of green light. Home! Sulu silently commanded in his mind. He could check Rayquaza's stats at any time and had a clear mental image of its general position, which gave him peace of mind. Meanwhile, a near-Earth satellite quietly positioned itself over City W. The unusual weather in City W had caught the attention of some, especially the Beastmaster Minister. He immediately ordered a satellite reconnaissance. The ground-based monitoring staff focused intently on their screens, only to find the clouds seemingly erased, and then suddenly reappearing. We underestimated it, one of the monitors exclaimed. This isn't just dispersal, it's a shield. It could be something beyond the Elite Four level, maybe even Champion level. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Minister of the Beast Alliance decisively ordered, today's information must not be leaked. At that moment, Rayquaza was soaring through the atmosphere, surrounded by thick air that formed a ring of white mist. It mused to itself, the boss wants to reach the sky, I must fulfill his wish. Thus, Rayquaza began training in atmospheric shielding. This wasn't a conventional skill but a clever use of its innate abilities. This shield made it difficult for the satellite to capture Rayquaza's true form. Even if it managed to capture something, it would only see a condensed mist of atmospheric nitrogen. Feeling reassured as he sensed Rayquaza's changing position overhead, Sulu knew the most dangerous moment was just after takeoff. If intercepted, he might have to face a level inspection. Passing the inspection would be ideal, but failing it would complicate things. After all, this was his home, and he couldn't very well go on a rampage with Rayquaza, although that was an option. But considering it was only his first day after crossing over, Sulu decided to play it safe. His plan was to draw another, more common Pokémon by midnight to handle any potential inspections. This would help him understand the Beast Alliance's inspection methods and provide cover for Rayquaza. After all, there were many types of beasts, and Pokémon didn't look much different from other beasts. Back home, the gatekeeper, Old Song, noticed Sulu didn't have a summon beast with him but didn't seem disappointed. He enthusiastically offered a large bag of magic tools, supposedly ancestral summoning aids. Inside were beads, cards, small statues, and even a USB drive. Sulu found these items oddly familiar, as if he'd seen them at a street stall. Curious, he picked up the USB drive to inquire, but Old Song hastily snatched it back, vaguely calling it ancestral data. With this collection of trinkets, Sulu returned home. His parents were already asleep. He went up to the rooftop, gazed at the stars, and sensed Rayquaza's location. Just past midnight, Sulu opened the system to check the daily lottery wheel. Tier 1 Mythical 0.1, Tier 2 Mythical 1, Illusionary 1, Pseudo-Legendary 3, Other Pokemon 30, Consumable 60. A 35.1 chance to get a Pokemon, that should do. Sulu thought. I just need one to handle the inspection. He pointed skyward with his right hand, made a gentle swipe, and declared, "Come forth, answer my call." The lottery pointer spun rapidly, finally landing in the Other Pokemon section. The familiar glow appeared once more, but this time the light was smaller, indicating that a smaller Pokemon was about to appear. Suddenly, a yellow figure appeared in front of Sulu. It had short, sturdy limbs, soft yellow fur, and a cute yet puzzled expression. It was a Psyduck. It was clutching its head, tilting it curiously as it observed Sulu. Great! Psyduck! Got it! Sulu exclaimed excitedly. Quack quack! Psyduck made a confused noise. Smiling, Sulu explained. Are you confused? I'm going to be your trainer, or rather, your beast master. From today on, you're going to be my main force. He patted Psyduck on the shoulder, thinking to himself that as the apparent main force, it probably wouldn't attract too much attention. Tomorrow, he would take it to the Beast Master League to test the waters. Hearing Sulu's words, Psyduck seemed to be filled with determination. However, it took a full 30 seconds to react, finally bending its short arm and declaring, "Quack!" Psyduck will do its best. Looking at the slow-reacting Psyduck, Sulu couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong. But he quickly let it go, thinking, oh well, it's just the decoy duck anyway. Quack quack, Psyduck called out again. Sulu opened Psyduck's attribute panel. Psyduck. Aptitude. Elite. Current level. 5. Type. Water. Innate trait. Damp can produce moisture to weaken fire attacks. Status. Healthy. Skills. Claw. Confusion Ray. Hypnosis. Psychic. Elite? That should be decent. Already a medium aptitude, Sulu thought to himself. Suddenly, Psyduck's aptitude skyrocketed to champion level. Sulu looked at Psyduck in surprise, seeing it clutching its head and shaking it vigorously. When Psyduck noticed Sulu's gaze, it stopped shaking, and its aptitude returned to elite. Quack? What's up? Psyduck asked, looking at Sulu in confusion. Sulu recalled Psyduck's information. Psyduck unleashes powerful psychic energy when experiencing severe headaches, but afterwards, it forgets everything. This could explain the fluctuation in Psyduck's aptitude. Gently patting Psyduck's head, Sulu comforted it. You don't need to force a headache. After all, the real main force is your big brother. Quack, why is Psyduck here? Psyduck suddenly asked, then excitedly exclaimed. Oh right, Psyduck is the main force. Alright, go back to sleep. Tomorrow I'll take you to register. Sulu said, turning to leave. Psyduck waddled behind Sulu with an exaggerated swagger. Meanwhile, high up in the atmosphere, a massive Rayquaza silently watched over the city where Sulu was, its eyes gleaming with profound light. When Sulu was on the rooftop summoning his Psyduck, his parents were not actually asleep. They had just turned off the lights and pretended to be. They were aware that today was the day for distributing summoning crystals, but chose not to mention it to Sulu, hoping to avoid adding pressure on him. Late at night, Sulu quietly returned home with his newly summoned Psyduck. Hearing the noise, his parents whispered to each other in the darkness. Our son is back. Do you think he succeeded in summoning? Should we go take a look? If he succeeded, we could help take care of his summoned creature. Let's not. It's already midnight. Whether he succeeded or not, we'll find out tomorrow. If we go out now and he happened to fail, it might just discourage him. In the end, they decided to continue pretending to sleep and wait for the answer to reveal itself the next day. Su Lu led the clumsy Psyduck back to his room, murmuring softly, "Looks like Mom and Dad are asleep. Without a Pokeball, you'll have to find a place to sleep on your own." Quack! Psyduck stood at the doorway, tilting its head in contemplation. The next morning, Su Lu was surprised to find that his parents hadn't woken him up as usual. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he walked into the living room to see his parents laughing and playing with Psyduck, while Psyduck stared blankly at the newly awakened Su Lu. His father, with a look of satisfaction, said, "Son, is this your summoned creature? It may appear, well, quite friendly, but I'm sure it has great potential. If you decide to pursue the path of a Beastmaster, your dad supports you." As ordinary people without summoned creatures, they felt proud to have a son with potential as a Beastmaster. Su Lu thought to himself, "So, Dad thinks Psyduck is a non-combat pet-like summoned creature?" Quack! Psyduck is the main force. Psyduck suddenly quacked, as if sensing something. "Got it. I'll take Psyduck to register today," Su Lu replied helplessly. "Is its name Psyduck?" his mother asked, gently stroking Psyduck's soft downy feathers. They were not surprised by the name, as all Beastmasters receive information about their summoned creatures upon successful summoning. After breakfast, Su Lu headed out to school with Psyduck. At the community gate, they encountered the old gatekeeper, Mr. Song. "Young Su, a summoned creature has limitless potential," Mr. Song said earnestly, looking at Psyduck. The 5 Emperor Dragons of the Dragon Emperor were formed by fusing the weakest dragons. Never underestimate any summoned creature. Su Lu smiled wryly, wondering if everyone thought Psyduck lacked combat prowess. He glanced back at Psyduck, who seemed oblivious, curiously observing its surroundings with its head tilted. Walking through the streets, Su Lu noticed many people accompanied by various summoned creatures. This was not uncommon in the city, as many summoned creatures possessed high intelligence, and those with 100 mastery were allowed to move freely in urban areas. Psyduck's goofy appearance attracted the attention of several children. With Psyduck's consent, Su Lu allowed them to gently pet its feathers. Psyduck seemed curious about everything around it, frequently looking up at the billboards on tall buildings, which were covered with images of various summoned creatures and beastmasters. Quack quack! Psyduck wants to be a shining star with its master, Psyduck suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Arriving at school, Su Lu met his classmate Zhang Wei. "Su Lu, you succeeded too?" Zhang Wei asked, enviously eyeing the yellow-skinned duck behind Su Lu. "Yeah," Su Lu nodded, feeling a bit anxious. Although Psyduck was often jokingly called the bomb duck, it was still a Pokemon obtained from the system. If things got serious, maybe Rayquaza could come and stir things up? Entering the classroom, Su Lu saw the class monitor, Li Daming, already at his seat. As the person responsible for collecting information, Li Daming was diligently gathering all the transparent crystals. "Su Lu, what's your summoned creature called?" Li Daming asked, curiously eyeing the Psyduck next to Su Lu. It was a new summoned creature he had never seen before. "Psyduck," Su Lu replied. Su Lu, an aspiring beast tamer, summoned his companion, Psyduck. He quickly registered his details in the booklet, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The atmosphere in the classroom turned tense yet exhilarating due to this registration process. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the classroom. Students rushed to the windows, their eyes drawn to a spectacle in the sky. It was a towering, humanoid creature emitting a faint blue glow, seemingly made of coral, with long ribbons flowing gracefully in the air. Standing at 6 meters tall, its presence was impossible to ignore. "What is that?" someone exclaimed in surprise. "It's huge," another voice echoed in agreement. Before long, someone identified the mysterious creature. "It's the summoned beast of Gusiki, the belle of Class 6. They say it's called Angel." "Angel?" someone repeated in confusion. "Another summoned beast named Angel?" Indeed, over the past century, people have summoned a variety of creatures from different worlds, leading to some names being reused. However, the title Angel is typically reserved for powerful beings. "That must be at least a king-level summoned beast," someone speculated. "Is this what they call starting at the top?" "I'm so envious," another voice sighed. "Why didn't I succeed in summoning? Oh heavens! Oh earth!" someone exaggeratedly lamented. "Gusiki is definitely getting into the beast taming class. Why does she have to summon such a powerful beast when she's already so pretty?" someone grumbled jealously. Amidst the clamor, hardly anyone noticed Su Lu's Psyduck beside him. Its appearance was too ordinary to attract attention. "Quack!" Psyduck suddenly cried out, as if protesting its overlooked fate. A hint of silver flashed in its eyes, as though it was pondering something. But the next moment, it looked puzzled again. Quack? What was Duck Duck just thinking? As time passed, it became clear that large summoned beasts like Gusikis were rare. In Su Lu's class, only 5 students, including him, managed to summon a creature, and all of their beasts were small enough to be brought into the classroom. Once assembled, the gym teachers led the successful summoners to the Beast Taming Alliance. The other students, who hadn't succeeded, could only watch enviously as these prospective beast tamers enjoyed an extra day off. As for whether Su Lu's Psyduck was genuinely his summoned beast, it would soon be verified at the Beast Taming Alliance. After all, the Alliance had encountered imposters before, but after several strict crackdowns, no one dared to take that risk anymore. Su Lu and his classmates successfully summoned their creatures. The school bus moved slowly towards the Beast Alliance, with an atmosphere of both tension and anticipation inside. Su Lu held his Psyduck in his arms, while beside Su Xianwei sat a skeleton with bony fingers. The other three had unique summoned beasts as well. A regular-sized gray wolf curled up under a seat, a fist-sized colorful bird perched on its owner's shoulder, and a floating orb of light the size of a head, radiating a gentle glow. Outside the bus window, Su Lu glanced upwards, catching a glimpse of Rayquaza circling in the atmosphere, like a guardian deity accompanying their journey. Although the enormous dragon-like creature was hidden among the clouds, Su Lu could feel its powerful presence. Mr. Li Daming, sitting in the front row, turned to face the students with a serious expression. Before we arrive at the Beast Alliance, let me remind you one more time. The Alliance's inspections are extremely strict. Only creatures genuinely summoned by you will pass the assessment. Any cheating will have severe consequences. Even a blank crystal core can detect the user's aura. It's not too late to confess now. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences at the Alliance. The 5 students exchanged glances, but remained silent. Li Daming nodded, secretly relieved. He had high hopes for Su Xianwei's skeleton, as this fearless creature held a significant advantage in the early stages. As for the other summoned beasts, it would depend on whether they possessed extraordinary abilities. The school bus finally stopped in front of the Beast Alliance. Although located near the outskirts, the area was bustling. Luxury cars occupied most parking spots, and the people coming and going were well-dressed and exuded confidence. The surroundings were filled with various breeding companies and luxury restaurants, even livelier than the city center. The concentration of beast tamers also made this area extremely secure. Su Lu looked around and couldn't help but sigh. When he received his summoning crystal yesterday, his family prepared a relatively sumptuous meal, but it still paled compared to his life before crossing over. The impact of the space-time rift on this world was more severe than he had imagined. Seeing the bustling scene, Su Lu felt a desire to improve his living conditions. With Rayquaza's power, buying a house here and moving his parents in would undoubtedly be the safest option. Aspiring beast tamers from across the city were arriving, and major beast hunting companies had already set their sights on these potential talents. Discovering promising beast tamers early would be a significant asset for the companies. Among the crowd, the most eye-catching was an angelic summoned beast, drawing everyone's attention. In contrast, Su Lu's Psyduck went unnoticed. Although summoned beasts might possess extraordinary powers, outsiders could only speculate about their strength based on appearance. Quack, what are they doing? Psyduck tugged on Su Lu's pants with a puzzled look. Su Lu looked down and explained, they're seeking sponsorships. Just like I worry about Rayquaza's food, many students come from ordinary backgrounds, and suddenly having a summoned beast means a significant expense just to feed it. The Beast Alliance provides a monthly subsidy of 1,000 yuan to ordinary beast tamers, partly for this reason. For common summoned beasts, this amount barely covers the cost of food. Quack? Does Psyduck need it too? Psyduck tilted its head and asked. Don't worry, Su Lu reassured it, patting its head. With Rayquaza around, we can easily go outside the city to gather resources, so food won't be an issue. Su Xianwei came over, curious. Su Lu, how strong is your summoned beast? Are you planning to become a beast tamer? His skeleton summoned beast had already attracted the attention of several companies. Although undead creatures were challenging to upgrade, they were stable and could bring consistent benefits to a company. Yes, definitely a beast tamer, Su Lu nodded. He knew he would summon more Pokémon in the future, and he needed the status of a beast tamer to legally keep these extraordinary creatures. After completing the paperwork, Li Daming emerged from the Beast Alliance building and announced to the group, "Alright, it's time for the test." The tests were conducted individually. To accommodate various large summoned beasts, each city's Beast Alliance was built to be very spacious. Su Lu speculated that this world had yet to develop a convenient storage tool like a Pokeball for summoned beasts. This way, please, a dignified-looking female employee said with a smile. As a Beast Alliance staff member, she maintained a friendly attitude toward every aspiring beast tamer. Su Lu, right? You can call me Zhu Qin, she said, picking up Su Lu's file and reviewing it carefully. Summoned beast, Psyduck. Not recorded? Is this a new species appearing for the first time? Zhu Qin mused. This means there's no prior experience to draw from, so the progress of the summoned beast might be slow. In contrast, known summoned beasts have established training methods and even evolution paths, making them easier to cultivate. Zhu Qin continued. Take Northwest Dragon University, for example. Their founder, Song Changming, is a veteran of the Beast Alliance and has completely mastered the evolution path of the celestial dragon. It's said that if someone summons a celestial dragon again, they are confident they can train it to its peak within 5 years. You see, Song Changming spent 40 years exploring the celestial dragon's evolution. That's the benefit of having predecessors pave the way. That's why major beast universities prefer those with well-documented summoned beasts. She glanced at Psyduck, silently assessing it. Psyduck looked dazed, glancing around while making quack-quack sounds, seemingly lacking intelligence and potential. Zhu Qin sighed inwardly, thinking it was a pity for this sunny and handsome young man. If his summoned beast were stronger, he might have the potential to become a star beast tamer. Despite this, Zhu Qin diligently carried out her duties and led Su Lu to a room. In the center stood a large crystal orb. This is the coordination instrument, Zhu Qin explained. You and Psyduck will touch it together, and it will measure your control level. Non-summoned beasts, even if the control level reaches 100, will fluctuate between 99 and 100. A truly summoned beast will remain stable at 100, achieving perfect control. Su Lu took a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous. He didn't understand the mechanism behind the test, and if it failed, he might really have to call upon Rayquaza. Holding his breath, Su Lu placed his hand on the crystal ball. The next second, the instrument displayed a shocking number. 100. Completely stable. For a full 60 seconds, the testing device showed no fluctuations. Zhu Qin displayed a satisfied smile and said to Su Lu, "Congratulations, Su Lu. Your test is complete. You are officially a beast master." Su Lu let out a long breath, finally relaxing. Glancing at the dopey Psyduck beside him, he briefly thought about Rayquaza but quickly shook his head, reminding himself, safety first. Zhu Qin led Su Lu to the hall, where they completed the paperwork. She handed him a plain badge. "This is your Beastmaster badge. Wear it and bring your summoned beast, and you'll be free to leave the city," she explained in detail. "However, since you haven't hunted any fierce beasts yet, it's a no-star badge. You'll need to accumulate 100 points from hunting fierce beasts to advance to a 1-star Beastmaster. Once you reach star status, you can hunt in the space-time rifts, and your subsidy will increase. Here's a detailed guide for you to read when you have time." Su Lu nodded as he accepted the badge and the guide, silently planning his future. He knew that ordinary people weren't allowed to leave the city freely, as the outside was teeming with fierce beasts, and space-time rifts could appear unexpectedly. Even with a gun, safety wasn't guaranteed. Only beast masters with summoned beasts could protect themselves in the wild. As other classmates completed their tests, Su Lu didn't join them. He remembered Li Daming mentioning earlier that today might be busy and suggested discussing with his parents before heading home. Li Daming was referring to the various headhunters, as most students came from ordinary families and needed early support from major companies. But those were personal matters for others, and Su Lu didn't pay much attention. He headed directly outside the city, a move he had planned well in advance. Passing through the city gate behind the Beast Master Alliance building, Su Lu saw the towering 20-meter-high city wall, said to be crafted by a king's summoned beast. He noticed other beast masters driving off-road vehicles and carrying firearms into the wilderness. Although the laws of physics altered near space-time rifts, reducing the effectiveness of firearms, they still had some utility in the ordinary wilds. In contrast, Su Lu had to walk, accompanied only by a simple-minded Psyduck. At the city gate, many beast masters were forming teams, but upon seeing Su Lu's plain badge, they shook their heads. A few kind-hearted individuals approached, advising him to join a reliable team because the dangers of the wild weren't something one could face alone. Nevertheless, Su Lu chose to venture out on his own. With Rayquaza on his side, he felt confident. Shortly after Su Lu left, a large group arrived at the city gate. In the sky floated an angel, the summoned beast of Gusiki. She also intended to leave the city alone, but her angel was too eye-catching, attracting several companies eager to invite her. Thus, a large group prepared to follow and observe, wanting to verify the angel's abilities to offer a suitable price. Unaware of the crowd behind him, Su Lu focused on observing the landscape outside the city. It wasn't just wilderness and forest, but also city ruins. 100 years ago, human civilization flourished worldwide, but the emergence of space-time rifts destroyed vast areas. While greenery has reclaimed the ruins, the traces of the city remain visible. Continuous cycles of rebuilding and destruction by humans, along with the ability of king-level beast masters to establish new cities in the wild, have created this massive expanse of city ruins. Many fierce beasts roamed the ruins. Not all space-time rifts could be suppressed or closed by humans, leading to the proliferation of many fierce beasts on Earth. "Let's go a bit further," Su Lu murmured to himself, glancing back at the silhouette of W City. Half an hour later, Su Lu abruptly stopped. In front of him appeared more than 20 fierce beasts. These creatures resembled giant wolves, each about 2 meters long. If Su Lu had studied the beast compendium carefully, he would have known these were ordinary-level beasts, fierce roaming wolves. Their full-speed run could even catch up to a car. Worse, when a large number of fierce roaming wolves gathered, they might give rise to an elite-level pack leader. Su held his breath, cautiously observing the dangerous creatures, while secretly feeling relieved to have Rayquaza as his backup. As soon as the fierce yo-yo wolf appeared, Psyduck instinctively stepped in front of Su without hesitation. Its eyes shone with determination, and its small body stood straight, resembling an indomitable shield. Faced with this sudden crisis, Su remained remarkably calm. The corners of his mouth even curled into a slight smile, a flash of confidence in his eyes. After all, as a man who commands mythical creatures, such a minor situation was hardly enough to unsettle him. Psyduck seemed resolute in its decision to protect its trainer. It clutched its head tightly with both hands, furrowing its brow, trying hard to induce a headache. Although its water abilities seemed insignificant at the moment, it knew that only by unleashing the immense psychic power triggered by its headaches could it truly confront the danger ahead. At that moment, Sulu's voice gently broke the silence. Whirlwind. As soon as the words were spoken, a terrifying tornado materialized. The wind howled, debris flew, and trees were uprooted, while the remnants of the city crumbled like paper before this force. The entire world seemed to be sliced apart by a colossal spiraling blade. Yet amidst the chaos, a small safe zone formed around Sulu. He stood at the eye of the storm, his demeanor composed, as if he were untouched by the surrounding turmoil. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. Psyduck lifted its head in surprise, confusedly squawking, "Quack? A dragon?" A hint of tension flashed in its eyes, and its body instinctively tensed. In the sky, a massive figure began to emerge. It was Rayquaza, its powerful aura radiating through its ghost-type ability, exerting immense pressure on Psyduck. Under this oppressive force, Psyduck's headache intensified. Sulu looked up at the sky, a relaxed smile on his face. "You're here. How's the atmosphere? To your liking?" With Rayquaza's protection, he knew he was safe. Rayquaza let out another low growl, seemingly responding to Sulu's question. Sulu nodded thoughtfully. "Still not quite filling, huh? The energy in the atmosphere isn't enough?" His gaze swept over the scattered bodies of the yo-yo wolves below, and a sudden idea struck him. "I've heard the meat of these beasts is nutritious and delicious. Let's have some for a meal." Rayquaza nodded eagerly, clearly in favor of the suggestion. Although it could easily hunt on its own, it had always adhered to Sulu's instructions, patrolling the atmosphere without descending to hunt. Psyduck, on the other hand, appeared somewhat bewildered, its gaze shifting between Sulu and Rayquaza as if trying to comprehend the situation. Noticing this, Sulu gently patted Psyduck's head and explained warmly, "This is your senior brother." This revelation hit Psyduck like a bolt from the blue, and it let out a startled quack. Its hands flung backward in shock, as if it had been thoroughly spooked. Then, it crouched down, drawing circles on the ground, muttering to itself, "Quack, I thought I was the main force. Haha, don't lose heart. I'll train you to become the strongest Psyduck in the world," Sulu said with a confident glint in his eyes, patting Psyduck on the shoulder. Psyduck's potential was beyond imagination. The system panel had once shown that it possessed Elite 4 level potential, and if its psychic power could be fully developed, it could at least reach Elite 4 level, with the possibility of becoming a champion. In the Pokemon world, a champion-level Pokemon is comparable to a pseudo-legendary, and a strong champion can even rival legendary Pokemon, which is an astounding potential. "Quack, it's a deal," Psyduck suddenly responded, making Sulu wonder if this self-assured duck had become smarter due to its potential development. He checked the system again and found that Psyduck's potential had stabilized at the Elite 4 level, though it was likely experiencing a headache at the moment. Nearby, Rayquaza was eager to feast. Sulu instructed it to capture a few fierce direwolves, choosing the best thighs for their meat, skillfully skinning them before starting to roast. Although he had come prepared with a lighter, he had forgotten the seasonings. Next time for sure, Sulu noted to himself. Even without seasonings, the aroma of the roasted meat was enticing. The meat of fierce beasts was not only delicious but also highly nutritious, reportedly enhancing one's physique when consumed regularly. As an ordinary human, Sulu felt full after just one piece. Despite wanting to savor more, his stomach protested. After eating the beast meat, Sulu felt warmth spreading through his body, as if filled with boundless energy. Psyduck, being an omnivorous Pokemon, could also enjoy meat. Although it was small and couldn't eat as much as Sulu, upon hearing that eating meat could make it stronger, it struggled to stuff a piece into its mouth. Out of the 4 roasted legs, Rayquaza claimed 3.5. Sulu contentedly patted his slightly bulging belly and asked, "Are you full?" Rayquaza nodded in response, "Roar full, but the energy is low." As a legendary Pokemon, its energy needs were naturally higher. Sulu understood, recalling how pseudo-legendaries like Larvitar and Beldum needed rare minerals to supplement their energy, let alone a legendary Pokemon. Either eat higher-grade beast meat or energy cubes? Sulu pondered, suddenly struck by an idea. Right, energy cubes. He opened the system shop and saw that his previously 0 points had increased to 181 points. Defeating 23 direwolves had yielded an average of about 9 points each. Sulu chose to display only purchasable items and saw options for Pokeballs and berries. Without hesitation, he spent 100 points to purchase a Pokeball, the familiar red and white sphere appearing in his hand. Sulu thought, with this, Rayquaza wouldn't have to go hungry every day in the atmosphere. He was also curious if other beasts could be captured with a Pokeball, but doubted it, as Pokeballs were designed for Pokemon. He spent the remaining 81 points on energy cubes. Although berries were effective and could be used to make energy cubes, the recipe required at least 3,000 points, and eating them directly seemed wasteful. Sulu planned to establish his own energy cube production line in the future to reduce reliance on the system shop. He distributed the energy cubes between Psyduck and Rayquaza. Psyduck was already lying on the ground, rubbing its round belly and shaking its head, indicating it couldn't eat anymore. Thus, all the energy cubes went to Rayquaza, which swallowed them in one gulp, contentedly closing its eyes. Curious about the taste of energy cubes, Sulu decided to try one next time. Then, he took out the Pokeball, and Rayquaza, understanding the gesture, lowered its head to touch the ball with its claw, transforming into a white light and entering it. Rayquaza, caught! Sulu exclaimed excitedly. Looking at the wolf carcasses around him, Sulu thought about the food situation at home. Yesterday was a special occasion with meat, but by this morning, it was back to normal, and there was almost no meat in the fridge. With limited land in the city, large-scale farming was difficult, and beast meat that could enhance the body was often snapped up by beast tamers. Let's bring some home, Sulu said, looking at the twisted wolf carcasses on the ground with regret. To earn alliance points for defeating beasts, evidence was needed, such as a head or a complete corpse. Many beast tamers would drive out of the city, preparing multiple empty vehicles for transport. But Sulu was alone, without a car, and could probably only bring back a small amount of prime meat. Although Rayquaza could easily carry all the wolf carcasses, Sulu had only registered Psyduck today, and suddenly revealing Rayquaza was clearly inadvisable. In this world, no one could summon a second time, and acting rashly might arouse suspicion. As Sulu was pondering, Psyduck called out confusedly, "Quack, my belly feels so full, what happened?" With Rayquaza gone, its headache symptoms had eased. Psyduck laboriously rolled over, seeing Sulu's troubled expression, and curiously asked, "Quack, quack, quack? Sulu, what's wrong?" "I'm trying to figure out what to do with this meat," Sulu explained. Suddenly, Psyduck patted its round belly, its eyes gleaming silver. Miraculously, all the wolf carcasses began to levitate. "Is this psychic power? Impressive, Psyduck!" Sulu exclaimed in delight. Psyduck blushed slightly, embarrassed, and proudly puffed out its belly, bouncing as it said, "Quack, just kidding. I'm the main force. Let's head home," Sulu shouted excitedly. And so, the pair waddled toward the city, followed by the floating wolf carcasses, creating a peculiar sight. The journey to W City is only about half an hour, so the road isn't too difficult to navigate, with several well-trodden paths available. Sulu chose one of the safer routes to begin his journey back. He hadn't gone far before encountering a group of people heading his way. In the sky, an angel continued to shine brightly, catching everyone's attention. Sulu thought to himself, "Gooseki, that's her name, right?" Psyduck tilted its head curiously, letting out a puzzled quack. "Nothing much, just a schoolmate," Sulu explained. "If nothing changes, we might be classmates next semester." He went on to share some information about summoning beasts. The success rate of summoning is about 10. If both parents are beast tamers, the chances are slightly higher. In our school, there are 800 students in the second year, so roughly 80 beast tamers might emerge. Among them, only less than half have the talent or determination to pursue the path of a beast tamer. That's why there's always just one beast taming class. A schoolmate? That means an ally. Psyduck concluded excitedly, just as Gooseki and her group approached. Psyduck quacked happily and waved at Gooseki. In its mind, it seemed appropriate to greet its owner's schoolmate. Psyduck's quacking drew the attention of the group. As they came closer, they were stunned by the sight before them, nearly 20 wolf corpses suspended in midair. "Is this a psychic-type summoning beast?" someone exclaimed. This seemingly silly duck is actually a rare psychic-type beast, second only in rarity to dragon types. What was even more astonishing was that the combined weight of the 20 wolves exceeded a ton. The ability to control such weight with mental power alone made the duck's strength truly formidable. Gooseki's gaze fell on Sulu. With only 800 students in their year, she recognized him. Sulu's appearance was well known in their school, making him hard to forget. "Is it greeting me?" Gooseki asked, somewhat surprised. "Yes, it seems to like you," Sulu replied with a slight smile, patting Psyduck's head. He didn't say much more or try to get closer. Although the angel was a strong presence among summoning beasts, to Sulu, it was just another creature. Thanks. Do you need help bringing these wolf corpses back? Gusiki asked, looking at Psyduck, doubting its ability to carry so many wolf bodies. No need. It's a form of training. It can handle it, Sulu replied without hesitation. Psyduck nodded confidently, as it was indeed a small task for it. See you next semester then, Gusiki said, not saying much more. With the strength Psyduck had shown, joining the beast taming class would be a breeze. Yeah, see you next semester, Sulu said calmly as he walked away with Psyduck. One of the company employees accompanying Gusiki asked, Miss Gu, is he your classmate? A schoolmate, but likely a classmate next semester, Gusiki replied. There were many company representatives following Gusiki, but with the entry of large companies, smaller companies had lost the confidence to poach her. They were there to witness the true strength of Gusiki's summoning beast. However, now that they had encountered a promising new beast tamer in Sulu, many began contemplating recruiting him instead. Gusiki looked in the direction Sulu had come from, deep in thought. Among the new beast tamers this year, she had only considered Song Xia from another school as a rival, but this encounter had changed her perspective. It seems I can't underestimate any summoning beast. They hold endless possibilities. Now, Gusiki was eager to know just how strong Sulu was. If it was indeed 20 wolves, there would surely be some battle traces left behind. She led the group to where Sulu had previously fought. Minutes later, they were confronted with a shocking scene. Still warm piles of ash, scattered high-rise ruins, and ground that looked like it had been plowed by a massive blade whirlwind. The affected area spanned 100 meters. A battle range of 100 meters? Someone exclaimed. What kind of monster is this? That silly-looking yellow duck has such terrifying combat power. Could it be that he just picked up the pieces? Someone in the group speculated, swallowing hard. This combat power isn't something an elite can achieve. It's completely at the level of a champion or higher. And what does a champion level mean? It's a guardian-level existence that can gain authority to expand territories and rebuild cities. Gusiki narrowed her eyes. If this was indeed Sulu's doing, then he was far more powerful than she had imagined. It's said that summoning beasts often resemble their tamers in some ways, and she had summoned an angel that perfectly matched her after receiving the best education. Gusiki maintained a calm demeanor as she pondered the characteristics of Sulu's summoned creature. A hidden genius? She mused to herself. It looks clumsy, yet harbors limitless potential. At that moment, a series of eerie wolf howls echoed from the distance. The group looked around warily, only to see ferocious roaming wolves converging on them from all directions. In the blink of an eye, over 100 savage wolves had surrounded them. It turned out that these wolves had been drawn by the aroma of Sulu's barbecue. It's well known that wild beasts have an exceptionally keen sense of smell, which is why hardly anyone dares to barbecue in the wild. However, due to the presence of the creature known as Lycongzwa, these beasts were affected by its ghostly aura, making them hesitant and fearful to approach. It was only after Sulu left that they mustered the courage to come forward. So many ferocious wolves? What's going on? Someone exclaimed. We're so close to the city. Could it be a new space-time rift has appeared? Very possible, another person agreed. We need to act quickly. Facing 100 ordinary beasts, with the possibility of elite ones among them, even the most seasoned hunting team would find themselves in peril. Not to mention, the burst speed of these roaming wolves rivals that of a car, posing a deadly risk with any misstep. Yet, Gusiki stopped her eager companions with an outstretched hand. No need, she said calmly. Let me show you my strength. Isn't that why you came with me? She looked up at the angel drifting in the sky and softly commanded, Angel, purify them. As soon as the words left her mouth, the angel began to gather points of light around itself. In an instant, countless luminous needles shot towards the wolf pack. This was Gusiki's summoned entity, radiant and impressive, just like her. In the blink of an eye, all the ferocious wolves were wiped out. The angel, having completed its task, appeared somewhat weakened, having been summoned only recently. Even so, the scene left everyone present utterly astounded. However, just as they were recovering from their shock, another round of wolf howls sounded in the distance. Judging by the volume, there were likely thousands of them this time. Run! Someone shouted. A new space-time rift must have appeared nearby. Already on his way back to the city, Sulu had no idea what was happening behind him. As he and his Psyduck walked along the path, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Psyduck, can you use your psychic powers to make us fly? Sulu asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He explained that Rayquaza hadn't yet mastered the atmospheric shield, and its speed might end up breaking his back if it carried him. In comparison, Psyduck's psychic abilities seemed like a better option. Psyduck quacked sadly, tilting its head to show it was unable to do so. Sulu sighed. Does controlling a living being with psychic power require more mental energy? I guess we'll have to keep walking for now. He couldn't help but admire Psyduck. Being a water-type Pokemon that could learn Psychic-type moves was already quite impressive. After all, not every creature could unleash psychic power just by having a headache. After 20 minutes of walking, they finally reached the gates of W City. Passers-by turned their heads, intrigued by the unique pair. While using a summoned beast to transport a beast's carcass wasn't unusual, using a psychic type for such a task seemed a bit of a waste. After all, a summoned beast's energy should be conserved for potential beast encounters. No vehicle? Must be a rookie. Such strong psychic power. He must be at least elite level. Should we invite him? Look at his badge, it's a plain one. Seeing Sulu's achievements, many people approached him, hoping to recruit him into their teams. It was a practical matter. Every team needed strong members. However, Sulu politely declined their invitations and headed straight to the Beast Tamer Alliance's procurement point with the carcass of the wild hound. Sulu's arrival caused a minor stir, as transporting with psychic power was not a common sight. Inside the Beast Tamer Alliance building, people noticed the commotion, including Zhu Qin, who was resting. Unable to resist her curiosity, she walked over to the window to take a look, a habit of hers as she enjoyed observing various beasts. Is that Sulu? And Psyduck? Zhu Qin was taken aback. She regretted underestimating them, thinking to herself, I really misjudged them. Here I am, trying to pass the Beast Tamer Examiner's test, and I dismissed such a powerful summoned beast. Any new summoned beast deserves attention. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Stroking her chin thoughtfully, she mused, if I write a paper on Psyduck, maybe I could pass the assessment? As a professional, she was always striving to improve herself. The idea seemed promising. If she could uncover a new potential in a summoned beast, her career might just take off. As for gaining Sulu's consent, she was confident that her good looks and expertise would allow her to propose helping with training in exchange. Meanwhile, Sulu had reached the procurement point, placed the carcass on the conveyor belt, instructed a masked worker at the plaza. Behind the belt was a massive scanner, said to detect the energy contained in a beast's body, awarding points accordingly, and retrieving genetic information to prevent claiming rewards twice with the same carcass. All wild hounds, totaling 36 points, the registration worker said kindly. Keep it up, young man. You're not far from becoming a star-level beast tamer. Observing the screen, he knew Sulu had registered as a newcomer today. Although 20 wild hounds weren't a formidable challenge, achieving such results on the first day, and in such a short time, showed significant potential. Of course, buying beast carcasses to exchange for points wasn't out of the question, but it was unlikely. Carcasses without genetic scanning were more expensive, and those with that kind of money wouldn't bother with low-level subsidies. As for the carcasses needed by high-star beast tamers, buying them could bankrupt the company. The funds could better develop genuine high-star beast tamers. Sulu nodded and collected his monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan. Next, he moved on to selling the beast meat. Outside the procurement point, a large crowd eagerly waited for the scan to end so they could purchase the meat. Only after the Beast Tamer Alliance's inspection, confirming it was safe to consume, would they use the beast meat. However, due to Rayquaza's brutal methods, the wild hound carcasses Sulu brought back weren't in the best shape. Even so, the meat still sold for a high price of 100 yuan per kilogram. This meant that Sulu earned 150,000 yuan from a single trip. With the substantial sum in hand, Sulu finally understood how lucrative being a beast tamer could be. His eyes shone with excitement as he envisioned a future full of opportunities beckoning him forward. 15,000 is more than enough to support a family of 3 for 2 to 3 years, and a beast tamer can earn that amount with just a single trip outside the city. Of course, that requires sufficient skill. Sulu thought to himself that with this money, not only could he improve his family's living conditions, but he could also buy a vehicle to transport the carcasses of fierce beasts. He glanced down at his side at Psyduck, who was panting heavily with its tongue out. Clearly, this trip outside the city had worn it out as well. Just as Sulu was about to leave the purchase point, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. He turned around to see the Beast Alliance staff member who had registered him earlier if he remembered correctly. Her name was Zhu Qin. Looks like you remember me, Zhu Qin said with a smile. Sulu was momentarily taken aback, then politely asked, Miss Zhu Qin, is there something you need? Zhu Qin explained, it's like this, I'm really interested in Psyduck and want to write a paper about it. Can I observe it closely for a while? Please, she pleaded, putting on a pitiful expression. Sulu straightened his face and said sternly, Psyduck is my first beast. It's so cute and powerful. It's practically family to me. Hearing this, Psyduck was so moved that it hugged Sulu's leg, letting out a quack. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhu Qin's face. She knew many beast tamers regarded their summoned beasts as family and were reluctant to let outsiders study or observe them. She tried to explain, I just want to observe, I won't do anything inappropriate. Plus, I have some experience in nurturing that could help Psyduck grow. Sulu nodded but immediately added, even so, Psyduck is still my family. Would you let someone casually observe your family? Zhu Qin sighed, thinking how stubborn this young man was. Just as she was about to give up, she heard Su Lu add, "So, you'll need to pay extra." This sudden twist left both Zhu Qin and Psyduck stunned. The phrase, paying extra for each sentence, left Zhu Qin momentarily stunned. She blinked, her mind racing, and quickly realized that this meant Su Lu had agreed to her request. Zhu Qin calculated silently that for her future, even using her dowry would be worth it. Although she didn't have a boyfriend yet, this investment was significant for her. All right, Zhu Qin agreed decisively, then asked, "But Su Lu, how much research funding do you need?" Su Lu thoughtfully touched his chin. Money wasn't his main goal. What he truly wanted to understand was how Pokémon differed from other summoned creatures in this world. Through research and publishing results, Pokémon could better integrate into this world. Su Lu was well aware that showing Psyduck this time was mainly to test the world's attitude towards Pokémon and their impact on others. After all, he planned to continue summoning Pokémon in the future, and if possible, he hoped to give all his summoned Pokémon a legitimate status. This world was not peaceful. While cities seemed harmonious, in the wild, people often hunted other summoned creatures for evolution materials. If Pokémon had any special traits, Su Lu hoped to learn about them early to be mentally prepared. As for funding, Su Lu began, "I want 70% of your final research profits, plus 10,000 a month. But I need to be involved in the observation process." Zhu Qin was taken aback. 10,000 a month would take up almost half of her salary. But she gritted her teeth, deciding to trust her instincts. "Deal," she agreed firmly. Su Lu was a bit surprised that Zhu Qin agreed so readily. He continued, "So, how do you plan to observe Psyduck?" "Let's set a location," Zhu Qin suggested. "I'll come to observe after work and on my days off." "All right, it's settled." Su Lu nodded, then asked, "By the way, don't you have work now? How come you're out at this time?" "The busiest period is over," Zhu Qin explained. "Oh, then continue with your work. Call me when you need anything," Su Lu said before leaving with Psyduck. After leaving, Su Lu didn't head straight home but went shopping instead. Many things at home were too old and needed replacing. 15,000 was just the beginning for him. That evening, Su Lu's parents returned home to find the place completely transformed. The old bulky TV was replaced with a large LCD screen, and much of the furniture had been updated. They initially thought they had walked into the wrong house until they saw Su Lu and realized it was indeed their home. After Su Lu's explanation, they understood it was all thanks to Psyduck's great contribution today. The 15,000 income was equivalent to 2 or 3 years' worth of their salaries. Su Lu's mother couldn't help but pat Psyduck's head, praising it for being amazing. Psyduck enjoyed the attention, tilting its head, while Su Lu muttered to himself, "Shouldn't you be praising me?" Su Lu's father also praised his son for being accomplished and reminded him to nurture Psyduck well and to be careful when going outside. Meanwhile, the head of the Beast Alliance in W City was troubled. A day's worth of testing had been completed, yet they still hadn't found the powerful beast rumored to control the weather. Although 3 beasts showed king-level energy fluctuations, it didn't mean they had king-level combat power. The beast in his mind that could control the weather should have champion-level energy, but had yet to appear. The minister hadn't considered someone hiding summoning information because the summoning stones were under the Alliance's complete control. He began to suspect it might be an outsider or, worse, a wild beast. The afternoon's news about a possible large space-time rift near W City added to his headache. Soon, the exploration team reported back, confirming a space-time rift, preliminarily assessed as elite level, just 3 kilometers from W City. The minister realized he might need to take action personally, and if unresolved, he would have to notify the city's leader. Late at night, Su Lu found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. It was his second day in this world, and he had witnessed many amazing beasts and his beloved Pokémon. Suddenly, he sat up and said, "I can't sleep. Let's go earn some shop points." Psyduck, awakened, poked its head out of its new duck bed with a questioning quack. Su Lu thought that with Rayquaza's power, defeating wild beasts would be easy, allowing him to earn a lot of shop points in a short time. After carefully checking, he found that the shop offered psychic talent and aura talent, with the psychic talent available for just 10,000 points, which tempted him greatly. Additionally, several energy cube recipes caught his eye. He calculated that a single tornado from Rayquaza could earn nearly 200 shop points. Doing it multiple times, 10,000 points would not be out of reach. Determined, Su Lu dressed and quietly left the house with the still drowsy Psyduck. His parents, exhausted from work, were fast asleep, unaware that their son had gone out again. W City had no curfew and didn't restrict beast masters from going out at night, since some beasts preferred nighttime activity. After walking a distance, Su Lu summoned Rayquaza's Pokeball. Roared Rayquaza let out a low growl as it appeared. "Let's go. Time to make a big impact," Su Lu said excitedly. "Quack!" Psyduck exclaimed in surprise. "There's a dragon?" Rayquaza made another appearance, and Psyduck instantly reverted to its dazed state. Duck looked at Psyduck's bewildered expression and couldn't help but rub its aching head. Sulu skillfully patted Psyduck on the head, reassuringly saying, "Don't be so surprised every time you see our elder brother. You'll get used to it." Rayquaza snorted out 2 thick plumes of mist, letting out a low roar, seemingly communicating with Duck. Seeing this, Sulu interrupted. "You two are really having a chat? Let's focus on finding some monsters to fight first. There's plenty of time for you to converse later." Rayquaza lowered its head, signaling Sulu to climb aboard. Sulu hesitated for a moment. "Will it be safe for me to go up there? Even though it's just low-altitude flying without protection, the strong wind and acceleration could be quite tough." Rayquaza responded with a roar, and Sulu's eyes lit up. "The atmospheric shield is already taking shape? Looks like my days of soaring through the atmosphere aren't far off. That's impressive for a legendary Pokémon." Sulu settled atop Rayquaza's head, while Psyduck seemed a bit apprehensive. Rayquaza's proud nature didn't permit a Pokémon of lesser strength to stand on its back, so it held Psyduck in its claws. In the cold wind, Psyduck curled up, muttering, "Quack 30 years east, 30 years west. Never underestimate a poor duck. Let's take off." With Sulu's command, thick white mist gathered around Rayquaza, forming a hazy sphere. Standing on Rayquaza's head, Sulu was amazed to find he couldn't feel a hint of wind. This was Rayquaza's atmospheric shield, with limitless potential, potentially even capable of withstanding meteor impacts. Rayquaza flew steadily to accommodate Sulu. Although it could reach top speed in mere fractions of a second, it chose to accelerate slowly, considering Sulu's tolerance. Through the faint atmospheric shield, Sulu could vaguely see the outside scenery, feeling a unique thrill. Meanwhile, the stimulation caused Psyduck, clutched in Rayquaza's claws, to emit a special energy wave, adding an Endure skill to its ability panel. Wherever Rayquaza passed, fearsome beasts trembled, some even wetting themselves in terror, scurrying away to hide. Such was the effect of the permanent dragon's might. However, this posed a challenge for Sulu's goal was to battle monsters, but they were all hiding. What should he do? Noticing the issue, Sulu checked the panels of his 2 Pokémon. Rayquaza had leveled up, and Psyduck's new Endure skill caught his attention. Could it be due to the dragon's might? He pondered, then instructed Rayquaza, "Tone down your pressure, or we won't be able to find any monsters to fight." Reluctantly, Rayquaza withdrew its pressure, and the beasts stopped hiding. Each time a beast was spotted, Rayquaza would remotely unleash a tornado to take it down, leaving the carcass for other beasts. In just half an hour, Sulu's system store points soared to 400. Despite this, Sulu frowned. "It's still too slow. These beasts are scattered, and though we can take them out with one hit, finding them is troublesome." He recalled rumors of dense beast presence around spacetime rifts, but being an unranked beast master, the Beast Master Alliance wouldn't disclose their exact locations to him. While Sulu was mulling over his predicament, a series of deep wolf howls echoed from afar, one after another, in considerable numbers. Sulu's eyes brightened. "We've got something big. Rayquaza, let's go." The green dragon accelerated, sweeping through the skies. In the distance, the Beast Master Alliance was organizing beast masters to fend off the surging wolf pack. "Quick, quick. Defensive beasts to the front. Healers. We need healing. Wolves are breaking through on the west side." In the frontline defense camp, the Beast Master Alliance minister, Dong Yinfeng, received a photograph. The picture depicted a giant pale wolf with glowing red eyes. "It's the Tsang Yu ferocious wandering wolf," Dong Yinfeng murmured, his brow furrowed. The fierce wandering wolf has 4 ultimate evolutionary forms, with the Azure Moon fierce wandering wolf being the most ferocious. This beast, with the power of a king, is not only bloodthirsty but also becomes significantly stronger under the moonlight. Suddenly, a cold, piercing howl shattered the night sky. "Not good. The wolf pack is attacking." Dong Yinfeng decisively ordered, "I'll hold off the Azure Moon fierce wandering wolf. You all need to contact the city lord immediately, and if the situation is critical, summon the city's beast masters to join the battle." As the minister of the Beastmaster Alliance in W City, Dong Yinfeng was well aware that the current status of the alliance was the result of countless beastmasters and their summoned beasts sacrificing their lives. More importantly, his family was in the W City area. "Firework butterfly, it's our turn," Dong Yinfeng called out. A 3-meter wingspan, fiery red butterfly swooped down from the skyscraper, gracefully landing atop Dong Yinfeng's head. This was the firework butterfly, the lifebound beast of the minister of the Beastmaster Alliance in W City. In the distance, groups of fierce wandering wolves stood scattered across the city's ruins, their bodies cloaked in a silvery glow, as if wearing cloaks woven from moonlight. This was the ability of the Azure Moon fierce wandering wolf moon's blessing, which grants powerful defensive strength to its allies. Dong Yinfeng surveyed his surroundings, seeing countless pairs of green wolf eyes stretching to the horizon. The sheer number of this fierce wandering wolf army was staggering, numbering in the tens of thousands. Although they were merely ordinary-level beasts, such a vast number was still terrifying. Even so, Dong Yinfeng remained resolute, saying, "We must fight back." Firework butterfly bloom. With a wave of his hand, the firework butterfly's scales began to fall like dust. Each particle transformed into a head-sized fireball, numbering in the thousands. These fireballs descended into the wolf pack, triggering a series of explosions. While they inflicted some damage, the effect of the moon's blessing allowed the surviving fierce wandering wolves' wounds to heal quickly. Dong Yinfeng took a deep breath, calculating his next move. In an unknown battle, he was confident he could hold off the Azure Moon fierce wandering wolf, but with the wolf pack's support, his chances were slim. It seemed his only option was to dive into the wolf pack and confront the Azure Moon fierce wandering wolf Hedon, temporarily halting the pack's advance. However, this was almost a suicidal move. Just as Dong Yinfeng prepared to charge into the wolf pack with the firework butterfly, the previously chaotic battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie silence. It was as if something colossal had arrived, blocking out the moonlight. Dong Yinfeng looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. It's a dragon. This was an overwhelming presence. Everyone could clearly feel the immense, oppressive force of the dragon. The fur of the Azure Moon direwolves stood on end as they stared intently at the suddenly appearing Rayquaza. In an instant, the lunar protection enveloping all the direwolves shattered and disintegrated. The lunar protection of the Azure Moon direwolves was formed from condensed moonlight, but Rayquaza, with its inherent ability airlock, easily severed this celestial power. Dong Yinfeng watched the dragon blocking the moonlight with excitement, his years of experience as a beast master stirring within him. Standing on Rayquaza's head, Su Lu frowned in thought. Moonlight? I wonder if it counts as fairy type. Although fairy types are strong against dragons, Rayquaza is a legendary beast, and its power is unquestionable. Rayquaza, take them down, Su Lu ordered calmly. A thunderous dragon roar echoed across the land, and a massive tornado rose up, sweeping the direwolves into the sky. The direwolves howled in terror as they were torn apart in the whirlwind. Even the elite leader met the same swift demise. With the death of its companions, the red glow in the eyes of the Azure Moon direwolf intensified. Initially intimidated by Rayquaza, it had considered retreating with its wolf cubs into the time rift. But the scent of blood drove the bloodthirsty creature into a frenzy. It howled, stepping on the pale moonlight, and charged toward the sky. Dong Yinfeng stood frozen, muttering to himself, "A wolf chasing the moon? This Azure Moon direwolf is terrifyingly powerful." He realized that if he were to engage, he would likely be torn apart by the wolf within a few rounds. Su Lu watched the rapidly advancing Azure Moon direwolf, calmly directing, "Rayquaza, use Twister to limit its movement, then follow up with Ancient Power." A strange energy fluctuated around Rayquaza, enhancing all its attributes. A 1-meter diameter energy ball formed and was hurled fiercely at the direwolf. The speed of Ancient Power was astonishing, striking the target instantly. The Azure Moon direwolf, mid-leap, crashed heavily into the ruins below. Rayquaza's assault didn't cease. A barrage of Ancient Power attacks bombarded the direwolf's location like a relentless bombing run. Only when Su Lu was certain the opponent was dead did he signal Rayquaza to stop. The sky is Rayquaza's domain, and no creature may trespass without permission. This battle saw Rayquaza's level surge from 7 to 26, showcasing the legendary beast's astounding growth rate. Su Lu surveyed the ground. Despite the atmospheric shield blurring his vision, he could still make out figures below. Forget it, better not make contact. Psyduck, grab the alpha wolf's corpse and let's go. Quack. Psyduck responded, effortlessly using its psychic powers to lift the battered body of the Azure Moon direwolf from the ground. Originally, Su Lu intended for Rayquaza to get a bit closer before letting Psyduck take action. However, he was surprised to find that even from this distance, Psyduck could manipulate the target using psychic power. Ever since Rayquaza appeared, Psyduck's headache hadn't ceased, and its overwhelming psychic energy seemed ready to burst. Su Lu was astonished to discover that, despite the considerable distance, Psyduck could now easily control the target with its mental power. "Boss, about the corpse of the Azure Moon direwolf." A subordinate cautiously spoke up. "The body of a heavenly king-level beast is worth at least tens of millions. Not to mention this one had mastered the unique skill of Moonlit Wolf Run. Many beast tamers with direwolves would love to obtain such a carcass, as consuming it might help them comprehend this special skill. If you don't want to die, keep quiet." Dong Yinfeng sternly interrupted. "That is the spoils of a powerful warrior." He looked up at the dragon in the sky, seeing a shadowy figure standing at its head, shrouded in smoke, exuding an immense aura. Dong Yinfeng thought to himself that this dragon was a new type of tamed beast he had never seen before, so caution was necessary. However, from the current situation, It seemed that this mysterious warrior harbored goodwill towards them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have intervened to stop the beast chaos. At the moment, Sulu had no intention of interacting with others. He decided to wait until Zhu Qin completed the research on the peculiarities of the Pokémon before making any decisions. As for the direwolf corpses, they could temporarily benefit these people. After all, he had already taken the most valuable items, and even if he acted personally, he couldn't take all the spoils. In fact, during previous battles, Sulu had already left behind many beast carcasses. The biggest gain from this trip was the store points. Sulu glanced at the store interface, seeing a whopping 54,341 points. This meant Rayquaza's deployment was equivalent to defeating over 5,000 ordinary-level direwolves. He could buy more than 50,000 energy cubes with that. Sitting atop Rayquaza's head, Sulu thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Over 50,000 points would serve as seed money, as training Pokémon required significant funds. Beast tides weren't a constant occurrence, so it was necessary to establish his own business. Then, Sulu directed Rayquaza to land in a clearing and began dealing with today's spoils. The carcass of the moonlit direwolf was the most significant prize of this hunt. This fierce beast stood at an imposing height of 2.5 meters and stretched an astonishing 4 meters in length. Sulu thought to himself that if such a beast were to approach Rayquaza, it might indeed inflict considerable damage. After all, it was a beast suspected to be of the fairy type, and it's well known that the fairy type is strong against dragon types. Sulu didn't fully grasp the principles behind this type advantage, but he had a sudden idea. If he could uncover a complete chain of type advantages, it might cause a stir online. He made a mental note to research this further at a later time. For now, the spoils of the hunt needed to be dealt with. Sulu pulled out a collection of spices from his backpack. His previous experience with eating raw meat had taught him to bring a variety of seasonings from home this time. With Rayquaza's assistance, the moonlit direwolf was swiftly butchered, and large chunks of meat were placed over a makeshift fire. Although Rayquaza primarily sustains itself by absorbing the atmosphere and consuming meteorites, it had developed a keen interest in Sulu's cooked meat after trying it. Moreover, having expended a lot of energy using its abilities earlier, it now needed to replenish its reserves. The beast's meat, rich in energy, was just what it needed. Psyduck was just as eager for the roasted meat as Rayquaza. It impatiently reached out with its claws to grab some, prompting Sulu to quickly shout, "Slow down, save some for me. If you keep sneaking bites, you'll be the one doing the roasting next time." After a satisfying meal, Sulu and Psyduck lay contentedly on the ground, while Rayquaza continued to hover in the air. Suddenly, Sulu remembered it was past midnight, time for his daily draw. He opened the lottery system and watched the wheel spin until it landed on the item category. Though he felt a twinge of disappointment at not winning a new Pokémon, he wasn't surprised given the 1 in 3 chance. A bell dropped into his hand, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a soothe bell. Sulu gently shook the bell tied with a white string, recalling its abilities to induce sleep, alleviate emotions, and boost affection. The soothe bell sells for 5,000 points in the shop. Not bad, Sulu mused aloud, turning his gaze to Psyduck. "Psyduck, come here." Quack! Psyduck tilted its head and waddled over. Sulu gently patted Psyduck's head and hung the soothe bell around its neck. "This should help ease your headaches and let you get a good night's sleep." Quacked! Psyduck let out a long call, seemingly touched as it hugged Sulu, but it slyly eyed Rayquaza, as if to boast, "The boss gave me a gift. What about you?" Roar! Rayquaza seemed to catch on to Psyduck's little scheme, pointing a claw at Sulu. All right, you get something too," Sulu chuckled, not wanting to play favorites. He opened the shop and began browsing carefully. Life orb, leftovers, choice scarf, a variety of items caught his eye. Considering his current points, although the life orb would best enhance Rayquaza's abilities, its downside made Sulu hesitant. In reality, he didn't want to see his Pokémon's life force drained. In the end, Sulu chose the choice scarf for 20,000 points. In the game, this item restricts a Pokémon to using one attack move but significantly boosts its power. In reality, this limitation didn't apply, allowing for the enhanced power of a single move. The scarf was a bit small for Rayquaza, looking more like a little neckerchief, yet it surprisingly softened its fierce aura. "All right, these are your gifts. I need the remaining points for operations," Sulu said, casually exchanging for a Pokeball and handing it to Psyduck. Psyduck nodded, tapping the Pokeball's button and transforming into a white light to enter it, only to jump back out again. Quack! It shook its head, indicating it didn't like staying inside the Pokeball. "Don't worry, unless necessary, you can stay outside," Sulu assured. Having dealt with the moonlit direwolf, Sulu felt today's haul was quite substantial, equivalent to a month's worth of regular hunting. He had little interest in smaller beasts now. He decided to wait for the next beast tide before acting again, as his current points should last for a while. As they prepared to head back, Rayquaza suddenly spoke. "Roll, you want to go to the stratosphere?" Sulu nodded understandingly. Every Pokemon had its preferred environment. He could accommodate Psyduck's preferences, but Rayquaza's yearning for high altitudes was beyond his ability. Go ahead, but don't fly too far. Return immediately if you sense danger, Sulu instructed. Rayquaza nodded in acknowledgement, then soared high, quickly disappearing into the clouds. It clearly preferred the freedom of the sky over being confined within a Pokeball. Sulu didn't force it to stay, and this trust made Rayquaza feel warm inside. It silently resolved to master the atmospheric shield soon, so it could take its trainer on skyward journeys. Watching Rayquaza disappear into the distance, Sulu gently stroked Psyduck's head and said, "Psyduck, let's head home." Reflecting on the joy of initially summoning Rayquaza, Sulu felt a wave of emotion. Over time, he had become increasingly invested in helping Rayquaza grow stronger. As a trainer, the inability to aid one's Pokemon would be deeply disappointing. Sulu resolved to improve his own skills and devise a comprehensive training plan for Rayquaza. Oh, and Psyduck needs its own training regimen too, Sulu noted to himself. Though the moonlit direwolf's body was large, Rayquaza had devoured most of it. Sulu saved a leg piece, intending to savor it at home. By the time they reached the city gates, it was already past midnight. The guards barely glanced at him. Without registration, no one would know it was rare moonlit direwolf meat. Arriving home by 2 a.m., Psyduck returned to its little nest and quickly fell asleep. Previously plagued by headaches, it could only sleep lightly, but with the soothe bell, it could finally enjoy deep sleep. Watching the peacefully sleeping Psyduck, Sulu smiled warmly. Truly carefree, he murmured to himself. Lying in bed, Sulu began pondering training methods for his two Pokemon and a detailed plan for using his shop points. It wasn't until 3 a.m. that he finally drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Sulu's mother gently woke him up. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow on the edge of his bed, signaling the start of a new day. Yesterday had been registration day, granting the aspiring Beast Tamers a rare day off, but today they were back to school. With only 5 days left until the final exams, Sulu was suddenly jolted awake by the realization how many days had he been in this world? He hadn't yet seriously studied any of the knowledge unique to this place. With a still sleepy Psyduck by his side, Sulu set off for school. The soothing bell hanging from Psyduck's neck jingled softly with each step. This little bell not only eased Psyduck's headaches, but also made it look even more adorably silly. Although Psyduck only appeared less dazed when frowning in pain, Sulu thought this version of Psyduck was just perfect. As he walked, he pondered Psyduck's future, harnessing its psychic power so it could wield its immense strength even without a headache. "Hey, you've changed. Got a summoned beast and forgot your buddy? Huh? Let me give your duck a pat." Zhang Wei's voice suddenly came from the side, startling Sulu. The two had been neighbors since childhood, and even after Zhang Wei's family moved away, their friendship endured. Seeing their close bond, Psyduck allowed Zhang Wei to approach and gently pat its head. "So, Zhang Wei, what do you plan to do next?" Sulu casually asked as he watched his friend carefully stroke Psyduck. "Well, since I can't be a beast tamer, I'll have to become a breeder. I'm thinking of being a food breeder," Zhang Wei replied confidently. In this world, beast tamers mainly handle combat, while breeders focus on nurturing summoned beasts, with food breeders being a specialized branch. Although breeders don't have the same status as beast tamers, they are still held in higher regard than ordinary people. "Good luck," Sulu encouraged him. "By the way, have you decided what path to take? The final exams for class placement are in just 5 days." Zhang Wei asked. Beast tamers are divided into different branches, and some summoned beasts, while not suited for combat, possess other valuable traits. The final exams in the second year serve as a sorting mechanism. Those who choose and pass the combat branch go directly to the beast taming class, while others are placed based on their scores. In the third year, all students focus intensely on their studies. "The combat branch," Sulu replied without hesitation. This choice was the best fit for him now, as it required less memorization of knowledge. Sulu understood that others had been learning for over a decade, and he couldn't naively expect to catch up in just 5 days. Once at school, Psyduck was allowed to accompany Sulu into the classroom, as long as it didn't cause disruptions. With its dazed demeanor, Psyduck was unlikely to cause trouble. After a day of classes, Sulu felt mentally exhausted. While cultural knowledge was manageable, as he had studied it before, the information on fierce beasts left him bewildered. Despite this, Sulu diligently tried to learn, hoping to find ways to nurture Pokemon from the knowledge of this world. After school, Sulu rubbed his temples as he left the classroom, and Psyduck mimicked his actions, rubbing its head too. Observing from a distance, Gusiki nodded knowingly, thinking, "It's no wonder they're bonded. Even their headaches and head rubbing are in sync." "Finally done with school, huh? I've been waiting for ages." Zhu Qin greeted him cheerfully at the academy gate, dressed casually. "Does the Beast Tamer Alliance get off work this early?" Sulu asked, surprised. "I'm on a day shift, 9 to 5, Zhu Qin explained. "Where's Psyduck?" Sigh. Psyduck peeked out from behind Su Lu. Why does it have a little bell on? Zhu Qin asked curiously. Psyduck likes it, Su Lu replied offhandedly. Oh, let's go then. I've already set up the location, Zhu Qin said, unfazed by the bell, as it wasn't uncommon to adorn one's summoned beast with accessories. Su Lu nodded and followed Zhu Qin away. Watching them leave together, Zhang Wei muttered in confusion. This guy said we'd be wizards together, but he ditched me first. How do we do the assessment? Su Lu inquired once they reached the testing site. Today, we'll start with a physical assessment to determine what type of summoned beast Psyduck is, along with its potential and traits, Zhu Qin explained. There are different types? Su Lu asked, surprised. Did you even pay attention in class? Zhu Qin said with a playful exasperation. Summoned beasts are generally divided into 3 types: static, fusion, and evolution, Zhu Qin patiently explained. Static types can't evolve or fuse. They grow stronger through training, but their strength is mostly set at summoning, so their potential is relatively low. Fusion types can merge with others to form a more powerful entity, and there are many unique fusion methods. However, due to their nature, competition is fierce, even leading to conflicts over fusion beasts. Evolution types can evolve into a new, powerful creature when certain conditions are met, making them the most popular choice. A single summoned beast can take you far. Is that so? Su Lu pondered. Psyduck should be an evolution type since it can evolve into Golduck. Zhu Qin sighed and said, the fusion-type material beasts are the most unfortunate. Even after evolving through fusion, they can't become the main entity. The two of them arrived in front of a laboratory building. Zhu Qin knew well that she couldn't afford to rent the entire building with her finances. It was available for rent, and each usage cost tens of thousands. Nevertheless, to instill confidence in her clients, this expense was a necessity. Inside, the laboratory was clean and orderly. Although the equipment was basic, it was comprehensive. Zhu Qin and Su Lu donned lab coats and began a thorough examination of this new type of summoned creature. Su Lu had Psyduck cooperate with the examination. After half an hour of busy work and placing all the test materials into the machine, they finally caught their breath. Su Lu noticed Zhu Qin's adept handling and curiously asked, "You seem quite experienced?" "Of course, I've spent some time in a lab," Zhu Qin replied. "Then why did you end up working for the Beast Tamer Alliance?" With a hint of frustration, Zhu Qin said, "Got stuck with a wise mentor, I guess." While the machine was still processing, Su Lu glanced around at the other equipment in the lab and asked, "Can you tell me what these instruments do?" Thinking that there was no harm in explaining while they waited, Zhu Qin casually described their functions, assuming that even if Su Lu knew their purposes, he wouldn't actually conduct an experiment. However, after Su Lu absorbed all the information, he nodded, retrieved 3 berries from his backpack, and headed to the lab bench. He began attempting to create energy cubes, a skill he had exchanged for 10,000 points at a store the previous night. Initially, Zhu Qin thought Su Lu was just messing around and worried he might damage the lab equipment, which would require compensation. But as Su Lu executed each step, her expression grew serious. It became evident that every action Su Lu took had a purpose. Zhu Qin stared in amazement as Su Lu conducted the experiment. His movements were smooth and confident, showing a mastery of each step without hesitation. His skill level even surpassed Zhu Qin's own, especially in controlling this particular experiment. 15 minutes later, Su Lu poured the semi-transparent liquid from the beaker onto a tray. The liquid solidified instantly, forming a solid that covered the entire tray. He picked up a knife and cut the solid into small cubes. Surprisingly, once separated, the previously rough edges of the cubes became rounded, indicating a concentration of energy. Success. Su Lu sighed with relief, thinking to himself that even in this world, energy cubes could still be crafted. He felt fortunate that the berries were something he had exchanged for on the spot from the system, using his backpack as a cover. Psyduck seemed to catch a whiff of the aroma, drooling as it gazed longingly at Su Lu. "Haha, you greedy duck," Su Lu said with a mischievous grin. "Do you know how 8 treasure duck is made?" As he spoke, he handed an energy cube to Psyduck. Quack. Psyduck gave Su Lu a disdainful look, but took the food anyway. As Su Lu elaborated on the process of making 8 treasure duck, Psyduck's eating slowed, and beads of sweat appeared on its forehead. It continued eating, tears streaming down its face, as the deliciousness mingled with fear in its heart. "Just kidding," Su Lu laughed. He considered that making energy cubes himself was far cheaper than buying them from the system. If he could develop a berry mixer, he might even be able to produce them in bulk. "What is this? Beast feed?" Zhu Qin asked in confusion. She had assumed Su Lu was just an ordinary beast tamer, but now it seemed there was much more to this young man. "You could say that," Su Lu replied, popping an energy cube into his mouth. It's refreshing, like the feeling of ocean waves." This was an energy cube he specifically designed for Psyduck, enhancing all its attributes. Humans could consume it too, though the strengthening effects were minimal. "Did you study this?" Zhu Qin asked cautiously, feeling a bit anxious if Su Lu was indeed more skilled than she was. How should she view herself? Self-taught, I guess, Su Lu answered nonchalantly. Can I analyze this beast feed of yours? Zhu Qin asked, despite knowing it was impolite to probe into someone's formula. Watching Psyduck enjoy it so much, she couldn't help but want to understand its effects. Su Lu thought for a moment. The raw materials were exclusive to him, and the method was known only to him, making it nearly impossible for others to replicate. Besides, he planned to make a fortune from energy cubes to support more Pokémon in the future. Go ahead and analyze it, he said, tossing another energy cube from Psyduck's dish to Zhu Qin. Psyduck rolled its eyes and turned back to its meal. Zhu Qin carefully caught the energy cube and walked over to the lab's analyzer. Once the sample was inserted, the screen displayed various colored indicators. Compatibility 93, strong water type enhancement, other attribute enhancements. Zhu Qin read the data in shock. This meant that the beast feed was suitable for 90 of summoned beasts and was particularly effective for water-type ones. With long-term use, even ordinary water-type summoned beasts could achieve significant growth. Zhu Qin couldn't help but marvel. This was like divine feed. Although there were foods on the market that could enhance a summoned beast physique, like the popular fierce beast meat, achieving such effects with beast feed usually required meat from a king-level fierce beast. Yet, this young man had managed to create the same effect with just a few berries. Suddenly, Zhu Qin had a thought. Berries? Could these berries be extremely valuable? But berries are plants and can be cultivated. Some grass-type summoned beasts can even accelerate their growth. With this realization, Zhu Qin swallowed hard, glancing at the calm Su Lu beside her. She recalled her own experiences of having her achievements claimed by her mentor. If she could present the research findings of this feed, she could surely make a strong statement. However, Zhu Qin shook her head vigorously and decisively pressed a button. A disc popped out of the machine, and she unhesitatingly threw it into the high-temperature incinerator. What are you doing? Su Lu asked, puzzled. Zhu Qin took a few deep breaths and said seriously, do you realize what you've created? If the big corporations find out, you could be in danger. Su Lu nodded. Yeah, it seems the effects are indeed impressive. Zhu Qin frowned and said, are you seriously thinking about mass production and selling? Your beast food is made from fruits, while most of the ones on the market are made from ferocious beast meat. Your actions will disrupt the market, and those beast food companies won't allow you to do that. Su Lu retorted. What I produce should be beneficial to the Beast Tamers, right? Yes, but this affects other people's interests. Zhu Qin began, but Su Lu waved his hand, cutting her off. Don't worry, anything that benefits the Beast Tamers, the Beast Tamer Alliance will support me, Su Lu said, silently adding in his heart, I have the power to protect this interest. Looking at the confident young man in front of her, Zhu Qin thought to herself, handing over the technology to the Beast Tamer Alliance? That might be the best outcome. Just this achievement alone could earn him a doctorate from the Alliance. Realizing the complexity of the situation, which was beyond her involvement, Zhu Qin decided not to inquire further about the energy cubes. Half an hour later, the test report for Psyduck was finally ready. Su Lu and Zhu Qin approached the machine, with Su Lu feeling a bit anxious, as the report held significance for the uniqueness of Pokémon in this world. Zhu Qin carefully examined the data on the report and read aloud. Water type, evolution potential, physical strength. Su Lu casually asked, is there any issue? Zhu Qin excitedly replied, no issues at all. Everything is above the standard. Psyduck has great potential and is a summonable creature that can still evolve. Congratulations. Once you discover Psyduck's evolution conditions, it will undergo a transformation. She was secretly pleased, knowing that the higher Psyduck's potential, the more attention her paper might receive. Su Lu continued to probe. Is there any abnormal data with Psyduck? Calming her excitement, Zhu Qin continued to carefully analyze the report. After another half hour, she suddenly frowned. Some of the data points are too high. Zhu Qin muttered to herself. Su Lu immediately became alert, thinking. The uniqueness of Pokémon compared to other summoned creatures must lie in these data points. Zhu Qin explained to Su Lu. The energy levels within Psyduck are exceptionally high, ranking it among the top tier of all registered summoned beasts. Additionally, its mental particles are unusually stable. Su Lu interrupted her technical jargon. Just tell me what that means in practical terms. Zhu Qin nodded. High energy levels mean Psyduck can learn new skills more easily and evolve with less effort. Su Lu pondered, stroking his chin. The high energy distribution within Pokémon might be why they can be contained in Pokeballs. Ordinary creatures can't be compressed into a Pokeball, just like humans can't. He continued speculating, so, being contained in a Pokeball isn't a unique Pokémon trait. Other summoned beasts with high energy levels should also be able to be confined in Pokeballs. Therefore, Pokémon won't disrupt this world purely because of their abilities. It just shows their high potential. It's the Pokeball technology that could cause a sensation, Zhu Qin added. As for the overly stable mental particles, The benefit is that Psyduck will be very loyal to you and extremely friendly. Its stable mind allows it to perform beyond its capabilities under your command. However, this friendly demeanor extends to everyone, which might attract those with ill intentions towards stable-minded summoned beasts. She explained further, initially, stable mental particles were seen as a good thing, even a standard test item. But over time, the Beast Master Alliance dismantled many underground organizations and uncovered alarming facts. The plundering of summoned beasts. Although summoned beasts are completely loyal to their beast masters are mortal. Some summoned beasts choose to die with their masters, but many opt to live on. These beasts, accustomed to human interaction, are easier to capture than wild ones. Underground poachers target these beasts, especially those with stable mental particles and friendly natures, as they are easier to deceive. These poachers often attack beast masters to control and capture their summoned beasts. Zhu Qin continued, as a result, the Beast Master Alliance stopped actively testing summoned beasts' mental particles to prevent misuse by those with malicious intentions. Su Lu frowned and asked, so, the more talented and mentally stable a summoned beast is, the more it becomes a target? Zhu Qin replied, it's more accurate to say that any powerful summoned beast becomes a target, and the stability of mental particles is a priority for poachers. But you don't need to worry too much. Testing for stable mental particles requires a sample from the summoned beast. With a bit of caution, you won't encounter major issues, and the Beast Master Alliance is there for protection. Generally, stable mental particles are advantageous. Su Lu shook his head and said, that's because the stakes aren't high enough yet. The power of a divine beast is tempting enough to make any poacher take risks. Even in the relatively safe Pokémon world, many risk everything for a legendary Pokémon, let alone in this perilous world. Although obtaining a Rayquaza's tissue is difficult, demonstrating immense power will always attract unwanted attention. Su Lu speculated that this scenario was related to the traits of Pokémon. Besides their extraordinary abilities, what people most admired about Pokémon was their bonds. In the Pokémon world, bonds are not just ties or restraints but inseparable emotional connections. It's said that Pokémon can sense human emotions to some extent, forming bonds with them. Under the influence of these bonds, Pokémon can perform far beyond their usual capabilities and sometimes undergo the legendary bond evolution. In the Pokémon world, the bond between Pokémon and humans is an eternal theme, and it seems the summoned Pokémon are no different. Yet, Su Lu couldn't help but wonder if there truly was a bond between himself and his summoned Pokémon, or if it was merely a systems manipulation. If one day he were to pass away, would the Pokémon he left behind form new bonds with suitable people? Lost in thought, Su Lu was gently tapped by Psyduck. He snapped back to reality and smiled. You're right, I'm overthinking it. All I need to know is that you're all my family now. He happily petted Psyduck on the head. Su Lu declared with determination, every encounter creates something new. The meeting of humans and Pokémon gives rise to bonds. The creation of these bonds is the true treasure of Pokémon. Nothing can sever a bond willingly formed between the two. And if anyone tries to disrupt it, quack! Psyduck chimed in. Roar! Rayquaza's voice echoed in Su Lu's mind. Then they shall be cut down. Su Lu and the other Pokémon declared in unison. Zhu Qin watched the young man before her, and for a moment, she felt Su Lu's gaze become incredibly sharp and resolute, a palpable pressure making it hard for her to breathe. Sensing his lapse, Su Lu reined in his aura and said, sorry, I got carried away. Other than that, is there anything else about Psyduck? After acquiring the mental power talent seed, Su Lu's intense thoughts would cause a mental power fluctuation, which was why Zhu Qin felt that pressure. Once Su Lu calmed down, Zhu Qin returned to normal and wasn't suspicious, assuming it was just Su Lu's imposing presence. Zhu Qin replied, of course not. It's in perfect health. With this data, I can help you analyze Psyduck's development path. She thought to herself that Psyduck's immense potential would enhance her research and papers. If Psyduck gained fame in the future, all the better. All right, go ahead. Su Lu gestured for her to continue. As it turned out, Zhu Qin was indeed knowledgeable, providing Su Lu with valuable information. She suggested suitable ingredients for Psyduck, known enhancement materials, and even appropriate training locations, all things Su Lu hadn't known before. They discussed until 9 p.m. when Su Lu finally headed home with Psyduck. However, late at night, he quietly took Psyduck out again, not returning until 2 a.m. With only 5 days left until the final exams, Su Lu didn't expect to pass the cultural subjects, having just arrived in this world. Consequently, he often dozed off in class over the following days. However, all the teachers knew Su Lu was essentially a candidate for the Beast Master class, so they didn't interfere much. And so, 5 days quickly passed. Finally, the day of the final exams arrived. The cultural exam only lasted for a day. Although Su Lu had already chosen the beast taming class, he still needed to meet certain cultural subject standards for the college entrance exam. With a sense of dread, he forced himself to take the exam, feeling anxious inside. After the exam, Zhang Wei, looking relaxed, approached Su Lu and asked, "How do you think you did, Su Lu? You have the beast taming assessment tomorrow, right?" Su Lu shrugged helplessly. "What can I say? I bombed it. I can only hope for the best in tomorrow's beast taming assessment." He had come to terms with it, his tone carrying a hint of self-mockery. Standing nearby, Psyduck quacked twice, as if in agreement. It had witnessed Su Lu's journey from initial effort to eventual resignation. 5 days might be enough to miraculously finish summer homework, but not to fill a knowledge gap of over 10 years. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Su Lu turned to Zhang Wei and asked, "By the way, didn't you mention wanting to become a culinary cultivator?" Zhang Wei nodded, explaining, "That's right. Culinary cultivators use ferocious beast meat for cooking, achieving therapeutic effects through their dishes. I've signed up for a new Oriental cultivation class this summer. If all goes well, I might even get a junior culinary cultivator certificate." Su Lu's eyes lit up with intrigue. "Really? I have a product idea you might want to explore. It could be a big moneymaker." Zhang Wei was puzzled, knowing Su Lu well. Su Lu never cooked, yet here he was with a product idea for a culinary cultivator? Half jokingly, he said, "What? Is your kitchen not enough for your experiments, and you want to mess up mine? Or have you concocted a new dark cuisine recipe you're afraid to try at home?" "Come on, I'm serious," Su Lu replied earnestly. Seeing Su Lu wasn't joking, Zhang Wei put on a more serious expression. "Really? All right, tell me about it." Su Lu slowly explained. "It's actually a nutrition composition plan. See if you can find ferocious beast meat with similar effects and blend them into food." This idea was inspired by research on energy cubes. Although Su Lu could easily produce energy cubes and planned to use them as a future source of income, he didn't want to reveal the berries just yet. He couldn't grow them immediately in this world, at least not in W City. If the berries were exposed, others might notice something unusual, and their appearance required a reasonable explanation. Therefore, Su Lu's plan was to sell only the leftover energy cubes from his Pokémon, given their limited quantity. Besides the berries, he was also exploring alternative ingredients, which is why he thought of Zhang Wei. After hearing him out, Zhang Wei seemed thoughtful. He knew Su Lu was always coming up with ingenious ideas, and this one seemed feasible too. "All right, I'll experiment with some recipes and let you know the results," Zhang Wei said, unusually serious, as he turned to leave, pondering various possibilities. Su Lu wasn't worried about the energy cube formula being leaked. The real ingredients were only known to him. Having Zhang Wei research it was a win-win situation. If it worked, Su Lu would have an alternative to the berries. If not, it didn't matter. As for why he didn't involve Zhu Qin, simply put, their relationship hadn't reached that level of trust as it had with Zhang Wei. After parting ways with Zhang Wei, Su Lu headed to the lab he had rented earlier. Although humans were confined to cities, each city supported research and development, as evidenced by this public lab. Zhu Qin couldn't afford to rent a lab daily, but Su Lu could. Every night, Su Lu would go out, and with Rayquaza by his side, his efficiency was high, making it easy to find prey. Though he didn't bring back a lot of ferocious beast corpses, he earned about 30 to 50,000 a day, enough to cover his expenses. Su Lu donned a lab coat and entered the lab. Zhu Qin was busy conducting various tests. Seeing Su Lu, she exclaimed excitedly, "Su Lu, you're here. Guess what I discovered? Psyduck has a high affinity for Mingbo crystals." "Mingbo crystals?" Su Lu asked. Zhu Qin explained, "They're materials that can stimulate psychic power and are highly compatible with Psyduck. I bought some myself. Let's Psyduck give it a try." Su Lu nodded, thinking he had finally found a suitable material for Psyduck in this world. Although the store had many materials, his points were limited. To Su Lu, points were far more valuable than money. Anything that could be bought with money should be bought in reality. Zhu Qin took out a light blue crystal, its glow flowing like water waves. "This is the so-called Mingbo crystal," she said. "Psyduck, try it out." Su Lu handed the Mingbo crystal to Psyduck. With his newfound psychic power talent, Su Lu could sense the mental waves within the crystal. It wasn't as strong as Sabrina's psychic-type Pokémon, but it was sufficient. In Su Lu's hand, the Mingbo crystal had almost no effect, but as soon as it was in Psyduck's hand, the light blue glow slowly flowed toward it. Holding the Mingbo crystal, Psyduck felt a comforting wave and coolness from within, as if using psychic power wouldn't give it a headache. However, once the glow faded, Psyduck reverted to its usual self. "It works!" Su Lu exclaimed in delight. "How much do these cost?" 5,000 each, Zhu Qin replied, then tentatively asked, "Boss, could you cover the cost for me?" She understood now that Su Lu was the real big spender, earning in one outing what she made in a month or two. Zhu Qin couldn't help but wonder if Psyduck's psychic power was great for scouting, making it easy to find ferocious beasts to hunt. "Sure, keep researching," Su Lu agreed. At 5,000 per piece, and with Psyduck able to absorb one in a minute, the daily cost would add up quickly. Indeed, training Pokémon required money. With that, Su Lu took out some berries and began crafting energy cubes. Psyduck and Rayquaza's daily meals now consisted of energy cubes. One of the reasons Sulu rented the lab was to conveniently make energy cubes. After completing his daily tasks, Sulu plucked some feathers from Psyduck for Zhuqin's experiments and then left. As they walked, Psyduck scratched its head, wondering if it was just a feeling, but its head seemed to be getting colder. It was still early, and after tomorrow, summer vacation would begin. Sulu thought he might as well buy a car, making it easier to earn money. Due to school commitments, Sulu has been quite busy these days. Once the test is over tomorrow, he'll have more free time and can consider bringing back all the spoils he previously couldn't. With Psyduck by his side, Sulu arrived at the car dealership. Seeing the one-star badge he wore, the staff enthusiastically approached him. Over the past 5 days, Sulu had been bringing back some fierce beast carcasses daily, accumulating enough points to be promoted to a 1-star beast master. With the upgrade, he unlocked several privileges, such as a 10 discount on inside purchases. Honored Beast Master, what type of vehicle are you looking for? Any special requirements? The attendant inquired respectfully. I need a vehicle for transporting beast carcasses outside the city. It needs to be durable with a large cargo capacity. Recommend something suitable, Sulu replied straightforwardly. Transporting beasts? That's indeed typical of a star-ranked beast master. The attendant nodded knowingly and recommended a Wuling Hongguang priced at 300,000. This vehicle was essentially an enlarged high-chassis off-road van, a popular choice for transporting goods in the wild. Its impressive 6-ton cargo capacity was on par with a truck. Sulu immediately decided to purchase it, and soon he was ready to hit the road. As beast masters often lost vehicles in the wild, the purchasing process was greatly simplified. With Psyduck in tow, Sulu drove his new vehicle towards the city outskirts. The guards at the city gate only performed a routine check of his badge and vehicle before allowing him to pass. Sitting in the driver's seat, Sulu skillfully maneuvered the vehicle. Psyduck seemed curious about his actions, tilting its head to observe. Psyduck, are you interested in driving? Sulu noticed his companion's reaction. Sigh. Psyduck responded excitedly. I can tell from your yellow feathers that you're meant to be a great driver someday. Sulu joked, then had an idea. Let me teach you how to drive. Sulu proceeded to explain the driving techniques to Psyduck in detail. Perhaps due to the Mingbo crystal's effect, Psyduck learned quickly. Psyduck learned. Psyduck chirped excitedly. It was the first skill it had learned on its own, so no wonder it was so thrilled. Already? Maybe the yellow feathers really do give you an edge, Sulu muttered, then hit the brakes. Let's switch places, you give it a try. Overjoyed, Psyduck was placed in the driver's seat by Sulu. However, when it reached out its limbs, disaster struck. Psyduck let out a cry of distress. Its short arms couldn't reach the steering wheel, and its short legs couldn't touch the pedals. Worse still, sitting in the driver's seat, it couldn't even see the ground. Psyduck's short limbs flailed helplessly in the air. Having finally learned a skill and gotten a chance to be in charge, only to be thwarted like this, left Psyduck disheartened. It slumped over the horn in despair. Psyduck looked up at Sulu in shock. Psyduck's like this, and you're laughing. Stifling his laughter, Sulu explained, well, Psyduck, I'm a professionally trained trainer, and generally, I wouldn't laugh at my Pokémon unless I can't help it. Besides, maybe, perhaps, you could drive using your psychic powers. Psyduck realized. The Wuling Hongguang started up again. This was actually a training method Sulu devised. If Psyduck could control the vehicle precisely with its psychic powers, it would significantly enhance its mental strength and improve its telekinetic control and psychic perception. Most importantly, Psyduck's interest in driving was the best motivation for training. Psyduck quickly mastered the knack of driving with psychic powers. For safety, Sulu remained in the driver's seat, while Psyduck lay by the passenger window, controlling the vehicle with its mind. If anything went wrong, Sulu could take over at any moment. Thus, the large van moved along in fits and starts, with its rear occasionally bouncing humorously. Rayquaza, use Twister, Sulu commanded. Roar. Rayquaza let out a roar, effortlessly taking down 3 deer-like beasts with trident-like antlers. To Rayquaza, these ordinary fierce beasts were too weak to even provide much experience. Well done, Sulu praised. Roar. Rayquaza squinted its eyes, seemingly disdainful of the insignificant prey. Psyduck skillfully used its psychic powers to load the beast carcasses into the van. Watching its elder brother, Psyduck stood with hands on hips, proudly quacking a couple of times. Psyduck was brimming with confidence, its eyes gleaming with excitement. The seasoned driver training plan that Sulu had devised for it made it feel optimistic, as if it could already see itself toppling the current leader, becoming the main force, and reaching the peak of its duck life. At that moment, Rayquaza turned its head, looking at Sulu with a questioning gaze. Sulu immediately understood its intent and gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Rayquaza, your training path is actually quite straightforward, Sulu began to explain. You are already a legendary Pokemon with exceptional potential and undeniable talent. What we need to do is not to guide you on how to train, but to provide you with the best resources so you can reach peak strength in the shortest time possible. Pausing briefly, Sulu continued, specifically, this means helping you level up quickly and unlocking Mega Evolution. I've checked the shop thoroughly, and they don't sell the Emperor's Organ or the Rayquaza Mega Stone. According to the setup, to undergo Mega Evolution, besides mastering your signature move, Dragon Ascent, you also need the Emperor's Organ. This organ essentially acts as the Mega Stone and key. Rayquaza listened intently, nodding occasionally to show its understanding. Sulu went on, in the Pokemon world, you've been devouring meteors and absorbing their energy for billions of years, eventually forming the Emperor's Organ. Therefore, your enhancement ultimately depends on meteors, or rather, some special energy they contain. Sulu sighed. The problem is, meteors are incredibly expensive, which is why I need to make money. He paused for a moment, seemingly struck by an idea, but then shook his head and continued, in short, there are two things you need to focus on now. First, fly rapidly through the sky to master Dragon Ascent. Second, intercept meteors. Of course, I'll also help you purchase meteors. You need to identify the most valuable components within them, and I'll try to analyze and buy them in bulk to help you quickly form the Emperor's Organ. Rayquaza nodded solemnly after hearing this. It finally had a clear goal for becoming stronger, its eyes shining with determination. As time ticked away, a new day quickly dawned. Sulu knew it was time for another round of the lottery. After drawing the bell of consolation, it seemed that Sulu's luck had run out. For several consecutive days, he only managed to obtain small items, worth less than 50 points. Today marked the 5th day, and Sulu thought, I've had ordinary items for 4 days straight. It's about time for a Pokemon, right? With anticipation, he spun the wheel. The pointer rotated and finally slowed to a stop on the ordinary Pokemon section. Sulu held his breath, watching as the Pokemon took shape before him. A small-sized Pokemon appeared in front of Sulu. It had a tiny body, a slender leaf atop its head, and beneath the deep blue plant bulb were 2 round little feet. It was an adorable Oddish. Sulu gently cradled the little creature in his hands. It was even smaller than he had imagined, possibly due to its low level. Oddish seemed to sense Sulu's affection and let out a joyful "do," nuzzling against Sulu's palm affectionately. At that moment, Psyduck came waddling over, curiously inspecting the new companion with its eyes darting around. It gave an excited quack, and Oddish responded amicably with a "do." Rayquaza also turned its head, its deep gaze settling on Oddish. Perhaps sensing Rayquaza's powerful aura, Oddish seemed a bit frightened and instinctively shrank closer to Sulu. Sulu gently patted Oddish's head, soothingly saying, "Don't be scared. These are your seniors." Then, Sulu checked Oddish's stats. Oddish. Quality. Elite. Current level. 5. Type. Grass, Poison. Ability. Runaway almost guaranteed to escape successfully. Status. Healthy. Moves. Absorb. Growth. Elite potential. Sulu nodded to himself. Although Oddish is one of the most common Pokemon in the Pokemon world and doesn't have high base stats, having elite potential is quite impressive. Moreover, this Oddish had the hidden ability, Runaway, instead of the usual, Chlorophyll. No wonder this little one is so timid. Sulu mused, noticing Oddish's cautious glances toward Rayquaza. Rayquaza seemed to sense Oddish's unease and let out a low roar, nodding proudly as if to assure it would take good care of this junior. Sulu took out an energy cube, similar to the ones Rayquaza had, and offered it to Oddish. The little creature eagerly accepted it, swallowing it whole and showing a satisfied expression, accompanied by a delighted "do." "All right, we've gotten to know each other," Sulu said. "One last question. Are you willing to battle?" Sulu was aware that with the system's help, he would encounter many Pokemon in the future. He didn't want to force any Pokemon unwilling to fight into training. Oddish looked enviously at Rayquaza, then shook its head firmly. It seemed to understand its limited capabilities, especially after witnessing such a powerful companion. Oddish expressed, with a do-do, that it was willing to help its trainer in other ways but didn't want to be a hindrance in battle. Understanding Oddish's sentiment, Sulu smiled and said, "Then I'll be counting on you, Oddish." With that, he took out a Pokeball and aimed it at Oddish. "Oddish, get." With a soft sound, Oddish was absorbed into the Pokeball. Psyduck jumped joyfully beside him, exclaiming, "Quack, more friends for Duck Duck." With the hunt complete and the lottery over, the van Sulu had brought was already half full. The night was deep, signaling the end of today's activities. "By the way, Rayquaza," Sulu looked up at the dragon in the sky, "keep an eye out for a suitable spot while you fly. We might establish a secret base." Rayquaza nodded and then transformed into a green streak, disappearing into the night sky. Sulu's mind was already planning for the future. He intended to plant berries outside the city, where there was more space, and build a place to house the Pokemon. Based on the probability of summoning Pokemon, he estimated he could call forth over 100 Pokemon in a year. Once he summoned more grass-type Pokemon, they could even cultivate the berries themselves. Perhaps, in years to come, Pokemon will take root in this world like mythical beasts, Sulu envisioned. Such a world would be beautiful. Alright, let's head back, Sulu said to Psyduck. You can drive. Quack. Leave it to Duck Duck. Psyduck responded confidently. Meanwhile, in the Beastmaster Alliance in W City, Dong Yanfeng was carefully examining the satellite images. Have you detected it? He asked. We have, but we still haven't captured detailed photos, the staff replied. Due to Rayquaza's swift movements and the atmospheric shield, even satellites struggled to capture clear images. Although we lack detailed photos, we've noticed that this mysterious flying dragon, temporarily named Sky Dragon, moves incredibly fast, leaving wave traces in the sky. We can roughly estimate its trajectory from these traces, the staff explained. Oh, let me see, Dong Yanfeng said with interest. The staff then displayed the suspected trajectory of Rayquaza's movements. Dong Yanfeng was surprised to find that its activity range covered 1,000 kilometers around W City. However, at night, it seemed to primarily stay near W City. This kind of movement pattern, it seems it's still in W City, Dong Yanfeng mused. I wonder what that Beastmaster's intentions are. Since learning that Rayquaza was owned by a Beastmaster, Dong Yanfeng's concerns had eased considerably. After all, this Sky Dragon hadn't shown any malice towards W City thus far. Humans are easier to communicate with than mythical beasts, Dong Yanfeng muttered to himself, then asked, by the way, any news from the City Lord? The last time we contacted the City Lord, he returned briefly and then left again. There hasn't been any new information since, the staff replied. Inform him again, Dong Yanfeng instructed. The new Heavenly King plans to come to W City and intends to establish her own city nearby. This matter requires the City Lord's decision. Although Dong Yanfeng was part of the Beastmaster Alliance, in terms of strength, the City Lords were still more powerful. After all, City Lords were the true frontier kings. The new Heavenly King? Is it the Radiant King? The staff inquired. Yes, that 19-year-old prodigy, Dong Yanfeng confirmed. On Sulu's side, Psyduck confidently declared that it had completely mastered driving skills and insisted on sitting in the driver's seat. Sulu knew well that this was likely Psyduck's attempt to show off in front of the newly arrived Oddish. After some verification and consideration, Sulu eventually compromised, allowing Psyduck to lean against the driver's window while holding Oddish in the passenger seat. Unlike most grass-type Pokemon that choose to rest at night, Oddish's leaves can absorb moonlight for photosynthesis, allowing it to remain energetic even at night. Although Sulu could store Oddish in a Pokeball, he planned to register it as his contracted beast and test the Beast Alliance's attitude. Psyduck drove the vehicle swiftly towards the city gate. The city guards routinely shouted, "A Beast Tamer is returning. Go check it out." However, they sensed something unusual even before approaching. Huh, am I seeing things? One guard asked in confusion. What's wrong? Another guard inquired. This Beast Tamer looks quite unique, kind of like a duck. As Sulu's vehicle got closer, the two guards finally confirmed that it was indeed a duck driving. They looked as if they had seen a ghost, as this was certainly a sight they had never encountered before. Seeing the guards stunned, Psyduck honked the horn, beep beep. After completing the registration, one of the guards said helplessly, Sulu, you're Psyduck's Beast Tamer, right? You really dared to let Psyduck drive? Does it have a license? Got it. I'll take it for a test in a few days, Sulu nodded, relieved that the guard didn't ask about his own driving license. Alright, just don't let your beast drive in the city. Open the trunk for the usual contraband check. Sulu opened the trunk, revealing it was full of fierce beast corpses. The guard's gaze softened. Nice haul. After scanning with an instrument, Sulu passed the inspection. Next was the matter of handling Oddish. Although Oddish looked harmless, upon learning it was a fierce beast, the two guards decisively escorted Sulu to the Beast Alliance. After all, fierce beasts require strict approval to enter the city. Before this, Sulu processed the fierce beast corpses, earning a substantial 500 points and 600,000 in cash. Sulu was received by an old man accompanied by a seahorse-like beast. The old man keenly observed the drowsy Oddish in Sulu's arms. A fierce beast I've never seen. Is this a mutated species? After reviewing Sulu's information, the old man asked, Sulu, right? This must be the fierce beast you encountered today? Sulu glanced at the identity badge on the old man's chest. Beast Alliance W City Research Department Deputy Director Lu Changqing nodded. Yes. It doesn't show hostility towards you? Lu Changqing asked, and Sulu suddenly understood why he was so excited. Wild fierce beasts are usually quite aggressive, and even when brought back to the city, they are typically transported for taming. It was rare to see someone like Sulu holding a fierce beast so casually, resembling a creature bred for taming. No hostility, this little guy is very friendly, Sulu replied. Odd. Oddish curiously looked at Lu Chongqing and Sulu. Friendly? It might be a newborn. But even a newborn fierce beast must reach over 99 control to be registered as your beast, Lu Chongqing explained. Sulu inquired about the placement of fierce beasts that didn't meet the control standard, to which Lu Chongqing explained they are kept in observation areas provided by the Beast Alliance, which also serve as official venues for live fierce beast trading. After paying the fee, Sulu brought Oddish to the coordination device for testing. Oddish touched the device with the leaf on its head. 100? 100? And still 100? Is this a perfect beast? Lu Chongqing widened his eyes, astonished by the data. If he didn't know Sulu's primary summoned beast was Psyduck, he might have thought this cute, peculiar creature was Sulu's summoned beast. Ultimately, in Sulu's records, besides the entry for his primary beast Psyduck, there was now an additional entry for the beast Oddish. After completing the Beast Alliance's assessment, Sulu left. Minister Lu stood by the window, his gaze filled with curiosity about the Oddish. An employee approached him and softly asked, Minister Lu, are you still thinking about that Oddish? Lu Chongqing nodded, replying, since it's a new ferocious beast, naturally, I'm curious about such a creature. His gaze remained distant, as if lost in thought. The employee hesitated before asking, do you want me to contact that young man? No need. Lu Chongqing shook his head firmly. Our main focus now is still the study of the berserk blood. As night fell, Sulu returned home with the Oddish. His parents were already asleep, and the house was silent. Although Sulu was now able to earn money and had suggested his parents stop working to enjoy life, they were the kind of people who couldn't stay idle and insisted on continuing their jobs. The next morning, when Sulu emerged from his room with the adorable Oddish, his parents were once again astonished. In just a few days, their son had brought home another beast. It's common knowledge that taming a wild beast could take the average person 10 to 20 years. Yet their son had managed it in mere days. They couldn't help but marvel at the achievements of a child from the Su family. After breakfast, Sulu slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed to school. Once today's tests were over, he would be free to enjoy 2 months of summer vacation. On campus, students from the beast taming class were gathered together, with each class's beast taming teacher, the PE teacher, maintaining order. Teacher Li Daming quickly noticed the new beast behind Sulu, drawing envious glances from many classmates. Their own summoned beasts were still in the early stages of development, while Sulu had already captured a new one. Is this your new beast? Li Daming asked, with a hint of surprise in his voice. Yes, Sulu replied succinctly. How long did it take you to tame it? About a day. A day. Li Daming looked at Sulu in astonishment, thinking that this kid's beast taming talent was remarkably strong. To transform a ferocious beast into a tamed one in such a short time is an enviable gift. Just from this alone, Li Daming considered Sulu a natural-born beast tamer. He couldn't help but wonder if Sulu had been born into a prominent family and had access to potentially tameable beasts from a young age. He might already be a high-ranking beast tamer by now. Does it have any combat abilities? Li Daming asked again. Who are you planning to send into the battle? Psyduck, Sulu answered. Li Daming nodded and refrained from further questioning. Once all the students had gathered, the head of the school began to announce the test details. The assessment for the beast taming class was quite straightforward, a beast battle against their PE teacher. The PE teachers from other classes were responsible for scoring based on combat strength, potential, and the beast tamer's command. As long as one of these categories was satisfactory, the student could choose to enter the beast taming class. This was a simple and direct method of testing, as there was no standardized way to evaluate beasts. If a student could defeat the PE teacher's beast, they would receive beast food worth 100,000 as a reward. There were over 60 students participating in the exam, some of whom were beast tamers with no obvious potential but were trying their luck, given that one of the 3 test categories was the beast tamer's command. Meanwhile, on the sports field of No. 2 High School in W City, Principal Xia Hai was accompanying a short-haired girl watching the ongoing battles. The girl had a delicate face, and under the sunlight, she seemed to radiate a gentle glow. She wore a rainbow-hued, crystalline butterfly on her head, which looked like a decorative piece. Muyu, Xia Hai sighed. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, you're already 19 and have become a heavenly king. Grandpa, Siamu Yu said softly. Mom and Dad said they miss you and wanted me to ask when you'll come home. Go home? The old principal shook his head. I'll retire and go back when I'm old enough. By the way, since you're here, help me see if there are any promising talents. He spoke to his granddaughter with enthusiasm. Although Xia Hai was not a beast tamer and didn't even possess the talent to be a breeder, he resolutely chose the teaching profession. Nothing made him happier than witnessing the emergence of a genius. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Siamu Yu turned her gaze to the sports field. Her rise to the rank of Heavenly King at the age of 19 was closely linked to her unique talent. Humans originally lacked supernatural abilities, but some humanoid beasts could leave descendants with humans. It's said that Siamu Yu's great-grandfather married his summoned beast. It wasn't until Siamu Yu's generation that someone in the Xia family awakened the extraordinary talent in their bloodline. With the influence of her special bloodline, Siamu Yu found it easier to gain the recognition of ferocious beasts and could sense the mental connection between humans and beasts. Leveraging this ability, she effortlessly developed the potential of her beasts and tamed several suitable ones, quickly becoming a heavenly king and earning the title Heaven's Light. The battles began with the first class, and the results were almost predictable, with the teachers holding the upper hand. After all the beast taming teachers were at least 2-star beast tamers with rich combat experience, far beyond what students who had only recently summoned their beasts could match. Many students hadn't even fully grasped their beast's abilities, let alone commanded them in battle. As a result, some students' performances were quite dismal. Siamu Yu watched it all with a calm demeanor, as if she had already anticipated such outcomes. In her view, while battle experience and talent are certainly important, what truly allows a beast master to go far is the ability to establish a deep bond with their beast. This is crucial for all beast masters, regardless of whether their primary beast is strong or weak. Siamu Yu keenly observed the beast masters in the arena. Although they could forcibly control their summoned beasts, she knew that true beast development went far beyond mere control. However, she was disappointed to find that the spiritual connection between all the beast masters and their beasts was pitifully weak, akin to a gamer awkwardly controlling a character on a screen. So, any with good potential? Xia Hai asked eagerly. Siamu Yu shook her head slightly, her brow furrowed. Xia Hai understood. He knew his granddaughter had exceptionally high standards. Just then, Gu Siki took the stage. Her opponent was the class's Beast Master Teacher's ironclad boar. Gu Siki's angel beast gracefully soared in the air, beyond the boar's reach. A magnificent beam of light descended from the sky, shattering the boar's iron defenses in an instant. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Gu Siki became the first student to earn a reward of beast feed. She smirked, basking in the attention. Instinctively, her eyes searched for a particular figure, Su Lu. Yet, to her disappointment, Su Lu seemed completely oblivious to her performance, entirely engrossed in interacting with his Psyduck. Xia Hai turned to Siamu Yu with excitement. She's the top student of this class, and her summoned beast is an angel, somewhat similar in ability to your primary beast. Her potential should be quite high, right? He even considered introducing the two. However, Siamu Yu's response was like a cold shower. She's worse than the others, she said coolly. She explained that while she could sense a faint connection in others during battle, she detected no mental fluctuations from Gu Siki at all. This meant that, apart from issuing a few simple commands, there was no connection between the Beast Master and the summoned beast. Siamu Yu further analyzed. This situation arises due to both the Beast Master and the summoned beast. Two proud personalities result in extreme independence and exclusivity. This relationship is like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment given the right trigger. Next up, Su Lu, it's your turn. Li Daming's voice interrupted her thoughts. He signaled for his flame rhino to take the center of the arena. Su Lu took a deep breath and turned to his partner. Psyduck, it's showtime. Psyduck responded firmly. At that moment, Siamu Yu suddenly sensed an unprecedented surge of energy. It was as if a brilliant light flashed before her eyes, leaving her momentarily stunned. Quack! Psyduck cried out excitedly, its eyes sparkling with determination. This was its first battle, and it had to win. Su Lu noticed that Psyduck was even more eager for victory than he was, and couldn't help but smile. Li Daming nodded approvingly, recognizing the bond between Su Lu and Psyduck. Charge! Li Daming initiated the attack. His flaming rhinoceros started to charge, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Before the match, Li Daming had specifically instructed the flaming rhinoceros to avoid causing any serious injuries. Confusion. Su Lu responded calmly. Psyduck's eyes glowed with a silvery light, and the once speeding flaming rhinoceros suddenly slowed down. Although the 2-meter-tall, 6-to-17 beast was enormous, Psyduck's psychic power wasn't enough to lift it completely, but it was more than enough to trip it up. Psyduck skillfully manipulated its psychic power, targeting various parts of the flaming rhinoceros, turning its once fierce charge into a sluggish advance. What powerful psychic strength! Li Daming exclaimed in delight. Although his flaming rhinoceros was only at the elite level, it was still quite a challenge for students. Seizing the opportunity, Psyduck wagged its little tail, using its tail whip skill. The strange waves spread out, leaving the flaming rhinoceros's fierce gaze somewhat bewildered. This newly learned skill could lower the opponent's guard and weaken its defenses. Now, water gun! Su Lu commanded, seizing the moment. As a water-type Pokémon, Psyduck had easily mastered this move, which was particularly effective against fire types. With the energy blocks Su Lu had carefully prepared, Psyduck's water-type energy was quite formidable. A stream of water hit the unsuspecting flaming rhinoceros right on the head. The tremendous impact caused the rhinoceros to roll its eyes and collapse with a thud. Li Daming called out anxiously, "Flaming rhinoceros, are you okay?" Upon closer inspection, the flaming rhinoceros was actually snoring. It turned out that Su Lu had Psyduck finish off with a hypnosis move, rendering the opponent completely incapable of fighting. Li Daming breathed a sigh of relief and said appreciatively, "Well done. Excellent command, and Psyduck has great potential." "So, did I pass?" Su Lu asked. "Absolutely," Li Daming replied with a smile. "You even defeated my flaming rhinoceros. How could you not pass?" Quacked Psyduck chirped happily, as if seeking praise from Su Lu. The Oddish nearby bounced joyfully, and Su Lu affectionately patted Psyduck's head. "Great job. Today we're going out for a feast." In the distance, Siamu Yu watched silently, a slight smile finally appearing on her lips. She felt the same flutter she had when she first received her glimmer butterfly 3 years ago. That strong emotional connection. "If anyone is likely to achieve something great, I think it would be him," she said, pointing at the beaming Su Lu. "But his summoned beast doesn't seem as strong as an angel," Xia Hai remarked, puzzled. "That's because they've only had their summoned beast for less than 10 days, Siamu Yu explained, "and without a real battle, who can say whose beast is stronger?" At that moment, Siamu Yu's phone rang, showing a call from the Beast Alliance. After a brief conversation, her expression returned to its usual calm. She bid farewell to Xia Hai. Siamu Yu's radiant glass butterfly spread its wings, casting brilliant light and forming a pair of enormous wings. She slowly rose into the sky, preparing to discuss the establishment of a new city with the city lord. This scene immediately caught the attention of those around. "Wow, look, isn't that the sky light Siamu Yu? She's actually here in W City. And right at our school," someone exclaimed. "Darn, if I had noticed earlier, I could have asked for an autograph. So beautiful, even more stunning than on TV." Su Lu also looked up. As a champion, Siamu Yu had the right to fly freely in the city, while others needed special permission. "What's a champion doing in W City? On vacation?" someone speculated. "I guess she's here to expand. East of W City is all Lost Land," another person suggested. "Expand? Are you kidding? That's something only veteran champions do, right? Although I know Siamu Yu is strong, subduing an entire area is probably beyond her capabilities, isn't it? Who knows?" Siamu Yu's brief appearance caused a stir, but the testing continued. Ultimately, Su Lu passed with high marks and won a prize of 10,000 worth of beast food. However, since he had better energy blocks, Su Lu requested to exchange the prize for cash. After wrapping up school business, Su Lu headed to the lab to prepare the day's food for Rayquaza. Zhu Qin was quite interested in the Oddish Su Lu brought back, but since she was still focused on the Psyduck research, she didn't have the time to study a new beast. Later, Su Lu loaded his car with supplies and drove away from W City. After leaving W City, Su Lu drove for over an hour, gradually distancing himself from the hustle and bustle of urban life. As the road began to disappear, the scene before him turned desolate and perilous. This was an area not yet fully reclaimed by humanity, shrouded for a century by temporal rifts, truly living up to its reputation as a dangerous land. Su Lu parked the car in a relatively safe spot and gazed into the distance at the treacherous terrain. The sight was astonishing. Once towering skyscrapers were now consumed by dense vegetation, becoming a haven for fierce beasts. Only powerful beast tamers dared to venture into this region. The purpose of Su Lu's journey was due to the decreasing number of fierce beasts near W City. He suspected this might be related to the appearance of Rayquaza, as it seemed the beast had sensed the presence of this formidable entity. To continue his hunt, he had to venture deeper with Rayquaza. While Su Lu was lost in thought, Rayquaza descended from the sky, landing gracefully beside him. Since obtaining the Psychic Seed, the connection between Su Lu and his summoned Pokémon had grown stronger, allowing him to successfully call upon Rayquaza each time he left the city. Su Lu retrieved a large bag of energy cubes from his backpack and handed them to Rayquaza. The dragon squinted its eyes in satisfaction, letting out a contented growl. Then, Rayquaza excitedly conveyed a message to Su Lu. It had found a suitable location for a secret base and a place to grow berries. This news delighted Su Lu. Although the location was roughly 400 miles away, Rayquaza had mastered the atmospheric shield skill, enabling it to fly Su Lu there at high speed. Filled with excitement, Su Lu decided to temporarily set aside his hunting plans and check out this potential base. After recalling his Oddish and Psyduck, Su Lu climbed onto Rayquaza's head. As they ascended, the speed increased steadily. Even though Su Lu had been consuming fierce beast meat and energy cubes to strengthen his physique, he still found himself short of breath. He made a mental note that he would need to continue training if he hoped to fight from atop Rayquaza in the future. As Su Lu and Rayquaza streaked across the sky like a green flash, far away in the eastern perilous land, Siamu Yu looked up. With her superhuman vision, she caught sight of the swift green streak. Beside her, Hu Yunji, the city lord of W City, noticed Siamu Yu's unusual reaction and asked, Emperor Xia, did you see something? Siamu Yu replied solemnly, it seems there's a powerful presence. Very strong, terrifyingly so. I'm afraid this isn't a suitable place to build a city. Although Hu Yunji saw nothing, she was well aware of the unique nature of the Xia family's bloodline. She pressed further. Can you tell me more about what you saw? Siamu Yu explained earnestly. Aunt Hu, it was moving too fast. All I could see was a rapidly streaking green line. But just from its speed alone, it surpasses the level of an emperor. If Hu Yunji can't provide an explanation, she will immediately return and forcibly take Xia Hai away from City W. This thought flashed through Hu Yunji's mind, and she took a deep breath, deciding to confess to Siamu Yu about the Sky Dragon. Hu Yunji looked around. City W was the only large human city within hundreds of miles, isolated and without support. Her weary eyes showed a hint of concern as she spoke slowly. The reason I'm so busy is that there are no other heavenly kings or cities to rely on. Almost all threatening space-time rifts can only be suppressed by me alone. Her voice carried a trace of bitterness as she continued. I'm getting old and don't know how much longer I can protect City W. If you leave too, who knows when the next willing heavenly king will emerge? Hu Yunji looked directly into Siamu Yu's eyes, her tone earnest. I must keep you as a potential ally. After much deliberation, Hu Yunji decided to take the risk of revealing more information. That green behemoth should be the Sky Dragon. It's not a wild beast but a beast tamed by a beast master. A Sky Dragon with a master shouldn't cause too much of a stir if word gets out. Meanwhile, high above, Su Lu was experiencing an unprecedented thrill. Rayquaza had taken him to the edge of Earth's atmosphere, the exosphere, over 700 kilometers above sea level. Su Lu could clearly feel the change in gravity, and if it weren't for Rayquaza's atmospheric shield, he might have perished instantly in the extreme conditions. Looking down, the curvature of the Earth was clearly visible. Everywhere Su Lu looked, there were vast stretches of green land. This expansive view gave him a feeling he had never experienced before. This was the sky. This was Rayquaza's domain. Suddenly, Rayquaza began to dive. What was originally a 400-kilometer journey was nearly doubled due to this impromptu flight. Rayquaza transformed into a high-speed diving cloud car, providing Su Lu with an unparalleled adrenaline rush. During the rapid descent, Su Lu saw their destination becoming clearer. A mysterious region shrouded in thick clouds awaited their arrival. The cloud cover in this area is far denser than anywhere else. Su Lu suddenly realized that this must be the heavenly cloud forbidden zone. With the emergence of space-time rifts, not only have fierce beasts poured into Earth, but if these rifts remain open for long, they could gradually become intangible, manifesting their contents onto Earth and altering local laws. This area permanently nullifies human technology, thus earning its name as a forbidden zone. More terrifyingly, some beasts too powerful to pass through the rift may take this opportunity to fully descend. The heavenly cloud forbidden zone is shrouded in thick clouds and fog, making it impossible for satellites to detect what's inside. Although Beast Tamers have ventured in to explore, very few have returned safely, and the information they brought back is scant. Forbidden zone? Huh? How did you find this place, Rayquaza? Su Lu asked curiously. Rayquaza replied, Roar, I was just flying around and got curious when I saw the thick fog here. Su Lu shook his head helplessly, thinking that this was indeed typical of Rayquaza's personality. Seeing that Rayquaza had been flying for a couple of minutes but was still enveloped in clouds, he couldn't help but ask, how thick is this fog, really? Upon hearing this, Rayquaza rolled its eyes upward, seemingly pondering Su Lu's expression. It thought, is the boss questioning my abilities? As the mighty Rayquaza, ruler of the skies, how could I be thwarted by mere clouds? It's just a weather phenomenon. Su Lu had previously instructed Rayquaza not to casually use its innate abilities outside, hence it hadn't dispersed the fog. But now that the boss had spoken, Roar, boss, I got it. Rayquaza exclaimed excitedly. Su Lu was puzzled. What did you get? Rayquaza gradually slowed down, lifted its head, and let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. In an instant, the fog within a radius of 50 to 60 miles dissipated like bubbles, and sunlight once again bathed the land. Below was a vast expanse of lush green grass. In the center of the heavenly cloud zone stood a colossal pillar. This pillar was about 400 to 500 meters wide, and its height was beyond what could be measured by the naked eye. At its top was a huge yellow stone palace, above which hovered a massive space-time rift. This was a structure beyond human capability to create. Su Lu was reminded of the sky pillar from the Pokémon world, which was built by ancient humans to honor Rayquaza. Although similar in form, Su Lu was certain this could not be the sky pillar from the Pokémon world. After his Pokémon system awakened, he had thoroughly verified that there wasn't a single Pokémon in this world, let alone any of its structures. With the fog lifted, the heavenly cloud forbidden zone finally revealed its full appearance to the world. As a key observation area, its unveiling immediately captured global attention. Realizing this, Sulu sighed and said to Rayquaza, "Deactivate the lock of the sky." Rayquaza was a bit puzzled, but followed the command and stopped its ability. Instantly, the vanished fog reappeared, enveloping the entire area again. Sulu looked around and said, "This place seems suitable. Let's explore a bit." Before the fog returned, he had noticed the flat ground, all soil. It's said that before the space-time rift appeared, this was once a vast plain for crop cultivation. Planting berries would be feasible here, but the fog might block sunlight, making it unsuitable for crops that need a lot of sun. "Let's head to the Sky Pillar first," Sulu suggested. Rayquaza seemed interested in the Sky Pillar as well. After all, in the Pokemon world, the Sky Pillar was where it was worshipped and rested, and this structure clearly piqued its interest. Sulu thought to himself, would it be troublesome to claim this land? As Rayquaza drew closer to the pillar, Sulu noticed that the flow of nitrogen in the atmospheric shield was slowing down, indicating that the surrounding wind seemed to have vanished. Of course, if there were wind, this pillar couldn't have been built so high. No matter how good the materials, they'd be bent by the wind, Sulu mused. Meanwhile, Rayquaza's eyes suddenly sharpened, as if it had detected something unusual. Sulu paused, taken aback by Rayquaza's reaction, which led him to realize a startling fact. The sky here was influenced by another being with similar powers. As a primary deity of the Pokemon world, Rayquaza has maintained the order of the skies since the dawn of time. Yet now, it sensed a force akin to its own abilities. Sulu wondered to himself, could there be a creature in this world that could also be called a sky god? He noticed that Rayquaza only became aware of this force near the sky pillar, suggesting that the influence might be limited to the vicinity of the pillar. Compared to Rayquaza's ability to affect the entire sky, the power of this unknown entity seemed somewhat inferior. Nevertheless, this discovery warranted further investigation. Guided by Sulu, Rayquaza flew to the side of the sky pillar. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the sky pillar was not a solid column but a complex structure filled with intricate lattice designs. The absence of wind in the area allowed this unique structure to stand firm. Sulu, riding on Rayquaza, ascended the sky pillar in a spiral fashion. Each level was connected by a spiral staircase, but surprisingly, the entire interior was empty, save for a few mysterious stone tablets scattered throughout. Reaching the top of the sky pillar, Sulu was astonished to find himself in an aerial garden at an altitude of over 9,000 meters, surpassing the height of Earth's tallest mountains. The circular platform was sparsely dotted with trees, while the rest of the space was occupied by block-like structures inscribed with strange runes. Even more astonishing was the fact that despite being at such a high altitude, the area was enveloped by a mysterious force, making the environment as warm and pleasant as it would be on the ground. With thin clouds and abundant sunlight, it seemed like an ideal place for growing berries. However, just as Sulu entertained this thought, something even more shocking caught his eye. Looking up, he saw a massive rift in time and space suspended in the air, like a sword hanging overhead, sending chills down his spine. This was the first time Sulu had seen a space-time rift with his own eyes. It was a pale blue, swirling sphere, ethereal and mysterious, connecting two worlds. It was said that such rifts were scattered everywhere, even existing underground and in the sky. The rift before him was on the brink of vanishing, with most of its contents having transformed into a forbidden zone in reality, leaving only a few remnants inside. This process seemed irreversible and unstoppable. Sulu leaped down from the head of Rayquaza, landing in the center of the sky garden. There stood a 30-meter-high stone slab engraved with the image of a dragon. This dragon bore some resemblance to Rayquaza, yet it had wings, its body covered with sharp spikes, and its double rows of teeth added to its ferocious appearance. "Your relative?" Sulu asked, glancing back. Rayquaza snorted dismissively, releasing 2 jets of nitrogen, and shook its head. "Guess not," Sulu mused. "Maybe it's a fierce beast yet to descend." Sulu scrutinized the space-time rift seriously. Even with Rayquaza by his side, he dared not enter recklessly. If the rift were to completely disappear, he might never return. "With this level of energy, could you win?" Sulu inquired. Rayquaza patted its chest confidently. This Rayquaza had not yet lived through the eons of the Pokemon world, and its demeanor was somewhat childlike. Sulu began to weigh the pros and cons. Aside from the potential appearance of a giant monster, the Sky Cloud Forbidden Zone was quite appealing to him. That big creature might even help him solve a lot of problems. Rayquaza pointed at Sulu with its claw, then gestured towards the garden's soil. "Are you suggesting I plant the seeds?" Sulu asked, and Rayquaza nodded in confirmation. Sulu walked over to the garden's soil, where only some withered stumps lay. He took out the prepared berry seeds from his backpack, including the Kasi berry seeds, which enhance flying-type energy and are crucial for Rayquaza's energy blocks. Surprisingly, As soon as the seeds were buried in the soil, they sprouted immediately, with a green shoot breaking through the ground. Rayquaza explained that the energy here was abundant, allowing plants to grow rapidly. This discovery made Sulu even more reluctant to give up this area, despite the dragon-carved stone slab still causing him some concern. Looks like we'll let the berries grow freely, Sulu sighed. Consider it our berry plantation #1. He initially intended for some non-combat Pokemon to tend to the berries, but the current situation clearly didn't allow for that. Come out, Oddish, Psyduck, Sulu called. Oddish bounced out cheerfully, seemingly sensing the rich energy around. Sulu distributed the seeds to the two Pokemon, demonstrating the planting method. Psyduck looked puzzled at the seeds in its hand, while Oddish suddenly stopped Sulu's actions. It used its leaves to scrape away the soil, retrieved the seeds, and then dug an appropriate depth to replant them. Oddish, you know how to plant berries? Sulu asked in surprise. Oddish nodded happily, proud to be of help. As a grass-type Pokemon, it could sense the grass-type energy in the seeds, select quality seeds, and use its roots to detect soil nutrients, giving it a natural advantage in plant cultivation. Sulu knew that ordinary Oddish didn't possess such remarkable abilities. In the ancient times of the Pokemon world, Oddish was even considered a harmful Pokemon, notorious for depleting crops and land of their nutrients. He couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional talent of the Oddish he had summoned. No wonder it had elite potential. Sulu thought to himself that if this Oddish were released back into the wild Oddish population, it might even become a leader among them. Thank you both, Sulu said to Oddish and Psyduck, as he took out a small pouch filled with seeds from his backpack. Psyduck immediately understood and used its psychic powers to levitate the pouch into the air. Quack? Where do we plant them? Psyduck tilted its head and asked. Here, quack, over there, quack, Oddish responded, bouncing around energetically. With Psyduck's assistance, the planting process went exceptionally fast. To their delight, shortly after planting, all the seeds had sprouted and grown into tender green seedlings. The expanse of the Sky Garden exceeded Sulu's expectations. Even after planting over 1,000 seeds he had brought, there was still a vast area left unused. Sulu nodded in satisfaction, thinking, at this growth rate, these could become towering trees in just a few months. The discovery of this fertile land eased his long-standing worries about the lengthy maturation time of berries. After finishing the planting, Sulu returned both Pokemon to their Pokeballs, then mounted Rayquaza and flew towards the base of the Sky Pillar. Below lay a lush green plain where grass swayed gently in the breeze. Sulu knew that 100 years ago, this was farmland, and now only the scattered remains of dilapidated farmhouses hinted at its former prosperity. About 10 miles from the Sky Pillar, Sulu discovered a valley. Rayquaza let out a thunderous roar, instantly scattering the fierce beasts residing in the valley, sending them fleeing like startled birds. This will be our second base from now on, Sulu declared confidently. With Rayquaza's intimidating presence, ordinary fierce beasts were no longer a concern. Oddish was also jubilant, realizing that this vast land was the perfect stage for it to showcase its abilities. The clouds and mist surrounding the forbidden land of Tianyun have dissipated. A towering structure suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes, its scale leaving them utterly speechless. The Sky Pillar stretches an astounding 400 meters wide and rises to a staggering height of 9,000 meters. People began to speculate about what kind of materials could support such a colossal structure. Even more thrilling is the possibility that this mysterious building holds unimaginable treasures. The news spread like wildfire and quickly reached Yunji and Siamu Yu, who were conducting research out of town. As the city closest to the forbidden land of Tianyun, W City was the first to feel the impact. They immediately dropped everything and rushed back to W City. For Siamu Yu, this unexpected event was of great significance. She had the backing of numerous companies, all eager to claim a share of the new territory. Without understanding the situation, any expansion efforts would inevitably come to a halt. Upon returning to the Beast Alliance, Yunji couldn't wait to ask Dong Yinfeng, Xiaodong, have you figured out the cause? Dong Yinfeng hesitated, his gaze shifting towards Siamu Yu. Seeing his concern, Yunji said directly, speak freely, Xia Tianwang is not an outsider. With her talent, it's impossible for her to be part of an underground organization. Besides, if her expansion succeeds, she will become the new city lord working alongside us in W City. With permission granted, Dong Yinfeng admitted, I suspect the recent anomaly in the forbidden land of Tianyun might be related to the Sky Dragon. We've detected the Sky Dragon entering the area. Siamu Yu furrowed her brows, recalling the green light she had seen earlier. Yunji pondered, the Sky Dragon is a beast with a master. What could that beast master's intentions be? Dong Yinfeng had a sudden insight, City Lord. Could it be that the Sky Dragon was originally a powerful beast of the Forbidden Land, simply tamed by some predecessor? Or perhaps that predecessor was a native of the Forbidden Land? Yunji's eyes lit up as he analyzed. That's a plausible theory. The Beast Alliance's inspections are so rigorous that if it were a summoned beast, it would have been discovered long ago. The Sky Dragon returning to the Forbidden Land is like going home. Considering its abilities, the reason the area was shrouded in mist seems clear now. It appears the Forbidden Land might indeed be the territory of that mysterious beast master. Dong Yinfeng nodded in agreement but raised another question. This is good for W City, since people are easier to deal with than mindless beasts. But why hasn't the other party reached out to us? Hu Yunji replied thoughtfully. Since the appearance of the space-time rift, the world has been fragmented. Perhaps they are observing us. Dong Yinfeng suddenly understood. Hu Yunji continued. When the Forbidden Land appeared 100 years ago, modern technology failed instantly. The isolation by beasts led some areas to develop unique cultures. The strong individual there might be in a similar situation. The Sky Dragon's power is at least at a champion level or above. We should take the initiative to seek an audience. Dispelling the mist might be their way of signaling us. Dong Yinfeng asked, should we report to the alliance? Hu Yunji, with experience, responded, no need. Many forces have surely noticed the anomaly in the Forbidden Land, but information about the Sky Dragon hasn't leaked. It's fine if the alliance knows, but other forces mustn't find out. I'll personally report to the governor. Hu Yunji understood the immense benefits a Forbidden Land could bring. Not everyone in the alliance had good intentions. If spies from certain organizations found out, they might attempt to buy off the Sky Dragon's Beastmaster with a higher offer, severely disrupting the hard-won order maintained by the Beast Alliance. Therefore, the most traditional means of communication was the safest. With this in mind, Hu Yunji prepared to set off immediately. He turned to Siamu Yu, Xia Tianwang. While I'm away, please help look after W City. Siamu Yu thought for a moment and agreed. Although she had no special relationship with Hu Yunji, establishing contact with the owner of the Forbidden Land would also benefit her plans to build a city nearby. After taking care of matters in the valley, Su Lu had Rayquaza leave a trace of its aura before departing the Tianyun Forbidden Land. He was aware that it was only the first day and many preparations were incomplete, including not having enough berry seeds. However, the feedback from Oddish gave him some comfort. The valley's conditions were quite favorable for berry cultivation. Riding on Rayquaza, Su Lu returned to the parking area. The scene was once again chaotic, with the carcasses of various ordinary-grade fierce beasts scattered around. He swiftly loaded these spoils onto the van, all the while contemplating his future plans. Rayquaza soared back into the sky to continue practicing its dragon ascent move. Given the terrifying speed of that technique, Su Lu dared not accompany it, lest he be thrown off balance. As always, it was Psyduck at the wheel, with Su Lu in the passenger seat, cradling Oddish in his arms, lost in thought. Growing berries shouldn't be an issue, so the next step was to consider sales channels. He mused about opening a small shop to test the market reaction to his energy cubes. Additionally, continuously renting a lab for crafting wasn't sustainable. He needed his own laboratory. With income, he could also move to a larger place. The more he thought about it, the more his head throbbed with the realization of how many expenses lay ahead. But he knew well that only ample funding could properly care for Pokémon. After all, he wasn't the kind of super trainer who could enhance a Pokémon's strength by simply shouting, show your determination, get up, or dodge quickly. To make Pokémon stronger, appropriate resources had to be invested. The income from transporting beast carcasses seemed barely sufficient, so Su Lu considered buying more vehicles to expand his operations. Upon returning to the city gate, he coincidentally encountered the same guards from the previous night's shift. Recognizing the familiar van and the duck driver, they couldn't help but twitch their eyes, reminding him multiple times before granting passage. That evening, the city guards watched with curiosity as a peculiar convoy drove out of the city. 4 vehicles were linked together, yet only one had a driver and the driver was a duck. In the eyes of the duck, Psyduck, seated in the main driver's seat, there was a look of profound fatigue and wisdom. Quack? Perhaps this is the fate of an experienced driver. Psyduck drove 4 vehicles across the wilderness, assisted by Rayquaza. By midnight, they returned fully loaded, with heaps of beast carcasses piled high on all 4 vehicles, astonishing the city guards of W City. Unlike other Beast Tamers hunts, this duck's actions resembled more of a large-scale procurement operation. Su Lu's activities caught the hunter's attention. After all, it's quite remarkable for someone to venture out of the city alone and return daily with 4 vehicles full of beasts. 3 days later, Su Lu rode Rayquaza to the Sky Garden again. To his surprise, the berry seeds he had planted 3 days earlier had already grown into 1-emertal saplings. With no weeds or other plants competing for nutrients, these saplings appeared exceptionally robust. Oddish reported to Su Lu that it had planted around 3,000 berry trees in the Sky Garden. Su Lu had exchanged almost all his points for berries, using the seeds for planting and the fruit pulp to make energy cubes, enough to feed 3 Pokémon for a month and a half. Looking up at the space-time rift, Su Lu remarked, "The energy here is indeed abundant." It must be due to the rift continuously releasing energy. He turned to Oddish and asked, how long until these berries bear fruit? Oddish touched a sapling with a leaf on its head and replied, ah, a month? That's pretty fast. Sulu nodded, then called out to Rayquaza, who was gazing at the rift. Rayquaza, let's go. As he mounted Rayquaza, Sulu noticed it seemed to have grown. He gently touched the horn on Rayquaza's head and asked, have you grown bigger? Rayquaza's body had indeed lengthened, though still far from the 100-meter length of an adult. It was now about 20 meters long, coiled up to about 7 or 8 meters high. Rayquaza responded with a sound, and Sulu was surprised. You absorbed a meteorite's energy? Did you bring back any meteorite fragments? Rayquaza shook its head, explaining that it sensed the meteorite was about to collide with Earth's atmosphere, and by the time it arrived, the meteorite had already been worn down into gas and energy by the atmosphere, so it only absorbed the energy without bringing back any solid meteorite. Sulu felt a tinge of regret but quickly recalled, well, the meteorite I asked Zhu to help purchase will arrive in the next couple of days. Then I can start deeper research and training. Arriving at the Pokemon Valley, in contrast to the lushness of the Sky Garden, there were only some cleared lands here. Psyduck, wearing a hat, waved at Sulu. Oddish popped out of its Pokeball, greeted Psyduck, and then pointed at a piece of land, seemingly complaining that Psyduck hadn't completely cleared the weeds with its psychic powers. Oddish shook its head helplessly and used its absorb skill to clean the ground again. Psyduck sighed. Not only had it become a seasoned driver, but it had also turned into an old farm duck due to its handy psychic abilities. Thanks to Rayquaza's presence, no beasts dared to intrude into the valley, allowing Psyduck to farm in peace, essentially training its psychic powers. Sulu encouraged, all right, Psyduck, you've worked hard. Psyduck perked up at the praise. Sulu then proceeded with today's lottery draw. He felt it was not safe to draw in the wild, as it could easily be discovered, so summoning in the Sky Forbidden Zone was the most suitable choice. If he summoned a Pokemon unsuitable for battle, he could simply leave it in the Pokemon Valley to roam freely. The pointer spun, and a Caterpie of ordinary aptitude appeared. It stared blankly at Rayquaza nearby, then squinted and squirmed over, seemingly wanting to get close. Rayquaza disdainfully picked up Caterpie with its claw and placed it in front of Sulu. Sulu said to Caterpie, please take care of me from now on. Caterpie looked back at Rayquaza, then at Sulu, and nodded slightly with a hint of pride, seeming like a girl. Sulu asked, Caterpie, do you want to fight alongside me, or live a peaceful life? Caterpie nodded firmly, looking at Rayquaza with bright eyes, as if it really wanted to try Mega Evolution. Sulu decided not to register Caterpie for now, as it had only been 4 days since Oddish's registration, and registering another beast with 100 mastery might arouse suspicion. Moreover, with the Pokeball, it was not easy to expose. After directing the 4 Pokemon in some land-clearing activities, Sulu returned to W City. Just then, a group of Beast Tamers in trench coats entered the Sky Forbidden Zone. The Bauku Valley hasn't started planting yet because the time it takes for berries to grow is too long. It's more efficient to wait for the berries in the Sky Garden to mature and then transplant them. On this day, Sulu set off once more on Rayquaza, continuing their journey of hunting fierce beasts. However, today's haul wasn't as bountiful as the previous days. The intimidating presence of Rayquaza had already made a significant impact in the area. Most of the larger beast groups had long been scared away, leaving only a few small groups lingering around. Out of 4 trucks, only 3 were filled with prey, leaving Sulu shaking his head in slight disappointment. W City had been marked by those beasts sensitive to auras as Rayquaza's territory. The powerful beasts sensed something was amiss and began leading their packs to migrate. Although they could usually handle Beastmasters of the King level, Rayquaza's existence was beyond their comprehension. Even the faintest aura from it was enough to send shivers down their spines. Looking at the 3 truckloads of spoils, Sulu realized the need to prepare for his shop in advance or consider hunting near the space-time rift. He instructed Psyduck to drive back to W City, but they encountered an unexpected situation on the way. This time, it wasn't the city guards who stopped them, but the traffic police. It turned out that neither Sulu nor Psyduck had a driver's license, and this issue finally surfaced. Psyduck looked on in shock as its driving privileges were revoked on the spot, puzzled by the notion that driving required a license. After Sulu promised to obtain a driver's license the next day, the traffic police let the duo go. Sulu breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his status as a beastmaster. Otherwise, today's trouble could have been much worse. It's all your fault. Sulu glared at Psyduck. Psyduck looked innocent, not understanding how it could be blamed. Sulu explained, I told you to get a driver's license on the first night, and you still haven't gotten it? Psyduck recalled that there might have been something like that. Sulu reminded it that there was a driving test app downloaded on its phone. Psyduck skillfully navigated its new phone and pulled up the app. The screen showed a score of 68, and Psyduck quietly put the phone away, patting its chest with feigned confidence. Satisfied, Su Lu decided that Psyduck would take the test the next day. Psyduck was a bit puzzled but followed Su Lu, studying the driving test questions on the phone along the way. Passers-by curiously watched the duck Beastmaster engrossed in its phone, with some exclaiming in surprise, even a duck is taking the driving test. The competition in the city is really fierce now. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Su Lu found the once tidy space now filled with boxes of various sizes, all containing energy cubes produced over the past few days. Zhu Qin was intently focused on her research, having quit her job at the Beastmaster Alliance since working for Su Lu promised a brighter future. Boss, you're here? The meteorite you ordered has arrived. Zhu Qin pointed to a large box in the corner. It contained a meteorite over a meter in diameter, interspersed with some peculiar crystals. This meteorite had cost Su Lu a total of 1.2 million. If not for the abundant daily hunts, he might have felt the pinch of this expense. Su Lu chipped off a small piece of the meteorite, planning to have Rayquaza verify its purpose later. Then he turned to Zhu Qin, asking about her understanding of opening a store and selling Beastmaster feed. Zhu Qin was thrilled at the question. Ever since learning about the energy cubes, she had been eagerly anticipating this day. Zhu Qin explained that before selling, all Beastmaster feed must be approved by the Beastmaster Alliance. Then a company needs to be registered, but given Su Lu's status as a Beastmaster, this process wouldn't be too complicated. Alright, lead the way. Let's get all these things sorted out today if possible, Su Lu said decisively. Today, Zhu Qin set aside her tasks and decided to take Su Lu to the Beast Alliance. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation because after days of careful consideration, she realized that her current financial resources could no longer support her continued research. And this young man, rising like a new star, might just be her ticket to a better future. Su Lu also held Zhu Qin in high regard. After all, as the first researcher of Pokémon in this world, her position was irreplaceable. Su Lu understood that regardless of how the future unfolded, Zhu Qin's name would be etched in history. However, at this moment, Zhu Qin was still unaware of the monumental significance of her research. Upon re-entering the Beast Alliance, Su Lu couldn't help but be awed by the grandeur of its architecture. The massive halls not only accommodated large summoned beasts for inspection, but also highlighted the vast variety of departments within the Alliance. This time, their destination was not the combat department but the business registration department. Zhu Qin deftly handled all the paperwork with seamless efficiency. Meanwhile, Su Lu stood leisurely by, playing with his phone, and couldn't help but appreciate the importance of having a secretary, even considering the idea of paying Zhu Qin a salary. Soon, an inspector took the sample they brought a newly developed beast feed. Initially, the inspector was indifferent, as the beast feed market was vast, with new products being submitted for testing almost daily. Most were trivial improvements, lacking long-term preservation, let alone genuinely valuable innovations. The inspector casually tossed a piece of attributeless energy cube into the advanced testing equipment. However, when the results appeared, his eyes widened. A shelf life of 10 years? Energy intensity at champion level? Compatibility rate of 93? This can't be possible, the inspector exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the data before him. Deputy Minister, come quickly and take a look at this. The inspector burst into the laboratory, interrupting Lu Chongqing, who was deeply focused on observing through a microscope. Although the research department had a minister, due to the dangerous nature of the research, the minister was often stationed at a field laboratory. Therefore, the daily management mostly fell on the shoulders of Deputy Minister Lu Chongqing. He was always the last to leave, which explained why it was him whom Su Lu encountered late one night a few days ago. Lu Chongqing frowned and pushed aside the slide with the blood-red sample, his tone slightly displeased. Why the panic? Have you lost your basic composure? The inspector immediately collected himself and solemnly handed over a data sheet, saying, Minister Lu, please take a look at this. Though Lu Chongqing specialized in research on enhancement-type beast-taming medicine, as the deputy minister, he also had in-depth knowledge of other beast-taming subjects. As he read through the document, his expression gradually turned serious. The results are so impressive. Easy to store, high energy, and widely applicable whether as training food or supplies. This is the perfect beast-taming feed. Lu Chongqing exclaimed, then quickly asked, what are the raw materials? Has a cultivation master registered with us in W City? No, it's not a cultivation master, but a young boy, the inspector replied. A young boy? Lu Chongqing furrowed his brow, finding it hard to believe that such high-level beast-taming feed could come from a young boy. He couldn't help but suspect possible technology theft. Take me to see him. Meanwhile, Su Lu was browsing the beast-taming online store, having spent over an hour shopping for smaller meteorites and some miscellaneous items that might come in handy. When Lu Chongqing and the inspector arrived at the Beast Taming Alliance reception, Lu Chongqing immediately recognized Su Lu. Despite his age, he clearly remembered their encounter a few days ago. Su Lu had left a deep impression on him, as it was rare for someone to perfectly control a second beast within just days of becoming a beast tamer. What made Sulu even more noteworthy was the walking grass he brought back, a rare and gentle grass-type beast, adding an air of mystery. Dodo, the walking grass, recognized Lu Chongqing and wiggled its short legs in a friendly gesture. Nearby, a Psyduck was engrossed in solving problems, diligently studying. Lu Chongqing noticed that the young boy's beasts all exuded a special gentle aura. Beside him, the green snake seemed particularly interested in the walking grass, sniffing curiously. Being a grass-type beast itself, it naturally paid special attention to its kind. "Young man, we meet again," Lu Chongqing said. Sulu was puzzled. Was it a routine for the deputy minister to handle reception at the Beast Taming Alliance? Like those salespeople who all seem to be managers? He politely asked, "Minister Lu, how did the inspection go?" Lu Chongqing stared intently at Sulu, as if trying to see through him. "Energy cubes? Your beast taming feed is called energy cubes, right? The effect is excellent. Is this your work?" Sulu shook his head and answered truthfully, "I made it, but it's not my creation. The energy cube is more like the work of some of my predecessors." Hearing this, everyone present, including Zhu Qin, breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed hard to believe that a young boy could produce such an advanced creation. Regardless of its authenticity, it could cause quite a stir. But if it was the work of elders, it made more sense. Lu Chongqing speculated it might be a common practice where elders pass on their research to the younger generation to gain attention, which would also explain how Sulu could acquire such a special beast in a short time. "I see. Can energy cubes be mass-produced?" Lu Chongqing continued to inquire. "That's a trade secret," Sulu replied succinctly. This response left Lu Chongqing momentarily speechless. He then asked a few more questions, to which Sulu answered as much as he could, deflecting others with the same trade secret excuse. Finally, Lu Chongqing curiously asked, "The gentleman who developed the energy cubes must be quite talented. May I know who they are?" Sulu calmly replied, "They're no longer in this world." "No longer in this world?" Lu Chongqing expressed regret. "What a pity. But at least their wisdom lives on." Sulu smoothly completed the registration for the energy cubes, and the high praise from the Beast Taming Alliance brought him an unexpected delight. Deputy Minister Lu Chongqing personally approved Sulu to open a trial business store within the alliance for 2 months. Although the manufacturing process was not reported, resulting in a loss of intellectual property protection, Sulu didn't mind since the berry ingredients were his unique secret weapon. After seeing Sulu off, Lu Chongqing called over the inspector responsible for reporting and gravely instructed, "Keep this matter under wraps. If anything happens to him, it could affect the reputation of our Beast Taming Alliance." The inspector nodded in understanding. Lu Chongqing then personally encrypted the information regarding Sulu and the energy cubes, hoping to secure more time for the young man's safety. Lu Chongqing gazed out the window, memories of the past casting a shadow over his eyes. Decades ago, the war to purge the dark beast taming world had cost humanity dearly. He touched the pokeball at his waist, where his only partnera still recovering blue snake resided. Peace was hard won, and he was determined not to see the flames of war reignited. "We can actually open a store directly within the Beast Taming Alliance," Zhu Qin exclaimed excitedly. "Boss, that's amazing." Sulu was a bit puzzled. "Is that really special?" Zhu Qin explained. "Just look at the stores in the Alliance, aren't they all run by big companies? Only someone at the deputy minister level can approve a store here. Once it opens, there's no need for advertising. Everyone knows it's something endorsed by the Alliance." Sulu nodded, feeling confident about the energy cubes. With official support, promotion would be much smoother. "So, how soon can we open?" he asked. "Tomorrow will do," Zhu Qin replied with a smile. The next day, the empty shop on the first floor of the Beast Taming Alliance was completely transformed. The simple decor and electronic store sign were understated yet stylish. Inside, Su Shan and his wife Su Lu's parents were busy preparing for the opening. Su Lu stood behind the counter, accompanied by his 2 Pokémon. Psyduck and Oddish, wearing little red hats and holding small megaphones, stood at the entrance as mascots. "Quack quack. Energy cubes for sale," Psyduck called out excitedly. "Do delicious and affordable. Clean and hygienic." Oddish chimed in enthusiastically. This adorable duo brought some liveliness to the new store, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Looking at everything before him, Su Lu was filled with anticipation, knowing that a new chapter was about to unfold. The lively movements of 2 Pokémon caught the attention of passing trainers at the Beast Trainer Alliance. The newly opened store, Pokénergy, had a simple setup without even a proper sign, yet it drew curious glances from many. "Son, can you really make money with this? And isn't your pricing a bit too high?" Su's father asked hesitantly from behind the modest counter. Last night, Su Lu suggested that his parents quit their demanding jobs to help manage the store, hoping to provide them with a more relaxed occupation. "Come on, Our son is starting a business, of course, we should support him. How can you say such discouraging things? Sue's mother immediately interrupted, her face full of confidence in her son. Just then, a trainer walked in with a 2-meter-tall gorilla. Do you sell beast feed here? He asked, glancing around the empty store. Sulu nodded and pointed to a small blackboard. Yes, the prices are written there. Grass-type energy cubes cost 600 each, and physical energy cubes are 800 each. The trainer studied the price list, thinking that although it was a bit expensive, a store in the Beast Trainer Alliance was unlikely to sell fake goods. What's the difference between the energy cubes? He inquired. If consumed regularly, they can provide specific enhancements, Sulu explained. Hearing this, the trainer's eyes lit up. Most branded beast feeds on the market only provide basic nutrition, and even high-end feeds rarely focus on specialized growth. I'll take one physical energy cube. The trainer decided to give it a try. Sulu retrieved a plastic bag from a plain cardboard box, using tongs to hand over a small white cube to the trainer. Looking at the tiny 2-centimeter cube priced at 800, the trainer frowned. He roughly calculated that his powerful gorilla would need about 100 to feel full, costing 80,000. In a day, that would be 200,000, more expensive than high-end feed made from king-level beast meat. Is this robbery? The trainer couldn't help but exclaim, though he restrained himself, considering the store's possible backing from the Beast Trainer Alliance. Sulu nonchalantly replied, it's definitely not robbery. Robbery isn't this profitable? The trainer was momentarily speechless, but decided to test the cube's effect. He handed the cube to the gorilla, who casually tossed it into its mouth. Suddenly, the gorilla's eyes squinted in satisfaction as it chewed, then looked expectantly at its owner. Seeing this, the trainer's anger subsided somewhat. The taste seemed genuinely appealing. Perhaps it was worth it as a gourmet treat for the beast. As he pondered buying more, an elderly voice suddenly chimed in from behind. Young man, pack all the grass-type energy cubes for me. The trainer turned to see none other than Lu Chongqing, the deputy director of the Beast Trainer Alliance's research department. A vibrant green serpent was eagerly eyeing the box of energy cubes. That's 600 cubes, totaling 36,000. Sulu swiftly handed the box to Lu Chongqing. The serpent immediately coiled its tail around the box, tipping the cubes into its mouth. Take it easy. Lu Chongqing chuckled, shaking his head before scanning to pay. Turning to Sulu, he advised, you're selling them too cheaply. If it's not a promotion, you should raise the price to avoid unwanted attention. Everyone present swallowed hard at this comment. Was this price actually considered cheap? How much do you think I should increase the price by, Minister Lu? Sulu asked. Double it, Lu Chongqing suggested, stroking his beard. Sulu nodded and casually added a 1 before each price on the blackboard, effectively doubling the prices. Seeing the price of the physical energy cube rise from 800 to 1800, the first trainer gritted his teeth and declared, I'll take all the physical energy cubes too. He feared that if he delayed any longer, the price might jump from 1800 to 2800. And so, the Pokénergy feed store officially opened. Although some trainers were deterred by the high prices, many more, having heard the news from unknown sources, flocked to purchase the cubes. After all, it was rare to find such high-quality beast feed, often unavailable even when sought. To handle the overwhelming demand, Sulu quickly imposed a limit, allowing each customer to buy only 100 cubes per day, lest the stock be completely depleted. Sulu looked at the account balance, a glimmer of delight in his eyes. Selling those crates of energy cubes had brought him over 3 million in revenue. His parents stood beside him, staring at the figures in disbelief, amazed at how such a fortune could be amassed in such a short time. This is more than what an average beastmaster earns from hunting outside the city for over half a year, Su's father murmured to himself. Sulu smiled gently and casually transferred the day's earnings to his father's account. Mom, Dad, why don't you look for a house nearby? And please, help me look after the shop. His mother waved her hand dismissively. There's no need for us to buy a house. You should keep it and buy some things for Kodak and the others. Look, I can earn this much in a day, and it'll only increase in the future, Sulu explained patiently. Besides, living near the Beastmaster Alliance is safer. Hearing the word safety, the elderly couple fell silent. They understood that only by ensuring their safety could Sulu venture out without worries. Soon after, Sulu left W City once more. In the Sky Garden, he took out a meteorite fragment and turned to Rayquaza, asking, do you sense anything you need in this meteorite? Rayquaza carefully sensed it, and then nodded in affirmation. Sulu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the energy Rayquaza needed from the meteorite wasn't rare. He began planning to purchase and study meteorites in bulk, hoping to see Rayquaza grow into a 100-meter-long sky dominator. Arriving at Pokemon Valley, Sulu released Caterpie. Having not seen daylight for a while, Caterpie appeared a bit displeased, turning its head away haughtily but couldn't resist glancing at Rayquaza, seemingly asking how to become stronger. Rayquaza shook its head, gently placing Caterpie in front of Su Lu, growling. He is your trainer. Only he can make you stronger, not me. Reluctantly, Caterpie nodded. Su Lu smiled and patted its antennae, which resembled big eyebrows. If you train hard, you'll become stronger too. Now that you know tackle, practice it well. Who knows, maybe one day you'll be able to fly using tackle. Hearing this, a glimmer of longing appeared in Caterpie's eyes. It yearned to soar through the skies like Rayquaza. Soon, Psyduck led the excited Caterpie towards the small forest outside the valley. Rayquaza tilted its head, puzzled, and looked at Su Lu. They're off to chop trees, which is good exercise, and the wood can be used for building, Su Lu explained. But for you, chopping trees won't help much. Let's patrol the cloud heaven forbidden land to see if there are any other space-time rifts, and get a sense of the fierce beasts here. Rayquaza nodded in agreement, taking to the skies with Su Lu. In the forest, Psyduck and Caterpie glanced up before resuming their training with renewed vigor. Psyduck quacked, diligently correcting Caterpie's tackle technique, while Oddish focused on tending to the special plants newly sown in Pokemon Valley. Rayquaza glided through the dense fog, and the beasts on the ground could only faintly discern something flying within the clouds, leaving a long, curling trail behind. They first arrived at the territory of a king-level beast. It was a stone monster, a creature of rock yet extremely ferocious. It enjoyed smearing its body with fresh blood, so its original color was indistinguishable, leaving only a black-red hue. So this is a fierce beast? Just pure savagery and a lust for slaughter. Su Lu shook his head, sighing. Most fierce beasts are like this, especially those newly emerged from space-time rifts, Rayquaza explained. Only after a long period of influence can they return to their original state. The fierceness of beasts wandering in reality gradually fades, making them relatively easier to tame. But in forbidden lands, their fierceness dissipates more slowly. However, due to the influence of summoning stones, beast masters can tame them faster than ordinary people. King-level beasts are already strong enough that many beast masters are reluctant to kill them. They'd rather try taming them, even if it takes more time. Su Lu mused. But I don't want such a vicious being near Pokemon Valley. Due to its excessive brutality, the Bloodstone monster had lost its sanity, seemingly immune even to Rayquaza's intimidation. It roared in fury, but since Rayquaza flew too high, it was helpless. Despite its immense strength, capable of easily forming and hurling massive boulders over 2 meters in diameter, it could never reach the high-flying Rayquaza. To Su Lu, this king-level beast seemed even less intelligent than the Tsangua fierce wolf. As he gazed at the raging Bloodstone monster before him, he softly spoke to the Rayquaza beside him. Rayquaza, let's try that move. Although Rayquaza naturally learns some moves as it levels up, there are powerful skills that even it cannot awaken on its own through bloodline. In this unfamiliar world, Su Lu became the sole guide for Rayquaza. Rayquaza nodded slightly and opened its massive mouth. In an instant, halos of light appeared around it, only to vanish just as quickly. This rare failure left Rayquaza slightly disheartened, as if reminding it of its youth. Su Lu was attempting to teach Rayquaza the devastating Draco Meteora move that harnesses Dragon-type power to summon a barrage of meteors from the sky, causing massive destruction. For Rayquaza, this move, along with Dragon Ascent, was one of the 2 ultimate techniques it aspired to master, one focused on single targets, the other on sweeping groups. Failure is normal, Su Lu reassured his mount while deep in thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since Draco Meteor involves summoning meteors, perhaps we should change our approach and first try forming the meteors. At that moment, the Bloodstone monster on the ground let out an earth-shattering roar, the sharp sound of stones grinding together piercing the ears. This noise sparked inspiration in Su Lu. Stones. Of course, ancient power. Rayquaza, try using ancient power. Rayquaza usually used ancient power to form concentrated energy balls, while certain rock-type Pokemon used it to form and hurl large rocks. This indicated that the energy of ancient power could be transformed into stones. Following the guidance, Rayquaza started a new attempt. This time, the energy ball it released did not dissipate immediately, but gradually transformed into some stone fragments under Rayquaza's control. Though not perfect, it was undeniably a crucial step toward mastering Draco Meteor. Boom! A thunderous sound shook the earth, as if some colossal entity had fallen. Siamu Yu, her hood pulled up, lifted her head, her coat already beaded with fine droplets of water. She peered into the dense white fog, her exceptional hearing and senses capturing the reverberating sound within the mist. There's something there, she murmured softly. The champion governor had dispatched explorers to the forbidden Tianyun land, but only 2 kings knew about Rayquaza. Hu Yuan was too old, and Siamu Yu, with her unique bloodline that could diminish the attention of fierce beasts, volunteered to enter the forbidden grounds alone. Within the fog, something seemed to catch Siamu Yu's scent. A shadowy figure suddenly descended, colliding with the protective barrier around her. Another king-level beast lord, she muttered, her brows furrowed. Since entering the Forbidden Land, nearly every small area had a king-level beast lord, justifying its name as a forbidden zone. Ordinary kings couldn't delve deep, only champions might. Yet champions, as governors of provinces, couldn't be easily deployed. If trapped, the consequences would be dire. Only someone like Siamu Yu, with her special bloodline, could venture this far. Engaging in battle with the Beast Lord, other beasts would merely see it as a territorial dispute. Should an ordinary human enter, they would face an onslaught. Lioli, Death's Rainbow, Siamu Yu commanded. The multicolored butterfly fluttering around her refracted vibrant hues, converging into a searing black beam that shot towards the Beast Lord in the mist. As the beast fled in panic, Siamu Yu finally caught her breath. The surrounding fog was thick, rendering her compass useless. Relying on memory, she headed towards the pillar of heaven and the source of the rumbling sound. The continuous booming seemed to guide her. She sensed that the answer might lie at the sound's origin, but it was a long way off, and she couldn't tell how long it would take to reach. Lioli Tongyu, can you hold on? Siamu Yu asked. The multicolored butterfly gently flapped its wings, the iridescent butterfly conveying its will to continue fighting. From her shadow, starlight shimmered, revealing a pair of gentle eyes, her second king-level battle beast, the Phantom Light Beast. Though Siamu Yu had tamed more than 2 beasts, at just 19, she had managed to nurture 2 king-level beasts in a little over 2 years, the Sky Radiance Butterfly and the Phantom Light Beast. Her other beasts remained unsummoned. A king-level lord for a small area, this truly is a forbidden zone, she mused, frowning. After fending off a king-level beast of lower power, she pressed onward. As she traversed each beast territory, king-level lords attacked her relentlessly. Both her beasts and Siamu Yu herself grew weary. Her bloodline ability allowed her to control her beasts almost perfectly, but this intuitive combat style was more exhausting than usual. The only good news was that beasts that hadn't interacted with her mistook her for one of their own. Once she occupied a territory, other lord beasts typically wouldn't attack her unless provoked. Meanwhile, in the distant Pokemon Valley, there was a breakthrough in Rayquaza's training. Yes, Rayquaza, you've got it. Sulu exclaimed excitedly. Just like that, keep gathering larger meteors. In just half a day, Rayquaza had progressed from forming fist-sized stones with its primitive power to creating ones as large as a basin. At this rate, it might only take 2 or 3 more days for Rayquaza to form a proper meteorite. Rayquaza let out a joyful roar, thrilled at its progress in mastering this new skill. However, over the next 2 hours, the meteorite it was forming remained unchanged, which dampened Rayquaza's spirits, leaving a hint of disappointment in its eyes. Standing nearby, Sulu attentively observed each of Rayquaza's attempts. As time passed, he was surprised to find that he had gained some insight into the meteorite formation process. This feeling was indescribable, as if he had touched the edge of some profound mystery. Sulu silently mused that if he possessed Pokemon's energy, perhaps he could truly unleash some skills. Eager to share his insights with Rayquaza, Sulu found himself at a loss for words, unable to accurately convey the subtle sensation. This inability to express his thoughts frustrated him, and he furrowed his brow, pondering how to overcome this communication barrier. At the end of the day's training, Sulu approached Rayquaza, gently patting its scales to offer comfort. Don't be discouraged. Mastering a skill doesn't happen overnight. We have plenty of time, so let's take it slow. Rayquaza nodded, its eyes once again filled with determination as it resumed its training. After training, Rayquaza took Sulu back to City W. On the return journey, Sulu was preoccupied with thoughts on how to convey his insights to Rayquaza. Although his psychic abilities allowed him to communicate directly with Pokemon, it was limited to the transmission of text or images. This subtle sensation seemed to transcend existing communication methods. As night fell, Psyduck and Oddish had already drifted into a peaceful sleep. Sulu lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. No wonder so many Pokemon trainers choose to train alongside their Pokemon, he murmured to himself. Maybe it's to directly convey their feelings to their Pokemon. At that moment, the word convey sparked inspiration in Sulu. He suddenly sat up and opened the system shop. Although his points were nearly depleted after buying berries a couple of days ago, thanks to Rayquaza's efforts and contributions from the Forbidden Beasts, his shop points had climbed back up to 20,000. 20,000 points? Just enough. Sulu thought happily, confirming the purchase without hesitation. Suddenly, a burst of pale golden energy erupted from within him, enveloping the entire room in a gentle glow. This was the new treasure Sulu had exchanged for the seed of overcoming power. The mysterious power known as overcoming force, originating from Arceus, is possessed by only a select few in the Pokemon world. This power grants its user the ability to directly communicate with Pokemon on a mental level, and even establish connections across time and space. Lu recognized the potential of this power and smiled slightly as he glanced at the sleeping Psyduck nestled in a nearby duckling nest. The golden threads of overcoming force extended towards Psyduck, establishing a connection. In an instant, Lu sensed the deepest desires of Psyduck: to become stronger, to never leave its trainer's side, and to embark on countless exciting adventures. He then connected with a Gloom, and a vision of a moonlit flower field appeared before him, with Gloom gleefully dancing with its companions. Even the Caterpie in its Pokeball was not exempt, dreaming of growing to a colossal size to carry Lu through the skies. These pure and kind-hearted desires might just be the essence of Pokémon. With the ability to directly sense their inner thoughts, Lu decided to take it a step further and attempt to convey his own thoughts to the Pokémon. Suddenly, the previously sleeping Psyduck jolted awake. Its sweet dreams turned into a scene of being prepared as a dish. Seeing Psyduck's reaction, Lu was certain that the overcoming force had achieved the desired effect. This power seemed more fitting for him than psychic abilities, having already grown to a practical level upon acquisition. With his newfound power, Lu ventured back into the Sky Cloud Forbidden Land the next day. Rayquaza, let's continue our training. I have a new method today. Rayquaza gave Lu a puzzled look, unsure of what new idea the trainer had in mind. The next moment, Lu established a mental link with Rayquaza using the overcoming force. This connection allowed Lu's thoughts to be conveyed accurately to Rayquaza, regardless of distance, far surpassing their previous tenuous communication. Now, remote control was effortless. Lu suddenly realized that he might have always had the potential for overcoming force, having been able to establish weak connections with all Pokémon before. Could it be I have the aura of an alpaca? The thought flashed briefly before Lu immediately conveyed his insights to Rayquaza. Rayquaza shuddered, as if having an epiphany. It let out a low roar, eager to unleash its skills. Lu reminded, train outside the valley, don't destroy the hard-earned clearing. Understanding, Rayquaza quickly carried Lu beyond the Pokémon Valley. After consuming the meteorites Lu had purchased, Rayquaza's size began to grow. Having defeated a king-level beast lord the day before, its level had reached 45. Rayquaza naturally awakened several skills: Crunch, Dragon Claw, Hyper Voice, Dragon Dance, Rest, Air Slash, Fly. Extreme Speed. Though it had numerous skills, most were supportive buffs, and the often-used Air Slash was far less destructive than Draco Meteor, one of the reasons Rayquaza yearned to learn it. High in the sky, Rayquaza opened its mouth again, gathering primal power. This time, it followed Lu's feeling to condense a meteorite. The primal power was no longer a mix of energy and stone, but transformed directly into a massive 2-meter diameter rock. It's done, Lu shouted excitedly. The originally massless primal power had turned into a 2-meter rock, greatly enhancing its impact under gravity. The meteorite, falling from 200 to 300 meters high, crashed into the ground with the support of Rayquaza's dragon energy, causing an explosion. The tremendous noise, accompanied by shockwaves, cleared a large area of clouds. With just one meteor, calling it Draco Meteor or Ancient Power doesn't fit. Let's temporarily call it Dragonfall Star, Lu suggested. Rayquaza nodded in agreement, visualizing the scene of the meteor crashing into the earth. Let's keep training, Lu encouraged. Once you master converting energy into meteorites, you'll be able to unleash Draco Meteor in full force. Rayquaza roared softly, continuing its training in sync with Lu's thoughts, and the meteorites it formed grew larger and larger. The booming of meteorites hitting the ground echoed once more in the Sky Cloud Forbidden Land. Not only did Siamu Yu notice Rayquaza's activities, but the Beast Lords in the Sky Cloud Forbidden Land, who had regained some of their sanity, also sensed Rayquaza's presence. Beasts of the Overlord level can rival those of the Champion level, and only the Quasidivine leaders of the Beast Alliance dare claim victory in an unknown confrontation. Yet, in the Forbidden Land of Tianyun, there are several such formidable creatures. At this moment, however, these powerful Overlord-level beasts are all avoiding Bauka Valley, as if some instinctive fear is keeping them at bay. Their acute senses detect an aura from Rayquaza that resembles the deities they dread, causing these usually arrogant overlords to refrain from rash actions. Siamu Yu had been traveling continuously for a day and a night, her face now etched with exhaustion. Every time she stepped into the territory of a beast lord, she had to fight, and even when she occasionally found a safe place to rest, it could not alleviate her physical and mental fatigue. Despite this, Siamu Yu was unwilling to stop. She knew that the target that had caught her attention could vanish at any moment, and if she arrived too late, she might find nothing to investigate. Siamu Yu had now ventured deep into the heart of the Tianyun Forbidden Land. Even with the thick fog surrounding her, she could faintly see a towering pillar piercing through the mist. However, she dared not proceed further. Both she and her skylight-glazed butterfly sensed several overwhelmingly powerful auras that were suffocatingly intense. This force reminded Siamu Yu of her challenge after becoming a heavenly king. At that time, she had the chance to directly challenge the champion governor, with a victory granting her the title of champion. If she failed, she would have to wait for the national championship held every 5 years to compete with other heavenly kings for the true champion title. Unfortunately, Siamu Yu was utterly defeated. It was the first time in her life she had experienced such a complete loss, as the old champion crushed her entire team with a single dominant beast. Now, she felt that suffocatingly powerful aura once more. Siamu Yu knew full well that approaching the sky pillar was too dangerous. She cast one last glance at the towering pillar before turning her attention to the direction from which a sound emanated. Fortunately, the source of the noise wasn't near the sky pillar, giving her a glimmer of hope. Siamu Yu silently prayed to find the clues she sought there, and then moved towards Baoka Valley. However, she hadn't gone far before she was targeted by a massive beast resembling a gorgon. She was now near the center of the Tianyun Forbidden Land, where the beast lords residing possessed the peak strength of a heavenly king. Siamu Yu cautiously surveyed her surroundings, realizing she had intruded into the territory of this fearsome creature. She knew the battle ahead would be one of the toughest challenges she had ever faced. When it comes to ambushes, fierce beasts are even more stealthy and cunning than humans, as it is one of their survival tactics. Just as Siamu Yu sensed the presence of the gorgon, two gray-white beams shot from the creature's eyes, aimed directly at her. The celestial glaze butterfly and the shadow beast of the nether immediately unleashed their power, creating a barrier of interwoven starlight to intercept the beams. However, the barrier was relentlessly pushed back by the intense force, and anything touched by the scattered rays was instantly petrified. Through the thick fog emerged a sinister figure, slithering forward. This was not a traditional gorgon but a giant serpent with a diameter of 2 meters, its head a human face covered with writhing snakes. A beast at the pinnacle of the celestial king level. Siamu Yu's face turned pale. Even with all her beasts combined, the odds of victory were slim. Sensing the weakness of its prey, the serpent monster attacked without hesitation. Its tail lashed like lightning, sending Siamu Yu, encased in a light barrier, flying and leaving a massive crater in the ground. Run! Siamu Yu screamed internally. If she could just escape to another beast's territory, there might be a slim chance of survival. The celestial glaze butterfly transformed into radiant wings, ready to carry her away, but was suddenly yanked back by an invisible force. The snakes atop the creature's head opened their eyes, each gaze binding Siamu Yu's protective field like steel cables. Although the forbidden zone already restricted flight, at this moment, she couldn't even lift off the ground. With a pale face, Siamu Yu turned to face the serpent monster, a look of determination in her eyes. Glaze, nether, prepare to synchronize. This time, we must succeed. She thrust out her hand, and a strange ripple enveloped her beasts. Synchronization evolution was Siamu Yu's last trump card. Though she was only beginning to understand this advanced evolution technique, she had no other choice. The shadow beast of the nether revealed its true form, merging into the celestial glaze butterfly like a mass of starlit slime. Under the shroud of white light, the butterfly's wings elongated, transforming into vast, night-like wings, with a tail extending into ribbons tens of meters long. Aurora Celestial Butterfly. Fight! Siamu Yu shouted. The Aurora Celestial Butterfly spread its wings, and countless colorful stars lit up the once stark wings. Its long tail feathers shimmered like auroras, and the starlight shot out in a burst, shattering the serpentine gaze's grip. Though the Aurora Celestial Butterfly now possessed the power to contend with the serpent monster, maintaining the synchronized evolution left Siamu Yu on the brink of mental collapse. Making a quick decision, she commanded the butterfly to seize her and swiftly fly away. Watching Siamu Yu's figure disappear into the distance, the serpent monster let out a furious hiss but did not pursue. It knew that within this forbidden land, more dangers awaited this unwelcome visitor. The serpent began to turn violent, its icy vertical pupils glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Although from a distance, the beast might mistake Siamu Yu's aura for one of its own, in close combat, her human scent became unmistakable. The beast's deep-seated desire to kill humans was fully triggered, and it would only relent if it realized it was outmatched. The massive creature slithered rapidly across the ground, its scales scraping against the earth with a grating noise, relentlessly pursuing Siamu Yu as she fled. Riding on the back of the Aurora Night Moth, Siamu Yu felt the threat looming closer, her face growing paler and her breathing more labored. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. Could she really perish in this forbidden land? She finally understood why all Beast Tamers turned pale at the mention of the Forbidden Zone. Even with her special bloodline, she found it so arduous, let alone ordinary Beast Tamers. Yet, Siamu Yu did not lose hope, for the loud rumbling sound in her ears grew clearer, and she could vaguely sense a human presence approaching. Under the pressure of impending death, Siamu Yu's abilities seemed to experience a breakthrough. Blue waves suddenly radiated from her eyes, and every movement around her became vividly clear in her perception. Dodge! She shouted internally, and the Aurora Night Moth, under her control, narrowly avoided a deadly petrifying ray. Thus, Siamu Yu evaded the serpent's attacks time and again, while flying toward the golden glowing presence her abilities had locked onto. Meanwhile, Su Lu felt a strange unease, as if someone was watching him. He cautiously looked in a certain direction through the fog, and the Rayquaza, which was spewing meteors, paused its actions. Go check it out over there, Su Lu commanded. Rayquaza let out a low roar and sped toward the designated direction, leaving behind a trail of devastation from the crushed meteors. With Su Lu's continual consumption of beast meat and the abilities he exchanged, his physical condition had significantly improved, enabling him to withstand the pressure of even faster speeds. 2 minutes later, with Rayquaza's rapid flight, Su Lu finally spotted a giant moth carrying a faintly blue glowing person fleeing. Despite her pale face, Su Lu immediately recognized her Siamu Yu, the new star frequently featured in recent news reports. Let's help her out, Su Lu said to Rayquaza. Try your new move. Rayquaza let out a thunderous roar. In the midst of her escape, Siamu Yu suddenly sensed a powerful presence above, exactly the target she had been seeking. The next moment, a terrifying wave of energy approached, and Siamu Yu halted in shock, looking up to see a massive meteor hurtling down from the sky. Though the meteor's target was the serpent behind her, Siamu Yu didn't hesitate to have the Aurora Night Moth raise a protective barrier, preparing for the imminent impact. A blinding light tore through the pale fog, instantly dispersing the mist with its heat and force. In the sky, a massive meteor, with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters, roared as it plummeted towards the ground. Siamu Yu keenly sensed the immense energy fluctuations within the meteor, setting off alarm bells in her mind. The serpent monster instinctively realized that this sudden attack's power far exceeded its ability to resist. However, the meteor's speed was astonishing, and before it could react, it crashed heavily onto the creature. The tremendous impact split the serpent monster into two. Despite its tenacious vitality, allowing it to move even when severed, the serpent monster could recover as long as its head escaped. But fate did not grant it this chance. The meteor suddenly unleashed a powerful energy wave, and a blinding light engulfed everything. As a physical manifestation of the energy from Rayquaza, the meteor easily exploded, and under the dual impact of physical and energy forces, the serpent monster was reduced to dust before it could even let out a scream. Although Siamu Yu quickly activated a protective shield, the powerful shockwave still sent her flying. Even the synchronized evolution of the Aurora Night Moth was reversed, causing it to lose consciousness. In the moment of tumbling through the air, Siamu Yu instinctively reached out to hold her two unconscious beasts tightly in her arms. Just as she was about to crash heavily onto the ground, Siamu Yu felt a strange wind lift her, gradually slowing her descent until she landed safely. She realized that this was Su Lu controlling Rayquaza to help her land safely. Once steady, Siamu Yu immediately checked the small Tuyu and the palm-sized Lioli in her arms. Feeling their faint but stable life signs, she felt a slight relief. Looking up at the sky, Siamu Yu's gaze was drawn to the majestic sky dragon. During her previous escape, her abilities had further awakened, allowing her to clearly sense the fluctuations and emotional connections of other creatures. The overwhelming force before her reminded her of facing a champion. No, it was even stronger. The fierce beast lore that had driven her to constant flight couldn't withstand even a single move from this being. Siamu Yu gazed at the figure standing atop Rayquaza with awe and respect. Finding the Sky Dragon and its master meant her mission was half complete. Next, she needed to establish contact. Worried the figure might leave, Siamu Yu mustered her courage and shouted, "Mighty Beast Master, I come on behalf of the Beast Alliance. I wish to speak with you." Her voice barely finished when she began to cough violently, the prolonged battle and the recent shock clearly having taken a toll on her body. Standing on Rayquaza's head, Su Lu noticed the peculiar aura emanating from Siamu Yu's soft blue ripple. Is this the aura? Already inclined to make contact with Siamu Yu, Su Lu was even more determined upon seeing what seemed to be aura power manifesting from her. Under Siamu Yu's gaze, Rayquaza slowly dispersed the clouds and approached her. As the distance closed, Su Lu's appearance became clearer to Siamu Yu. The figure was far from the elderly sage or weathered middle-aged man she had imagined. Instead, he was a surprisingly young and handsome youth. What puzzled Siamu Yu even more was the inexplicable sense of familiarity he gave her, as if she had seen him somewhere before. You look hurt? Su Lu asked with concern, noticing the pallor of Siamu Yu's face. It's nothing serious, cough, cough, Siamu Yu replied, trying to hold herself together, but unable to suppress another cough. Never mind, let's get you some rest, Su Lu decided. He didn't want to see a brave young woman who had fought for humanity collapse in front of him, nor did he want to attract unnecessary attention from the Beast Alliance and other organizations. Thank you, Siamu Yu said gratefully, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, still holding her unconscious beasts tightly. Sulu communicated with Rayquaza using his transcendent power, instructing it to bring Siamu Yu along. At that moment, Siamu Yu once again witnessed the mysterious golden power emanating from Sulu, reaching deep into her soul. This force gave her a profound shock, surpassing her own sensory capabilities. She couldn't help but wonder if possessing such power would easily empower all beasts. No wonder he could command such a powerful beast. This mystical power was probably just the tip of his strength's iceberg. However, as Siamu Yu attempted to probe further, Sulu suddenly frowned and said with slight displeasure, "I don't like being viewed with aura." Previously, Sulu had a vague feeling that someone was watching him. Now he was certain that it was Siamu Yu using a power similar to aura to search for him. Sulu thought that if it was indeed the aura power, known for its ability to sense and search, it made sense that the Beast Alliance would send her to find him. Aura? Siamu Yu furrowed her brow, looking puzzled. What is that? Is it the sensing ability I'm using now? She was secretly surprised, realizing that her ability had a specific name, and that the other person seemed to understand it thoroughly. In Siamu Yu's eyes, Sulu's image instantly became more mysterious. His ability to identify her superpower proved that he possessed knowledge far beyond her own and possibly even beyond that of the Beast Alliance. This profound knowledge hinted at the idea of a legacy, suggesting that Sulu might be backed by a vast organization. Sorry, I've just learned this ability and I'm not very skilled with it yet. Siamu Yu apologized sincerely. Sulu nodded, thinking that when Siamu Yu was sensing him, her whole body was emitting aura. If she had intended to spy, it wouldn't have been so obvious. He decided to believe that she truly couldn't control this power. Let's go then, Sulu said. Rayquaza extended its claw, and Siamu Yu gracefully leapt onto it. An invisible atmospheric shield enveloped Rayquaza's claw, so even while flying at high speed, Siamu Yu couldn't feel the slightest breeze. After being fed meteorites over the past few days, Rayquaza had grown significantly larger, and now there was ample room for one person to stand comfortably on its claw. Rayquaza swiftly ascended, and soon, everything around them turned into a sea of white. Despite having aura power, Siamu Yu lost her sense of direction and couldn't determine her location without any reference points. When they reached their destination, Rayquaza slowly descended. Siamu Yu's vision gradually cleared, revealing the scenery of the Treasure Valley. At that moment, her eyes widened in shock as she spotted an entirely unexpected presentia duck with 3 tufts of hair, yellow skin, and walking upright. A duck? Siamu Yu exclaimed. How can it be this duck? In that instant, Siamu Yu finally understood where the persistent feeling of familiarity came from. Her heart churned with disbelief as her gaze remained fixed on the incredible duck. Previously, Siamu Yu felt a sense of familiarity towards Sulu, but she never associated him with any of the students she saw on campus. After all, one was a powerful being with at least champion-level combat abilities, while the other was just a student who had only acquired their first beast a few days ago. In her subconscious, it seemed impossible that these two could be the same person. However, the reality forced her to believe otherwise. At this moment, Siamu Yu realized that her current mission might not be as challenging as she had imagined. Sulu was a student in W City, and his family and acquaintances were likely under the jurisdiction of W City and the Beast Alliance, which meant he probably had no ill intentions towards human settlements. Her objective in entering the Tianyun Forbidden Land was to ascertain the attitude of the Sky Dragon's envoy. With this thought, her furrowed brow relaxed. She recalled that day at school when the teacher seemed to call him Sulu. Rayquaza descended gracefully, setting the 2 of them down. Sulu's other 3 Pokémon gathered around them, having been summoned by Sulu's extraordinary powers before his return. As the first guest of the Pokémon Valley, the trio seemed quite excited. Even without using her aura, Siamu Yu could feel the deep bond between them and Sulu. She didn't detect even a hint of ferocity or rebellion in these Pokémon. We're here, Sulu said. Psyduck, did you prepare the healing potions? Psyduck extended its small hands, holding 2 bottles of healing potions. Sulu and Psyduck had already built a small cabin in the Pokémon Valley, storing some system items there. Although they had Rayquaza's protection, they still prepared some supplies just in case. When Sulu was away, Oddish and Caterpie could manage some things on their own. Sulu led Siamu Yu to the cabin. There was a fire pit and some rudimentary furniture made from trees Psyduck and Caterpie had knocked down during training, which Psyduck had crafted using its psychic powers. Sitting by the fire, Siamu Yu finally felt warmth, as the temperature in the cloud-covered Tianyun Forbidden Land was quite low. The healing potions are for your beasts, Sulu reminded her. Siamu Yu nodded and used the potions on her 2 beasts without hesitation. She wasn't worried about poison or anything like that. because with Su Lu's strength, he wouldn't need such tactics to harm or control her. Her main concern was her two beasts. In the outside world, using medicine on beasts required specific remedies based on their origin and injuries, often needing custom checks and formulations. The medicine she carried could only treat external injuries. The system-produced healing potions were, however, extraordinary. While they couldn't cure status conditions, they could restore health regardless of the injury type. After using the potions, her two beasts gradually regained vitality. The crystal butterfly took flight, while the timid ghost shadow beast shivered and leapt into Siamu Yu's shadow. The presence of Rayquaza was too overwhelming for it, and it sought refuge as soon as it could move again. Seeing her beasts were fine, Siamu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This recovery speed. These must be extremely valuable potions. She looked directly at Su Lu, filled with curiosity about why someone younger than her could be so mysterious and powerful. Are you okay? Su Lu asked. The potions used for Pokémon could work on beasts, but he wasn't sure about humans, so he didn't want to risk it unless necessary. Siamu Yu nodded. My bloodline is special, much stronger than ordinary people, so I'm mostly fine now. I see, Su Lu replied. So, what's your purpose here? To find you and confirm your stance, because your power is immense, Siamu Yu admitted frankly. I've seen you at school, and I'm the only one who knows your identity. I'll keep your secret. Su Lu thoughtfully rubbed his chin, recalling that Siamu Yu had indeed appeared at school. All right then, you keep my secret, and I hope you don't disclose what you've seen here. Siamu Yu didn't try to persuade Su Lu to join the Beast Alliance. Given Su Lu's demonstrated power, he was already among the top even within the alliance. Such a strong individual didn't need persuasion. They came and went as they pleased. To command someone like that would require a huge price unless they were naturally altruistic. So as long as he wasn't an enemy, it was good news. So, how should I report back? Siamu Yu asked directly, accepting Su Lu's request. Without a definite message, the Beast Alliance or other organizations would continue to invest resources until they learned the truth or paid a significant price. Su Lu quickly considered this. Just say the person you're looking for entered the spatial rift at the top of the sky pillar. Siamu Yu nodded, staring at the fire. She tentatively asked, Su Lu, what do you think about expanding territory? Even Dark World Beast Tamers cared about human territories. Whether good or evil, expanding territory was a shared topic, and she wanted to engage Su Lu in conversation. Moreover, she planned to expand territory nearby, and since the area around the Tianyun Forbidden Land could be considered Su Lu's domain, she naturally wanted his opinion. Siamu Yu's question made Su Lu think of other things. She agreed to keep his secret, but it was ultimately a verbal promise. Now, she seemed to be making her own request. If it was a request, then the credibility could be higher, as a deal could benefit both parties. Also, her building a city could facilitate his own development without exposure, as the ban on technology in the Forbidden Land was a hassle. That sounds reasonable, Su Lu said. If you encounter any trouble while building your city, you can call me. With that, Su Lu extended his hand. A point of golden light appeared, and he used his extraordinary power to establish a vague connection with Siamu Yu. Although faint, Siamu Yu could feel a unique force entering her body. She shivered slightly, sensing the unfamiliar and mysterious energy flowing within her. Standing nearby, Su Lu furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He noticed that the effect of using the power of transcendence on Siamu Yu seemed more pronounced than with others. Recalling the times he used this power on his parents, Su Lu couldn't help but compare. Back then, the results were unsatisfactory, merely serving as a means of locating them. But now, he was astonished to find that he could transmit simple messages to Siamu Yu, even if it was one way. This was far beyond his expectations. Su Lu's mind raced as he remembered something Siamu Yu had mentioned before. She had said her bloodline was special. Could it be due to having a summoning beast lineage? Or perhaps it was the influence of the wave-guiding power. These speculations swirled in his mind, yet he couldn't reach a definitive conclusion. Siamu Yu felt this force locking onto her securely, realizing that there was no turning back. It was both a means of communication between them and an invisible shackle. She understood that if she dared to betray, Su Lu could easily find her with this power. Unexpectedly, Su Lu was willing to help her establish new territories. This kindness stirred a warmth in Siamu Yu's heart, but she quickly suppressed the emotion. Of course, you'll have to handle the minor troubles yourselves, Su Lu said calmly, with a hint of concern in his voice. Siamu Yu nodded in agreement, but internally, she was intrigued by the wave guiding Su Lu mentioned. However, given their current relationship, she was reluctant to ask directly, as she had her own pride despite not being as powerful as Su Lu. The conversation soon shifted to other topics. They discussed the current state of the Beast Master Alliance and the unique evolutionary traits of various Academy subjects familiar to the prodigious Siamu Yu. Coincidentally, Su Lu also had an interest in these topics, leading to a discussion that lasted until dusk. When Su Lu noticed the late hour, he looked at Siamu Yu's still pale face and was moved. Considering that rushing her away might worsen her injuries, and directly taking her to W City risked exposing Rayquaza, he made a decision. You should rest here for the night. I'll take you away once you're better tomorrow, Su Lu said, his tone leaving no room for objection. As night fell, Su Lu retreated to a room in the wooden house to rest. This cabin was meticulously prepared by him, offering accommodations for all Pokémon and stocked with essentials for long-term training stays. He had already informed his family that he might spend the night outside, which was commonplace for a beast master frequently out hunting or training. Siamu Yu didn't go to bed immediately, but instead wandered through the Pokemon Valley. Su Lu didn't mind her actions, allowing her to explore. The foggy evening was particularly dim, yet Siamu Yu's vision was exceptionally clear, as if she could see through the mist. Unknowingly, her steps brought her to a vibrant meadow. A refreshing scent invigorated her, instantly replenishing her depleted mental energy and even noticeably healing her physical injuries. Is this an exotic plant? Siamu Yu thought to herself. She knew that in forbidden zones, due to the abundant energy and altered rules, some plants with special effects might grow. The mint-scented flora before her were likely rare exotic plants. She couldn't help but wonder if Su Lu's purpose for coming here was these very plants. Just then, a taller blade of grass emerged from the mint patch. A small figure pushed through the foliage, slowly revealing itself. It was an Oddish, having just scattered its seeds, now looking around contentedly. Even without the berry trees being transplanted yet, Su Lu had already exchanged for some mint seeds, entrusting Oddish to tend to them. These mint plants not only had special effects but could also enhance Pokemon attributes. Seeing the lush greenery, Oddish felt it had found its life's purpose. Oddish. The Oddish tilted its head, curiously observing Siamu Yu. In Siamu Yu's wave-guiding perception, Oddish's aura was incredibly gentle, like that of a friendly companion. This was unlike any summoning beast or fierce creature she had known. Even beasts tamed over generations retained some ferocity, yet this peculiar grass type being exuded none. This realization amazed Siamu Yu. A creature naturally gentle and friendly towards humans truly existed? She then felt a pang of sadness. Such a nature wasn't always beneficial, as it made these creatures more vulnerable to human harm. Fortunately, your owner is him, a warm and strong person, Siamu Yu said softly to Oddish as she crouched down. Oddish? Oddish. Although it didn't fully understand her words, Oddish knew she was praising its trainer. To Oddish, anyone complimenting its trainer was a friend, and making friends meant giving gifts, a lesson it learned from Su Lu. Oddish nodded, then quickly burrowed back into the flowers, preparing a special gift for its new friend. The skiploom lightly hopped back, holding a pale blue herb in its paws. It squinted its eyes and carefully handed the plant to Siamu Yu. This is latte mint, Siamu Yu said softly. Its scent makes Pokemon cheerful and gradually increases their defense. She took the herb, smiling. Is this a gift? Thank you. Skiploom let out a joyful dodo and turned to continue its work. The moon had just risen, marking the active time for Skiploom to scatter seeds. It bounced through the valley, leaving traces of new hope with each step. Watching its retreating figure, Siamu Yu thought. Truly his companion beast, such a pure creature is rarely seen in the outside world. Siamu Yu strolled into a small grove within the valley and suddenly heard a strange thumping sound. Looking in the direction of the noise, she saw a Caterpie repeatedly bumping into a large tree. The surrounding trees were covered with dented marks, clearly indicating this wasn't its first attempt. Nearby, a Psyduck watched the scene with a helpless expression. Quack, Psyduck exclaimed, as if saying, I'm the big brother. I must make sure the little one doesn't get hurt. Witnessing Caterpie's determined posture, Siamu Yu's heart raced. She speculated, could this be the legendary Rayquaza's initial form? As for Psyduck, perhaps it's just an ordinary psychic duck? Continuing her exploration in the Pokemon Valley, Siamu Yu encountered more and more scattered exotic plants. She wasn't surprised, knowing that many factions use conquered forbidden lands as planting bases, given that technology cannot be used there. She noticed that this area hadn't been fully developed, thinking that when the time comes, it will surely be even more beautiful and captivating. Siamu Yu gradually understood Su Lu's perspective. He must be, like her, a lover of companion beasts, which is why he forged such a dazzling bond with them. This also explained why he didn't want others to know about this place, probably to avoid disturbing these adorable creatures. The next day, Siamu Yu had almost fully recovered. Rayquaza took her to the edge of the sky-cloud forbidden land. She waved goodbye to Skiploom and Su Lu, her heart filled with reluctance and gratitude. Due to changes in the rules, Siamu Yu's satellite phone had no signal while she was in the forbidden zone. However, the moment she stepped out of the Tianyun forbidden zone, the satellite that had been locked onto the area instantly detected her location. At the same time, Hu Yunji and others, who had been waiting on the other end of the communication line, immediately connected to Siamu Yu's call. How did it go, Summer King? Hu Yunji, located in W City, eagerly asked. Her voice, though slightly hoarse with age, carried a tone of urgency. In her younger days, Hu Yunji had also attempted to enter the Forbidden Zone, but being purely human, she was discovered by fierce beasts as soon as she stepped in. She was forced to retreat after advancing less than a mile. Having personally experienced the dangers of the Forbidden Zone, she was even more eager for Siamu Yu to bring back valuable information. Siamu Yu responded with the words Su Lu had prepared in advance. I detected the presence we sensed that day, but it ultimately vanished into the spatial rift at the top of the sky pillar. The presence disappeared? Hu Yunji was momentarily stunned but quickly asked for more details. After the call ended, she immediately contacted the champion responsible for the region. These pieces of information needed no secrecy and might even benefit from being known by other forces. On the other end of the line was a middle-aged man's voice. After listening to Hu Yunji's report, he simply replied, Got it. By the way, Governor Song, Hu Yunji added, is Siamu Yu going to continue the frontier expansion here? There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a sigh. It's up to her. At the governor's office, Song Hu put down the phone and sighed. Has another elder left us? He murmured to himself. The Beast Alliance wasn't always around. It only began to fully manage various regions after which population and beast mastery statistics became widespread. Even so, there were still hidden strong figures among humans unknown to the Beast Alliance. These strong figures were without exception among the earliest batches of beast masters, most of whom were now nearing 100 years old. At the end of their lives, these elder beast masters often chose to venture into the forbidden zones, burning the last of their life's flame. Such events had occurred several times in recent years. To Song Hu, a powerful beast master not registered with the Beast Alliance could only mean one thing. I wonder what happened to that elder in the end, Song Hu pondered. As someone in a high position, he was aware that every forbidden zone near a city had been personally verified by a king or the alliance leader. The Tianyun Forbidden Zone was no exception, with an extremely powerful beast lurking within its spatial rift, which was why it hadn't been cleared out yet. But if that elder's strength was indeed as reported by Dong Yinfeng, they could at least deal a heavy blow to the beast beyond the spatial rift, delaying its arrival in reality. This would provide nearby humans with some breathing room for development. This was also why Song Hu did not oppose Siamu Yu's decision to continue the frontier expansion and city building. With this incident being classified as the final blaze of the Elder Beast Masters, it was temporarily concluded. Only Siamu Yu knew the full story. 3 hours later, Siamu Yu returned to W City with the help of the Skyglass Butterfly and met with Hu Yunji. There's news from above, Hu Yunji said. Summer King, you can choose whether or not to continue the frontier expansion. If you decide to proceed, I will fully support you. She truly hoped someone could establish a new city to the east of W City, as that area was full of fierce beast wilderness, placing enormous pressure on W City. If Siamu Yu succeeded in expanding the frontier, the main threat from the eastern beasts would no longer target W City. Siamu Yu nodded and said, I choose to continue. Oh. Hu Yunji asked curiously, addressing Siamu Yu by her first name this time. Muyue, is there a particular reason you feel compelled to expand the frontier? It's a promise and a responsibility, Siamu Yu answered calmly. Hu Yunji nodded. When do you plan to start? Tomorrow. So soon? It might be difficult to gather enough people in such a short time. No need to gather too many, Siamu Yu explained. Grandma, you just need to focus on city defenses and transporting the beast carcasses. Just the two of us as the main combat force? Hu Yunji asked, puzzled. Against those powerful beast leaders, the two of us might not be enough, right? In a beast's territory, as long as there's no spatial rift, the situation generally doesn't change, Siamu Yu explained. You could even say humans deliberately allow beasts to occupy certain areas. Due to the existence of temporal rifts, fierce beasts have become an endless threat. Siamu Yu stood in the Beast Alliance's conference room, explaining the complex situation to Hu Yunji. Her voice was firm and calm, as if she were describing a meticulously planned chess game. Eliminate one beast lord, and the lords from other regions will swarm in to claim the unguarded territory. Siamu Yu tapped her fingers lightly on the table, simulating the beast's attack routes. Moreover, the beasts are not a united front. Without human intervention, they would fight among themselves. Hu Yunji frowned thoughtfully, a look of deep contemplation on his aged face. Siamu Yu continued, so, the territories of the beast lords around the city are not just threats. They also serve as a barrier. Her gaze swept across the room, as if sketching an invisible map. Instead of constantly eliminating beast lords and facing new threats, it's better to keep the opponents we know. Let them be the first line of defense against other beasts. Hu Yunji nodded in understanding, impressed by Siamu Yu's strategic thinking. She elaborated, even if a familiar beast lord suddenly attacks, we can respond better. Most of the time, We just need to maintain this delicate balance. A hint of confidence flashed in Siamu Yu's eyes, but breaking this balance requires much greater strength. However, she said with a slight smile, I have a way. With that kind of power, none of the beast lords would be a problem. Hu Yunji relaxed, a smile spreading across his face. With Su Lu around, what do we have to fear from those beast lords? Haha. It looks like these old bones of mine can finally take it easy. Siamu Yue didn't reply immediately. Her thoughts seemed to drift far away. She silently calculated the time she had left, hoping to create a relatively safe environment for the city she had devoted herself to. The two of them walked out of the conference room to the entrance of the Beast Alliance. Siamu Yue suddenly turned her head, her gaze landing on the small energy pet food shop not far away. She recalled, out of curiosity about Su Lu, she had used her king-level authority to investigate his background on her way here. She discovered that Su Lu had opened a pet food store within the Beast Alliance, which piqued her interest. Hu Yunji noticed Siamu Yue's gaze and asked curiously, are you interested in that little shop? As kings, they usually had fixed channels for beast food supplies and rarely purchased from ordinary stores. Siamu Yue explained softly, the owner of this shop is a student from my grandfather's school. Her tone carried a barely perceptible hint of expectation, as if there was a secret worth exploring hidden in this ordinary little shop. Siamu Yue's grandfather, Hu Yunji, seemed quite interested in the Baokan energy feed store. As a highly respected principal, he likely asked Siamu Yue to pay it a visit. As the two approached the shop, Beast Tamers around them began to recognize who they were: our rising star recently seen on TV, the beautiful Siamu Yue, and the veteran Heavenly King of W City, Hu Yunji, who had protected the city for decades. Their appearance caused quite a stir, leading many to speculate about what was so special about this small shop that it could attract the attention of two Heavenly Kings. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Su were wrapping up their day, preparing to close the store. They were strictly following their son Su Lu's hunger marketing strategy, selling a limited quantity each day. Although they didn't fully understand the strategy, they followed it because it was their son's plan. This resulted in them finishing their work before noon, much to the surprise of many Beast Tamers. While other companies with trial sales rights were eager to operate 247, this store was only open for about 24 minutes. Hearing the commotion outside, Mr. and Mrs. Su turned around and were pleasantly surprised to see who the city lord himself visiting. They easily recognized the elder often seen on TV. Hu Yunji greeted them kindly. Hello, I'm just accompanying Xia Tianwang. No need to be so formal. At over 70, Hu Yunji was a generation older than Mr. and Mrs. Su, making their nervousness understandable. Their eyes then turned to Siamu Yue, and they couldn't help but admire her. Such a beautiful young lady, how wonderful it would be if she could be their daughter-in-law. It was then they realized she was the recently famous Tianwang from TV. Siamu Yue gently spoke, Uncle, Auntie, could I buy some beast feed? She was well aware that these were Su Lu's parents. Mr. Su instinctively replied, we're sold out for today. As soon as he said it, Mrs. Su gave him a gentle nudge. She quickly corrected, of course we have some left. Don't we have some stock in the back? Oh, right. Mr. Su realized, so, what type of energy block would Xia Tianwang like? Just call me Xia, Siamu Yue said a bit shyly. What do you mean by type? Mrs. Su patiently explained, these are all created by our son Xiao Su. He said there are about 18 types of attributes, and the energy blocks can enhance the corresponding attributes. They include normal, fire, dragon types. Hu Yunji, initially indifferent, became serious upon hearing about the types. He asked, can you elaborate on the differences and significance of these types? Mrs. Su shook her head. The boy only mentioned it briefly, and I only remember the names. That's a pity. Hu Yunji seemed a bit disappointed. Siamu Yue pondered the attributes of her two main beasts. She speculated that her skyglass butterfly might be flying and bug type, while her ghostly shadow beast could be psychic or ghost type. So, she purchased energy blocks for those four types. Her two beasts, drawn by the smell, emerged immediately. Even the usually shy ghostly shadow revealed its true form, transforming into a starry slime and devouring the blocks eagerly. Siamu Yue was pleasantly surprised to see both her beasts slowly evolving. The effect was even better than her custom feed. Considering the shop's owner, she could only marvel. No wonder it's his store. Initially just there to observe, Hu Yunji became interested after hearing about the attribute theory and decided to purchase some energy blocks as well. They wanted to continue their conversation with Mr. and Mrs. Su but realized they didn't know much more, so they bid farewell. Hu Yunji remarked to Siamu Yue, their son is quite a talent. If he perfects the attribute system theory, he might even become a doctor. By the way, Mu Yue, do you know their son's name? Su Lu, Siamu Yue replied. Su Lu, huh? I'll remember that, Hu Yunji said, intrigued by the name, considering the talent emerged from his city. Siamu Yue, on the other hand, was contemplating her plans. Since Su Lu was from W City, completely hiding his identity would require getting past Hu Yunji. Given that she might interact with Su Lu in the future, perhaps it was best if people believed they met because of this opportunity. The visit from two heavenly kings turned the previously unnoticed small shop into a focal point, drawing the attention of many beast tamers. However, Mr. and Mrs. Su were only willing to sell their stock to the two heavenly kings. Other beast tamers were out of luck. There was only so much to go around each day. If they sold too much, their son had said there was currently no place to restock. After leaving, Siamu Yu immediately contacted her team to start preparing for the frontier expansion plan. The first step in expansion was to clear out groups of fierce beasts, defeat their leaders, and collect the beasts' bodies, exotic plants, ores, and city ruins projects that could bring enormous profits. Siamu Yu officially announced the start of the frontier expansion plan in the morning, and by the afternoon, the national media had latched onto the big news. Although expansion wasn't new, Siamu Yu was the third new generation Heavenly King to undertake such a mission in the past decade. Coupled with her identity as a young female Heavenly King, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Almost every news channel was discussing it, and even Siamu Yu's recent whereabouts were uncovered, with a brief shot of the Balkan energy feed store appearing on screen. Meanwhile, Su Lu opened his system, ready to draw for new Pokemon and then head home. He clasped his hands together, silently wishing, "Please let me summon some adorable Pokemon." Summon. The roulette spun again, finally landing in the Pokemon section. Although it didn't land in the legendary Pokemon section, it stopped in the regular Pokemon area. Su Lu thought to himself, the odds for summoning a pseudo-legendary or higher were actually pretty decent, at 5. With a bit of luck, he might summon a powerful Pokemon in about 20 days. According to probability, he should have a pseudo-legendary or higher in another 10 days. He eagerly anticipated his good fortune. Just then, the Pokemon summoned by the system appeared before Su Lu. To his surprise, it wasn't just one, but two Pokemon, a purple and a blue one, both with big ears. Are these Nidoran and Nidorina? Su Lu crouched down, carefully observing the two Pokemon that resembled large mice. Their furry bodies trembled slightly as they gazed back at him with curiosity. Su Lu quickly used his psychic ability to connect with them, instantly understanding the thoughts of the brother and sister pair. He softly said, "Please take care of me, Nidoran and Nidorina." The two little creatures nodded gently in response. If you don't want to battle, you can help Oddish manage the Pokemon Valley. If you're interested in learning combat skills, you can seek out Psyduck and Caterpie, Su Lu patiently explained, not forcing them to join in battles. After settling the new Pokemon, Su Lu exchanged for 2 more Pokeballs. He looked at the growing number of spheres at his waist and thought, I can't always carry all of them. I'll probably summon more Pokemon. I need to find a strong one soon, so I can leave them in the valley with peace of mind. Sitting atop Rayquaza, Su Lu took out his switched-off phone, contemplating the pros and cons of the technology-free Forbidden Zone. He secretly hoped for progress in Siamu Yu's research, which was one of the reasons he wanted to help build the city. Back in W City, Su Lu checked 2 new messages. His parents had chosen a house near the Beast Alliance, and Zhang Wei invited him to taste his new culinary creations the next day. Following the address, Su Lu arrived at an upscale residential area. He shook his head, sighing at his parents' frugality. Despite being able to afford a villa, they opted for a regular house. Entering the neighborhood, Su Lu knocked on the door of their home. The door opened to reveal a beautiful young woman sitting in the living room, chatting with his parents. "Son, you're back," his mother said with a smile. "We have a guest, so we didn't go to pick you up. He's grown enough to come home on his own, hasn't he?" his father joked. "Our son is independent," his mother continued, introducing, "By the way, this is Siamu Yu." Su Lu stood at the doorway, surprised to see Siamu Yu unexpectedly in his family's living room. At the Beast Tamer Alliance, Xia met us and left her contact information, saying she had something to ask you. As Su's mother spoke, she kept winking at Su Lu, her eyes full of anticipation and excitement, as if saying, "Son, this is a great opportunity." Su's mother was secretly delighted, thinking how wonderful it would be if her son could marry such a daughter-in-law. Although there hadn't been much interaction before, wasn't this the perfect chance? Siamu Yu approached them under the pretense of wanting to understand the attribute system, but to Su's mother, it was clear she was attracted by her son's talent. Even though Siamu Yu was 2 years older than Su Lu, this was not a concern for either set of parents. Moreover, she was a powerful Heavenly King Beast Tamer. If she truly took an interest in their son, the two could make great strides together, and the Su family would surely rise to prominence. However, faced with his parents' eager expectations, Su Lu wasn't nearly as enthusiastic, feeling a bit overwhelmed instead. Siamu Yu nodded politely at Su Lu, appearing completely different from her fierce demeanor during televised Heavenly King battles, more like the girl next door. Seeing this, Su's mother smiled and handed a key to Su Lu, saying, "Son, you've grown up, and living with us might not be convenient. We bought you an apartment right across the street. You young people can talk there. We won't disturb you." Her eyes conveyed the message, "We've done all we can." Make sure you seize this opportunity. Su Lu sighed helplessly and turned to Siamu Yu, saying, Miss Heavenly King, please follow me. Hearing the term Heavenly King, Siamu Yu flinched like a startled creature. She usually accepted this title from others with grace, but from Su Lu, she detected a hint of dissatisfaction. She wondered if it was because she had approached his family. Silently, Siamu Yu rose and followed Su Lu into the apartment across the street. Once the door closed, Su's father turned to Su's mother and whispered, Hey, do you think our son can handle it? Su's mother frowned slightly and said, Xia seems nice, but I feel something is off. Didn't you notice? It seems like Xia is a bit afraid of our Su. Su's father waved it off dismissively. Ah, what do you know? She's just well-mannered and gentle, not using her heavenly king status to intimidate us. What a wonderful girl. I've officially announced the start of expansion, Siamu Yu said, sitting across from Su Lu, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Su Lu raised an eyebrow slightly. Really? How soon? It begins tomorrow, Siamu Yu replied, a hint of eagerness in her voice. Su Lu pondered for a moment, then asked, how long will it take to start constructing the new city? Siamu Yu thought carefully and answered, clearing the beast lords, sweeping through the spatial rifts, leveling the land, and gathering lost data from the ruins at the fastest. It will take 2 months. Hearing this time frame, Su Lu frowned slightly. That's a bit slow. I need you to help me build some facilities. Siamu Yu nodded knowingly. She had anticipated this. After all, such a simple reason as maintaining a conservative identity wouldn't suffice to gain his assistance. Not just Su Lu, but every king involved in expansion had massive stakes. Sure, I can connect you with the best construction teams, and the equipment can be sourced directly from the Beast Alliance at original prices, Siamu Yu stated seriously. Only then did Su Lu nod in satisfaction. Research requires technological means, after all, and nothing profound could be studied in a forbidden land. Not only Rayquaza, but any other legendary beasts he summoned in the future would likely start incomplete, requiring significant resources for cultivation and research. How much will it cost? Su Lu inquired. That depends on how large you need it and what kind of research equipment you require, Siamu Yu continued. She herself had a small research facility to enhance her own beasts, providing optimal upgrade paths and nutritional plans. Without much thought, Su Lu said, the primary focus is on energy research equipment. Other aspects can be slower, but eventually, we'll need everything. As for size, let me discuss the location with you. Energy research? Siamu Yu thought of the terrifying meteor summoned by the green dragon and was secretly amazed. Could there really be further enhancement? And all the top research equipment? Just how many powerful beasts did he have? Siamu Yu murmured softly in understanding. Su Lu felt more at ease. Acting as a king involved in expansion indeed made things much easier. So, how much would it cost? He asked casually. Siamu Yu held up 4 fingers. For the lab, excluding equipment, around 40 billion. Su Lu was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his forehead like a Psyduck. 40 billion? Even though he was somewhat prepared, the figure still shocked him. After all, he wanted to create a facility like Professor Oak's garden, where Pokémon of any type could thrive. I'll find a way. Just help me set it up, Su Lu said, already calculating the potential of the energy cube industry. After discussing Su Lu's requirements, Siamu Yu seemed relieved. After a detailed conversation, she confirmed that Su Lu wasn't just toying with her but genuinely intended to establish a massive research facility in her Suntop city. By the way, won't your direct contact with me expose you? Su Lu suddenly asked, addressing his main concern. Siamu Yu explained, No, I'm meeting you under different pretenses. Others won't know you're the dragon envoy of the sky. I told my uncle and aunt that you classified the beasts by attributes, and I used that as a reason to meet you. By the way, Lord Hu is also very interested in your attribute classification theory. Is that so? Su Lu mused, stroking his chin. Then let me explain it to you in detail. It'll give you something to report back, and we do need a valid reason to meet. Siamu Yu's eyes lit up, discovering yet another intriguing aspect of Su Lu. Just how many secrets did this boy hold? Su Lu began explaining the theory of attribute classification in detail. Siamu Yu listened intently, unconsciously leaning closer. She eagerly asked about various details, but Su Lu simply responded that further research was needed. Siamu Yu calmed her excitement, already eager to help Su Lu establish his research facility. She then left, briefly mentioning the concept of 18 attributes to Hu Yun. Meanwhile, Su Lu went to his rented lab to pick up a batch of meteorites and other Pokemon breeding supplies. The next day, the expansion operation officially commenced. As the territorial expansion initiative began, the city of W became the center of an unprecedented media frenzy. Journalists from numerous TV stations flooded in, and many adventurers even planned to head straight to the main battleground for first-hand reporting. The newly crowned superstar, Siamu Yu, alongside the city's veteran star, Hu Yunji, announced the official launch of the expansion initiative. This announcement hit the city like a bombshell, stirring up a massive uproar. Everyone understood the significance of this expansion. It was the reclaiming of human territory. Typically, such expansions start with seizing a small area, gradually establishing towns, and eventually developing them into cities. However, after in-depth interviews by the reporters, a shocking revelation emerged. The target of this expansion was an area as large as the existing city of W. This meant the initiative would need to clear out 4 large territories of fierce beasts and countless hidden space-time rifts. As the news spread, skepticism arose. Many began to doubt whether Xia Tianwang had the strength to tackle such a formidable task. Even more startling was the fact that both Xia Tianwang and Lord Hu refused any assistance, opting to undertake the venture on their own. This decision sparked heated debates among the public. Was it overconfidence or genuine capability? The media rushed to cover every move of Siamu Yu, turning her into the center of attention. Particularly noteworthy was when she was spotted entering a regular neighborhood the previous day, reportedly to visit a young man. This sensational news quickly became a hot topic. Siamu Yu's fans were in an uproar, almost ready to storm Su Lu's doorstep for an explanation. Those who knew Su Lu reacted with astonishment. No way, it's that guy. Soon, someone dug up Su Lu's Beastmaster ID photo from the Beast Alliance archives. The picture showed Su Lu standing next to a silly-looking duck, both making signs, looking quite goofy. Like Master, like Beast, netizens joked, suggesting Su Lu might be as clueless as his duck. However, when Siamu Yu personally called Su Lu to ask if she could reveal his attributes, public opinion shifted dramatically. The narrative changed from possibly a clueless duck to a clever goofy duck. Watching the scandalous news reports on TV, Psyduck laughed heartily, thinking, these people have good taste, saying the master is just like me. Seeing Psyduck so pleased, Su Lu feigned exasperation, saying, what are you so happy about? You think they're complimenting me? They're saying you're silly. Psyduck was stunned, finally realizing that its rare TV appearance had made it the butt of the joke. This realization was too much, and Psyduck retreated to a corner, drawing circles in the air in despair. Seeing this, Su Lu went over and patted Psyduck's shoulder, comforting it. They think you're silly only because they haven't seen your true potential. Psy? Really? Psyduck looked up, hope gleaming in its eyes. Su Lu nodded seriously. You'll have more chances to be on TV, and when you do, you'll amaze everyone. Psy. Definitely. Psyduck's spirits were lifted, but then it tilted its head in confusion. Psy? Something's off. Aren't they supposed to be criticizing the master? Shouldn't I be the one comforting the master? How did it turn around? Just then, Su Lu's phone rang with a playful tone. Ding ding, your grandson is calling. It was Zhang Wei on the line. As soon as Su Lu picked up, he heard Zhang Wei's trembling voice filled with excitement. Wow, dude. You quietly hooked up with a superstar. Su Lu sighed helplessly. Do you still want the other formulas? Grandpa Little Wei invites you to dinner. Zhang Wei immediately shifted to a fawning tone. That's more like it. Su Lu chuckled, shaking his head. Not long after, Su Lu, along with Psyduck and Oddish, arrived at Zhang Wei's place. The TV in the living room was still broadcasting news about the territorial expansion in Siamu Yu. Zhang Wei served several delicacies made from fierce beast meat, their aroma enticing. You've really got a knack for this, Zhang Wei said seriously as he sat down. I followed the ratios you provided and managed to create some decent dishes. They even have certain effects when consumed by humans. What's your plan with them? Su Lu tasted a bit, finding it delicious and feeling a warm sensation spreading through his body. This further confirmed his belief that, at least in terms of energy, the Pokémon world and this world were connected. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to achieve similar results using similar materials. Not bad, Little Wei. Your skills have improved, Su Lu praised. Do you think you can make a business out of these formula lists? Zhang Wei nodded earnestly. Of course, it's possible. Then I'll leave it all to you. Do as you see fit. Su Lu said casually. There are about 30 more energy formula lists. That's quite valuable, isn't it? Zhang Wei was taken aback. 30 more? Just one of these could easily be a flagship product for a restaurant or a beast food company. And you're just giving them to me? It's all right, they're not the main products, Su Lu responded nonchalantly. You know I recently opened a small shop, right? Zhang Wei nodded slightly, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Recently, the media had been abuzz with rumors about Siamu Yu, which inadvertently put Su Lu in the spotlight as well, making it impossible to keep the news of his store opening a secret. Sensing Zhang Wei's hesitation, Su Lu reassured him softly. Those are the main products. What I've given you are just derivatives. Feel free to go ahead with confidence. Despite this, Zhang Wei still felt the gift was incredibly valuable, but he eventually nodded in agreement. As the two of them chatted over their meal, a news report suddenly caught their attention. It was a detailed report about the territory of fierce beasts, prompting both of them to turn towards the screen. The report mentioned that the land slated for development was home to 4 powerful beast lords. Detailed information about these lords had already been gathered, with 2 of them commanding large groups. Siamu Yu and Hu Yunji's primary targets were these 2 beast groups, the Spiked Crocodile clan by the river and the Rock Crystal Bear clan in the forest. The news anchor emphasized the crucial importance of a stable water supply for a city, essential for both construction and daily life. Given the current dangerous wilderness conditions, even water transport routes could be easily intercepted by beasts. Thus, a natural water source became vital, explaining why the Spiked Crocodile clan was the primary target for conquest. The screen then shifted to an introduction of the beasts. The Spiked Crocodile is an ordinary level beast, but its ability to dive underwater and shoot spikes from its back makes it more challenging to deal with than other beasts of the same level. Among every 30 Spiked Crocodiles, there is one of a higher tier. The entire clan numbers nearly 1,000, with the Lord reaching mid-king level strength and at least 3 guards at the initial king level. With such power, the Spiked Crocodile clan firmly held their river territory, despite multiple probing attempts by City W that failed to make a breakthrough. However, the report noted that despite this, the clan was still the easiest beast lord to deal with in this territorial expansion effort. As the news footage shifted to the wilderness, 2 king-level experts had already begun their operation. Do you think they will succeed, Sulu? Zhang Wei asked anxiously, eyes fixed on the television screen, his voice tinged with worry. It wasn't just Zhang Wei. Everyone in W City was on edge. If the expansion failed, it could trigger a beast uprising, and W City would be the first to face the consequences. They will definitely succeed, Su Lu replied with unwavering confidence, a determined glint in his eyes. Yes, they will definitely succeed. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement, though his brow remained furrowed. After dealing with Zhang Wei's concerns, Su Lu headed out of the city once more. The expansion efforts had led to a surge in the number of Beast Tamers in W City. The actions of the 2 kings against the Beast Lord were bound to cause ordinary beasts to scatter and flee. While regular Beast Tamers couldn't handle a horde or high-level beasts, they could seize the opportunity to pick off stragglers. With a bit of luck, they could make significant gains, contributing to the expansion efforts. Su Lu had Katia drive towards the direction where Siamu Yu and her partner were located. Along the way, there was a continuous stream of vehicles, some preparing to collect beast carcasses, others planning to conduct field surveys after the kings cleared the area. Before long, Su Lu arrived at the first battle zone. Beyond lay the territory of the Spiked Crocodile. The area ahead was marked with caution tape by the Beast Tamer Alliance. In the river region where the Spiked Crocodile resided, there was an open space rift that disrupted precision instruments, meaning vehicles might break down if they ventured further. Creatures emerging from the space rift varied in strength. Powerful ones like the roaming wolf packs, numbering in the thousands, could give rise to a king-level leader. However, king-level beasts were generally rare. The Spiked Crocodile, capable of 1 in 30 evolution, was a rare beast, eyed by many beast tamers. Yet, due to its social nature and danger, most returned empty-handed or even lost their lives to the crocodile group. The Spiked Crocodiles fed on other beasts constantly emerging from the space rift, forming a large group of nearly 1,000. The leftovers of their prey were consumed by other beasts. The abundant energy around the space rift reduced the need for food intake, creating this beast territory. The crocodile group, in a sense, kept the space rift in check. The limited food supply from the rift also curbed the crocodile group's expansion, maintaining a delicate balance. However, with the influx of humans, this balance was disrupted. Deep rumblings could be heard, but due to the proximity to the space rift, technology failed, and reports couldn't be made. One beast after another sensed the immense energy fluctuations and began to flee, only to be swiftly captured or killed by the waiting beast tamers. Su Lu watched coldly from the sidelines, uninterested in ordinary beasts. As he observed, the rumbling grew louder. In the distance, a colossal 4-meter crocodile crashed through building ruins, charging towards the border. In the sky, a radiant figure with starlit wings sped towards it. It's a king, someone exclaimed. What's that behind Xiao Tianhua? It doesn't look like her usual beast. This energy, is it synchronized evolution? Has the Sky King managed to secure a ticket to the championship? No way. Mastering special evolution at such a young age? Siamu Yu's wings emitted beams of light, forming a radiant cage around the Spiked Crocodile leader. The larger beast group was temporarily held back by Hu Yunji, while she focused on swiftly taking down the lone king-level crocodile that had wandered away from the river. To save time, Siamu Yu unleashed her trump card. The fleeing crocodile stirred up a massive cloud of dust, yet it seemed aware of the danger of straying too far from the space rift, where technological assaults awaited. Having run for so long, its ferocity was ignited. Trapped in the light cage, it emitted a red glow, entering a berserk state. Its thick scales stood erect, radiating red light in all directions. Siamu Yu, in response, summoned numerous light shields through her beast. Onlookers watched with bated breath. Though they had witnessed high-level Beast Tamer battles through the King's Championship, experiencing it firsthand was a different story. The roar of the King-level beast was deafening, and the collapsing ruins made the ground tremble. Every Beast Tamer pondered the peril they would face if caught in such a battle, likely perishing instantly if they were caught in the crossfire. Sulu's attention shifted to the vehicles encircling the area. It seemed they were equipped with modern weaponry. Once the beast stepped beyond the Space Rift's influence, technological weapons would come into play. No wonder there wasn't a need to assemble a large army. The strategy was simply to take down the leader of the beasts. Siamu Yu stood at the edge of the battlefield, observing the situation before her. With their leader gone, the ordinary beasts were left confused and disoriented. Just a little bit of hurting would be enough to drive them away from the spatial rift area, after which humans could use precision strikes with advanced weaponry. A century of battling these beasts had forced humanity to continuously develop more destructive weapons. This was an inevitable outcome of the pressure for survival, and it had become one of the key forces in defending human territory. Suddenly, a starry blade several meters long sliced through the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar, and pierced the head of a spiked crocodile beast. Siamu Yu panted heavily, taking deep breaths. Defeating a king-level beast wasn't too difficult, but fully killing them required a great deal of stamina. She was relieved that this was a land-based spiked crocodile. Dealing with one in water would have been much more challenging. With that in mind, Siamu Yu didn't dare delay, and quickly headed further in. She knew that at this moment, City Lord Hu Yunji was under immense pressure. Since the area being targeted was off-limits to outsiders, even the Beast Alliance was worried about potential interference, leaving everyone unaware of what was happening deeper inside. Meanwhile, Hu Yunji was facing a massive wall of thorns, breathing heavily. This time, she had brought all her beasts, totaling 19 grass-type beasts. As a veteran king, Hu Yunji had the ability to simultaneously control such a large number of beasts. As a plant-type king, Hu Yunji's beasts were not very mobile, but their defense and regeneration abilities were outstanding. This was a perfect counter to the spiked crocodiles that relied on water flow to unleash their full power. The fixed position of the river allowed Hu Yunji to engage in her specialty, a war of attrition. At this moment, the entire river had been overrun with chaotic thorns, effectively blocking the movement of several king-level spiked crocodiles. The thorns not only restricted their actions, but also pierced through many ordinary spiked crocodiles. However, there were still 3 king-level spiked crocodiles that Hu Yunji couldn't easily deal with. These 3 massive crocodiles were furiously tearing at the thorn cage, but Hu Yunji remained unfazed inside. She thought to herself, didn't that girl say she could handle this easily? This is exhausting for my old bones. She sighed deeply. Just then, Siamu Yu, having just defeated a spiked crocodile leader, finally arrived at the main battlefield. Coevolution? Is that girl's trump card? Hu Yunji shook his head, frowning slightly. Even so, it might not be enough. As a king who had successfully expanded his territory, he knew well the kind of power required to achieve Siamu Yu's initial goals. If Siamu Yu's trump card is only this, then it's time to stop after this battle, Hu Yunji pondered to himself. The remaining beast lords are not easy opponents. His gaze swept over the surrounding wilderness as he calculated in his mind. After securing this area, it would be feasible to establish a small town if they could withstand the subsequent beast sieges and seal the space-time rift. As for more ambitious goals, that would be mere fantasy. Lord Hu, shall we begin? Siamu Yu's voice interrupted his thoughts. Hu Yunji nodded in agreement. The spiked frenzy crocodile group was their chosen weakest target, and thanks to prior intelligence, they were well aware of this beast's weaknesses. As soon as the words were spoken, the water surface erupted. Dozens of spikes, wrapped in water, shot towards them like arrows. Siamu Yu swiftly dodged the attack and dashed into the thorn fortress that Hu Yunji had prepared. The 3 spiked frenzy crocodiles at the early king level seemed to sense their leader's death, their eyes burning with even more fury. They roared deafeningly, furiously ramming the thorn barrier. After regrouping, the 2 began their counterattack. Hu Yunji's thorn fortress transformed into a solid defense line, while Siamu Yu took charge of the main offense. This time, she brought more spirit beasts, mostly small fairy-type creatures. There were glowing winged orbs and concentric rings of light. If Su Lu were here, he would recognize Siamu Yu as a specialist in fairy-type spirit beasts. Brilliant beams of light shot from Siamu Yu's spirit beasts, hitting the spiked frenzy crocodile leader precisely. Unexpectedly, the spiked frenzy crocodile, a water-dark attribute beast, was perfectly countered by Siamu Yu's natal spirit beast, the celestial light glass butterfly. The bug fairy energy dealt 4 times the damage to dark attributes, an overwhelming advantage. If not for the spiked frenzy crocodiles being in their water domain and having 3 king-level presences, a few attacks might have sufficed to kill them. Watching Siamu Yu suppress the spiked frenzy crocodiles with fervor, Hu Yunji was quite surprised. He couldn't help but recall Siamu Yu mentioning the theory of attribute restraint. As the battle progressed, the spiked frenzy crocodiles gradually fell into a disadvantage, yet they also entered a state of complete frenzy. The raging red aura on them turned into black fury, launching desperate attacks. Even the incredibly sturdy, regenerative thorn field was breached. Several of Hu Yunji's concealed spirit beasts suffered various degrees of damage. With the spiked frenzy crocodiles in a frenzy, Siamu Yu's attacks were easier to land, but she was also more prone to injury. By the time the last mid-king level spiked frenzy crocodile leader fell, Siamu Yu was utterly exhausted, her body weak and limp. Don't relax. There's one last wave, Hu Yunji shouted in warning. The fatigued Siamu Yu forced herself to stay alert, barely managing to stand. With the area's leader eliminated, the space-time rift was effectively liberated. A flood of beasts might emerge from it, and beasts from other regions could swarm in. If luck turned against them, several king-level beast lords could descend. In their current state, the two would struggle to cope. Just as Hu Yunji was contemplating retreat, Siamu Yu suddenly thought of something and began mentally calling out to Su Lu. Observing from the periphery, Su Lu sensed Siamu Yu's call and used his transcendent power to perceive her thoughts. I see, that makes things easier, Su Lu murmured to himself. Then, a subtle ripple swept across the sky, releasing a faint, draconic presence. Humans could barely detect it, but beasts sensed it keenly. Many weaker beasts stopped in their tracks, intimidated by the aura. Consequently, the number of attacking beasts was far below expectations, and the few reckless ones were easily intercepted by the spirit beast masters on the outskirts. By the riverbank, Hu Yunji, who had been waiting for some time, was puzzled. It was a well-known fact that killing a leader would trigger a beast tide, yet no large-scale beast assault had occurred. Is this Siamu Yu's doing? Hu Yunji wondered to himself. But even so, it might not be enough. With a gentle tap of his cane on the ground, Hu Yunji's hidden spirit beasts revealed themselves. There were walking trees, fruit-like creatures, and straw-like monsters. These were all Hu Yunji's spirit beasts, and though most were injured, they stood ready to face the potential beast tide. Can you level with me, King Xia? Hu Yunji asked seriously, locking eyes with Siamu Yu. She continued, if we don't have stronger forces, let's end it here. Even if we expand our territory, we won't be able to hold it. Her words were filled with wisdom. Starting a venture is hard, but maintaining it is even harder. Especially as the city is established and the human population grows, the increased presence will inevitably attract more powerful beasts. If they barely have the strength to expand, how can they possibly defend it? Siamu Yu was silent for a moment, and Su Lu's image flashed through her mind. Her original plan was to start from a small town, like the veteran kings before her, and gradually expand the city's territory as her strength grew. But with Su Lu's assistance, a large city might just be the beginning. Taking a deep breath, Siamu Yu confidently said, yes, I have a powerful trump card. This area won't be a problem. Hu Yunji was slightly taken aback. She wanted to caution, don't be overly ambitious, but seeing the unwavering determination in Siamu Yu's eyes, she swallowed her words. That kind of conviction is something only those with absolute confidence can exude. Killing the leader is just the beginning, Hu Yunji continued. We need to clear this area of all beasts, or else ordinary people won't be able to construct or explore. Go ahead and bring your partners in. They had taken down the toughest challenge. What remained were the easier prey. These spoils belonged to Siamu Yu alone. As for Hu Yunji's share of the benefits, it would be paid through cooperation between the two cities post-establishment. Siamu Yu nodded, contemplating her next steps. Typically, after defeating a leader, a hunting company would sweep through and capture beasts, as they represent profit. The area is vast, and a king alone would likely be overwhelmed. Then, a survey team would thoroughly explore the ruins of the former city to uncover anything of value. Finally, they would clear the ruins and rebuild the city. However, Siamu Yu had already abandoned cooperation with all hunting companies. She had ceded this profit to one person, as part of the price for their assistance. Tidy up and don't let anyone see you looking exhausted, Hu Yunji advised, as her beasts also stood tall and proud. Even though they would need at least a month or two to recover their peak strength after this battle, they still needed to present their best selves to the public. People needed to see hope. This was the essence of expanding territory. Siamu Yu nodded solemnly, then adjusted her demeanor. As the two of them stepped out of the influence of the spatial rift, a thunderous cheer erupted, deafening in its intensity. As the two emerged unscathed, the crowd erupted into cheers. This was only the first step in the expansion, but it was also the most challenging one. The successful defeat of the Beast Lord paved the way for the construction of the town. Amidst the throng, reporters and their beast companions rushed forward, eager to interview the heroes. However, staff from the Beast Alliance quickly intervened to maintain order. Hu Yunji briskly walked into the temporary quarters set up by the Alliance and began issuing a series of commands. The onlookers were buzzing with conversation. Will they sweep through the regular beasts next? They'll definitely need corpse movers since vehicles can't get through the spatial rift. Maybe we can go in and earn some extra cash. Do you think the Heavenly King will personally handle the ordinary beasts? Maybe they'll let us go in and hunt. There aren't many beasts left in the spiked crocodile's territory. The big companies probably won't be interested. It all depends on how the newly crowned Heavenly King plans things. Indeed, many company representatives were eagerly watching Siamu Yu, waiting for her signal to charge in. However, Siamu Yu did not immediately give any instructions. After leaving the territory of the spiked crocodiles, Siamu Yu's aura sensing detected a familiar presence. Without actively probing, she knew it was Su Lu. Sure enough, Su Lu's voice echoed in her mind. Siamu Yu wasn't surprised, as she was well aware of Su Lu's extraordinary powers. In full view of everyone, Siamu Yu suddenly rose into the air and flew off into the distance. About 10 minutes later, she met Su Lu at a secluded spot. Su Lu scrutinized Siamu Yu and her beast. In public, she and Hu Yunji both maintained a facade of calm. Normally, multiple Heavenly Kings would lead the charge to clear a beast territory, not just two people taking on an entire clan alone. Now, in front of Su Lu, Siamu Yu no longer concealed her beast's injuries. Su Lu could see that this victory was hard-won. But this first battle was a challenge Siamu Yu needed to face on her own. Even though Su Lu offered his help, she didn't immediately ask for it. The reason was simple. She needed to prove her own strength. If she relied on Su Lu for everything, how would she be different from an ordinary person? It was a matter of pride for Siamu Yu. She refused to be just a figurehead. And indeed, she had succeeded. In future battles, she wouldn't mind if Su Lu stepped in. Su Lu retrieved several bottles of healing potions from his backpack and tossed them to Siamu Yu. Knowing the effectiveness of these potions, she didn't hesitate to use them on her beast. What are your plans now? Su Lu asked. After this battle, Lioli and the others will need at least half a month to recuperate. I'll have to rely on you for the next steps, Siamu Yu admitted. Su Lu nodded in understanding. How tough are the remaining areas? Stronger by a bit. Just a bit stronger? In Su Lu's view, if they were only slightly stronger, they still wouldn't pose a threat to Rayquaza. Then let's strike quickly, Su Lu suggested. Siamu Yu agreed with a nod. Oh, by the way, Su Lu suddenly remembered. How much are the beasts in the spiked crocodile's territory worth? Excluding the spiked crocodile that the city lord and I have already taken down, the remaining beasts are worth around 10 million altogether, Siamu Yu explained. But it takes time to locate and hunt them. Without Rayquaza's deterrence, more beasts would flood into the territory. She had initially planned to leave these beasts for Su Lu. 10 million? Su Lu recalled Siamu Yu's earlier mention of 4 billion. In comparison, this seemed insignificant. Are the other targets worth only as much? The energy from the space-time rift occupied by the spiked crocodiles is too weak, so they need to hunt extensively. The other beast lords' territories have far more beasts, so they're worth more, right? Su Lu promptly decided. Let's leave the spiked crocodile's territory for other beast masters to clear. We'll head straight to the other beast territories. He didn't want to waste time searching for ordinary beasts, which would take ages to accumulate enough money. Shortly after, Siamu Yu returned to the crowd. People were puzzled by her sudden departure and return. But the keen-eyed Hu Yunji noticed that Siamu Yu's beast had recovered remarkably quickly. Injuries that should have taken half a month to heal looked like they would be fine by tomorrow. More surprisingly, a young man with a yellow-skinned duck stood beside Siamu Yu. Su Lu, Hu Yunji mused to himself. So she left in a hurry to meet him? Could those rumors be true? Even at his age, Hu Yunji was intrigued by such matters. This Su Lu seems knowledgeable about beast attributes and feed. Maybe Xia sought him out to heal her injured beast. Others, unaware of Su Lu's identity, began speculating. After a brief conversation with Hu Yunji, Siamu Yu revealed that they wouldn't wait for another day. They would continue attacking beast territories today. Moreover, the spiked crocodile's territory was to be left to ordinary beast masters for clearing. Hearing that they could enter the spiked crocodile's territory, the ordinary beast masters cheered with excitement. With some luck, they might capture a spiked crocodile or two. These beasts had the potential to become heavenly kings. The crowd eagerly poured into the territory, ready to seize this unexpected opportunity. Meanwhile, Hu Yunji, Siamu Yu, and Su Lu quietly left, driving off into the distance. Although some noticed their departure, they assumed the two heavenly kings were going to rest after conquering a territory. Little did they know, Siamu Yu had no intention of stopping and was determined to continue the battle. Thus, the three headed straight for the second beast territory. It wasn't until the waiting reporters discovered that the two heavenly kings planned to continue attacking beast territories that the news spread. This bold move sparked another wave of excitement. A group of reporters, who had been staking out the area, were left utterly astonished as they watched three people and a host of beasts step out of a large van. One of the reporters, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "What the? Isn't that King Xia and City Lord Hu? Weren't they supposed to be in the spiked crocodile territory? What are they doing here? Are they planning to keep fighting? This is groundbreaking news. We need to alert the higher-ups immediately." However, his colleague quickly smacked him on the head and whispered, "Are you crazy? We're the only ones who know about this right now. If we alert others, how many will rush in to steal this scoop? We should report it ourselves. Think about why we were sent here instead of the spiked crocodile territory. This is our chance to make a name for ourselves." His words weren't just for his colleague, but also aimed at reporters from rival companies. Those who had been about to notify their headquarters hesitated, realizing he had a point. Whether King Xia and City Lord Hu won or lost, sustained casualties or not, it was all big news. Unfortunately, after the three entered the area, the Beast Alliance quickly sealed it off, with surveillance set up along the perimeter and terrifying king-level beasts inside. Even the most daring reporters didn't dare to break in. One of them, looking bewildered, asked, "So what do we do now? Just wait around?" The reporter who had calmed everyone down seemed to have thought of a way to maximize their advantage. "Let's release information about the beasts in this area right now. Use all your resources." Meanwhile, Siamu Yu and Hu Yunji were walking across a field of red moss, the territory of the scarlet demon worms. Hu Yunji briefed them on the situation. The scarlet demon worms vary greatly in level. The weakest don't even qualify as beasts, but the strongest, the scarlet queen worm, can reach 40 to 50 meters in length, with a hard shell that allows it to move freely underground. Due to the unique nature of the scarlet demon worms, the Beast Alliance had set up an especially long defensive line. The scarlet queen worm was the sole king-level beast in the demon worm territory and its undisputed ruler. Hu Yunji even suspected it had some intelligence, as the worms would use weaker ones to feed other beasts. If not for the energy leaked from space rifts allowing them to reproduce in large numbers, they could cause chaos. Hu Yunji recalled, "Over a decade ago, I attempted a purge but failed, which led to a demon worm riot. Since then, this area has been semi-restricted." Meanwhile, reporters quickly released basic information about the demon worm territory. The audience, who had been focused on a bountiful harvest, suddenly realized how daunting the next target was. The elderly in W City shuddered, remembering the demon worm chaos. Hu Yunji continued, "The scarlet demon worms only have a queen. Any that reach king level are consumed by the queen. If we kill the queen, they'll lose their main reproductive ability." As she spoke, her gaze fell on Siamu Yu. Tackling the next beast territory meant Siamu Yu would have to reveal her trump card. Hu Yunji thought to herself and glanced at Su Lu. The three walked over the red moss, which had been tinted by the aura of countless scarlet demon worm eggs. As they ventured deeper, more and more worms emerged from the earth. With red, bone-like limbs, massive circular mouths filled with sharp teeth, and crimson eyes dotting their edges, they exuded an ominous aura. Alarmingly, these worms, varying in size, didn't attack immediately. Instead, one worm, a meter in diameter, regurgitated a chunk of flesh writhing with red thread-like worms. The scarlet demon worm intended to breed humans. Hu Yunji warned, "We can't go any further. If we do, I can't guarantee your safety. These worms will attack if they sense their target trying to escape." Su Lu frowned. Disgusting creatures. The worm's behavior filled him with revulsion. But this distance is sufficient. He looked towards the distance, where the flat landscape allowed him to see the massive spatial rift and the scarlet queen worm at the center. Hu Yunji, puzzled, asked, "Sufficient for what?" She noticed that ever since Su Lu appeared, Xia had been unusually quiet, suggesting he might be in charge. But how could that be? As the city lord of W City, she knew all about Su Lu. Su Lu looked up at the sky and said, "Such beasts shouldn't exist in this world." Following his gaze, Hu Yunji saw streaks of light like a meteor shower cross the sky, heading towards the Scarlet Queen Worm's location. The scene reminded her of the brutal wars of her youth, where swarms of missiles clashed with beastmasters. Among the meteors, a green light was particularly striking. Hu Yunji was shocked. A single beast matching human technology. This is the goal of every beastmaster, the power of a champion. Such strength is only comparable to a governor who can subdue an entire province. Perhaps, this dragon beast's power exceeds even the champion level. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed across the sky, overpowering the crash of the falling meteors. It was Rayquaza's innate skill, Hyper Voice. The weaker worms near the surface were instantly pulverized. Although this wasn't Rayquaza's learned dragon ascent, but rather a dragon meteor strike formed during its dive, it still displayed a fraction of the dragon ascent's power. Rayquaza felt elated. Indeed, the boss's training is effective. Feeling the earth tremble beneath him, Hu Yunji struggled to maintain his balance. Siamu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. It was her first time witnessing Rayquaza unleash such a massive meteor assault. She recalled how Rayquaza had effortlessly defeated a serpent monster with a single meteor to save her before. Now, she realized that this move was not only devastating on a single target, but also had a terrifyingly wide range. A chilling thought crossed her mind. If each meteor possessed the power she had witnessed, wouldn't that mean Rayquaza could easily annihilate king-level beasts? To such a being, even king-level creatures were nothing but cannon fodder. Two words echoed in her mind. Pseudo-legendary. She was convinced that only pseudo-legendary beasts, controlled by the legendary leaders, could wield such power. Nearby, Psyduck was in shock. It knew that Sulu had taken Rayquaza for training, but it never imagined that under Sulu's guidance, Rayquaza had grown so powerful. Tears welled up in Psyduck's eyes as it thought to itself. Wasn't I supposed to be the main force? Sulu, with his aura powers, sensed Psyduck's emotional turmoil. He gently patted Psyduck on the head and said softly, "Psyduck, quack." Psyduck looked up at Sulu. "We're a strong team of 3. Sulu laughed. "Quack? Really?" Psyduck tilted its head in confusion. "See, aren't we all working together? I handle the strategy, you handle the quacking, and Rayquaza handles the fighting." Sulu explained. "Quack, I get it now," Psyduck exclaimed excitedly. "Quack, quack." Psyduck's quacking and fighting. Quack. Sulu understood that Psyduck just needed to feel included. With a few words, its worries were gone. Pokemon were simple like that. A little reassurance went a long way. Thanks to his aura powers, Sulu could perceive the true feelings of Pokemon. Without it, Psyduck might have been upset for a while. Sulu felt grateful. Aura powers were indeed a valuable ability. Huyunji, standing nearby, exclaimed, I see. Little Xia, this trump card of yours is truly terrifying." As one of the few who knew about Rayquaza, she never expected this Sky Dragon to end up with a young person. Huyunji pondered. Was this Sky Dragon always meant for this young man? Or was it a legacy left by a predecessor who ventured into the Tianyun Forbidden Land? She leaned towards the latter possibility. It was common for veteran beast trainers to entrust their powerful beasts to the next generation. Otherwise, how could an ordinary citizen like Sulu from W City possess such a powerful beast right under the noses of her and the Beast Alliance? Piecing together the information, Huyunji speculated. This young man might have ventured out of the city after acquiring Psyduck, encountered a dying predecessor, and thus gained this immense fortune. She felt she had figured it all out and smiled knowingly. When Siamu Yu looked at her, Huyunji beamed. "Don't worry, I won't disclose this matter. Once we're out, we'll announce that everything was our doing." Huyunji calculated. An ownerless, human-friendly, champion-level beast like this was invaluable. Controlling such a beast meant wielding the power to dominate an entire province. Who wouldn't be tempted? This young man probably acquired it recently, and it's likely a legacy from a predecessor, meaning he can't fully control it yet. Just these points would attract many prying eyes. She continued to ponder. If an ordinary person could win the favor of the Sky Dragon, why couldn't someone stronger? If this person were eliminated, wouldn't the powerful Sky Dragon be free again? If it could choose a master once, it could surely do so again. Huyunji believed that if she were 20 years younger, she might have been driven by greed to entertain such thoughts. But now, being older, and having lost her husband to war in her youth and never remarrying, she viewed W City as her own child. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so eager to suppress the spatial rift in W City and support Siamu Yu in building the city. She mused. Perhaps in a few years, she might, like the predecessors before her, dedicate herself to the Forbidden Lands, contributing her last efforts for humanity, and pass on her beasts. And in the city she protected, having a powerful beast trainer grow was enough to make her feel content, like a seed she planted blooming into the most beautiful flower. With the help of this Sky Dragon, this young man might even aspire to become a leader. If he succeeded, her name might also be recorded in history. Thus, at this moment, Huyunji had only one thought: to hide and protect Sulu. No one else must know. A beast of such potential, ownerless, might even tempt pseudo-legendary leaders from abroad. Upon returning, Huyunji planned to modify and encrypt all information related to Sulu, erasing any traceable connections to the Sky Dragon. His fingers moved swiftly across the digital screen, re-encoding each data packet and cleverly concealing every record. If Huyunji were aware that Rayquaza had already reached the Quasidivine strength, only manageable by the Beast Alliance's leader, he would undoubtedly furrow his brows in deep contemplation, feeling a mix of emotions. The battlefield was a breathtaking sight. Rayquaza unleashed its pseudo-Draco meteor, creating a dazzling trail in the sky like a devastating meteor shower. The Crimson Insect Horde was nearly annihilated by this bombardment, their bodies torn apart, green fluids splattering everywhere. Buildings within the territory crumbled, enveloped in clouds of dust. Standing atop a high vantage point, Sulu surveyed the one-sided battle with a sense of relief. His champion-level strength was enough to qualify him as a provincial governor, Yet Rayquaza's power far surpassed this. Using it to conquer a city was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. At the primary bombing site where the Crimson Queen insect resided, the massive creature had been reduced to a broken carcass. Sulu had instructed Rayquaza to hold back slightly, avoiding detonating meteors that would obliterate the beast's remains. Otherwise, the area would become a barren wasteland. With the Crimson Queen insect's life force fading, a chaotic feast commenced. The surviving crimson insects and the beasts they nurtured seemed to lose their sanity, frantically rushing towards the queen's corpse. They tore and devoured it, hoping to gain an evolutionary edge by absorbing the queen's essence. Meanwhile, beasts outside the insect territory sensed the opportunity. They swarmed in, eager to claim a share of the suddenly ownerless land. Seeing this, Sulu signaled Rayquaza to cease its ghostly presence, aiming to prolong the chaos and maximize his gains. Outside the territory, soldiers and journalists from the Beast Alliance watched the unfolding events. Realizing the queen had been slain, they felt a surge of excitement. Conquering 2 territories in just a few hours, the prowess of Lord Hu and King Xia was nothing short of awe-inspiring. However, as the beast horde surged forward, concerns grew for the 2 leaders who might already be fighting on their last legs. Observers watched the battlefield intently, silently praying for success. If they could withstand this wave of beasts, the reclamation of the insect territory would mark a historic victory. Rayquaza drifted through the sky, each trail of its flight accompanied by a unique rhythm. It waited patiently for the arrival of the beasts, its form both graceful and imposing. Suddenly, Huyunji's giant green snake fixed its gaze on Rayquaza and began to sway in sync with its movements. Huyunji snapped back to reality and quickly checked on his bonded beast. Although he lacked the ability to sense his beast's thoughts like Sulu or Siamu Yu, Siamu Yu had keenly noticed the mental fluctuations of the giant green snake. Lord Hu, don't worry, Siamu Yu said with a hint of envy in her voice. Your beast seems to be sensing Rayquaza's abilities and is trying to mimic them. Hearing this, Huyunji realized the focus wasn't on Rayquaza's real name, but rather on his own snake learning new skills. He mused that while minor skills were easy to overlook, powerful abilities were often treasured by Beast Tamers. Was Rayquaza deliberately teaching? As the snake's body danced, its speed increased and its form grew more robust. When the snake ceased its movements, Huyunji rushed over to inspect it. To his astonishment, under the influence of a strange energy, the snake's overall strength had increased by 30%, a significant enhancement that could mean the difference between life and death. Huyunji looked up at the elegantly flying green dragon, filled with questions. He turned to Sulu and cautiously asked, Sulu, may I know the name of this move? Implicitly suggesting that if Sulu had any objections, he would refrain from using it. Dragon Dance, Sulu replied calmly. He had already noticed the commotion and was evaluating it internally. The ease with which the snake learned Dragon Dance indicated its high level and inherent dragon attributes. Coupled with Rayquaza's repeated demonstrations, the snake's potential was awakened. Sulu was not particularly concerned about others learning Dragon Dance. He was also interested in acquiring some unique evolution methods from this world. More importantly, if beasts here could learn Pokémon skills, then Pokémon should be able to learn some of this world's powerful skills as well. At this point, the giant green snake had only mastered one stage of Dragon Dance, while Rayquaza continued its dance, its attribute stacking reaching unimaginable levels. Without external interference, as long as the body could withstand it, repeated strengthening wasn't difficult. Just then, a swarm of fierce beasts charged toward the center of the demon insect territory, eager to devour the remains of the former lord. Seeing this, Sulu communicated to Rayquaza using his transcendent power. It seems everyone is here, let's wrap this up. Rayquaza understood, emitting a green glow and sweeping over the beasts with endless wind blades. Wherever it passed, the beasts were sliced in half. This was Rayquaza's air slash, and as the master of the atmosphere and ruler of the sky, its power far surpassed ordinary tornadoes, leaving relatively intact corpses. In just a few dozen breaths, not a single beast remained standing. The ground, already crimson, was now stained black with blood. Sulu turned slowly and asked, do we need to deal with the spatial rift? Huyunji gathered his thoughts and explained, the spatial rift in the demon insect territory hasn't been explored for a long time, and its specific conditions are unknown. We need a reconnaissance team to investigate first. Otherwise, entering rashly might cause the rift to collapse under pressure, trapping us in another world. Sulu nodded in understanding, then glanced around the blood-soaked battlefield, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. So it's over? We can collect the spoils now? He quickly checked the system store and found that the points depleted by purchasing transcendent power had surged to 230,000 after this massacre. Sulu was secretly pleased, realizing that targeting beast swarms was indeed a quick way to earn points. With this, even the Genesis slate was within reach. However, 230,000 points needed to be spent wisely. Sulu closed the system store, planning to make more specific decisions later. At that moment, Psyduck tapped Sulu's pant leg with a quack. Sulu looked down at Psyduck and asked, "You want to handle the transportation?" Psyduck nodded eagerly, looking ready for the task. Sulu chuckled. "All right, you're the main force for transport, Duck. Once you're done, we'll clean up the traces of this battlefield." "Do you really think you can move all these beast corpses, Psyduck?" Sulu asked, frowning slightly as his gaze swept across the vast battlefield before them. Psyduck nodded resolutely, clasping its hands over its head as a fierce white light suddenly burst from its eyes. A powerful psychic wave emanated from its body, causing the surrounding air to ripple slightly. Sulu was surprised to notice that Psyduck's head showed no signs of its usual pain. "It seems the training really paid off," Sulu thought to himself. "Even though we didn't use expensive meteorites like Rayquazas, consuming over 500,000 energy cubes daily, and using the tools developed by Zhu Qin is no small investment." The beast corpses around them began to slowly lift into the air. Psyduck, who could already easily handle over a ton of dead weight, had seen its telekinetic strength multiply through rigorous training. However, given the sheer size of the battlefield, even the current Psyduck would likely need to make hundreds of trips to complete the task. Realizing this, Psyduck's initial enthusiasm waned. It wasn't worried about running out of energy, but it knew that Sulu would soon move on to the next area for another sweep. Hundreds of trips, along with necessary rest, meant Psyduck couldn't keep up with Sulu's pace. Seeing Psyduck's dilemma, Hu Yunji suddenly suggested, "Is Psyduck trying to transport the beast corpses? We could use some simple equipment. The Beast Alliance base has plenty stored away. While we can't use high-tech devices, basic mechanical structures could still be useful." 10 minutes later, Psyduck returned from the Beast Alliance base with a large number of carts. 1,000 wooden tricycles were lined up neatly, presenting an impressive sight. Psyduck stood proudly at the front of one of the large carts, arms crossed and eyes sharp, like a general ready to lead this unique convoy into action. After the death of the mother insect, a horde of fierce beasts surged forth, finally drawing the crowd's attention. People began to gather from all directions to the outskirts of the demon insect territory, curiously watching the unfolding events. Due to the earlier beast rampage, the journalists who were originally stationed outside the territory had long retreated from the area, and the station soldiers had taken refuge in makeshift fortresses. As the beast rampage subsided, the soldiers quickly emerged from their fortresses to reclaim the area. Seeing that there weren't many beasts near the defensive line, the crowd began to buzz with speculation. Why haven't the two Heavenly Kings come out yet? Could they be injured? The subsequent beast waves have also stopped. They must have dealt with the demon insect territory by now, right? Some quick-witted individuals started making plans. "Guys, get ready. There will be even more beasts in the demon insect territory, which means we'll need more corpse collectors. We have a chance to make a big profit today." However, someone voiced skepticism. "Succeeded again? How's that possible? Even for two Heavenly Kings, it shouldn't be so easy to conquer two territories back-to-back. We already know the strength of Lord Hu," another person analyzed. "It must be that King Xia has some powerful hidden cards." At that moment, a voice chimed in. "Oh, I heard from the station soldiers that besides the two Heavenly Kings, there was also a young man named Sulu who entered the demon insect territory with them. Could Sulu be the hidden card of the two Heavenly Kings?" Someone speculated. This guess immediately sparked laughter. "Ha ha ha, are you trying to kill me with laughter?" Someone mocked loudly. "I admit Sulu might have some talent, having developed a unique beast food formula, but come on, it's been less than a month since he got his summoning beast. If he were the Heavenly King's trump card, I'd do a live broadcast of myself spinning a Thomas Flare while eating noodles through my nose." "Wow, that's quite the bet," exclaimed someone nearby. Of course, the speaker replied confidently, "I'm so sure of this that I wouldn't have to fulfill even the harshest oath." Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, "Huh? Look, there's something happening inside." A finger pointed towards the area shrouded by the spatial rift. Spatial rifts can gradually alter the laws of reality, making even light appear distorted and hazy. No matter how good one's eyesight is, it's impossible to see clearly into the depths because the path of light itself might be altered. As the crowd moved closer to the edge of the rift, a gurgling sound emerged. Suddenly, the journalists and onlookers witnessed a jaw-dropping sight. A vast procession of wooden tricycles slowly emerged, each loaded with chunks of beast meat cut into countless pieces. Many corpse collectors were familiar with these tricycles, some having used them personally. However, the shocking part was the sheer number of these wooden tricycles, numbering in the thousands. Even more astonishing was that all the tricycles seemed to be moving on their own, with no sign of anyone controlling them, only a bright white glow of psychic energy emanating from the handlebars. The crowd erupted in exclamations. "The two Heavenly Kings are on the tricycles, and that young man too. So many beasts. I think I recognize that carcass. It's an elite-level Terra Raccoon." And there's a green poison lizard, a blast bear. Finally, the most eye-catching scene in the convoy caught everyone's attention. A Psyduck stood proudly at the driver's position on the lead tricycle, looking quite spirited. The driver's seat is Psyduck's last stand. Someone couldn't help but quip. "Oh, I finally understand why the two heavenly kings brought that young man along," someone realized. "This duck is way more efficient than any corpse collector. Is it for battlefield cleanup? Maybe they also intend to mentor the young man?" Though we're not sure of this duck's exact power, being able to control so many tricycles at once suggests its strength might be close to a heavenly king. However, a Sharpie journalist quickly pointed out a crucial detail you didn't observe carefully. The duck's ability affects a large area, but its destructive power might not be as great as you think. Curious glances from Beast Tamers and journalists from other channels turned towards him. "How do you know?" The journalist smiled smugly and began to elaborate. "Let me explain. You see, although all the tricycles are being controlled, only the handlebars are glowing white. This indicates that the duck's power isn't as strong as everyone thinks, otherwise, it would cover all the tricycles. Also, you haven't noticed that the tricycles bounce, meaning the Psyduck's psychic control isn't very strong. The force per unit area isn't large, so even if it can lift several tons, it can't effectively attack because the force per unit area isn't sufficient." The journalist explained in detail but quickly shifted his tone. "However, although the destructive power might be relatively weak, just this ability shows its potential as a heavenly king. If the Psyduck continues to develop and refine its psychic power, it might have a chance to reach the level of a heavenly king. Perhaps that's why the two heavenly kings brought this young man along." After listening to the explanation, the onlookers nodded in understanding. "So it's controlling thousands of tricycles through numerous points of psychic power," someone marveled. "No wonder it's considered a heavenly king candidate," another echoed, eyes gleaming with admiration. Becoming a heavenly king is no easy feat. Siamu Yu and Hu Yunji stood at the edge of the demon worm territory, their figures looking particularly upright under the sunlight. Siamu Yu softly explained, "Typically, one needs a team of quasi-heavenly king-level beasts to reach the status of a heavenly king. However, a beast master like me, with 2 or 3 mid-stage heavenly king beasts, can also achieve that level." At that moment, a Psyduck waddled over, catching everyone's attention. Its round body and adorably clueless expression made it hard not to smile. A man dressed as a reporter immediately approached, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Impressive, truly impressive," he exclaimed enthusiastically. "Just one glance and you gathered so much information. May I ask your name?" Without waiting for an answer, the man quickly introduced himself. "Li Ming, star reporter from Strawberry News. You're welcome to join my live broadcast." He flashed a bright smile and waved to a nearby camera crew. Despite the Psyduck drawing some attention, it was clear that the crowd was more interested in the two heavenly kings. When they noticed that neither of them had a scratch and their beasts were only slightly fatigued, cheers erupted once more. Psyduck cocked its head in confusion, glancing at the cheering crowd, then puffed out its round belly with pride, as if convinced the cheers were for it. Psyduck then busied itself by shuttling back and forth, transporting most of the ferocious beast carcasses off the battlefield. The demon worm bodies buried deep underground were left for a professional company to handle. Before cleaning up the site, Siamu Yu and Hu Yunji skillfully directed their beasts to conceal the battle traces, ensuring that anyone arriving later would believe the destruction was solely the work of the two heavenly kings. With the task completed, the exploration and cleanup teams were finally allowed into the former demon worm territory. Meanwhile, Su Lu and his companions quietly departed, heading towards their next target. No one anticipated that the two heavenly kings would continue their mission after battling in 2 locations. As the group entered the demon worm territory, they were amazed to find that the once blood-red blood moss had been uprooted. The Beast Alliance quickly organized trainers with fire-type beasts to have them incinerate the remaining eggs. When they reached the center, where massive thorn-covered pits lay, they finally grasped the true power of the two heavenly kings. Every face was filled with awe and admiration as they imagined the invisible battle that had taken place. The battle scars left in this area are so profound that many people stop to observe, hoping their own beasts can glean some combat techniques from them. Conversations buzz around. "It looks like City Lord who has almost touched the threshold of a champion, practically a quasi-champion. Sadly, City Lord who is getting on in years, and time is running short. Her forte is Legion warfare. If she passes away, even if her beasts remain, there might be no one capable of commanding them." Attention shifts to another battlefield. The marks left by the new king are equally astounding. "Although not quite a quasi-champion, it's certainly the peak of a king," someone remarked. "The old remain vigorous and the young rise. This is a blessing for humanity." News of this event spread like wildfire, dominating headlines across major apps. Despite the inability to photograph near the spatial rift, artists quickly and vividly captured the scene. The region of Kaijiang was already popular, And with rumors of Hu Yunji potentially ascending to quasi-champion status and Siamu Yu reaching the pinnacle of a king, the media reaped a whirlwind of attention and traffic. Among the news, a few illustrations of a Psyduck driving a tricycle garnered significant attention. In the illustrations, the Psyduck exudes a cool demeanor, arms crossed while driving, embodying a regal aura. Netizens got creative, adding captions to turn the images into memes. This is the army of the Duck King, selling fierce beast meat. $3 for one ride, $5 for two, $10 for three. Selling kings. Buy two get one handsome boy free. Just as everyone thought the day's excitement had ended, a commotion arose among the beast hordes, surging in another direction towards the territory of the Earth-hungry bear. Unlike the previous two beast territories, the Earth-hungry bear, though alone, could dominate an entire spatial rift, devouring nearly all beasts emerging from it. The Earth-hungry bear is the quintessential fierce beast, having appeared 30 years ago as an advanced king with no reason, driven only by a desire to kill and feed. Its terrifying strength and defense once allowed it to withstand the firepower of W City's garrison and smash a city wall. Eventually, it was Hu Yunji who lured it to the vicinity of the time-space rift, though the cost was sacrificing 2 of her beasts. Since then, this area has been designated a Level 1 guarded zone, with a biological barrier established. Driven by hunger, the Earth-hungry bear remains near the rift, unable to find food elsewhere. No person or beast is allowed to enter the guarded zone to avoid triggering the bear's bloodlust. Yet now, this fearsome beast is dead, having even triggered a beast tide. At that moment, everyone realized a stunning revelation. After conquering 2 territories, the 2 kings had not yet stopped. By the time people arrived at the scene, the beast tide had already moved on, or rather, advanced toward the last remaining beast lord's territory. Upon arrival, they discovered that the final target had already been conquered. At this point, those who doubted Hu Yunji's quasi-champion strength had no more doubts. Such power, speed, and efficiency are undeniably quasi-champion caliber. However, the situation developed beyond anyone's expectations. After slaying 4 beast lords, Su Lu did not halt. He asked Hu Yunji, "Are there any other beast lords nearby? I might as well deal with them all, saving us from having to clean up later." Hu Yunji initially wanted to say that even if they were cleared, other beast lords would quickly occupy the area. But recalling the might of Rayquaza, he swallowed his words. With Rayquaza's presence, as long as it lives, no sensible beast would dare enter this region. Moreover, the number of lore-level beasts is limited, and killing a few more now would ensure greater security in the future. So, Hu Yunji refrained from dissuading him, instead pulling out his phone to access classified information, sharing the details of nearby beast lords with Su Lu. The map was dotted with red points, representing king-level beast lords. Nearby, there were 6 more beast lords at a distance. Su Lu zoomed in on the map and noticed 2 isolated black dots, apart from the specially marked Tianyun Forbidden Area to the east. "What are these black dots?" Su Lu asked curiously. Hu Yunji replied gravely, "Beast overlords. They are beast overlords equivalent to champions." He explained that in human settlements, overlord-level beasts wouldn't naturally appear, and if they did, they would be swiftly eliminated by the governor. But east of W City lies a vast wasteland, and how many overlord-level beasts lurk there remains unknown. A dominant creature? Su Lu recalled the 3 tense beasts he saw while riding Rayquaza in the Forbidden Skies and thought to himself, could those be the dominant ones? He suddenly asked, how much is a dominant-level beast worth? This question made Siamu Yu and Hu Yunji's hearts skip a beat. They exchanged a wary glance, both wondering if Su Lu was planning to target a dominant-level beast. Hu Yunji took a deep breath and explained, even a dead dominant-level beast is worth over $1 billion. If captured alive and trainable, the price skyrockets, easily surpassing 10 billion. Hearing the figure, 10 billion, Su Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. A single beast is worth that much money? But soon he understood. If you equate the beast to military equipment of a corresponding level, the price doesn't seem outrageous. He muttered to himself, champion level, equivalent to the defense forces of a province. By that measure, 10 billion is quite a bargain. After all, military equipment prices can be astronomical. His curiosity piqued. Su Lu continued to ask, what about beyond that? Hu Yunji and Siamu Yu's eyes gleamed with admiration. Siamu Yu took over, speaking with reverence. Beyond that are the beasts controlled by the leaders. Such powerful forces are revered as deities in some ignorant nations. Modestly, the leaders refer to that level of beast as quasi-divine. Hu Yunji added, Rayquaza can easily surpass a dominant beast now, so its power is above a complete quasi-divine level. After hearing this, Su Lu couldn't help but exclaim, truly a divine beast, having such power right from birth. He also realized more deeply how terrifyingly valuable his system was. After pondering for a moment, Su Lu made a decision. I'll take a tour around and clear the peripheral beast territories for safety. Lord Hu, Siamu Yu. I'll leave the selling of the beast corpses to you too. With that, Rayquaza dove down from the cloud layers again, carrying Su Lu away. Hu Yunji watched Su Lu's departing figure with satisfaction, then turned to Siamu Yu and said, truly a powerful trump card. And now it's your young generation's world. She could see that both Su Lu and Siamu Yu were kind-hearted individuals working for humanity's benefit. The future is promising. The future is promising indeed. Hu Yunji couldn't help but think of the peaceful images she saw on TV during her childhood. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Hu Yunji murmured, from now on, it'll be up to your generation. Although the territories of the fierce beasts were a bit far, it was no big deal for Rayquaza's speed. Within half a day, Su Lu had eradicated all the beast territories in a wider circle. During this operation, he also had Rayquaza bring back a red bird that had been knocked out a beast lord from one of the territories. This bird had shown a gesture of surrender when it realized it was outmatched, which caught Su Lu's attention. He sensed that this red bird might be more intelligent than the other beasts and could potentially be tamed. Considering that a tameable beast could be worth multiple times its usual value, Su Lu decided to knock it out and bring it back. The task of handling the remaining beast carcasses was left to Hu Yunji and Siamu Yu, while Su Lu had Rayquaza bring back the carcass of a king-level beast. Upon returning to W City, Su Lu found that Siamu Yu was already waiting at his parents' house. This time, she wore a hat and oversized sunglasses, and her beast was hidden in her pocket, successfully avoiding the paparazzi's attention. Her purpose for this visit was to discuss the distribution of profits, hence the discrete measures. In Su Lu's room, Siamu Yu took out a list containing a preliminary estimate of the value of the beast carcasses. To Su Lu's astonishment, the total amounted to about 3 billion. And this was just from the publicly announced yields of several beast territories. If he included the ones he eliminated further out, the number could be several times higher. The list detailed the value of beasts at different levels. Ordinary beasts were worth at least 100 per kilogram, with special breeds fetching more. Elite beasts were worth 10 to 100 times more than ordinary ones. Lord-level beasts could fetch tens of thousands per kilogram, and a large lord-level beast could be worth millions on its own. This explained why Su Lu had reaped such a substantial income. Su Lu thought that if he could capture that rare flying-type lord-level beast alive, it might bring in billions on its own. However, looking at the numbers on the list, he shook his head. Although 3 billion was a considerable sum, it paled in comparison to the 400 billion he needed to build the experimental zone. Nevertheless, this money could at least ensure the Pokemon's training materials were secured for the time being. Su Lu couldn't help but entertain some thoughts of hunting. He understood why Pokemon hunters in the Pokemon world were so persistent the profits were simply too tempting. But he quickly shook off the idea, deciding that hunting beasts should only be occasional and not a primary occupation, as it was too time-consuming and it was important to let the crops grow before they could be harvested again. Transfer half to me, and the rest should be enough as startup funds, right? Su Lu asked. Siamu Yu nodded in agreement. Then, Su Lu inquired about the potential profits from clearing spacetime rifts. Siamu Yu explained that ordinary spacetime rift profits were continuous, as it took time for beasts to be generated. Most valuable rifts were already under the control of the Beast Alliance, with the remaining ones mainly serving to meet the food demands of powerful beasts. Most of the spacetime rifts in their new city had no value and hindered development, thus needed to be cleared. The most precious output from spacetime rifts was the spatial core, or summoning stone. However, since the method of destruction was only known to the Beast Alliance, even if confiscated, they could only be used and not sold. Su Lu found this intriguing, thinking it might influence the system. Siamu Yu offered to help Su Lu apply for some spatial cores, as they had excellent strengthening effects on beasts. However, after use, the shells needed to be returned to the Beast Alliance. Su Lu nodded in appreciation, then proposed establishing an energy cube factory in Siamu Yu's new city. This was another deal between them, as the energy cube's effects were significant and expanding production could potentially cause a nationwide sensation, attracting a large influx of people and funding to the new city. When discussing the name of the new city, Siamu Yu mentioned that the previous idea was no longer suitable and asked for Su Lu's suggestion. The name Jinshin City suddenly popped into Su Lu's mind, and Siamu Yu found its meaning excellent, deciding to adopt it immediately. After confirming the city's name, Siamu Yu hurriedly left to coordinate personnel transfers and company negotiations. With the beast territories cleared, the area around Jinshin City would be relatively safe for a considerable time, crucial for the city's construction and development. Watching Siamu Yu's hurried departure, Su Lu felt relieved not to have to step in personally. He knew that although Siamu Yu was the city lord, she mainly handled matters related to beasts and often didn't involve herself in other affairs, a common scenario in many cities. After Siamu Yu left, Su Lu reopened the system store. Seeing the 970,000 store points, he finally felt he had some assets. Without hesitation, he exchanged for 2 other extraordinary abilities, consuming 60,000 points. These abilities were the Aura Force Seed and the Evergreen Force Seed. The power of Aura is an incredible ability, capable of sensing the vibrations of the world. Not only does it offer powerful perception, but each person who awakens this power can develop unique derivative abilities. Of course, this requires cultivation. Lu felt the new strength within him, filled with anticipation. He closed his eyes and could almost see invisible ripples undulating around him. Then, he thought of the power of Viridian. It's a weaker psychic ability with healing effects, and remarkably, it can store energy and unleash it at critical moments, temporarily boosting a Pokemon's level. Lu chuckled, imagining his Pokemon suddenly jumping 10 or 20 levels in battle. With this ability, he essentially became an endless supply of healing potions. Of course, these abilities were currently just seeds, not fully effective yet. Lu knew that to truly master them, he needed to train continuously. He took a deep breath, feeling the flow of 4 types of energy within him. Though still faint, it was enough to satisfy him. A bold idea flashed through Lu's mind. With these 4 abilities, could he possibly face off against ordinary-level beasts hidden? But he quickly shook his head and laughed at himself. What am I thinking? I'm a trainer, not someone like Ash Ketchum who battles directly. After experiencing his newfound abilities, Lu turned his attention to the items he planned to purchase. His eyes were drawn to the Ho-Oh feather, but seeing its exorbitant price, he regretfully looked away. If only I had more points, I could buy a revival token for 1,000,000, he calculated. Oh well, Ho-Oh can be summoned. I could just use up its feathers once it's out. At Lu's current purchasing power, there were indeed many powerful items available, though most were consumables. Buying a couple for research was worth it, but mass purchasing them for his Pokemon would be a huge waste. After careful consideration, he decided to buy a Mega Key. Although he didn't have a Pokemon that met the evolution requirements yet, he could familiarize himself with it in advance. Thus, he spent another 100,000 points. Next, he turned his attention to the Z Crystals and Z-Ring. Z-moves are another way to significantly boost a Pokemon's power, capable of deciding the outcome of a battle with a single move. The Z-Ring costs 100,000, and each type of Z-Crystal is 200,000. Seeing this, Lu felt a bit pained. He decided to first get a Flying-type Z-Crystal for Rayquaza to practice with, as his other Pokemon weren't at the required level yet. This time, he spent another 300,000 points. Well, I've bought them anyway. Lu consoled himself. Might as well get a Dynamax band too. After purchasing the Z-Ring, he remembered the special enhancement of Dynamax. Without hesitation, he spent another 400,000 points on a Dynamax band. Looking at his remaining points, Lu couldn't help but sigh. I thought 90,000 points would last a while, but it seems it's not enough. Just a few items and I'm almost out. Dynamaxing seems to have a better prospect than Mega Evolution, since one Dynamax band can gigantify all Pokemon, unlike Z-moves and Mega Evolution, which require both the trainer and Pokemon to have specific items, and not all Pokemon can use these enhancements. Lu fell into deep thought. According to the lore, Dynamaxing is a massive change in Pokemon caused by Eternatus energy, but in ancient times, there were many giant Pokemon even without Eternatus energy. Some ancient Pokemon were even larger than Dynamax forms. Dynamaxing might be simulating the physical changes of these giant Pokemon through Eternatus power. A new research direction emerged in Lu's mind. Perhaps I can develop a method to nurture giant Pokemon from studying Dynamaxing. With this thought, he rubbed his forehead in slight frustration. After this wave of exchanges, Lu realized he had his work cut out for him. He wanted to immediately set up a lab and hire a bunch of workers to research in 3 directions. But he quickly calmed down, taking a deep breath. I need to plan carefully, as setting up a lab could take a while. In front of Lu were 2 bracelets and several crystals. He carefully put them away. Although in Pokemon games and shows, you can't use all 3 special enhancements together, Lu knew this was reality and perhaps he could try it. A vision appeared in his mind. A Mega-evolved, Dynamaxed Rayquaza using a Z-move, unleashing devastating power that made him shiver. As for the remaining points, Lu decided to save them for later. While Lu was busy planning his future research, the entire nation was abuzz with the news of Siamu Yu's successful land reclamation. Land reclamation itself wasn't new, but a newly crowned female champion reclaiming a significant area on her first attempt was noteworthy. The day after her announcement, people from all over the country began submitting requests to relocate to the newly established city. A new city always needs people, and every time a new city emerges, it triggers a wave of migration. Although the old town is located inland, it can remain relatively safe as long as the spatial rifts are properly managed. However, as the population continues to grow, the pressure of competition increases. Even activities like taming beasts can only be conducted at spatial rifts or breeding facilities tightly guarded by the Beast Alliance. This situation has prompted many ambitious young people to set their sights on Jinshin City. As Lu walked through the streets of W City, he could clearly feel the surge in the city's population. he noticed that large construction teams from several nearby cities had already arrived. These teams are waiting for Jinshin City to successfully clear the spatial rifts and are ready to commence large-scale construction projects. Sulu realized that this would bring numerous job opportunities to the area. On the streets, various beasts could be seen everywhere. The most notable among them was a type of beast called the rock-spitting dwarf badger, which was particularly abundant. These are specially trained ferocious beasts capable of spitting out various soil and rock materials, playing a significant role in the construction industry. Sulu learned that these were the employees of construction companies. In addition, there were personnel from water utility companies carrying aqua spirit orbs and workers from cleaning companies with purification ball monsters. Although these beasts are not typically used for combat and are mostly tamed later in life, their presence demonstrates that, thanks to the efforts of the Beast Alliance, this world is gradually integrating beasts into everyday human life, much like the harmonious coexistence seen in the Pokemon world. Just as Sulu was about to leave the city for today's draw, Siamu Yu contacted him by phone. The conversation was not private, and Siamu Yu got straight to the point. Sulu, your company, Baonengliang Koliang, has been listed as a supported industry. I plan to include it and your research area in the first phase of the development plan. This will not only create numerous jobs, but also help build Jinshin City's reputation with your energy cubes. Sulu readily agreed to this proposal. The sooner the energy cube manufacturing plant is completed, the sooner he can secure a stable economic source. The only concern is the supply of raw materials. After ending the call with Siamu Yu, Sulu was contemplating his next steps. He mounted Rayquaza and once again flew towards the Sky Garden, ready to delve deeper into the issue of raw materials. Upon arriving at the Sky Garden, Sulu immediately called forth all his Pokémon. The siblings, Nidoran and Nidorina, visiting for the first time, were captivated by the vibrant surroundings and joyfully began to play. Meanwhile, Oddish dragged a somewhat reluctant Caterpie to inspect the saplings, contemplating that in the future, this bug-type Pokémon would be the only one capable of helping with pollination. Sulu glanced around and was surprised to see that the berry seeds, which were merely green shoots before, had grown to waist height. Estimating that they would bear fruit in about half a month, he marveled at the energy of this place, which exceeded his expectations. If I fertilize them, won't they grow even faster? With this thought in mind, he opened the system store. The store was filled with various berry fertilizers like speed fertilizer and moist fertilizer, each priced at 10 points, a cost that had previously deterred Sulu. But now, considering that Siamu Yu's involvement might expedite the construction of the Pokeblock factory, he decided to expand the berry plantation. Without hesitation, he bought 10,000 units of speed fertilizer and promptly set Oddish and Psyduck to work on fertilizing. While the two Pokemon were busy, Sulu began today's lottery draw. As the familiar wheel spun, his heartbeat quickened. When the pointer slowly came to a stop in the mythical Pokemon section, Sulu held his breath. Stop! Stop! As if responding to his silent plea, the pointer landed on the mythical Pokemon category, which had only a 1 chance. I got it. I really got it. Even Sulu couldn't help but cheer with a clenched fist. He knew there was a vast difference in power among mythical Pokemon, but they all possessed unique and magical abilities, and their rarity was a common trait. Mighty ones like Mew, the guardian of the world tree, could rival Mewtwo, while weaker ones might even be caught with a simple net. Sulu even recalled that Arceus was classified as a mythical Pokemon, and he fantasized about how drawing it could propel him to great heights. As the summoning light coalesced, Sulu was a bit disappointed to see a small orb the size of a human head. Of course, the llama isn't that easy to summon, he consoled himself. Even a small mythical Pokemon would be fine. Maybe it's Mew or Shalebi. As the light faded, a grass hedgehog with flowers on either side of its forehead appeared. It's Shamin, a gentle telepathic voice echoed in Sulu's mind. Shamin, cautiously observing Sulu, softly introduced itself. Oddish sensed the refreshing grass-type energy and curiously approached this adorable new friend. It's Shamin. Sulu's previous disappointment vanished instantly upon seeing the shy and cute grass hedgehog. He recalled how in the movie Giratina and the Sky Warrior, Shamin had withstood several attacks from the renegade Pokemon Giratina, proving its potential was not to be underestimated. Additionally, Shamin was adept at various healing skills, making it an excellent support Pokemon. What more could I ask for? Sulu thought with relief. Shamin is so adorable. Its battle prowess doesn't even matter. Sulu crouched down and opened his arms to Shamin. Hello, I'm Sulu. From now on, we're partners. As the gratitude Pokemon, Shamin could sense what people felt. Though timid and shy in its land for me, it gradually relaxed upon feeling Sulu's warmth. Do you want to hold Shamin? Shamin asked shyly. Though it's a bit embarrassing, since we're partners, you can hold me. Initially curled up, Shamin slowly walked into Sulu's embrace. He gently picked it up, feeling the fresh coolness of its grassy back and the softness beneath. So comfy, Shamin murmured with its eyes half closed. It feels warm. The aura and eternal force emanating from Su Lu made this gratitude Pokemon feel particularly comfortable. Suddenly, there was a soft crackling sound from Shamin's vibrant green fur, and bright flowers began to bloom. This was Shamin's unique reaction to sensing gratitude, indicating it had accepted Su Lu. Shamin, get! Su Lu exclaimed excitedly, lifting Shamin high in the air. Shamin's little legs kicked joyfully. Put Shamin down. Shamin doesn't like high places, Shamin said playfully. Laughing, Su Lu gently placed it back on the ground. After summoning Shamin, Su Lu's other Pokemon gathered around to warmly welcome their new companion. Shamin appeared a bit timid, especially in the presence of Rayquaza, but with Su Lu's encouragement, it quickly became more outgoing and mingled with everyone. As the gratitude Pokemon, Shamin easily won the affection of the other Pokemon. Even Rayquaza, who usually didn't allow any Pokemon on its head, let Shamin crawl freely on its body, turning itself into Shamin's personal slide. While Shamin played with Psyduck and the others, Su Lu opened the system panel to check Shamin's attributes. Shamin. Qualification. Mythical. Current level. 15. Type. Grass. Ability. Natural Cure automatically heals all status conditions. Status. Healthy. Moves. Seed Flare. Air Slash. Growth. Special ability. Shamin can decompose toxins in the atmosphere, transforming barren land into a sea of flowers. It inhales polluted air, purifies it within its body, and releases it as water and light, with the purified product discharged in the form of a glowing seed, the explosive power of which depends on the type of pollutants absorbed. Shamin can communicate via telepathy and sense others' gratitude. When Gracidia flowers bloom, it can change from land for me to sky for me using the pollen. Having a new partner is so exciting, Shamin said happily, but then it paused its play and looked around. But it seems like something's missing. Its gaze fell on the otherwise empty sky garden, apart from the saplings. It's missing flowers. With that, Shamin ran to the open space in the garden, and wherever it went, flowers blossomed in its wake. Walking Grass stared in amazement at the spiky grass creature. Shamin gently emitted energy, instantly creating flower seeds that bloomed into vibrant flowers. Curious, Walking Grass quickly followed Shamin, running alongside it. In no time, the sky garden, which once had only sparse saplings, transformed into a sea of colorful flowers. Shamin joyfully rolled in the flower bed, while Su Lu worried that so many flowers might affect the growth of the berry trees. Sensing Su Lu's concern, Shamin jumped into his arms and explained, Shamin's flowers are gratitude flowers. It shook its body, curling into a green grass flower ball. Shamin is tired. Call me when it's time to eat. Just then, Walking Grass approached and, through its telepathic power, conveyed to Su Lu that these flowers wouldn't compete for nutrients with other plants. Instead, when they withered, they would enrich the soil and promote plant growth. Truly, Shamin was a gratitude Pokemon. Suddenly, Su Lu's aura power sensed a warm energy flowing towards Shamin in his arms. He quickly realized it was the gratitude from the earth and the benefiting creatures. Shamin instinctively absorbed this energy, which even boosted its level by 2. Looking at the floral sea in the sky, Su Lu thought that with Shamin around, the berry tree's growth should accelerate significantly. A few petals drifted in the wind, gently falling into the forbidden sky cloud area. As they prepared to leave, Su Lu considered putting Shamin into a Pokeball, but Shamin suddenly woke up and pleaded, I don't want to go in. You're my only friends now. Su Lu agreed to let Shamin stay outside. Reflecting on Shamin's timid and shy nature in its landform, Su Lu understood why it was reluctant to be alone in a Pokeball, especially since it was now without a group. He decided to take Shamin for registration, trusting that City Lord who would help keep it secret. After returning to Treasure Valley on Rayquaza, Su Lu trained until dusk before heading into the city with Shamin. The city's air pollution made Shamin sneeze repeatedly, releasing purification energy that instantly freshened the surrounding air. This scene caught the attention of the city guards. Soon, Su Lu was taken to the Beast Alliance for registration. This time, he was not met by an ordinary staff member but by City Lord Hu Yun and Research Department Deputy Minister Lu Chongqing in person. Following closely behind the two was a green snake, but Hu Yunji's snake was noticeably larger, with thorns entwined around its body, giving it a more formidable appearance. Su Lu speculated that this might be the evolved form of Lu Chongqing's green snake. Lu Chongqing nodded in agreement, preparing to handle the registration for Su Lu. At that moment, Hu Yunji's gaze fell upon the Shamin in Su Lu's arms, and the Oddish behind him. The large green snake beside her also nodded slowly, as if confirming something. Hu Yunji's face showed a look of understanding, clearly recognizing that both were grass-type creatures. As a veteran master specializing in grass-type creatures, Hu Yunji found Su Lu's choices rather intriguing. Although these newly captured grass-type creatures seemed not very powerful, she speculated that Su Lu might be inclined towards developing in the grass-type direction. Regarding that powerful Rayquaza, she guessed that perhaps some unknown senior had left behind a special training method. After Lu Chongqing left, Yunji took out a printed document from her bag and handed it to Su Lu. She spoke gently, though I've spent my life only reaching the level of a master. My insights into grass-type creature cultivation might still be worth a look. If you don't mind, feel free to browse through it and see if there's anything you can take from it. Su Lu was momentarily stunned, then respectfully accepted the document. He thought to himself that this document, titled Miscellaneous Notes on Grass-Type Cultivation, was authored by a nearly 90-year-old master who had witnessed the early days of the beastly chaos, making it extraordinarily valuable. Moreover, Yunji had devoted most of her life to managing the affairs of W City. If she had focused solely on training, she might have already surpassed the champion level. The insights of such a senior could hardly be described as merely worth a look. Thank you, City Lord Hu, Su Lu said sincerely. The shaman in his arms looked up at Su Lu and said in its unique voice, "She's a good person." Yunji further advised, "Su Lu, in the future, you can go directly to Lu Chongqing for registration. I've instructed him to keep your matters confidential. However, it's best not to register the Rayquaza for now." With that, Yunji, accompanied by her large green snake, turned and left. Her main purpose for this visit was to deliver the miscellaneous notes on grass-type cultivation to Su Lu. Lu Chongqing checked Su Lu's control level once again, and it still showed 100. This time, following Yunji's instructions, he chose to ignore the abnormalities on Su Lu. Soon enough, Su Lu's Beastmaster certification was completed. Back home, Su Lu's parents were delighted with his new beast. Siami's adorable appearance quickly won their affection, and they couldn't stop feeding it. Su Lu couldn't help but worry that Siami might get overfed. So satisfied, Siami said happily, nestled in Su Lu's arms. Amid laughter and joy, the day quickly passed. The next morning, Su Lu arrived at the temporary research facility. Despite the dark circles under Zhu Qin's eyes, she seemed to be in good spirits. After days of hard work, she had finally completed the first phase of research on Psyduck and presented Su Lu with a detailed report. Su Lu carefully reviewed the report and nodded in satisfaction. "You've worked hard these past days. The report is excellent. Just remove the section comparing Psyduck cells, and it's ready for release." Hearing Su Lu's approval, Zhu Qin felt a wave of relief. She had been taken advantage of by a mentor before, who claimed her research results. Although her relationship with Su Lu was similar, the outcome was entirely different. "Great. I'll get it done right away," Zhu Qin said excitedly. Su Lu continued, "By the way, I have a new project I want to hand over to you. Are you interested?" "A new project?" Zhu Qin looked at Su Lu with curiosity, but quickly replied with determination, "I'm in." Su Lu explained, "The initial direction is to explore and document all the attributes of the beasts, study their learnable abilities, and their counter relationships. It's a significant project, and you can start looking into it." A hint of surprise flashed in Zhu Qin's eyes. Beasts had only been around for a century, and due to the energy differences within various fierce beasts and summon creatures, a unified classification system had never been formed. Su Lu's proposal suggested he might have found a feasible classification method. "What about the research facility? The researchers?" Zhu Qin asked. Su Lu casually replied, "The research facility is under construction, expected to be located in Jinxin Town. As for researchers, we haven't decided yet. You might want to consider recruiting some people. You could even become a department head." Zhu Qin quickly waved her hands. "Department head? I don't think I can. Thank you for the offer, Mr. Su, but with my qualifications and skills, researching a single summon creature is challenging enough. However, I can help you contact some of my classmates." Su Lu nodded in agreement. "All right. I'll send you the materials later. Submit them to the Beastmaster Alliance Research Department, along with the project proposal. The Deputy Director of the Research Department will assist you in completing the project establishment and other matters." Zhu Qin nodded knowingly and, after receiving the materials and reviewing them carefully, headed to the Beastmaster Alliance. Su Lu, on the other hand, was deep in thought. Zhu Qin indeed wasn't suitable for the role of Research Department head. Her qualifications were too shallow, and her abilities were limited. However, there didn't seem to be a better candidate at the moment. Considering that future research would involve more Pokémon-related content, a trustworthy person was needed. This issue required further consideration. As for the attribute research, it was merely a guise Su Lu used to attract researchers. After handling matters with Zhu Qin, Siamu Yu contacted Su Lu. The two met outside the city, where the city gate, which usually required a Beastmaster certificate or an exit permit to pass, was now crowded with construction workers. In the past 2 days, after Su Lu cleared the beast territories, except for a few city ruins reserved for scientific investigation, other areas had been leveled by the Beastmaster Alliance using powerful methods. Explosions could be heard in the distance, each one signifying the collapse of a high-rise ruin. Although the clearing work was still ongoing, the main goal was to open a path to the construction sites. The primary construction area for Jinxin Town was largely unaffected, allowing progress to proceed smoothly. Just yesterday, 30,000 construction workers arrived in W City, and under the call of Siamu Yu and the Beastmaster Alliance, began large-scale construction projects. This morning, the road leading to the planned locations for the Pokemon Research Institute and Pokemon Energy Plant had already been cleared. Siamu Yu drove up in an off-road vehicle to meet Su Lu, ready to take him for an on-site inspection. Although she could fly, Siamu Yu, now an almost official city lord, couldn't constantly fly around and reveal her whereabouts, as it would be quite exhausting. She opted for a more understated yet impressive mode of transportation. A massive off-road vehicle rolled slowly down the street, catching the attention of onlookers. The vehicle was strikingly large, standing 5 meters tall, with enormous wheels and a high chassis, all of which highlighted its uniqueness. Most eye-catching was the bright red license plate, a special mark reserved only for city lords. Look, that must be the new city lord's ride, right? It must be Siamu Yu's. We all know Hu Yunji's car. Such a flashy vehicle, fitting for a young city lord. The chatter continued until another figure drew attention. Su Lu casually hopped into the luxurious off-road vehicle, sparking a fresh wave of gossip. Isn't that Su Lu? The one who was taken into the beast territory by the two kings a few days ago. What a lucky guy. He's a genuine king's protege. Did you hear? There were 2 big project tenders yesterday. One for the Bauka Research Institute and the other for the Bauka Energy Factory. What's so special about that? Do you know nothing about Su Lu? He owns a pet food store called Bauka Energy and recently registered Bauka Company. Those projects are likely meant for his company. As this news spread, the conversations became even more animated. Wow, this kid really hit the jackpot. A new city lord, young and beautiful and such luck. Dream on. We'll never get such a break in our lifetime. By the way, building these isn't cheap. Wouldn't it cost at least a few billion? Exactly, giving so much money to a young guy. The city lord is really generous. And so, with the public tender of the Bauka Company's construction projects, rumors about Su Lu and Siamu Yu spread like wildfire. After all, no one believed that Su Lu could have established Bauka Company on his own. This small town's gossip mill had yet another hot topic to discuss. Outside the car window, architecture-type beast tamers were directing giant oxen-like beasts to push the light barriers, smoothing the land like massive steamrollers. Clay golems skillfully manipulated cement, pouring it into the building frameworks. With the aid of various mechanical devices, the speed of the road construction was astonishing. Su Lu sat in the car, observing everything intently, silently marveling at how this world had developed a complete beast taming work system. He recalled Siamu Yu mentioning the short completion times before, and now it all seemed reasonable. Beast tamers are categorized differently. Only combat-type beast tamers are ranked by stars. Life-type beast tamers are categorized into apprentice, elite, expert, and master levels, determined by their work experience and exams. The life-type beast tamers summoned for the city's construction were at least elite-level veterans. Inside the car, Psyduck was fixated on Siamu Yu's steering wheel, while the Shamin in Su Lu's arms was engrossed in playing with his phone, enjoying videos despite not being able to read. Feeling a bit uneasy under Psyduck's gaze, Siamu Yu finally relented, saying, "Psyduck, if you want to drive, go ahead. Just follow the GPS." Psyduck quacked happily, taking control of the steering wheel with psychic power. Now with some free time, Siamu Yu turned to Su Lu, taking out a crystal with a faint rainbow sheen from her bag and handing it to him. "This is a summoning stone sample from a useless time rift we cleared yesterday," she explained. "See if you can use it. If you need more, I can help you apply for them." The rift wasn't large, so the quality of the summoning stone is average. Su Lu accepted the summoning stone, recalling Siamu Yu's earlier explanations. Although this stone couldn't enable a beast tamer to summon again, it could enhance beasts and even develop a tamer's abilities. Advanced evolution and enhancement often required the tamer's involvement, and people like Siamu Yu, who could naturally trigger super evolution, were rare. Most people needed special methods to unlock potential for special evolution or enhancement, with summoning stones being crucial tools in this process. The moment Su Lu held the summoning stone, his system suddenly reacted. Summoning energy detected. Consuming summoning energy allows for additional draws. Current progress 3. Su Lu maintained a calm exterior, but inside, he was overwhelmed with excitement. This meant that with enough summoning stones, he could quickly exhaust the prize wheel, significantly speeding up his collection of Pokémon. Managing large numbers of Pokémon was no issue for Su Lu, who possessed 4 extraordinary energies. He could easily sense and communicate with his Pokémon, making training remarkably simple. Siamu Yu watched the summoning stone in Su Lu's hand gradually turn transparent, lost in thought. It was astonishing that such a low-grade summoning stone was still effective for someone with Su Lu's immense power. How terrifying was his innate potential? Could it be, as City Lord who speculated, that Rayquaza was entrusted to Su Lu by some senior who recognized his talent? Yet she quickly dismissed this idea, having witnessed the profound bond between Su Lu and Rayquaza firsthand. a connection that couldn't have been forged in a short time. Curiosity filled Siamu Yu, but she understood that such secrets were extremely important to anyone, so she refrained from asking. Meanwhile, Sulu secretly calculated that using summoning stones to trigger the system was perfectly logical, given their role in its activation. Sulu recalled the scene of his initial summoning, where he had nearly drained every last bit of energy from the summoning stone. He thought to himself that if he hadn't controlled it intentionally this time, the current summoning stone might have ended up as a transparent shell. It seems the summoning stones are still useful for me now, Sulu mused aloud. Siamu Yu nodded in agreement. I will assist you in mobilizing them. Now that I've become a prospective city lord, I have greater authority to access city-level Beast Alliance resources. As long as it doesn't violate regulations, we can allocate resources like summoning stones. Of course, we need to return the empty shells for verification. Sulu asked curiously, how many can you allocate approximately? Siamu Yu explained in detail. A summoning stone of this grade provides about 3 summoning energy per stone. So, you would need 34 stones for an additional summon. The temporal rift we dismantled this time, due to long-term neglect, accumulated substantial energy and produced over 200 stones. Once the entire territory is cleared, the total yield could exceed 4,000 stones. I can allocate half of these. The rest will be stored by the Beast Alliance for students to use for awakening later. Sulu calculated internally. A long and cleared temporal rift only yielded a little over 200 stones, showing that the scarcity of summoning stones was beyond his expectation. Little did he know, at the Beast Academy, regular students receive only 1 stone of this quality every 2 months for personal enhancement. Even for a city lord, summoning stones are rare resources, as they can enhance both human capabilities and the potential of summoned beasts. Sulu pressed further. What do I need to exchange for them? I mean not just this batch, but more in the future. Although Siamu Yu had previously promised him the first batch of stones from any new territory, Sulu's ambitions had evidently grown. Siamu Yu shook her head. You can't exchange for them. The use of summoning stones is strictly supervised by the Beast Alliance, and there is minimal trade between cities. Moreover, the Beast Alliance expressly prohibits buying and selling them. Sulu pondered. It seemed acquiring summoning stones was no easy task. Perhaps he could explore the temporal rifts himself. Although the technology to condense summoning stones was currently exclusive to the Beast Alliance, his system might be able to directly absorb the energy. With this in mind, Sulu eagerly asked, are there any other temporal rifts ready to be dismantled? Siamu Yu confirmed, tapping the navigation screen, which immediately switched to a location marked as a temporal rift with no preservation value. As for the construction of factories and research facilities, Sulu thought those could wait. The priority was to explore this temporal rift, which might hold immense opportunities. Personnel from the Beast Alliance were stationed around the temporal rift, and this one was no exception. Once dominated by a group of small ferocious beasts, the rift had fallen under human control following the creature's demise. After Sulu and Siamu Yu got out of their vehicle, they passed the inspection with ease and approached the rift. Unlike the previous rifts with diameters exceeding 10 meters, this one was only 3 meters wide. The area of distorted space was a mere 100 meters, making it seem insignificant. The size of a rift is a key factor in determining its energy level, which in turn affects the quality of the summoning stones it produces. This particular rift appeared stable, neither shattering nor manifesting into reality. Such temporarily safe rifts, if valuable for development, could yield long-term benefits. Unfortunately, this one seemed to lack any remarkable features. The two stepped into the rift, marking Sulu's first personal experience. A gray mist lingered at the boundary, from which the beasts emerged. This rift could only produce small monsters with low potential, incapable of evolving or even being used as beast feed. It was deemed unsuitable even as a training ground due to its impact on real-world rules. Sulu's 3 Pokémon curiously surveyed their surroundings. A staff member from the Beast Alliance approached, informing them that the rift was collapsing, and led them to the center. There, a human head-sized crystal hovered the core of the rift space. The staff explained that destroying the core would cause the rift to disappear after some time. Usually, a stronger monster guards the core. Destroying it is not the challenge. The challenge lies in preserving the core's energy to form summoning stones. This technology, mastered by the Beast Alliance, is one of their key strengths. At that moment, staff members were applying a strange substance to the core, connecting various conduits. Sulu wanted to touch it to see if he could trigger the system, but with others present, he refrained and instead focused on observing the process. After a series of operations, the core shattered into multiple summoning stones, which were swiftly collected by the team. As the core disintegrated, the once solid secret realm began to look illusory, signaling its collapse. Hurry! Evacuate quickly, someone shouted. Let's go, Siamu Yu said. Sulu gazed at the gradually fading realm and asked, if someone disappears with the rift, can they come back? An elderly man with graying hair approached to answer. Research suggests that the core's role is to pull space fragments into the real world, ultimately aiming for fusion. Even if the core breaks, the realm should merely return to its original space, taking people to another world. Of course, this is just a hypothesis, as no one has ever returned from another world. Siamu Yu introduced. This is Dr. Lin, an expert in temporal rift research. Sulu nodded in acknowledgement, thinking that if he could summon the time-space dragons, he might have more to discuss with Dr. Lin. Once everyone had evacuated, Sulu looked back, seeing the once solid entrance now appearing as illusory as the massive rift in the Sky Garden. Dr. Lin, can you accurately predict when a rift will collapse? Sulu asked, pondering the possibility of dealing with the Sky Garden rift. In general, the larger the rift, the longer it takes to collapse, but there is no precise method to determine this yet, Dr. Lin replied. Sulu decided it was best not to venture into that rift until he could summon the time-space dragons, or Shalebi. After the cleanup, the summoning stones were distributed. The staff counted and recorded them before handing half to Siamu Yu, who then passed them to Sulu. He received a total of 164 summoning stones. With the summoning stones in hand, Sulu temporarily set aside concerns about the factory and research facility locations and left, entrusting Siamu Yu with those matters. Back at Pokemon Valley, Sulu eagerly took out all the summoning stones. As each stone dimmed, his number of draws increased to 6. Not bad, these summoning stones are better quality than the last batch, Sulu said to himself excitedly. I can finally have more draws. This is where the excitement begins. The Pokemon watched Sulu's daily frenzy with amusement, accustomed to his constant chance of win, win, win. 6 roulette wheels appeared before Sulu, spinning at his command. The results were soon revealed. You obtained a Sunstone. You obtained a Wishing Star Fragment. You obtained an Attack Boost Potion. You obtained a Dragon Fong. You obtained a common Pokemon. You obtained a Golden Berry. 5 items and 1 common Pokemon. The Pokemon slowly took shape, emitting a bright glow. As the light faded, an Onix, 7 to 8 meters long, appeared before Sulu. Onix, pleased to meet you. Sulu greeted his new partner through telepathy. Onix looked around blankly, pausing on Rayquaza for a moment, thinking, this must be the trainer taking care of me? It quickly integrated into the Pokemon family. Meanwhile, Sulu began sorting through the other materials he had drawn, already planning how to make the most of these newly acquired resources. The Sunstone emitted a warm glow as Sulu surveyed the Pokemon around him, and finally handed the fist-sized stone to the Oddish. Using his special ability, he had long understood Oddish's desire for a peaceful life of farming. Among the 2 evolutionary paths, the Bellisum, which requires a Sunstone to evolve, was undoubtedly more suitable for it. Oddish, although you can't use it to evolve just yet, you can start by feeling its energy, Sulu said softly. Oddish nodded earnestly, sensing the beneficial energy for plants contained within the Sunstone. The Dragon Fong was given to Rayquaza. Although Rayquaza already possessed sharp dragon teeth, in this reality, the effects of items could be cumulative. If not for limited points, Sulu would have considered crafting a Dragon Fong necklace for Rayquaza. As for the attack boost potion and the golden fruit he received, Sulu found them to be of little significance, considering them a bit of a letdown. These ordinary consumables were worth merely 100 points or so in the system shop. The last item caught Sulu's attention, a deep purple stone, a Wishing Star Fragment. This was a rare item valued at 300,000 points. Its effect was to attract Pokemon capable of Gigantamaxing. Although Sulu had a Dynamax band, he had yet to enable his Pokemon to Gigantamax, perhaps due to the lack of such a special factor. Anyone want to give it a try? Sulu asked the gathered Pokemon, holding up the Wishing Star Fragment. Maybe you'll uncover the secrets of Gigantamaxing. The Nidoran siblings shook their heads, and Oddish remained enamored with the Sunstone. Psyduck dully tapped the fragment but showed no reaction. Rayquaza elegantly glided over and lightly tapped the fragment with its claw. After a moment, it nodded at Sulu. Did it work? Sulu asked excitedly. As expected of a legendary Pokemon, its aptitude was exceptional. With this reference, Rayquaza easily grasped the method of Gigantamaxing. However, Rayquaza's low growl interrupted Sulu's thoughts. It indicated that the energy in Sulu's Dynamax band was insufficient to support its Gigantamaxing. It needs more power, Sulu said, a hint of disappointment in his voice, but still felt hopeful. At least there's potential. The newly joined Onix also gave it a try, but unfortunately, its limited aptitude meant it couldn't grasp the concept. It walked away, dejected, alongside Psyduck toward the depths of the forest. Finally, Sulu's gaze fell on Caterpie. Although Caterpie was diligent in training and had decent talent, its species limitations and age posed significant challenges. Nonetheless, Sulu encouraged, "Keep it up, little bug." Caterpie nodded resolutely, secretly determined to grow until it could stand shoulder to shoulder with Rayquaza. Sulu, seeing through its thoughts, couldn't help but smile. Caterpie touched the wishing star fragment with its antennae, initially to no effect. Just as Su Lu was about to speak, a sudden change occurred. The fragment turned into a powdery light and merged with Caterpie. Su Lu was stunned as Caterpie abruptly became alert, its eyes fixed intensely on the Dynamax band on Su Lu's wrist. "Did you manage to do it?" Su Lu asked in surprise, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. He looked around at his Pokémon, silently amazed that Caterpie was the first to meet the requirements for Dynamaxing. "All right, let's do this." "Caterpie!" Su Lu shouted excitedly. Caterpie nodded vigorously, its eyes shining with determination, before being recalled into the Pokeball. The Dynamax process began. Su Lu gripped the Pokeball, feeling the energy from the Dynamax band. The surrounding Pokémon looked on curiously, even Psyduck, who had planned to take his little brother to the training field, paused with Onyx to watch. Suddenly, the Pokeball in Su Lu's hand began to expand dramatically, growing from palm-sized to a meter in diameter. Fortunately, Su Lu had psychic abilities, sparing him the awkwardness of having to throw the massive ball like a shot put. A brilliant white light flashed, revealing a 5 to 6 meter long green dragon in front of every Ionia Dynamaxed Caterpie. Onyx was stunned, its jaw nearly dropping to the ground, as it was the first time it had seen such a gigantic Caterpie. Despite its massive size, the Dynamaxed Caterpie didn't seem to exert a strong sense of intimidation. Rayquaza circled it in confusion, as if pondering whether this was truly its unrelated brother. To be fair, there was indeed a slight resemblance between the two. The Dynamaxed Caterpie was thrilled, eager to test its new abilities. It felt as though it was one step closer to Rayquaza's level, even if that step was only a billionth of the way. "Quack!" Psyduck called out, signaling it was time to head out. It led two similarly shaped, long Pokémon gray, one green towards the training field. Soon, the sound of rumbling could be heard from that direction. Su Lu stood in place, recalling Caterpie's skills. "If I remember correctly, Caterpie only knows tackle and string shot, and it doesn't even like using string shot," he murmured to himself, a slight smile on his lips. "I, Su Lu, hereby dub you the Rolling Dragon. Or rather, the Rolling Bug." The thunderous crashing sound didn't last long. About 10 minutes later, a teary-eyed caterpillar with green fur wriggled its way towards Su Lu. Surprisingly, this little creature seemed to still be using its collision skill to move. If it weren't for Su Lu's extraordinary physical condition, he might have been injured by the impact. All right, Su Lu gently patted the caterpillar, speaking softly. "You can't keep using Dynamax like this. The Dynamax band needs to recharge, and your stamina can't keep up. Continuing to use it will exhaust you, and overuse could even harm you." Su Lu was secretly amazed. In the Pokemon games, Dynamax usually lasted just 3 turns, yet this caterpillar managed to sustain it for 10 minutes. He speculated that the energy required for each Pokemon to Dynamax must vary, and the caterpillar might need the least energy of them all. After confirming that the summoning stone could indeed be used for additional summons, Su Lu felt a new goal emerging. The daily free summon was no longer enough to satisfy his needs. Later, Su Lu rode on Rayquaza to a temporal rift he had discovered outside the Pinyin forbidden area. He wanted to explore whether the system had any effect on the core crystal within the rift. If the system was powerless, he would have to collaborate with the Beast Tamers Alliance. The rift before him had a diameter of about 13 meters, classifying it as medium-small. There were no fierce beasts around, suggesting stability. Su Lu nodded, muttering to himself, there shouldn't be any unexpected issues. Upon entering the rift, Su Lu noticed it was slightly different from the first one he had explored. Though equally desolate, some sparse grass had begun to grow on the ground. Just as Su Lu stepped into this uncharted territory, a figure suddenly launched a fierce attack at him. However, in the next instant, the attacker was sliced in half by an air slash. Upon closer inspection, Su Lu saw it was a mantis-like beast, about 2 meters tall, slender yet extremely menacing. At this speed, it should be considered an elite-level beast, Su Lu thought. Such beasts posed significant challenges to most beast tamers, and yet they were abundant in these uncharted temporal rifts, where survival of the fittest was the law. Su Lu continued forward, accompanied by his Pokémon like Psyduck and Rayquaza. Before long, possibly drawn by the previous battle, a massive swarm of mantis beasts flew toward him, numbering an estimated 300 to 400. However, for Su Lu, they were just a source of easy experience points, yielding nearly 20,000 points. As he advanced to the center of the rift, Su Lu discovered that the core crystal here was different from those he had seen before. It was encased in a brownish-yellow cocoon-like material, and without his aura ability to sense energy fluctuations, it would have been difficult to pinpoint. While Su Lu was pondering, a 4-meter-tall gray-green mantis emerged from the giant cocoon. Following it, countless half-meter-sized nymphs scrambled out, a sight horrifying enough to trigger a severe reaction in anyone with trypophobia. However, the scene didn't last long. With a loud explosion, The impact from Draco Meteor obliterated the entire cocoon nest, leaving only a floating core crystal. Psyduck watched the scene with a nonchalant expression. The core crystal was as large as a wash basin. As Sulu approached to touch it, he found the system unresponsive. Could it be that only the Beast Tamers Alliance knows how to create summoning stones? Sulu pondered, furrowing his brow. Then how was the world's first Beast Tamer born? Suddenly, a thought struck Sulu. Wait, there's still one method I haven't tried. Sulu's fingers lightly touched the core crystal nucleus, and a faint blue wave immediately emanated from his fingertips. This energy quickly coalesced, forming a sphere about the size of a human head in his palmal wave bomb. Although his creation was still rough and simple compared to the aura Pokemon Lucario, this was one of Sulu's significant achievements in recent days. Without a moment's hesitation, Sulu forcefully pushed the wave bomb towards the core crystal. The low-level crystal was already fragile, especially after being severely weakened by Rayquaza's Draco Meteor. A crisp cracking sound was followed by a series of sharp snapping noises. The mantis beasts within the space-time rift instantly went berserk. Deprived of their energy source, they had to flee immediately. However, in their escape, these beasts would frantically destroy everything in their path like ants from a disturbed nest. This is why experienced hunters always clear the beast within the rift before destroying it, to prevent them from causing greater disasters by scattering. Energy absorption in progress, the system announced. Absorption complete. Gained 16 draw chances. Success. But Sulu knew this wasn't the time to celebrate. He had to evacuate immediately. 16 draw chances were already substantial, and had there not been any energy loss from the direct destruction, the number would have been even higher. To quickly leave the danger zone, Sulu decisively recalled Psyduck into its Pokeball, shouldered Shamin, and mounted Rayquaza. The dragons soared into the sky, carrying them away from the scene at an incredible speed. Along the way, whenever they encountered large groups of beasts, Sulu directed Rayquaza to clear them out. These extra points were an unexpected bonus, too good to pass up. By the time Sulu finally emerged from the space-time rift, his plans had evolved. Initially, he had aimed only to gather summoning energy, but now he saw a greater opportunity. Come out, everyone! Sulu commanded, and all his Pokemon appeared simultaneously. They were ready and determined. This time, they were going to execute a blockade strike. As the beasts escaped the space-time rift, they would face Sulu and his army of Pokemon hidden. Although some larger temporal rifts have multiple exits, this one was clearly not of that kind. Standing at the edge of the rift, Sulu observed the narrow tear in space. Wave after wave of fierce beasts surged out from the only exit, only to be immediately struck down by the prepared Psyducks, Caterpies, and Onyxes. The battle lasted for half an hour, during which Sulu's points steadily increased. He only stopped clearing this temporal rift when the number of beasts visibly dwindled. From this endeavor, Sulu astonishingly earned 70,000 shop points. Still eager for more, Sulu continued searching for other temporal rifts. Using his abilities, he discovered 3 in total. Due to the suppression of the Sky Cloud Forbidden Land, these rifts were small, but Sulu methodically cleared them one by one. After this flurry of activity, Sulu accumulated 44 chances for the lottery and increased his shop points by 260,000, bringing his total back to 400,000. His Pokemon also experienced significant level ups. Despite having the power of Aura, Sulu's sensing range was only about 400 to 500 meters, far less than that of an Aura Guardian. This meant that using Aura to search for temporal rifts in a short time was impractical. However, having tasted success, Sulu was not ready to stop. He mused to himself that if he could manage 100 consecutive draws, he might even summon a legendary or mythical Pokemon. After all, the combined probability for these 2 types of Pokemon was 2, and with good luck, 100 draws might yield 2. This thought excited Sulu immensely, like a player who had never spent money in a game, suddenly discovering the thrill of in-game purchases. However, searching for temporal rifts alone was indeed challenging. Many rifts were hidden in dense forests or building ruins, making them difficult to spot at a glance. So, Sulu thought of seeking help from the resourceful Siamu Yu. He went to a hilltop and saw in the distance a large cleared area, the future site of a Pokemon energy plant. Just then, Siamu Yu flew over, wings spread. Without questioning Sulu's earlier hasty departure, she directly said, "I've sent you the building plans for the Pokemon energy plant and the experimental zone. Take a look when you can." Sulu waved it off. "Those are minor details. Do you have any information on the locations of temporal rifts?" Siamu Yu gave Sulu a thoughtful look, as if she had realized something. She replied, "I do. The temporal rifts near True New City are controlled by the Beast Alliance, but the ones on the outskirts are still accessible. Do you need me to contact the professor for you?" "No need," Sulu decisively declined. He could directly absorb summoning energy from the shattered core crystals and naturally didn't want to involve the Beast Alliance and share half the energy. Siamu Yu understood his implication, nodding knowingly. she advised. If you find any temporal rifts of significant value, you might want to leave them. Both I and the Beast Alliance would be willing to help you operate them. Sulu nodded in understanding, then asked, what qualifies as valuable? I'll send you a list, Siamu Yu explained. If you find anything similar, you can deem it valuable. By the way, I've also secured the summoning stones for you. When will you come by to pick them up? Sulu nodded, handing back the backpack filled with depleted summoning stone shells to Siamu Yu. Though he was no longer particularly concerned about these, he didn't want to make Siamu Yu feel awkward. With the information on the locations of the temporal rifts, Sulu busied himself once more. Over the next few days, he tirelessly continued his adventures, clearing temporal rifts on the outskirts of True New City. The temporal rift within True New City was finally cleared by the Beast Alliance, yielding significant rewards for Sulu. He acquired over 2,000 summoning stones, which, after harnessing their energy, granted him 60 chances to draw. This marked the successful completion of his final transaction with Siamu Yu. Their collaboration was mutually beneficial. Sulu gained immediate profits by conquering beast territories, while Siamu Yu managed long-term operations, securing ownership of the territories. This division of labor satisfied both parties, as Sulu had no time to handle the complexities of city management. Rumor has it that the Beast Alliance branch will install a spatial inhibitor in the newly built city, significantly reducing the probability of temporal rifts forming. This means acquiring summoning stones within the city will become increasingly difficult. Even so, Sulu has no intention of staying in one place solely for summoning more Pokémon. Recently, Sulu cleared 7 temporal rifts, preserving one of significant value, which became a new joint venture with Siamu Yu, providing Sulu with an additional income stream. However, with the rifts outside True New City also cleared, Sulu temporarily lost leads on new temporal rifts. To obtain more, he must either explore independently or venture to the outskirts of other cities. At the moment, Sulu isn't in a hurry. He has accumulated an astonishing 214 draws. In the Pokemon Valley, he rubbed his hands in excitement, thinking that with so many draws, he was bound to land a legendary Pokemon. With a thought, all 214 wheels spun simultaneously, and system notifications flooded in. Amid the sea of information, one particular message captured Sulu's full attention. You have obtained a Tier 1 legendary Pokemon. Sulu stared at the line in disbelief, his heart racing. He had hit the jackpot. The minuscule 0.1 chance was miraculously in his favor. A sudden burst of dazzling light not only summoned a Tier 1 mythical creature, but also brought forth 57 Pokemon. The intense light captured the attention of all the Pokemon. Even the majestic Rayquaza couldn't help but gaze at the new arrivals. Among this group of Pokemon, Rayquaza sensed an overwhelming aura of threat. As the brilliance faded, a silver-white Pokemon appeared before Sulu. Its form was a blend of human and feline features. It was Mewtwo. As one of the top-tier forces among Tier 1 deities, Mewtwo's presence caused every creature present to hold their breath. However, this newly summoned Mewtwo seemed to be in a state of confusion. Its eyes, as clear as those of a newborn, scanned its surroundings, filled with questions. Who am I? Who are you? Mewtwo's telepathic voice echoed in the minds of all the Pokemon and Sulu, reaching even the ears of fierce beasts across half of the Tianyun realm. Seeing Mewtwo's bewildered gaze, Sulu recalled its background. A perfectly engineered Pokemon, possessing dreamlike powers beyond compare. At this moment, with Mewtwo in its nascent state, Sulu could have used his system to control it, but he chose a different path. You are Mewtwo, and all of you are Pokemon. Sulu addressed the large group of summoned Pokemon earnestly. His words were like a warm current, flowing into the hearts of each Pokemon. I am a Pokemon. Mewtwo's eyes finally showed a flicker of emotion. Then, Sulu released a power that linked the hearts of all the Pokemon, including Rayquaza and Psyduck, the seasoned veterans. In this shared mental space, every Pokemon witnessed a beautiful vision. Pokemon growing stronger alongside their trainers, or living peacefully under the care of rangers from the Pokemon League. This was the world of Pokemon that Sulu understood and cherished. Even Mewtwo, with its strong sense of self, realized that the world Sulu revealed was its origin. So, this is what I am? I am a being with self-awareness. Mewtwo extended its hand, as if truly seeing itself for the first time. For the other Pokemon, this understanding might not have been as significant, but for Mewtwo, it was profound. As an artificially created Pokemon, without someone to affirm its existence, Mewtwo might have remained in a long-term state of confusion, as it did in the original Pokemon world. Mewtwo looked up, its gaze landing on Sulu, who extended his hand to all the Pokemon. From today, we are all partners. Sulu exclaimed joyfully. Mewtwo looked at its own hand, seemingly understanding something, and reached out to shake hands with Sulu. Soon, Psyduck's yellow paw joined in, followed by more and more Pokemon, forming a warm circle. With this connection of hearts, all barriers between the Pokemon vanished. Led by veterans like Psyduck, the Pokémon began exploring the Pokémon Valley. Meanwhile, Sulu started to tally the results of this summoning. Though drawing 200 times seemed exhilarating, space-time rifts weren't like grass that could quickly regrow after being cut. The rifts near True New City and the Tianyun Forbidden Grounds had mostly been cleared, and finding new rifts would be time-consuming and arduous for Sulu. As Sulu made his inventory, he planned to talk individually with each Pokémon later to arrange their future roles. His list showed 1 Tier 1 deity, which was Mewtwo. No Tier 2 deities or mythical beasts, likely because the one chance was used up on Mewtwo. 3 pseudo-legendary Sown Larvitar and 2 Beldum. Suddenly, Sulu paused. Wait, Larvitar and Beldum? He rubbed his forehead, realizing an issue. While their final evolutions, Tyranitar and Metagross, were indeed powerful, they were also literal mineral-eating Pokémon. Although Beldum had a slightly smaller appetite, together they could probably consume 2 entire mines. Sulu sighed. Looks like we'll have to wait for the Pokémon Energy Factory to be built before we can properly train them. Next were 53 regular Pokémon. Meowth, Rattata, Pidgey, Sandshrew, and others. There was only one from the starter trio, a Bulbasaur, while the rest were fairly common. However, Sulu knew that with proper training, any Pokémon could unleash formidable fighting power, which set them apart from other summoned creatures in this world. In addition to Pokémon, some miscellaneous items were summoned. Most were single-use consumables, with a few evolution stones like a Sunstone. Notably, there was a Metal Coat and a Butterfree Megastone. The Metal Coat could be used to evolve Onix, while the Butterfree Megastone was essential for Butterfree's Mega Evolution. Speaking of evolution, Sulu's gaze fell on a Caterpie nearby. Normally, Caterpie evolves at a low level, yet this one, already at level 27, hadn't evolved. With this in mind, Sulu used his power to call Caterpie to him. Like a green flash, Caterpie darted to Sulu. Sulu took out the Butterfree Megastone and patiently explained the concept of Mega Evolution to Caterpie. However, Caterpie firmly shook its head, indicating it didn't want to evolve. It turned out that even though it had reached the level to evolve, Caterpie had been holding back its evolution all this time. Sulu sighed as his gaze fell on the Caterpie chasing after Rayquaza. Though he knew the idea of a Caterpie evolving into Rayquaza was just a joke among Pokémon fans, this little creature seemed to take it seriously. It was aware that it could only evolve into a Metapod and then a Butterfree, yet it stubbornly refused to evolve, reminiscent of the mindset of some pilgrims. Perhaps it's holding onto that belief as it trains tirelessly, Sulu thought to himself. I shouldn't force it to change. He approached the Caterpie and handed it a Butterfree's Megastone. Although this is an item for Butterfree, you might sense some special power from it that could make you stronger, Sulu said, also retrieving an Everstone from the system. This can suppress evolution. It's suitable for Pokémon that don't wish to evolve, and allows unevolved Pokémon to accumulate more potential. Holding back from evolving must be tough, so this should help. The Caterpie nodded solemnly and returned to its training. Next, Sulu summoned each of his other Pokémon, using his aura powers to communicate deeply with them. Each Pokémon had plans for the future. While most Pokémon, like humans, yearned for comfort, the world was far from peaceful. Even with Sulu and the legendary Pokémon's protection, they needed to strive for their own lives. The Pokémon Valley was their home, and it needed their collective care. A few Pokémon expressed their willingness to follow Sulu to the human world, and he happily agreed. After spending most of the day, Sulu finally settled all the Pokémon except for Mewtwo. He wiped his brow and remarked, "Now I understand how challenging Professor Oak's work is." Even with aura powers, he felt exhausted and couldn't help but wonder how Professor Oak managed so many Pokémon. Professor Oak probably lets Pokémon manage Pokémon, Mewtwo suddenly suggested. Sulu was taken aback. You know Professor Oak? Mewtwo shook its head. I deduced it from the mental voices I've heard. Before meeting you, my memory was a blank slate. Sulu pondered for a moment and asked, Mewtwo, I'm curious, how do you feel about being summoned by me? Mewtwo answered earnestly, don't worry, I don't feel displeased about being controlled. You haven't treated us as mere tools. After seeing your heart, I first felt gratitude. I, who existed only in stories, gained real life thanks to the great power of your summons. I should be thanking you. Hearing this, Sulu felt relieved. Just as recognizing Mewtwo's identity was important to him, understanding how his Pokémon truly felt about him mattered greatly to Sulu. So, what are your plans for the future? Sulu continued. To explore everything and protect all Pokémon, Mewtwo said firmly. Because I am a Pokémon and your partner, our goals align. Sulu explained to Mewtwo its identity. It was a Pokémon and his partner, which defined its purpose. Look at Mewtwo's resolve, Sulu remarked, glancing at Rayquaza, who seemed to be daydreaming. Rayquaza turned its head disdainfully. It was indeed less approachable than Mewtwo. Although both were artificial Pokémon, Rayquaza carried the lineage of Mew. Then I'll leave it to you, Mewtwo, Sulu said. I'm planning to establish a research zone for studying Pokémon and fierce beasts. If you're interested, you could oversee it. Mewtwo nodded in agreement. Through experiments, we should be able to explore many unknown fields, and perhaps uncover the secrets of my creation and how you summoned me. A bead of sweat formed on Sulu's forehead. He had intended to create the research zone to enhance the strength of his Pokémon, but Mewtwo's ambition had already extended to the system itself. As expected from Mewtwo. Yet, its involvement gave the previously unplanned research zone a clear direction. Sulu knew he wasn't suited for scientific research and couldn't find anyone fully trustworthy in this world. He worried that recruiting too many outside researchers might expose the secrets of Pokémon. With Mewtwo on board, this concern was resolved. The addition of Mewtwo gave Sulu a bright outlook on the research prospects in the experimental zone. He couldn't help but think to himself, with Mewtwo overseeing the experimental zone, not only is everything guaranteed to go smoothly, but the research speed might also be several times faster than that of ordinary researchers. This is truly a great gain. With this excitement, Sulu carefully checked Mewtwo's attribute panel. Mewtwo. Qualification. Level 1 God. Current level. 15. Attribute. Psychic. Innate trait. Intimidate. All creatures expend significantly more energy when facing this Pokémon. Status. Healthy. Skills. Hone. Psychic. Immobilize. Swift. Teleport. Sulu was astonished to discover the impressive array of skills Mewtwo possessed. He speculated that this might be because Mewtwo had been infused with a vast amount of knowledge while still in the incubation tank before being summoned. In comparison, Sulu believed Mewtwo's current strength might slightly surpass that of Rayquaza. After all, Rayquaza was still in its initial state and had not yet undergone the long years of growth necessary to become the legendary ruler of the skies. In contrast, Mewtwo seemed to have reached its peak state right from the start, possessing considerable combat power. However, since the two hadn't yet faced off, Sulu couldn't accurately determine the difference in their strengths. At this moment, he noticed Rayquaza seemed eager to challenge Mewtwo. Sulu quickly intervened, saying, "Let's leave it for today. It's getting late, and if you two were to practice battling, it might cause quite a commotion. Let's find a suitable place tomorrow." Mewtwo had no objections and appeared quite interested in comparing its strength with Rayquaza. "Let's head back for now," Mewtwo suggested. "Sulu, I'll teleport you home. Just share the location with me using your ability." This caught Rayquaza off guard. It thought it was Sulu's exclusive ride. Before Rayquaza could react, Mewtwo had already used teleport to whisk Sulu away, disappearing from the sight of the other Pokémon. In just a few seconds, after 4 teleports, Sulu found himself standing in front of his house. He stared in amazement at the scene before him, exclaiming, "Mewtwo, forever the best. You're back already?" Sulu looked bewildered as Mewtwo suddenly appeared in the room. He couldn't help but marvel at Mewtwo's incredible teleportation ability, effortlessly crossing hundreds of kilometers and able to do so repeatedly, far surpassing other Pokémon. However, Sulu quickly realized that Psyduck and the others were still in the Pokémon Valley. With a sigh, he said, "Psyduck and the others are still at the Pokémon Valley." Hearing this, Mewtwo vanished once more. A few breaths later, a group of confused Psyducks appeared out of thin air in Sulu's room. Shaking his head, Sulu gathered the 18 Pokémon who were planning to integrate into the human world into their Pokeballs. "All right, I'm ready to go to bed. Mewtwo, do you need rest?" Sulu asked. Nearby, Shamin yawned at the mention of sleep and said, "Sleep, sleep. So sleepy." It expertly pulled out its pet-sized pajamas and claimed a corner of Sulu's bedside. Initially, Mewtwo stated it didn't need sleep, but after Sulu's persuasion, it decided to give it a try. Sulu prepared bedding for Mewtwo and had it lie down in another room. Mewtwo stared blankly at the ceiling, following Sulu's guidance to relax its body and clear its mind. Gradually, it too drifted off to sleep. When Mewtwo opened its eyes again, it was already midday. It experienced the wonder of sleep, but also recognized the vulnerability during it. However, being near Sulu, it felt there was little to fear. After breakfast, Sulu contacted Siamu Yu. Upon learning that Sulu was in town, Siamu Yu said she would come over immediately. Sulu turned to Mewtwo, asking if it wanted to accompany him to meet the mayor of Pallet Town. After some consideration, Mewtwo politely declined. It explained, "Until I fully understand the power levels in this world, I think it's best not to reveal myself. After all, we are Pokémon, not beasts or summon creatures. I'll head back to the Pokémon Valley for now. If you need me, you can reach out through telepathy, and I'll be there within a minute." Sulu nodded in understanding, appreciating Mewtwo's intelligence and clear thinking. He inquired about Mewtwo's plans for managing the research area in the future. Mewtwo demonstrated its ability by transforming into a young man with silver hair who resembled Sulu. It explained that it could use illusions to disguise itself as a human. To avoid too much resemblance to Sulu, which might cause confusion, Mewtwo also donned a cat face mask. Sulu agreed, saying, "That should work." Maybe one day they'll call you Dr. Mewtwo. With that, Mewtwo vanished again. Instead of returning directly to the Pokemon Valley, it decided to explore other regions to satisfy its curiosity, as there wasn't much to do until the research area was completed. Sulu, with Psyduck and Shamin, drove a van to Siamu Yu's home in the Villa district. Psyduck adeptly handled the driving, with two admiring ducks and Tofarfetch'd and Ducklet, both convinced by Psyduck under the guise of teaching them to drive. The gatekeeper was first shocked to see a driving Psyduck, then had an expression of realization. The news of a driving Psyduck in W City had spread, partly due to Siamu Yu's reputation. Although she clarified that she and Sulu were just friends, rumors persisted. Psyduck casually offered a cigarette to the guard, a gesture that made Sulu shake his head in amusement. He scolded, "Little Pokemon shouldn't smoke. Are you trying to be a delinquent duck?" Psyduck hurriedly explained that it was merely imitating a seasoned driver greeting it learned online. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Sulu?" Turning to the voice, Sulu was surprised to see that it was the principal. Although Principal Xia Hai no longer teaches, he still frequently gives speeches, making Sulu quite familiar with his face. However, when Xia Hai recognized him at a glance, Sulu was still a bit surprised. "Are you here to see Xiao Xia? Shall I take you?" Xia Hai offered with a kind smile. Sulu speculated to himself that his handsome face indeed had a certain level of recognizability. At the same time, he noticed Xia Hai's expression changing, finally settling on a meaningful smile, which made Sulu feel somewhat uneasy. "Thank you for your help, Principal," Sulu replied politely. With Xia Hai leading the way, Psyduck parked the car and followed behind like a kindergarten teacher leading children, with the two little ducks trailing along. "You have a good relationship," Xia Hai suddenly remarked. "Are you referring to me and the Psyducks?" "Well, they are like family to me," Sulu responded earnestly. "Family, huh? What a loving young man," Xia Hai said with increasing satisfaction. They arrived at a villa, and Xia Hai gestured, "You can knock and go in. I won't intrude." Just then, the door opened, and Siamu Yu appeared in front of them. "Grandpa!" she exclaimed in surprise. Sulu suddenly realized that Siamu Yu was Xia Hai's granddaughter, explaining why she had been at the school before. You two chat. Xiao Xia, I'm very satisfied." Xia Hai hurriedly left, heading towards another house further ahead. Siamu Yu looked puzzled, and Sulu was also somewhat at a loss. Suddenly, they both looked in the same direction, their keen senses detecting someone secretly taking photos. "Should we deal with it?" Siamu Yu asked. "It's up to you," Sulu replied. "Let's just let it go. I've already dealt with several groups." Siamu Yu sighed, unusually frustrated by the persistent paparazzi. Entering Siamu Yu's home, Sulu couldn't help but marvel at the luxurious surroundings, clearly the residence of someone quite wealthy. This visit was at Siamu Yu's invitation, and since she had helped him a lot before, Sulu wanted to use this opportunity to strengthen their relationship. After sitting down, Sulu took out two unused Pokeballs from his waist and placed them in front of Siamu Yu. "What are these?" Siamu Yu asked curiously. "A gift," Sulu replied succinctly. "A gift indeed," Shamin chimed in. It sensed a warm aura from Siamu Yu, indicating she must be a grateful person. "Thank you," Siamu Yu said with some surprise, still puzzled by the two round objects. Seeing this, Sulu took out Psyduck's Pokeball and pressed the button, demonstrating to the Psyduck busy instructing its junior on driving skills. "Quack! Quack! Boss is gone!" the two little ducks exclaimed. "What?" Siamu Yu stood up in shock. Sulu patiently explained. "This is a Pokeball. It can store beasts for convenient carrying. It also helps delay the worsening of injuries, though it can't completely stop them." Siamu Yu examined the Pokeball in her hand closely and said seriously, "Sulu, it's best not to let news of the Pokeballs get out, or you could get into big trouble." Sulu nodded in understanding. What Siamu Yu thought of, he had already considered. "There are only a few trial Pokeballs right now. You're the only outsider who knows," Sulu said, with a hint of testing in his tone. "In that case, I'll accept it," Siamu Yu said straightforwardly, not want to be overly polite. With two Pokeballs at her disposal, her life became significantly more convenient. She could now carry several large beasts from the base with her, greatly enhancing her combat abilities. Sulu pondered. This meeting with Siamu Yu was not only to strengthen their bond and gauge her stance on Pokeballs, but also to address the issue concerning the two little Psyducks. Looking directly at Siamu Yu, Sulu decided to be straightforward about the situation. He briefly explained that he had several unregistered beasts and found the process of registering them through the Beast League cumbersome. He was hoping to find a more efficient method. To his surprise, Siamu Yu didn't seem shocked by this revelation. She had already noticed the abrupt appearance of Oddish and Shamin, both unrecorded beasts. After some consideration, she deduced that these creatures were likely the legacy of a mysterious elder, stored somewhere for Sulu to eventually claim. Despite realizing the immense value of this discovery, Siamu Yu felt no greed. She didn't even bring up the topic, not wanting to make Sulu overthink. Instead, She calmly nodded and said, "In the future, just send me the photos and basic information of the beasts you need to register." Her response reflected the reality of this world. While the Beast League ostensibly governed most regions, in practice, each city was ruled by its own lord, not by the League. Satisfied with her answer, Su Lu recalled that Siamu Yu had also mentioned having something to discuss with him. He asked, "By the way, Siamu Yu, didn't you say you had something to talk about as well?" Upon hearing his question, Siamu Yu's expression turned serious. She took out a tablet displaying an urgent announcement. Urgent notice. A large time-space rift has appeared in City Z. City lords around City Z, please be on high alert. We also request support from elite level or higher flying type beast masters. Su Lu frowned as he read the call for aid. A call for aid? He murmured to himself, realizing the gravity of the situation. A large time-space rift? Why haven't I heard about it? Su Lu asked with a frown, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Siamu Yu, with a serious expression, explained, certain things are only disclosed to beast tamers of a certain rank to prevent public panic. Su Lu, you're currently not high enough in the Beast Tamer Alliance to receive such alerts. Su Lu nodded thoughtfully and picked up a tablet to examine the information closely. The data on the screen made his pupils contract slightly. This sudden time-space rift was only 3 miles from Z City, with a diameter of 67 meters, and astonishingly, it was floating 7,000 meters in the air. Quickly scanning through the details, Su Lu learned that the rules of the large time-space rift affected a vast area, making it impossible for airplanes to approach. They could only fly above the unaffected area to drop supplies, but this method was fraught with challenges. Both the Beast Tamer Alliance in Z City and the City Lord had issued a distress call, emphasizing the need for flying-type beast tamers. A few photos on the tablet caught Su Lu's attention. Around the massive rift, numerous beast-like creatures resembling harpies were circling. These monsters moved freely at high altitudes and were evidently elite level, their numbers alarming. Siamu Yu was supposed to assist, but New City was at a critical construction stage and defensively weak, requiring her constant presence. She turned to Su Lu, her eyes gleaming with hope. Your Rayquaza is the strongest flying-type beast I've ever seen, even stronger than the champions. If you decide to go, the crisis in Z City should be solvable. Su Lu was silent for a moment before nodding slightly. I understand. With that, he left Siamu Yu's mansion with a few Pokémon in tow. Perched on Su Lu's head, Shamin waved goodbye. Bye, Muyue, I'm leaving. It had just devoured all the desserts Siamu Yu had prepared. Watching Su Lu's departing figure, Siamu Yu thought to herself, will he really go? Back home, Su Lu called softly Mewtwo. In an instant, Mewtwo appeared before him, holding a piece of broken circuit board. Su Lu raised an eyebrow. Where have you been? Mewtwo calmly replied, to a place called the waste disposal site. I took some things from there. It shouldn't affect anyone. Su Lu was momentarily stunned, picturing the majestic legendary Pokémon rummaging through trash. He rubbed his forehead and apologized. I didn't think it through, sorry. Then he handed over a bank card. If you're interested in something, feel free to buy it directly. It's easier that way. Mewtwo nodded, and the bank card vanished instantly. It said, Su Lu, there's no need to apologize. I'm a Pokémon, not a human. So I don't have any particular feelings about it. Su Lu asserted, but you're my partner. Mewtwo seemed to ponder, trying to understand this human perspective. It asked, Su Lu, did you call me for something? Su Lu snapped back to attention. Oh, right, there's something important. Mewtwo, take me to Pokemon Valley. In the blink of an eye, Su Lu found himself in Pokemon Valley. He waved his hand, releasing a burst of psychic energy to summon all the Pokemon. Soon, they gathered, whether they had been playing or training. Su Lu announced loudly, it's time for a battle. Who wants to sign up? There are small gifts for participants. Slowly, a few Pokemon raised their hands, some lured by the promise of gifts, others simply wanting to grow stronger. Pupitar, Caterpie, Magby, Onix, Rayquaza, Psyduck, and a total of 16 Pokemon signed up. Su Lu nodded. Great. Everyone get ready. We're leaving soon. He took out a set of Pokeballs, having even bought a special belt from the system store for the occasion. He gently lifted Shamin off his head. You'll stay in Pokemon Valley. Shamin dangled its little feet, whining. But I don't want to leave you. Su Lu asked, you're not fighting, so it's better for you to stay here. Or do you want to join the battle too? I can prepare a Gracidia flower for you. Hearing the word battle, Siamu instinctively shrank back. This petite gratitude Pokemon was always timid and shy, getting nervous even around strangers, let alone participating in battles. Su Lu observed Siamu's reaction and smiled gently, saying, even if you stay in the Pokemon Valley, can't you still feel my presence? Plus, aren't all the Pokemon here your friends? Indeed, through the power of aura, Su Lu could sense the presence of Pokemon, and vice versa. For a gratitude Pokemon like Siamu, this connection was particularly strong, as if Su Lu was always by its side. This might explain why Siamu was so attached to Sulu. However, Sulu noticed that Siamu only approached him and was overly timid. He understood that this wasn't a healthy state. Pokemon's world shouldn't be confined to their trainers, and he didn't want to treat Pokemon merely as pets. So, whether Siamu liked it or not, this was going to be a necessary challenge. Staying in the Pokemon Valley, you can meet other Pokemon, battle together, and build courage, Sulu patiently explained. Hearing this, Siamu cautiously looked around. It could keenly sense the goodwill radiating from the Pokemon around. Just as Sulu had said, its friends were more than just one. A Bellsprout extended a friendly invitation to Siamu, indicating it could join today's farming activity. In that moment, Siamu realized it was not alone. Thinking of this, Siamu turned to gaze at Sulu, resolutely conveying its feelings. Siamu wants to fight too. Siamu wants to protect everyone. Sulu looked at the little creature's growth with satisfaction, gently picking it up and placing it on his shoulder. Little Siamu is growing up, he said softly. Siamu shyly nuzzled against Sulu, the flowers on its body blooming even more brilliantly, inspired by its newfound courage. Let's go, Sulu said, as he gathered the Pokemon ready for battle into their Pokeballs. Soon, Rayquaza carried them to their destination, and Siamu's new adventure began. Sulu rode on Rayquaza, soaring into the distance, while Mewtwo stayed behind to guard Bauka Valley. This arrangement reassured Sulu, as Mewtwo's ability to teleport could provide rapid support in emergencies. Rayquaza seemed a bit displeased at losing its status as the exclusive mount, and its flying speed suddenly increased, causing Sulu to breathe heavily. How's the training going, Rayquaza? Sulu attempted to ease the tension. I bought you a new meteorite. Hearing this, Rayquaza nodded with satisfaction, and its flight path smoothed out. Sulu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The destination for this journey was City Z, separated from City W by 2 other cities. Sulu had 3 objectives for this trip. First, to explore new space-time rifts. Second, to give younger Pokemon some training. And third, to assess the strength of the beasts in large space-time rifts. The third objective was particularly crucial, as it concerned the massive space-time rift over 100 meters in diameter in the Sky Garden. Rayquaza had been lingering longer and longer near the space-time rift, which might indicate that something was about to emerge from it. If even large space-time rifts became too difficult to handle, Sulu would have to consider relocating. Although the large space-time rift in City Z was tightly controlled by the Beast Alliance, its proximity to the city meant that more and more people were noticing the unusual phenomena in the sky. In the recovery room of the Beast Alliance in City Z, Governor Songhu of Looming Province suddenly awoke, his body wrapped in bandages. Governor, you're awake? Asked Li Yuan, the young mayor of City Z, with concern. How is my molten winged tiger? Songhu's first question was about his bonded summoning beast. Li Yuan replied, Governor, your molten winged tiger is fine, just a bit injured and currently receiving treatment. I've already sent out a distress signal. Hearing this, Songhu felt somewhat relieved. Although Li Yuan was young, as a mayor with Heavenly King-level strength, he had inherited his grandfather's position. 3 days ago, upon discovering the massive space-time rift, Li Yuan realized his own strength was insufficient and immediately reported to Governor Songhu. As a champion-level trainer specializing in fire and rock types, Songhu entered the rift with his highly capable flying molten winged tiger. However, even Songhu returned severely injured, prompting Li Yuan to urgently request aid through the Beast Alliance. Governor, what did you encounter in the rift? Li Yuan asked urgently. The answer to this question was critical to the survival of City Z, as there had been instances in history where cities were destroyed by beasts. It was a floating island, a mix of city ruins and exotic machinery. Songhu, with a furrowed brow, described his findings to City Lord Li Yuan. The island was teeming with harpies, vicious creatures that not only possessed a certain level of intelligence, but also had the cunning to set traps. They lured me into an ambush, Songhu said in a grave tone, his words interrupted by a violent cough that splattered fresh blood onto his bandages. I suspect there might be humans behind this. Those exotic machines are still operational, and we must investigate immediately. Li Yuan's expression grew increasingly severe as Songhu recounted his tale. Even a champion-level governor had barely escaped with serious injuries, making him question the efficacy of his call for help. What was more unsettling was the possible involvement of humans in this incident. Governor Song, which group do you think is most likely involved? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. With a solemn look, Songhu slowly listed, the Dark Wayne Institute, the Convergence Society, and the Advent School are all possibilities. He briefly introduced these organizations. The Dark Wayne Institute is controlled by intelligent, savage beasts with anti-human objectives. The Convergence Society advocates for turning the human world into a forbidden zone to reduce chaos and promote technological development, yet their actions have severely harmed human society. The Advent School is even more mysterious, reportedly a splinter group from the Convergence Society for unknown reasons. Whichever organization it is, they pose a tremendous threat, Song Hu declared, abruptly ripping out his four with a fiery determination in his eyes. City Lord Li Yuan, prepare a fleet of helicopters for me. This time, I will lead the entire Beastmaster Brigade to parachute in and uncover the truth. This injury had clearly enraged Song Hu. He was convinced that with full force, he would not end up retreating with injuries again. Song Hu's resolve burned fiercely, determined to uncover the truth and redeem his honor. But Governor Song, your injuries? Li Yuan asked with concern, his eyes reflecting his worry for Song Hu's health. Song Hu slowly stood up. Though his face was still a bit pale, he no longer looked as frail as when he first regained consciousness. He replied calmly, just a minor injury. Li Yuan, young and inexperienced, dared not speak further in front of the formidable Song Hu and simply nodded in agreement. He was about to arrange for a large helicopter to transport Song Hu's beast army to the spatial rift when his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at Song Hu, Li Yuan answered the call. An urgent voice came through. City Lord, it's bad. The monsters from the spatial rift have emerged. They're heading towards City Z. Hearing this, Li Yuan's pupils contracted, and his heart tightened. However, Song Hu merely grinned, his tone laced with disdain. Organize your men to defend the city. I might struggle with the ones in the air, but those feathered beasts on the ground are as good as dead. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous tiger roar emanated from a nearby building, signaling the awakening of Song Hu's life-bound beast. Meanwhile, the citizens of City Z anxiously watched the dark swarm of beasts in the distant sky and the defensive line already ablaze. The city broadcast system quickly activated, directing the masses to evacuate to shelters in an orderly manner. On the city walls, anti-aircraft cannons roared continuously, spewing streams of firepower to hold the beast tied at bay. These beasts were of elite level, with vast differences in strength even among them. Yet, even the weakest elite beast could easily slaughter ordinary people. The city defense personnel were on high alert, with numerous beastmasters ready to intercept any creatures breaching the defenses. In the sky, even the most ordinary harpies stood over 2 meters tall, with a wingspan of 4 to 5 meters. With a flap of their wings, they unleashed wind blades. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the sky as a massive beast resembling a whale struggled to squeeze through the large spatial rift. It's a Sky King class hovering killer whale, someone exclaimed. Prepare the cannons. A Sky King class? Where's the City Lord? Due to the different rules surrounding the spatial rift, the cannons in reality couldn't penetrate it. Everyone could only watch helplessly as the Sky King class beast emerged from the rift. The hovering killer whale, nearly 100 meters long, had a mouth filled with sharp teeth occupying most of its body. As the hovering killer whale fully emerged, whirlwinds enveloped the surrounding harpies. The cannon bullets that could have taken down the harpies were now deflected by the powerful winds just before hitting. Like a giant aircraft carrier, the hovering whale led a swarm of harpies toward the defenses. More hovering killer whales were emerging from the rift, turning this into a war between humans and beasts. Most beasts had an innate drive to hunt humans, impossible to communicate with until defeated. As the beast swarm drew closer, human firepower intensified, with explosions echoing continuously. Missiles were deployed, and the situation seemed to be turning in favor of City Z. However, a faint golden ripple suddenly spread from the spatial rift. It was as if someone had pressed a mute button. Missiles and cannons fell silent in an instant. Li Yuan, now on the city wall, looked ashen, murmuring, "The forbidden zone is expanding? Impossible. There's a spatial rift suppressor. How could this happen?" Next to him, Song Hu, now fully geared, looked skyward, suppressing his anger. What if the suppressor was sabotaged? A wave of unease surged in Li Yuan's heart. What if it was deliberately destroyed? With the loss of artillery support, only the beastmasters could stand against the beasts. The only consolation was that, upon Song Hu's injury and coma yesterday, Li Yuan had already called for reinforcements. Now, City Z had a significant number of beastmasters, with support from other cities on the way. Song Hu said gravely, "Get all civilians into shelters and hold the line." But can we really hold it? Li Yuan asked worriedly. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, with 17 or 18 Sky King class hovering killer whales already present. Song Hu's eyes burned with determination. "Before I fall, you'll have plenty of time." With the cannon silenced, all prepared beastmasters rushed forward. Apart from City Z's beastmaster corps, other beastmasters had diverse beasts, making the battlefield chaotic. The hovering killer whales finally neared the ground, bringing violent gales with them. Even seasoned beastmasters couldn't help but feel fear in the face of such a sight. If the hovering killer whales entered the city, they could destroy half the buildings in moments. City Z had 3 Sky King class champions, the old city lord, Li Yuan, and a dean from a beast academy. They attacked simultaneously as the hovering killer whales descended. A blood-red beam struck one of the whales, followed by a harrowing roar. It's the old city lord's blood-rending mantis. Someone recognized the attack. Hold the line. Hold the line. Beasts have breached from above. Go deal with them. Where are the healing beast masters? We have injured here. The blood-red beam left the massive hovering killer whale gushing blood, staining the buildings below. The other two Sky King's attacks followed, targeting the head wound of the beast. Under the assault of a near-champion-level veteran Sky King, the whale's head exploded. Yet everyone knew the destruction a several thousand-ton hovering killer whale could cause if it fell from 1,000 meters. Terrified citizens below, unable to evacuate in time, watched the colossal creature above. At this critical moment, a thunderous tiger roar resounded through the sky. Armor evolution. A pillar of fire suddenly appeared, steadily supporting the falling hovering killer whale. Amidst the towering pillar of fire, a colossal 10-meter-tall winged humanoid tiger appeared out of thin air. With a gentle flap of its wings, it effortlessly hoisted the 100-meter-long carcass of a giant whale with one hand, showcasing its astounding strength. This was Song Hu's evolved form through beast fusion, integrating his beast companion into his body to achieve this powerful state. While beast fusion evolution holds immense potential, it demands a high physical toll on beast tamers, second only to explosive evolution in terms of bodily harm. The sounds from Song Hu's mouth were no longer human language, but the roars of a fierce beast. This time, he had merged all his beast companions into himself, risking losing his consciousness and permanently transforming into a ferocious creature. Citizens of the city, seeing the whale carcass suspended in the sky, hurriedly pulled along their stunned neighbors and staggered toward the shelters. Meanwhile, more airborne killer whales continued to arrive. Song Hu's eyes gradually regained clarity from their initial savagery, finally suppressing the beastly nature of his fusion form. Instead of immediately dealing with the airborne killer whales surrounded by numerous fierce beasts, he unleashed waves of fire, incinerating a large number of harpies. Song Hu knew that even a molten-winged tiger alone could handle the king-level airborne killer whales. He was waiting for the two lord-level beasts that had ambushed him to reveal themselves. Song Hu's attacks were like a barrage of anti-aircraft guns, drastically reducing the number of beasts invading Z City in an instant. Li Yuan stood in awe, watching Song Hu standing tall in the sky, witnessing a champion and governor single-handedly battling an entire horde of beasts from a massive space-time rift. The elder beside Li Yuan reminded him that 3 kings had also joined the fight against the lord-level beasts. Time ticked away, 10 minutes, half an hour passed. The continuous release of fire waves left Song Hu looking increasingly fatigued. Even for a champion, an hour of beast fusion evolution was physically and mentally exhausting. At that moment, a special sound transmission from an acoustic snail, a communication tool for beast tamers above king level when technology was unavailable, reached Song Hu's ears. The message brought him a sigh of relief. All personnel had entered the shelters, most important resources and data had been evacuated successfully, with only a few mysterious figures in black being sighted. In the brief moment Song Hu relaxed, a pale golden beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, seizing the only moment of his lapse. The massive impact sent the fusion-evolved Song Hu crashing into Z City, breaking through a skyscraper. The hearts of all beast tamers were once again on edge. In the depths of the sky, a bizarre figure appeared, a massive eyeball encircled by rings of gold, and upon closer inspection, those golden rings were lined with countless smaller eyes. Someone recognized this creature, falling to their knees in terror, shouting, "Throne Angel!" Both Li Yuan and the old city lord frowned. Within the space-time rift, some beasts with appearances resembling old-world myths and possessing immense power were directly given mythological names. Although lord-level beasts weren't yet granted individual names, their species names were known. Throne Angel was one such powerful species, having appeared only 4 times before, each time bringing great disaster to the human world. Every eye of the Throne Angel fixed unblinkingly on the ruins where Song Hu lay. Despite possessing numerous eyes, there was no fluctuation in them, giving the impression of a lifeless object. They stared coldly and mercilessly, as points of light began to gather once more within the eyes. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed across the sky. Song Hu, engulfed in pitch-black flames, soared upwards. The sky was once again covered by harpies, and the beast tamers in Z City could not see the battle high above, only hearing the continuous rumbling and seeing the blinding flashes. Li Yuan gritted his teeth, muttering, "He can do it. He's a champion. Why haven't the champions from other regions arrived yet?" He had once thought that becoming a king would be enough to protect the city, but now he realized that in the face of fierce beasts, even a king was merely a mainstay. A few minutes later, a more violent clash occurred. Song Hu was once again struck down into Z City. This time, the Throne Angel reappeared, and the entire Z City was plunged into extreme panic, for there were not just one, but 3 Throne Angels. The massive eye wheels, each 50 to 60 meters in size, coldly and mercilessly gazed as if observing every life within Z City. Even though they had been scorched black, they remained cold and unfeeling. In the deep pit, Song, whose gaze was somewhat dazed. He hadn't expected to encounter 3 Lord-level beasts. Struggling to rise, a beast resembling a hound fell from his 10-meter-tall fusion body, with countless beast heads beginning to surface on his body. Song, who realized he had reached his limit. The Legion beasts he used as material were starting to rebel due to casualties, with his control likely dropping below 95, making it impossible to maintain the fusion evolution any longer. He finally resolved to use that move, Explosive Evolution. Just as Song, who was about to forcibly initiate dual evolution, he heard exclamations. Slowly raising his head, he sensed an unprecedented aura. The Alliance leader? No, it's a quasi-divine aura I've never sensed before. Who could it be? Su Lu, from afar, had sensed the dire state of Z City through his aura power. Blood stained the ground and severed limbs piled high, mostly of fierce beasts, but some humans had also fallen. This was Su Lu's first time witnessing the brutality of a beast war firsthand. The shaman above him looked down on the city with both fear and compassion. Su Lu spoke, his voice so heavy it was unfamiliar even to himself. Rayquaza, cleanse them. A mighty roar echoed, followed by a beam of light, 4 to 5 meters thick, piercing through the sky's beast horde. The beam didn't stop but swept across the entire sky. It was an improved version of the hyper beam. A beam of light pierced through the horde of ferocious beasts, like a sharp sword of light, turning any enemy in its path to dust. Any beast below the level of a heavenly king that came into contact with it was instantly reduced to ashes. This destructive ray swept across the city skies, skillfully avoiding the buildings, and when it finally touched the ground, it erupted into a series of mushroom clouds. Both beasts and humans were awestruck by this unparalleled power. Rayquaza had already consumed a meteorite worth 3 billion, growing far beyond its initial size of 7 to 8 meters tall and over 20 meters long. It had now reached level 56, mastering nearly all the skills it could learn independently. Even more astonishing, Su Lu had employed the power of Verdant Force to elevate Rayquaza to level 70. At this moment, Rayquaza was showcasing a glimpse of its ultimate form. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Though the figure standing on the dragon's head amidst the clouds was indistinct, there was no doubt it was a human beastmaster. This power was enough to ensure the survival of Z City. Song, who stared in shock at the green dragon, recalling Hu Yun's earlier report. Could this be the Sky Dragon? Could the predecessor who ventured to the Tianyun Forbidden Zone have returned alive? Considering the presence of Quasigode-level creatures in the Forbidden Zone, it was reasonable if they returned alive unless their life ended. Song, who finally breathed a sigh of relief, deactivating his biological armor as the surrounding beasts collapsed to the ground. Su Lu felt the rush of Rayquaza's flight and the destructive light close at hand. The devastation of Z City left him calm, devoid of the previous excitement of battling monsters. The 3 Seraphs turned their gaze towards Rayquaza, causing Su Lu to feel dizzy, but he quickly isolated this mental influence using his 4 extraordinary abilities. The Seraphs fired pale golden rays, contrasting sharply with Rayquaza's dark destructive beam. Rayquaza's speed was superior, instantly closing in on one Seraph. Swiftly, it bit down before the Seraph could react. To prevent collateral damage to Z City, Rayquaza swiftly carried the Seraph out of the city limits and then incinerated it with its destructive beam. The other 2 Seraphs attempted to flee back to the space-time rift, but Rayquaza's speed left them with nowhere to hide. Su Lu unleashed a new move, Draco Meteor, enveloping the 2 Seraphs with condensed meteors. In just a few breaths, the 2 Seraphs were sealed within a massive meteor with a diameter of 100 meters. Su Lu sensed the energy reaching its limit, and the meteor could explode at any moment. Though this move might not be perfect as a seal, its power as an attack skill was undoubtedly terrifying. The energy consumption was terrifyingly high. Even Su Lu, who was using the power of Everstone on Rayquaza, felt his own energy depleting. He quickly made a decision. It's going to explode. Throw it far away. The meteor dragon star roared as it flew into the distance. Su Lu initially intended to hurl it into the time-space rift, but feared it might trigger an even greater disaster. So he abandoned that idea. The massive meteor landed with a thunderous crash several kilometers away from Z City, its explosive power awe-inspiring. The impact of the over 100-meter-wide meteor released an astonishing amount of energy. A gigantic mushroom cloud rose slowly, and the shockwave swept across the land, causing it to tremble violently. Over 10 seconds later, a powerful gust carrying dust and debris surged through Z City, turning everything topsy-turvy. Witnessing all this, Song, who gulped nervously, thinking to himself, if that strike had hit Z City, the entire city would have been obliterated. Rayquaza let out a triumphant roar, deafeningly loud. Someone was the first to shout Sky Dragon God, and soon the whole of Z City erupted in excitement, with countless voices praising the immense power on display. Still lying in the crater, Song Hu listened to the waves of cheers around him, a look of understanding dawning on his face. He murmured to himself, "Is this what a god is? A deity worshipped by the masses? How do they attain such power?" However, the crisis was not entirely over. Although the battle in Z City was nearing its end shortly after Rayquaza's arrival, the time-space rift in the sky still lingered, no longer spewing out beasts incessantly. Su Lu looked up at the rift in the sky. Though he wasn't yet aware that the rift was close to becoming a forbidden zone, he knew it needed to be dealt with quickly. At that moment, Shamin gently patted Su Lu's head and said earnestly, "Su Lu, Shamin wants to help them." Su Lu was a bit surprised by these words. The usually timid Shamin speaking so bravely showed that the devastation in Z City had deeply affected it. Su Lu smiled slightly and said, "In that case, let's fly, Shamin." He quickly exchanged 300 shop points for a Gracidia flower from the store. Carefully, he placed the flower on Shamin's head, readying for the task ahead. Shamin's gaze suddenly became serious. As it touched the Gracidia flower, a silvery white light enveloped it. This wasn't evolution. Rather, Shamin transformed from its land for me into its sky for me, enabling it to fly. Its original hedgehog-like limbs elongated, and its appearance shifted to resemble a canine. A red scarf-like tuft of fur, symbolizing courage, grew around its neck, while white wings sprouted from the sides of its eyes. "Shamin is going to protect everyone," declared Shamin, now in its flying form, with determination. Su Lu nodded in encouragement. "Go for it." In its sky for me, Shamin was fearless and brimming with vitality. With Su Lu's permission, it immediately flew towards the ravaged city of Z. As it soared, Shamin scattered green light particles. Each particle that landed on the blood and flesh of the beasts purified the taint and bloomed into pink flowers. This was Shamin's special ability, Seed Flare, which could draw life energy from targets to heal allies. The abundant life energy contained within the beasts' corpses was released, transforming into energy that flowed towards the injured beast masters and their beasts. Several larger streams of life energy surged into Song Hu, who, almost incapacitated before, felt his injuries significantly heal. The surrounding beastmaster troops, who had collapsed, were rejuvenated by this life force and stood once more. What an incredible healing effect, and the range is so vast. Song Hu thought as he looked around at the city, now almost a sea of flowers. Not only is the combat power immense, but the support ability is also astonishing. How could someone like this remain unknown? Despite his recovery, Song Hu felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped his severe injuries would draw out the hidden adversary, but it seemed either the enemy was short-handed or overly cautious. More and more people noticed Shamin spreading the floral sea from above. Those who benefited were genuinely grateful to the flying Shamin, and a powerful surge of gratitude entered Shamin, causing its stagnating level to skyrocket. After circling Z City, Shamin returned to Su Lu. "Su Lu, Rayquaza, I'm back," Shamin exclaimed. Looking up, Rayquaza tilted its head slightly, as if to say, "Clearly, I was the main force." Shamin soon reverted to its hedgehog-like land for me, due to exhaustion, and nestled into Su Lu's arms, falling asleep. So full Shamin protected everyone's Z's. "Well done, Shamin. You've gained gratitude and courage," Su Lu whispered, then returned Shamin to its Pokeball. Though Shamin disliked being in the Pokeball, Su Lu thought it would rest more peacefully there, considering further battles might await. "Next, we need to clean up this space-time rift." "Let's go," Su Lu said. Rayquaza flicked its tail and shot like a green arrow into the large space-time rift in the sky. The people of Z City, looking at the surrounding flowers and the cleared remains, felt as if they were in a dream, as if a grand floral festival had taken place instead of a beastly siege. Yet everyone knew the battle wasn't over until the space-time rift was destroyed. Simultaneously, a force of hope and prayer enveloped Su Lu. His aura powers vaguely sensed something, but he chose not to react. Upon entering the space-time rift, Su Lu saw a bizarre floating Islanda honeycomb-like structure at the bottom and a temple on top. A floating island from another world? It's truly fascinating, Su Lu mused. With Su Lu's arrival, swarms of harpies emerged from the honeycomb below the floating island. Many had a metallic sheen, indicating they were of master-level strength. In reality, master level usually referred to those who participated in the Elite Four tournaments but hadn't earned the title. Such individuals were rare in any city, yet here they appeared in droves, despite the many that had already perished in Z City. "Charge through," Su Lu commanded. No number of harpies could impede Rayquaza's advance. As they approached the cliffside nest, Su Lu saw that the cave's interior wasn't stone or earth, but massive chunks of flesh, continuously spawning new harpies. "Disgusting," Su Lu remarked with a frown. "This is a brood mother. Or perhaps a war nest. These harpies are manufactured as combat beasts. Is this the civilization behind the space-time rift?" Su Lu hesitated momentarily, as such a war nest held immense research value. Understanding its principles, or harnessing, it could enable mass production of beasts. It seems worth preserving, he thought, until a snap echoed in his mind. Sulu jolted awake. Mewtwo's mental safeguard was triggered. Something was influencing me. His expression turned serious as he used his aura powers to probe the island before him. A massive wave of malevolence hit him. These flesh factories harbored unyielding malice, impossible to harness. They rejected humans and this world, akin to the primal beasts. Even research was futile, as in the instant they couldn't kill humans, they opted for self-destruction, as if pre-programmed. Sulu's instincts told him destruction was the best course. Coupled with the recent mental influence by an unknown entity, Sulu was resolute in his decision to annihilate it. Sulu gazed intently at the massive island floating in the air before him, already formulating a plan. He turned to the Rayquaza beside him and issued a concise, powerful command. Do it. Initially, he had hoped to give his other Pokémon a chance to train, but the current situation clearly didn't allow for such leisure. Rayquaza understood Sulu's intention and nodded slightly. In an instant, its mouth began to gather a destructive beam, like a spear of annihilation aimed directly at the floating island. The moment the beam touched the island, a series of violent explosions ensued. Huge chunks of rock crumbled, and the mysterious flesh factory was reduced to dust under the powerful beam. The entire island emitted an eerie screech, as if a giant beast was crying out in its death throes. This sound seemed to signal something, as a swarm of ferocious beasts suddenly flew out from the vast island, driven mad in their struggle for survival. It was then that Sulu realized that destroying such a massive floating island was far too labor-intensive, especially since the island was fighting back. He quickly adjusted his strategy, deciding on a simpler and more effective approach, destroying the core crystal of the time-space rift. At that moment, Sulu suddenly considered a crucial issue. Why hadn't City Z used heavy weapons when faced with the beast attack? Could it be that City Z was already within the influence range of the time-space rift? Or had it been restricted like a forbidden zone? If that were the case, it was even more imperative to destroy the core crystal quickly. Sulu made a decisive choice to stop the destruction of the entire island. He directed Rayquaza to fly towards the cluster of buildings atop the island. Drawing from experience, he knew that the core crystal was usually located at the center of the rift space. Using his aura abilities, Sulu sensed a strong spatial fluctuation emanating from the palace at the island's center. It was highly likely that this was where the core crystal was located. Rayquaza displayed incredible speed, flashing several times to arrive above the palace. This action seemed to trigger some mechanism, as the entire floating city suddenly lit up with dazzling lights. These lights quickly converged, forming powerful light cannons that attacked Sulu and Rayquaza. Sulu recalled how Songhu had previously been attacked here, but clearly, Songhu hadn't activated the city's defense array on such a scale. Through his perception, Sulu realized that the power of these light cannons was enough to harm Rayquaza. If hit by a large number of them, the consequences would be dire. The dense barrage of light cannons covered the entire sky, yet they seemed powerless against Rayquaza's extreme speed. Not a single light cannon could hit it. However, while Rayquaza evaded effortlessly, Sulu felt physically uncomfortable due to the rapid changes in speed. Despite this, he knew he had to persevere. Direct command was crucial, and while aura abilities were useful, the speed of information relayed by sight far surpassed telepathy. Sensing Rayquaza's near-unbeatable speed, the floating island began to undergo bizarre changes. The ground started to writhe, and giant whale heads suddenly emerged from the floor. The scene resembled a twisted version of a Starry Night painting. The heads of numerous sky hunter whales roared in unison, deafeningly loud. With the sky hunter whales howling, the weather changed dramatically. The previously calm rift space was suddenly beset by fierce winds, and the sky turned a shade of gray. This was a special weather condition gale. Sulu finally understood the true purpose of the sky hunter whales. Once their numbers reached a certain threshold, they could create special weather conditions. The violent whirlwind seemed intended to hinder Rayquaza's movement, creating opportunities for the light cannons to converge their fire. Sulu couldn't help but smile, thinking, using weather to restrain Rayquaza? Have you misunderstood something? Although he wasn't sure if the entity behind this could hear his thoughts. In the real world, such a violent wind could easily destroy a city. But against Rayquaza, the ruler of the skies, attempting to use weather as a means of control was akin to showing off in front of an expert. Activate ability. Airlock. Sulu commanded. Even champion-level trainers, or even league masters, might find such terrifying winds daunting. However, with Rayquaza's earth-shattering roar, the endless winds vanished like bubbles. Use Draco Meteor directly. Sulu ordered without hesitation. Although Rayquaza had yet to unleash the full power of Draco Meteor, it was already sufficient to handle the current situation. Previously, when over City Z, Sulu had been cautious not to unleash full power due to concerns for the city, but now he could let loose completely. With Rayquaza's deafening roar, massive meteors, each over 20 meters in diameter, rained down on the palace. Protective shields appeared on the towering spires, but under the onslaught of the meteor barrage, these shields crumbled within seconds. The vast city defense array became fragmented under this fierce attack, and the density of the light cannons began to decrease sharply. Rayquaza finally managed to approach the central plaza. In the exact center of the plaza stood a peculiar altar-shaped structure. At its top, a figure clad in golden armor knelt. Sensing Su Lu and Rayquaza's approach, it slowly rose. It was a harpy-like creature with 6 wings, standing about 4 meters tall, its entire body covered in golden armor. Embedded in this shimmering armor was a mysterious crystal, exuding a sinister glow. Su Lu could clearly sense that the disturbance was emanating from the crystal. This indicated that the core of the temporal rift had merged with the strange harpy-like creature. As the 6-winged harpy turned around, Su Lu was overwhelmed by a wave of rage and bloodlust. He immediately attempted to communicate with the powerful beast using his transcendent power. However, the only response he received was a relentless mantra: kill, kill, kill. Realizing that communication was impossible, Su Lu decided he had no choice but to eliminate it. Suddenly, the 6-winged harpy appeared as if by teleportation, only 5 meters away from Su Lu. Yet, it could not get any closer. Encircling it were dense rings of compressed nitrogen formed by an atmospheric shield, holding it firmly in place. This was the work of Rayquaza, whose protection of Su Lu was even more vigilant than for itself. Despite the 6-winged harpy's speed reaching the championship level, Rayquaza still managed to capture it. Realizing it couldn't harm Su Lu without first dealing with Rayquaza, the harpy immediately flapped its wings to retreat. Su Lu quickly assessed the situation. At this speed, the angle adjustment of the destructive beam can't keep up. He telepathically instructed Rayquaza, first, use a whirlwind to bind its movement speed, then strike hard. This approach ensured the harpy couldn't anticipate Rayquaza's next move through Su Lu. Although Rayquaza could easily catch up with the 6-winged harpy alone, slowing it down was a necessary tactic given Su Lu's presence. However, perhaps due to the influence of the core crystal, the harpy didn't stray far from the central plaza. Once slowed, Rayquaza's attack easily hit the 6-winged harpy. Simultaneously, the floor of the central plaza was torn open, revealing a massive corpse. The harpy let out a mournful cry, and Su Lu gazed at this unexpected discovery, lost in thought. Amidst the ruins shattered by the Dragon Star cluster, countless bones lay in orderly rows, silently narrating the once bustling prosperity of this city. In the central square, the force of an explosion unveiled a startling secreta massive, pristine skeleton, its skull exceeding 20 meters in diameter, hinting at the colossal size of this creature in life. The remnants of a tower lay scattered around the giant bones, as if it had once served as the foundation of this mysterious structure. Although Su Lu longed to explore with his aura powers, the current battle left him no room for distraction. The lament of the 6-winged banshee echoed through the air, not out of personal injury, but in sorrow over the collapse of the central tower. It then descended into a state of complete frenzy. The core crystal within its armor emitted a sinister black aura, and the banshee's once pale golden wings turned a dark crimson. Its speed increased dramatically, surpassing the limits of human vision, leaving Su Lu unable to track its movements. Recognizing his own limitations, Su Lu sighed. Despite possessing 4 extraordinary abilities, his physical endurance remained a weakness in the short term. He decided not to burden Rayquaza any longer and requested to be set down. Go fight with all your might, Su Lu said, standing in the square. I have Mewtwo's psychic shield and your atmospheric shield. I'll be fine. The 6-winged banshee flickered around Su Lu, unable to penetrate his defenses. Meanwhile, Rayquaza, free from concern, displayed astonishing speed and power. Do you know why you've survived this long? Rayquaza roared, swiftly seizing the banshee and pinning it to the ground. This speed and strength were a marked transformation. The banshee struggled wildly, its chaotic wind blades and wings relentlessly attacking Rayquaza's claws, but only managing to leave shallow scratches on its skin. Ultimately, it faced a devastating blow: Rayquaza's hyper beam. As the light faded, the banshee's armor melted like molten iron, its elegant feathers turned to ash. The part of the core crystal fused with its body was laid bare, then disintegrated into dust, leaving behind a skeleton the same color as the surrounding bones. With the shattering of the core crystal, the modern facilities of Z City suddenly sprang back to life. Streetlights flickered on, heralding the return of human technological civilization. Everyone realized that the enigmatic Dragon God Envoy had successfully destroyed the sudden, large-scale space-time rift. However, Governor Li Yuan and Overseer Song Hu remained vigilant. They knew that the rift must still harbor numerous ferocious beasts, which, if unleashed, could wreak havoc. Fortunately, With the core crystal's destruction, the alien rules vanished, allowing firearms to function once again. They swiftly organized to prepare for any potential elite-level beast threats. After the battle, Su Lu approached the remains of the six-winged banshee. The formidable skeleton emitted a faint golden glow, yet bore dark marks on its chest, remnants of its frenzy. Suddenly inspired, Su Lu decided to use his aura powers to explore the secrets of the skeleton. Placing his hand on the bones, fragmented images began to appear in his mind. Although the effect was not as potent as Mew's time crystal, it was enough to glimpse some truths. In the visions, the six-winged banshee initially lacked armor and had not merged with a core crystal. It was the sole ruler-level beast in the rift, with no open passage to the outside world. Until a mysterious figure in a black robe arrived, bringing unknown machinery, causing the island's remains to mutate, and numerous harpies were created. The six-winged banshee donned a divine robe and began guarding the altar day and night. These revelations made Su Lu realize he might have stumbled upon something significant. He recalled his previous experience of mental influence and suspected it might be connected to the black-robed figure. To preserve this crucial information, Su Lu spent 1,000 points in the system store to purchase a time crystal, recording the visions he had perceived. He then approached the enormous skeleton in the center of the square, eager to delve deeper into the mysteries of this enigmatic world. Su Lu placed his hand on the pristine giant bones, filled with anticipation, hoping to uncover more secrets about this mysterious realm. Fragmented images flashed before Su Lu's eyes, revealing scenes from another world. A colossal serpent-like skeleton lorded over its domain, comparable in size to the floating islands. In the vision, it coiled around a towering structure, with harpies circling in the sky above. Another scene depicted countless serpent people gathered around it. In the last image, a massive shadow loomed over everything, even forcing the gigantic serpent to bow before it. Despite the language barrier, Su Lu seemed to understand that the serpents were invoking a god. Coming back to his senses, Su Lu estimated the serpent's size to be on par with the legendary Ma Tong Wang at its peak. The shadowy figure must be some terrifying entity in this world. However, the once mighty serpent had now turned to bones, used by the dark-robed figures as tools for creating monstrous beasts. Su Lu quickly used his aura powers to search for valuable items, but the precious artifacts had already been taken by the dark-robed organization. All he could do was take a few exotic mechanical trinkets as mementos. After Su Lu departed on Rayquaza, the floating island could no longer sustain itself and began to crumble. Su Lu had hoped to take a piece of the giant serpent skeleton, but they vanished like illusions, dissolving into the void of a spatial rift. The serpent's remains emerged after the collapse of the flesh factory, ultimately falling to the edges of the rift space. On the ground, Li Yuan anxiously looked up at the sky, hoping to meet the hero who saved Z City. However, Su Lu, riding on Rayquaza, only flew to the meteor crater, picked up 2 seraphim corpses, and left, leaving the city's beastmasters gazing skyward. Once communications were restored, the events in Z City quickly spread worldwide. Such a massive spatial rift was rare. For apex predators, forming a forbidden zone instantaneously, coupled with the intervention of the dragon god, pushed the entire incident to new heights. The last time an entity beyond the king level intervened was 8 years ago. Although Su Lu did not land to communicate with the public, once the rift vanished, cameras resumed functioning. High-definition images of Rayquaza were captured, and along with satellite footage of the explosion from the Draco meteor, Rayquaza's image soon became known to the world. On that same day, a 20-meter Rayquaza statue was erected in the center of Z City, crafted by the combined efforts of all the city's beastmasters. The statue perfectly replicated Rayquaza's details from the photos, with a vague humanoid figure on its head and a more clearly defined dog captured by the keen eyes of some beastmasters. On television, a slightly weary Li Yuan stood beneath the statue, giving an interview. On behalf of all Z City residents, I thank this powerful, yet unnamed beastmaster for saving our city. From today, we will celebrate Dragon God Day annually in gratitude. Once we learn the identity of the Dragon Envoy, we will complete the statue. The audience applauded, not only for Li Yuan's words, but also in gratitude to the Dragon God and the healing floral envoy. Su Lu, they're thanking Shamin. Shamin happily wiggled its little legs as it lay on the couch watching TV, feeling waves of gratitude wash over it. I'm so full. Yes, Shamin, you're the best, Su Lu replied, slumped on the couch, sipping a large bottle of milk he bought from the system. Ah, this feels so good. If only I had a large milk tank. Flying with Rayquaza was taxing, even with deliberate control, putting a strain on his body. Coupled with the overuse of his Viridian power, Su Lu felt utterly exhausted and took 2 rare days off. The Pokémon nearby, sipping their bowls of milk, cast resentful glances at him. They had been promised a battle, only to end up as spectators. If it weren't for the little gifts and milk they received, they wouldn't have been so easily appeased. Ding dong Psyduck, could you get the door? Sulu lazily requested. Psyduck gave him a disdainful look, sigh, thinking. A trainer with psychic powers asking a Pokemon to open the door is just lazy. With a click, the door opened. Siamu Yu looked at the seemingly empty space where the door had opened and said, "Thank you, Psyduck." Sigh. Psyduck blushed as Siamu Yu patted its head. "Why are you blushing, you silly duck?" Sulu's mocking voice rang in Psyduck's mind. Sigh. Psyduck grumbled, returning to its little duck house to play on the computer, where two little ducklings awaited its teaching. "You're here." Sulu finally sat up straight. "Thank you," Siamu Yu said. "No problem. I was the one who gained," Sulu replied. He now had 51 and used lottery draws, and Rayquaza's level had increased by 5. Plus, he had brought back 2 Seraphim corpses and a 6-winged harpy skeleton. Even incomplete, these apex predator remains were worth billions. With these 3 beast corpses, even if his Pokemon energy factory halted temporarily, he could still indulge for a while. By the way, here's the information I gathered. It's up to you what to do with it. Just channel your aura into it, Sulu said, handing over a time crystal. The time crystal contained information recorded by the 6-winged harpy. Siamu Yu nodded and began to sense the contents of the time crystal. After a moment, Siamu Yu opened her eyes solemnly. The image presented by the time crystal was much clearer than Sulu's verbal description. The attire and machinery she saw undoubtedly belonged to the Descendant faction. The Descendant faction? What's that? Sulu asked with a frown, clearly not familiar with the hidden forces in this world. Siamu Yu explained, "They're a group attempting to let space-time rifts completely take over the real world. They split off from the Fusion Society and formed a small, specialized faction. Unlike us, they seem to have mastered a method to rapidly develop devices that adapt to the rules of the space-time rifts. The Beast Alliance tried to contact them to acquire technology for developing foreign devices, but only confirmed their existence without capturing any members." Sulu nodded, becoming more wary. The nature of the robed individuals was worse than he had imagined. If he hadn't acted in time, hundreds of thousands of people in Z-City might have fallen prey to the Harpy's claws. The Descendant faction showed no regard for human life, leaving no escape route. Judging by how they had already infiltrated the rift space before it appeared in reality, it was clearly a premeditated action. If I encounter them in the future, I'll take them out without hesitation, Sulu decided inwardly. Siamu Yu then asked, "Sulu, do you have any particular use for the 6-winged harpy's remains?" She explained that the only connections left to the robed individuals were the harpy's remains and some scattered foreign devices. The 6-winged harpy had undergone special enhancement by the robed individuals, partially merging with the core crystal, which was why it had reached the peak champion strength. More importantly, the rapid transformation of the space-time rift into a forbidden zone was likely due to the special changes caused by this fusion. If this isn't thoroughly studied now, future space-time rifts could be like ticking rule bombs, swiftly devouring human territories. After careful consideration, Sulu said, "You can take some time to retrieve it from the Pokemon Valley yourself." He then took out a palm-sized tooth, explaining that it was one of Rayquaza's teeth, shed as it grew larger by consuming meteors. It contained part of Rayquaza's pressure. The beasts in the Heavenly Cloud Forbidden Zone had mostly felt Rayquaza's presence, so holding this Dragonfang would keep one relatively safe there. Moreover, Mewtwo would assist in times of danger if it sensed Rayquaza's aura. Siamu Yu nodded, understanding that Sulu wished to keep his identity concealed. As the only person who had contact with Rayquaza and was once sent by Songhu to search for Rayquaza's traces in the Heavenly Cloud Forbidden Zone, she was the least likely to arouse suspicion by retrieving the harpy's remains. With Mewtwo guarding the Pokemon Valley, Sulu wasn't worried about any mishaps. "You can also hand over the time crystal," Sulu reminded. "I will," Siamu Yu replied, before bringing up another matter. "By the way, the Pokemon factory is completed, but only a small batch of machinery has been delivered to W City, so the factory can only operate partially. What about recruiting workers?" Hearing words like recruitment and management, Sulu felt a headache coming on. He had finally had a few leisurely days, but he couldn't ignore it, or else a bunch of Pokemon would soon squander everything. After pondering for a moment, he decided that although he initially planned for Mewtwo to manage the research institute, managing the company should be fine too. "All right, I'll have someone coordinate with you later. He'll handle all the projects for the Pokemon company." Sulu clapped his hands. "I've decided you, Mewtwo." In the technological city, Mewtwo, who was using its psychic powers to take on a human form, suddenly shivered. After Siamu Yu left, Mewtwo appeared before Sulu in response to his summons. At this moment, Mewtwo's form was not that of a Pokemon but a silver-haired boy wearing a cat mask, resembling Sulu by about 80%. This was an illusion created by Mewtwo's psychic powers, designed for ease of movement in the human world. "Managing the factory? I'll do it well," Mewtwo nodded. "Thanks, I appreciate it." "It's nothing, for the Pokemon," Mewtwo replied earnestly. "The Pokemon factory needs a lot of berries to operate. I haven't visited the Sky Garden recently. How are things there? Su Lu asked. They're almost mature. The Oddish and others have been cultivating the berries well. Let's have Shamin accelerate the ripening, Su Lu said, picking up Shamin, who was lounging on the couch. Surprisingly, the highest level member of Su Lu's team wasn't Rayquaza, but this little grass hedgehog. After harvesting a large amount of gratitude, Shamin's level shot up to 76. If Su Lu used his Viridian power to boost it further, it could even approach level 100. The immense grass-type energy within this little hedgehog should be more than enough to speed up the berries' ripening. Are we going out to play? Shamin asked drowsily, having been living a well-fed and lazy life lately. Su Lu weighed Shamin, estimating it had gained 4 or 5 pounds. No, we're going to get you some exercise. Upon hearing the word exercise, Shamin shivered in fear. No, please no. You don't have a choice. Su Lu tossed Shamin onto his shoulder, and Shamin resignedly settled there. Su Lu then opened the bedroom door to find Psyduck, Magby, and Farfetch'd sitting together, seemingly assembling something out of blocks. The problem was, there were no blocks in the house, only foreign device parts that Su Lu had brought back. Su Lu was puzzled as he watched the 3 ducks fiddling with the strange parts. Quack! Seeing Su Lu enter, the 3 little ducks quickly stashed away the parts. After some questioning, Psyduck finally revealed the truth. They had watched a racing TV show called The 5 Drive Brothers and were inspired to build their own vehicle, so they took apart the foreign devices. Su Lu could only respond with, "The study of foreign machinery is a key exploration area for the Beast Alliance. However, even now, human achievements in this field remain limited. Each spatial rift has its own unique rules, making discoveries in one place often useless in another. As a result, the research of foreign machinery relies more on inspiration than technology." Su Lu noticed that the Psyduck trio seemed to have a knack for this. He approached the pile of bizarrely assembled objects, hearing the clicking of gears. Su Lu gently prodded it, while releasing his aura to sense it. The Psyduck watched him nervously, fearing the trainer might forbid them from continuing to assemble their little car. In Su Lu's perception, the foreign machinery, originally out of place in this world, was now enveloped by a crude psychic force. Although the essence of the machinery remained unchanged, the psychic energy acted like a converter, allowing it to operate in entirely different environments. Su Lu suddenly realized that the role of psychic power was akin to a transformer, explaining why human research in this area had yielded few results over the years. This was an unintended stroke of genius by the Psyduck. After all, the psychic type is rare in this world, and creatures capable of using psychic power as a converter between 2 sets of rules are even rarer. Su Lu suddenly thought that the robed figure from the Descending school might also understand the principles behind the operation of foreign machinery, indicating that the person likely possessed strong psychic abilities. Su Lu began to suspect that the entity attempting to control his mind might be this figure, and with such formidable psychic power, the person might not even be human. Coming back to reality, Su Lu found the 3 ducks looking at him eagerly. He praised them. "Well done." Then he asked, "But do you really think it can run?" As he spoke, he gave the odd contraption a slight push. The already unstable machinery fell apart instantly upon activation, scattering pieces everywhere, and the Psyduck's psychic power dissipated. Quack! The Psyduck were shocked. Their little car was meant to traverse mountains and hills. How could it be so fragile? Su Lu suggested, "Perhaps you could have a chat with Mewtwo about this research. It might have a method to stabilize psychic influence." The Psyduck realized it was time to seek help, nodding earnestly as they carefully gathered the parts. Su Lu believed that the research on foreign machinery held great potential, not only for convenience but also for changes in spatial rifts and the rules of reality. His intuition told him that understanding its mysteries could potentially empower all Pokémon. "All right, pack up. We're heading to the Pokémon Valley." Hearing Su Lu's words, the ducks nodded in agreement and began gathering their things. They promised to bring some good items back to their friends in the valley. A moment later, Su Lu called for Mewtwo. A silver-haired youth appeared before them, startling the Psyduck and Shamin, as the aura of the transformed Su Lu was almost indistinguishable from the real one. "Don't worry, it's Mewtwo," Su Lu reassured them. "Mewtwo, take us to Pokémon Valley." The Pokémon Valley had undergone a transformation. In the flower fields, caves, and forests, various Pokémon roamed freely, appearing exceptionally friendly compared to the menacing beasts. Su Lu briefly explained the Pokémon Energy Factory to Mewtwo, who agreed to visit Siamu Yu later. Meanwhile, the Psyduck, like children showing off new toys, rushed into the Pokémon crowd with their foreign machinery. However, due to the change in rules upon entering the Tianyun Forbidden Land, the machinery that barely worked before now ceased operation entirely. If needed, you can involve some Pokémon in the work, Su Lu reminded Mewtwo. He was confident that with Mewtwo's experience managing clone Pokémon in the Pokémon world, there wouldn't be any issues. "I will." Mewtwo nodded in agreement. Next, Su Lu decided to check on the growth of berries in the Sky Garden. He called on Rayquaza and brought all the grass-type Pokémon to the Sky Garden once more. After a period of growth, nearly all the berries had ripened, with only a few long-cycle ones still developing. Sulu gently nudged the Shamin, who was lounging like a lazy fish, and said, "Time to work, time to lose weight, go and accelerate the ripening." Shamin replied earnestly, "But I'm only good at planting flower. They're all plants and ripening is ripening. It's no big deal," Sulu encouraged. "Go ahead, and if you have any questions, you can ask Skiploom." Shamin reluctantly peeled itself off Sulu, its plump body wobbling as it moved. Skiploom joyfully hopped over like a jubilant farmer at harvest, ready to teach Shamin how to use grass-type energy to hasten the ripening of the fruit trees. Soon, all the grass-type Pokémon gathered together and simultaneously used the growth skill. The berries that were just short of ripening suddenly filled the branches, with each tree bearing at least 100 berries. The reason these trees took so long to bear fruit was because they were cultivated from seeds. In the future, they won't take as long to fruit. With these fruit trees and the efforts of the grass-type Pokémon, the Pokémon Energy Factory's raw material should be sufficient for the time being. However, if the factory continues to operate, the fruit trees in the Sky Garden alone won't be enough. For now, the transportation of berries relies on Mewtwo, and the planting area of fruit trees can be expanded further into the Tianyun Forbidden Land. Thinking about the upcoming expansion of the planting area filled Sulu with a sense of joy, perhaps an inherent farming instinct from deep within his genes. Just then, a commotion erupted. When Sulu arrived at the scene, he found that Skiploom had evolved. This was the first Pokémon to evolve under Sulu's care. All the accompanying Pokémon stared intently at the cocoon of evolution, which was glowing with a bright light. Evolution is the pinnacle of life and one of the shared pursuits of all Pokémon. In the Sky Garden of Bagua Orchard, a unique evolution is unfolding. At the center stands a Gloom, surrounded by numerous Pokémon. Most notable among them are two legendary creatures, Rayquaza and Mewtwo. Despite their unimaginable strength, they still yearn to advance further. Standing nearby, Sulu holds a recently acquired time crystal, ready to document this precious moment. As the Pokémon chant blessings, a white light gradually forms into a cocoon of evolution, enveloping Gloom. Suddenly, Sulu's expression changes. He suddenly remembers Gloom's next form, Vileplume. Sure enough, as the evolution completes, a strong stench fills the air, overpowering even the fresh atmosphere of the Sky Garden. The Pokémon react more intensely than humans. Shamin, the hedgehog Pokémon, is hit hardest, its acute sense of smell causing it great discomfort. Shamin is going to die, it wails, before fainting on the spot. The other Pokémon quickly retreat, the odor's potency surpassing even Rayquaza's intimidation and Mewtwo's pressure. Sulu rubs his temples, thinking that Vileplume needs to learn sweet scent to improve the situation. However, at that moment, Vileplume's body begins to shine brightly again. The sunstone it carries, reacting to the energy-rich environment, triggers a second evolution. When the light fades, a beautiful Pokémon appears before everyone. With two bright red flowers atop its head and a skirt of green and yellow leaves, it's a Bellossom. Choo-choo, it chirps softly, a gentle floral fragrance wafting through the air. Upon seeing Bellossom, Psyduck blushes. Sulu notices and gently taps its head, reminding, "You're not in the same egg group." Psyduck gives Sulu a disapproving glance, as if to say it's just appreciating the beauty. Sulu crouches down to congratulate Bellossom on its successful evolution. In response, Bellossom performs a joyful sunny day dance, making the sunlight seem even more radiant. Other Pokémon gather to offer their congratulations, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Using Aura, Sulu shows Bellossom the evolution process. Seeing its own transformation, Bellossom leaps with joy. This scene also inspires the other grass-type Pokémon, making them realize that farming is a form of training too, and they can grow stronger without fighting. Meanwhile, Rayquaza and Mewtwo quietly step aside to discuss their insights on Mega Evolution. Though they witnessed a regular evolution, it serves as a valuable reference for them, having never experienced evolution themselves. After handling the berry affairs, Rayquaza shares some concerning information with Sulu. The aura from the space-time rift is intensifying, suggesting something inside might soon break through. Sulu instructs Rayquaza to stay near the Sky Cloud Forbidden Land and closely monitor the situation. Taking advantage of the moment, Sulu decides to use his accumulated 60 lottery chances. While not as many as the previous 200 draw event, it's still a significant number. Mewtwo watches curiously, eager to understand the mystery behind it. One by one, Pokémon materialize, mostly common ones like Pidgey, Paras, and Venonat. However, a surprise occurs. The system informs Sulu that he has obtained a Tier 2 legendary Pokémon. Although not as rare as a Tier 1, it's still an exciting acquisition. Under the expectant gazes of the many Pokémon, this mysterious Tier 2 legendary begins to take shape. Everyone holds their breath, awaiting the arrival of this new companion. A yellow saber-toothed tiger suddenly appeared before them, none other than Raikou, the loyal assistant of Ho-Oh. Summoned into this unfamiliar setting, Raikou looked around in confusion. Suddenly, it sensed two powerful presences, and its fur stood on end. However, upon seeing Mewtwo and Rayquaza, it quickly regained its composure. So it's Rayquaza and Mewtwo. Raikou thought to itself, puzzled. Why did I say so? Sulu asked with concern. Is Ho-Oh alright? Hearing this, Raikou remembered its identity. Legend has it that Raikou, Suicune, and Inti were once ordinary Pokemon that had died. Ho-Oh resurrected them with the sacred fire, transforming them into legendary beings. They became known as Hua's guardians, devotedly serving Ho-Oh with a deep bond. Raikou suddenly recalled its mission to uphold peace as a member of Hua's guardians. It tried to sense Hua's presence but found nothing, only knowing that Ho-Oh had not been reborn. I cannot sense Ho-Oh, Raikou communicated through the mental link established by Sulu. Through this link, Raikou realized Sulu was trustworthy. Noticing that Mewtwo and Rayquaza seemed to follow Sulu's lead, Raikou speculated that its presence here might be part of Hua's plan. With this in mind, Raikou stopped overthinking and earnestly said, I am willing to follow your orders, Master Sulu. Sulu was taken aback by this sudden declaration of loyalty. He wondered if this was the so-called protagonist's aura and then replied with a smile, orders might be too strong a word. Let's call them suggestions. Let's work hard together. He gave Raikou a fist bump. Psyduck quacked in agreement. Rayquaza let out a roar of approval, and Mewtwo nodded silently. After a brief exchange, Raikou understood that it had been summoned by Sulu. It eagerly hoped that Ho-Oh and its other two companions would soon be summoned to this world as well. With a wave of Mewtwo's hand, all the Pokemon were transported back to the Pokemon Valley. Sulu casually opened Raikou's attribute panel. Raikou. Rank. Legendary. Current level. 10. Type. Electric. Ability. Pressure. Skills. Thunder. Thundershock. Extreme speed. Special ability. Raikou's presence can summon thunderstorms, and the dark purple mane on its back can release lightning. Seeing the level 10 mark, Sulu curiously asked, Raikou, do you have any other memories? Raikou appeared confused. Apart from its devotion to Ho-Oh and its fellow guardians, it remembered little else. Sensing Raikou's confusion, Sulu comforted. It's okay if you can't remember. Let's create new memories together. He gently patted Raikou's large head. Raikou nodded seriously in response. Sulu was transported back home alone, while the other Pokemon had their own tasks. Psyduck and a few others planned to study foreign machinery in the Cloud Forbidden Zone. Shamin was tasked with farming, taking care of a large area beyond the Sky Garden's orchard. Mewtwo went off to handle factory matters. Impressive, they're such responsible Pokemon now. They can earn money and train on their own. Maybe I can take it easy today? Sulu thought to himself as he stretched. However, the constant chatter of Pokemon voices in his mind prevented him from truly relaxing. Looks like I can't be lazy. I should continue working on the training plans, Sulu said to himself as he sat back at his computer desk and opened the training plan folder. It contained training plans for all the Pokemon, even those that preferred not to fight, just in case. Though Sulu's aura allowed him to oversee and guide the Pokemon's training at any time, creating these plans was no simple task. Fortunately, Sulu's mental strength was continually growing. Otherwise, maintaining connections with so many Pokemon might have been overwhelming. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Siamu Yu was attentively hosting a boy wearing a cat mask. From his build, this boy, named Mewtwo, bore a striking resemblance to Sulu, but his demeanor was entirely different. Through her aura perception, Siamu Yu sensed that Sulu's abilities were like gentle sunlight, connected with all things. In contrast, Mewtwo's aura was intensely oppressive, not from intimidation or lineage, but from an innate strength. Instinctively, Siamu Yu felt that Mewtwo was terrifyingly powerful, so powerful that it defied logic, reaching a level beyond human comprehension. Noticing the similarity in stature between the newcomer and Sulu, Siamu Yu couldn't help but wonder to herself, could this also be one of Sulu's beasts? And a highly intelligent one at that. She originally thought she had gauged a portion of Sulu's capabilities, but it now seemed that what she had seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. Siamu Yu had initially speculated that Sulu might have a powerful backing, and that the person sent to meet her might be an exceptional talent. However, the current situation was entirely unexpected. It turned out to be a beast. Training a person to be an outstanding manager and nurturing a beast to become a manager are two entirely different concepts. Accompanying the creature were two beldam, which were learning psychic abilities from it. Their powerful computational abilities not only allowed them to function as computers, but also cleverly disguised the creature's identity as a beastmaster. Internally, the creature felt a sense of pride. I, Mewtwo, am a powerful trainer. No doubt about it. It then nodded solemnly, indicating, I understand. I'll take care of the rest. With its vast mental and psychic powers, Mewtwo had already absorbed the knowledge from several large libraries in recent days. Although managing a factory was a first for it, Mewtwo believed it wouldn't be too difficult, especially with the assistance of Pokémon. Mewtwo was patient with Sulu but was relatively indifferent to others. After completing the handover, it left without saying much more. Suddenly, Siamu Yu realized she had forgotten to mention that the energy channel hadn't been installed yet. However, she recalled that this detail was included in the handover information, and since Mewtwo hadn't asked, she assumed Sulu must have his own way of handling it. By evening, Mewtwo sought out Sulu once more. This time, Mewtwo's expression was a bit uneasy, and it even blushed slightly, a rare sight. Having just taken on the task, encountering an unsolvable problem by evening was somewhat embarrassing. Sulu noticed Mewtwo's discomfort and gently reassured it. "It's alright, just tell me what the issue is, and we'll solve it together." It would be strange if there weren't any problems. Encouraged by Sulu, Mewtwo finally revealed the problem: it couldn't solve energy. Energy? Hearing those words, Sulu couldn't help but frown. This issue has been a towering obstacle in the path of human civilization, sparking countless wars throughout history. Even though a century has passed since the appearance of time-space rifts, humanity has yet to completely solve the energy problem. Sulu gazed out the window into the distance. Although many energy plants have been built in the heart of human settlements, the frequent emergence of time-space rifts and fierce beasts has made energy distribution a thorny issue. Most cities have had to become self-sufficient, making it a crucial consideration when establishing new territories and cities. The original energy plan for Jinshin City was similar to that of most cities, relying on hydropower from rivers. However, building a dam is far more complex than constructing ordinary city buildings and cannot be completed in the short term. "Haven't you asked Siamu Yu?" Sulu asked casually, his brow slightly relaxing. Since Siamu Yu promised to help set up the factory first, solving the energy problem should be part of her considerations. After all, a non-operational factory would be of no use to her. Xiaoming was silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to respond. Sulu shook his head, muttering to himself, "Never mind. Relying on others for energy isn't very convenient." This issue reminded Sulu that while he controlled the raw materials for the Pokemon energy plant, he didn't have the same hold over other infrastructure. Hastily starting the factory could lead to difficulties. Additionally, the research in the experimental zone was expected to consume a significant amount of energy, and the current energy supply in Jinshin City might not be sufficient. Solving this problem sooner rather than later was clearly a wise decision. Sulu began stroking his chin, lost in thought. Developing a completely new energy source was clearly impractical, as his only advantage lay in the Pokemon system. Recalling the relationship between Pokemon and energy, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. Electric-type Pokemon being used as generators. "I don't have many electric-type Pokemon to summon," Sulu mused to himself, then remembered the scene of Zapdos being used as a generator. Raikou, far away in the Pokemon Valley, suddenly sneezed, as if sensing its impending fate. "Pikachu, Raikou, and Zapdos power plant? That's a great idea." Sulu clapped his hands excitedly. "The Pokemon energy plant is for everyone's food supply, so I'm sure Raikou will understand." He turned to Xiaoming, conveying his idea. Xiaoming was silent for a while before finally speaking. "I'll arrange it. Raikou will likely agree, but are you sure you want it to generate power continuously?" "Don't worry, I'll summon Zapdos later so they can take shifts, ensuring a 9 to 5 schedule with plenty of energy cubes." Sulu replied confidently. Xiaoming nodded. Although it couldn't think of a better solution, having Raikou temporarily sacrificed seemed like the only feasible plan for now. However, converting Raikou's lightning into usable electricity would require some special equipment, which Xiaoming felt it could handle. After all, there were precedents for using beasts to generate electricity in this world. Even though most of the electricity-generating beasts were tightly controlled by corporations, the related conversion equipment was still available for purchase. After Xiaoming left, Sulu continued to rack his brains, trying to dig up any potential energy black tech from the Pokemon world. While having electric-type Pokemon take shifts to generate power was a stopgap measure, it wasn't humane nor sustainable to meet the growing energy demands in the long term. "It seems I'll have to find a solution from the treasures of the Pokemon world," Sulu muttered to himself, opening the system store and browsing carefully. "Thunderstone? No, never heard of using it to generate electricity." Sulu kept searching until an item caught his attention. Thunder Treasure, 500,000 points. Increases the power of electric-type moves, boosts electric-type recovery. What's this? Sulu tried to recall the origin of the Thunder Treasure. He finally remembered it was the orb on Zapdos's altar in Lugia's explosive birth movie. It said that collecting the Fire Treasure, Thunder Treasure, and Ice Treasure could summon the legendary Pokemon Lugia. Seeing the description of the Thunder Treasure's attributes, Sulu gritted his teeth and chose to exchange it without hesitation. In that movie, the 3 legendary birds could resist ocean currents and balance regional weather, showcasing their immense power. Given the importance of the treasures to them, they must have significant amplifying effects. Even if the electricity couldn't be directly extracted, at least it could make Raikou's power supply task easier. After all, Raikou was only level 10 now, and any mishap could lead to dire consequences. And even if it's not useful now, it could be handy when summoning Lugia in the future. Sulu found another reason for his decision. With the consumption of 500,000 points, Sulu's store points dropped back to 5 digits. A glass orb with a lightning symbol engraved in the center appeared in his hand, and holding it gave him a tingling sensation. Sulu even felt that with a bit of psychic power, he could trigger the electricity within and command the lightning. Truly worthy of being a 500,000 point treasure. Sulu marveled to himself, then called out in his mind, "Chao Ming, quick, take it to Raikou." Raikou, staring at the suddenly appearing Chao Ming and the orb in its hand, fell into contemplation. The good news was that with this thunder treasure, it could continuously supply power and its strength would keep growing. The bad news was that with this thunder treasure, it had to continuously supply power and its strength would keep growing. The next day, a secret room quietly appeared in the already constructed factory. Inside, the simplest power generation equipment was set up, and to prevent Raikou from getting bored, a computer and smartphone were thoughtfully provided. The Pokemon Energy plant officially commenced operations, starting a large-scale recruitment drive. W City's influx of talent, eager to catch the wave of Jinshin City's establishment, eagerly participated in the first factory of Jinshin City. After all, it was clear that the Pokemon Energy plant had the backing of Jinshin City's leader, and the quality of the energy cubes produced was exceptional, promising a bright future. Joining the factory now meant they would be seasoned employees in the future. The factory was bustling with preparations and operations. Looking at the reports she received, Siamu Yu found herself puzzled once again. Her initial plan to draw power from W City seemed unnecessary now. She noticed Sulu's account had purchased beast power generation equipment and couldn't help but speculate. Is it another powerful electric-type beast I don't know about? She then used her authority to erase Sulu's purchase records. At that moment, she received a response to her previous report regarding the arrival faction. Siamu Yu's expression gradually turned serious. "I must discuss this with Sulu," she murmured to herself, a hint of concern in her eyes. Sulu glanced up at Siamu Yu, who was sitting across from him, with a slight frown. This young city lord was usually busy with official duties and wouldn't visit unless it was something important. Siamu Yu nodded in response, her gaze sweeping around the room as if searching for something. She was disappointed to find that Sulu's Pokemon weren't present. She had hoped to take the chance to pet those adorable creatures. However, business came first. "I'm here to inform you that you're invited to attend the opening ceremony of the Pokemon Company tomorrow," Siamu Yu said, pulling a golden crystal from her pocket. "Also, I've reported the information you provided in the corpse of the six-winged banshee. This is your reward." Sulu took the crystal and gently shook it in the sunlight. Inside, it seemed like golden liquid was flowing. "This is a psychic crystal," Siamu Yu explained. "It can enhance any creature's extraordinary powers. It can enhance psychic abilities?" Sulu's eyes lit up, then he realized. "You mean all creatures?" "That's right, including humans," Siamu Yu confirmed with a nod. "The usage is simple. Just touch the psychic crystal with your extraordinary abilities." Sulu carefully put away the crystal, secretly pleased. Finally, he had found a way to enhance his 4 extraordinary abilities. While he was quite adept with Pokemon training, he was still somewhat clueless about mastering the 4 types of aura abilities. Psychic and Aura were manageable by treating himself like a Psychic and Aura Pokemon during training, but the power of Viridian and the power of Transcendence left him at a loss, despite being the most crucial ones. "Is this thing rare?" Sulu asked casually, pondering whether he could acquire more. "One psychic crystal can help a trainer reach the threshold of extraordinary evolution," Siamu Yu explained. "They are only produced in a large space-time rift." Sulu sighed inwardly, realizing it wouldn't be easy to get more. Extraordinary evolution, which championship-level trainers can masterfully execute, is akin to a ticket to the champion's path. "You didn't come just to deliver this, did you?" Sulu pressed further. Siamu Yu nodded solemnly. "According to the Beast League's investigation, it's not just the large space-time rift in Z City that's problematic. Many rifts have been stimulated by the arrival sect and are growing rapidly. So, in the coming period, a massive beast tide might form." "A beast tide," Sulu mused, stroking his chin. "In that case, although my identity hasn't been exposed, Rayquaza has already demonstrated its formidable power to the world. If the arrival sect becomes aware, they'll either avoid us or launch a fierce attack." Sulu analyzed that Rayquaza's flight path had been captured by the Beast League of Z City, and it was only a matter of time before other regional forces discovered it. This was inevitable after Rayquaza's public appearance. Recently, more adventurers had been heading to the Sky Cloud Forbidden Land, trying to track down Rayquaza. However, Rayquaza's appearance was part of Sulu's plan. With sufficient strength and Mewtwo as a trump card, There was no need to keep Rayquaza hidden any longer. Siamu Yu agreed, nodding in affirmation. Her purpose for this visit was precisely that. According to our measurements, a beast gathering is happening east of Pallet Town, and a beast tide is likely to erupt in about a week. In such a tide, even the power of an unnamed elite might seem insignificant, but the power of a quasi-deity exceeding that of a champion could sway an entire war. Her tone carried a plea, clearly seeking Su Lu's assistance. I understand, Su Lu replied solemnly. After Siamu Yu left, she had many more affairs to handle. The sudden beast tide had disrupted her plans. Originally, after the Pokemon Energy Factory was constructed, she intended to expand Pallet Town around it. Now, she needed to establish a defense line first. After Siamu Yu's departure, Su Lu had Mewtwo teleport him back to Rayquaza's side. Rayquaza, who had been training independently, paused for a moment before enveloping Su Lu in an atmospheric shield. Let's head east, Su Lu ordered. Rayquaza let out a low roar, soaring over the sky cloud forbidden land and further eastward. Beyond Pallet Town lay regions that had remained unclaimed since their fall. Beasts had entrenched themselves here for years, and space-time rifts had become a persistent issue, transforming into numerous forbidden zones. As Siamu Yu had mentioned, the eastern region, once resembling an alien ecosystem, was now teeming with countless beasts. However, Su Lu found it difficult to spot any space-time rifts. Logically, the massive number of beasts should have emerged from such rifts, with denser beast populations indicating the presence of rifts. Are they being concealed? Su Lu pondered. After retrieving information from the six-winged banshee, he knew that the robed individuals could enter space-time rifts even before they opened. Moreover, these beasts, under the influence of a strange power, seemed to have lost their sanity, becoming mere killing machines, unaffected even by Rayquaza's intimidating presence. Rayquaza unleashed several hyper beams, decimating vast numbers of beasts. However, even a deity-level Pokemon like Rayquaza seemed insufficient against the dispersed beast hordes across the entire eastern region. It couldn't cover the entire area with a single strike just yet. Therefore, they could only wait until all the beasts converged, making it potentially easier to deal with them. Finally, after assessing the situation, Su Lu returned to Pokemon Valley and gathered all his Pokemon, even bringing back Raikou, who was generating electricity, with Mewtwo's help. Everyone, Su Lu addressed his Pokemon with seriousness. In the near future, we may face an attack from beasts. We must prepare in advance to protect our home. Compared to Pallet Town, Pokemon Valley, or the Sky Cloud Forbidden Land, might face the brunt of the assault first. At this moment, all the Pokemon fixed their serious gazes on Su Lu. Even those not fond of fighting would step up without hesitation when their home was threatened. This instinct seemed ingrained in all Pokemon. Although we have Rayquaza and Mewtwo to protect us, everyone needs to have some self-defense capabilities, Su Lu continued, and we also need to confront the beasts in the Sky Cloud Forbidden Land. After Su Lu explained the situation, the Pokemon Valley quickly shifted into a state of high alert. The Rock-type Pokemon sprang into action, stacking heavy stone walls and digging out solid underground defenses. Meanwhile, the Psychic-type Pokemon began using the illusionary orbs Su Lu had acquired to create intricate illusions. Strengthening the defenses of Pokemon Valley had always been part of Su Shan's plan. Even without the impending beast tide, he intended to make these upgrades. The reason was simple. With Rayquaza's activities, more people were paying attention to the Tianyun Forbidden Zone. If Siamu Yu could infiltrate the center of the Forbidden Zone, others might also discover Pokemon Valley, potentially using advanced detection equipment to locate it. The consequences of Pokemon Valley being exposed could be severe. Pokemon are fundamentally different from the beasts of this world, primarily in terms of how difficult they are to capture. Although harsh, Pokemon, with their bond-forming traits and certain levels of consciousness, might be forcibly captured through cruel means. In contrast, mindless beasts, no matter how they are mistreated, will only harbor mechanical hostility towards humans, with only a few enlightened beasts having the potential to be tamed. Pokemon generally possess intelligence and can evolve through bonds with humans. This is both a strength and a critical vulnerability. Therefore, after gaining a certain understanding of this world, Su Lu was reluctant for large numbers of Pokemon to be exposed to humanity. Transforming Pokemon Valley into a mythical sanctuary was merely accelerating this plan. Standing atop a mountain, Su Lu and Mewtwo observed the bustling Pokemon below. Su Lu turned to Mewtwo and asked, "Do you really think building a barrier is the right thing to do?" To be honest, this approach made Su Lu feel like he was imprisoning the Pokemon, which is why he had hesitated to proceed earlier. Mewtwo replied calmly, "Humans are complex creatures, and Pokemon cannot fully comprehend them. So, I believe your decision is correct." Although Mewtwo had not been in this world for long, its powerful psychic abilities allowed it to gather a wealth of information about humans. In some ways, Mewtwo's understanding of humans surpassed even Su Lu's. "Then let's go visit our neighbors," Su Lu suggested. By neighbors, He meant the dominant beasts residing in the Tianyun Forbidden Zone. These beasts could easily destroy a city outside the zone, but since Rayquaza's arrival, they had been trembling in their territories. Mewtwo nodded in agreement. In the next moment, they teleported to a valley filled with purple crystals. At the center of the valley was what seemed like a small hill, but a closer look revealed it to be a sleeping giant bear. The moment Mewtwo appeared, its powerful aura immediately woke the seemingly hibernating amethyst battle bear. The massive beast, over 15 meters long, stood up, its fur like purple crystal bristling, and it bared its teeth, growling deeply at Sulu and Mewtwo. It hasn't attacked immediately, which means it hasn't completely lost its mind. There's hope for it, Sulu thought. Only beasts with a certain level of intelligence could be tamed. This amethyst battle bear clearly had such potential. Capturing it and taking it to the outside world could alone be worth over $1 billion. Sulu directly used his psychic powers to establish a mental link with the amethyst battle bear. He found that although this dominant beast had some intelligence, it was still primitive, akin to a wild animal. Taming it might require techniques similar to training a wild bear, but the bear's immense strength made such methods difficult to implement. However, even wild animals have territorial instincts. Mewtwo, let's subdue it first. Mewtwo nodded in agreement. Sensing the hostility from the two humanoid figures, the amethyst battle bear launched the first attack. Its massive paws slammed into the ground, and instantly, a dense array of purple crystal spikes emerged from the earth, each 7 to 8 meters long, covering an area of 200 meters. However, just as the sharp spikes were about to reach Sulu and Mewtwo, a powerful psychic force crushed them into dust. A technique that can't fly? A thought flashed through Sulu's mind. If this seemingly rock-type amethyst battle bear could summon a non-flying Pokémon, perhaps it could be captured with just a glance. Faced with such a powerful dominant beast, only Sulu and a few other leader-level strong individuals had the luxury to ponder these things. Suddenly, the amethyst battle bear let out an earth-shattering roar, clearly unsatisfied with its battle results. It charged towards Sulu, its body gradually forming a thick layer of purple crystal armor. Each step caused the ground to tremble and rocks to shatter. However, for Mewtwo, such an attack was hardly worth mentioning. With a mere lift of its hand, the amethyst battle bear's charge came to an abrupt halt, as if an invisible force held it in place. Not only was its attack stopped, but its entire form was completely immobilized. What followed was a one-sided thrashing. Under Mewtwo's powerful psychic control, the amethyst battle bear was tossed around like a giant punching bag, its agonized cries echoing through the valley. This scene reminded Sulu that Mewtwo was not inherently kind or gentle. It possessed one of the most ruthless natures among all Pokémon. The friendliness Mewtwo displayed towards other Pokémon was more a sense of responsibility. Had Sulu not educated and influenced it with the power of transcendence from the very beginning, Mewtwo might have become the cold, unfeeling battle machine initially envisioned in the Pokémon world. Even now, its seemingly friendly demeanor was more a suppression of its inner savagery by rational thought. Sulu suddenly realized that what Mewtwo had been exploring all along was how to find a complete sense of self. With this in mind, he immediately sent Mewtwo a brief telepathic message. "I'm here." Upon receiving this message, Mewtwo's relentless pounding of the amethyst battle bear came to an abrupt stop. It realized it had almost lost control, but fortunately, Sulu's timely reminder brought it back. At this moment, the severely injured amethyst battle bear crouched pitifully in front of Sulu, letting out weak whimpering sounds, as if pleading for mercy. Under the powerful suppression of psychic energy, the amethyst battle bear was as still as a toy bear, unable to move. Instinctively, it wanted to resist, but found it couldn't even lift a paw. Strangely, these two humanoid creatures gave off no aura of hostility. Weighing the pros and cons, the amethyst battle bear decisively chose to submit. When the attack ceased, the amethyst battle bear cautiously peeked out from under its paw, secretly observing Sulu and Mewtwo. Under Sulu's psychic perception, the bear's violent tendencies were completely subdued, perhaps never truly awakened. Sulu observed the amethyst battle bear thoughtfully. Unlike the ferocious beasts in the eastern regions that went berserk at the sight of humans, this bear's reaction seemed purely instinctual self-defense. This anomaly sparked Sulu's curiosity. Could it be that the influence of the black-clad individuals hadn't reached the Tianyun Forbidden Zone? As one of the earliest Forbidden Zones, Tianyun might have existed before the emergence of the Descending faction, possibly sparing it from their influence. Of course, this was just Sulu's speculation. Further investigation was needed. Regardless, the amethyst battle bear's submission was good news for Sulu. It meant gaining a powerful ally. Sulu quickly conveyed the concept of territory to the bear. The treasure valley was their domain, and the bear must protect it to survive. Naturally unwilling to leave the Tianyun Forbidden Zone, the bear eagerly nodded in agreement. Not having to hand over treasures or relocate while ensuring its survival was an irresistible deal. After Su Lu and Mewtwo departed, the amethyst battle bear shook itself and grumbled internally. It hadn't done anything yet somehow got a beating. What a tough life for a bear. As it prepared to resume its nap, Su Lu's voice echoed in its mind, providing coordinates. Though exhausted, the bear, fearing further punishment for tardiness, reluctantly trudged towards the specified location. Subsequently, Su Lu and Mewtwo encountered two more dominant beasts. One, a crocodile-handed six-armed ape, lacking intelligence, couldn't submit and was promptly dispatched by Mewtwo. The other, a serpent dream turtle, possessed higher intelligence than the amethyst battle bear and voluntarily submitted without a fight, even offering to transport Su Lu to the designated location. During the journey, the serpent dream turtle communicated telepathically with Su Lu, posing a question. Master Su Lu, this old turtle has a question, if I may be so bold. Su Lu nodded. Go ahead. He was generally amicable towards his allies, and the old turtle, being quite aged, might know something valuable. After a brief hesitation, the turtle asked, Master Su Lu, are you human? The question momentarily stunned Su Lu. Instinctively he replied, of course I'm human. But as soon as he spoke, he realized he had overlooked his identity as a transmigrator. He recalled the unusual encounters with beasts. Logically, even rational beasts should go berserk upon seeing a human, yet the amethyst battle bear and the serpent dream turtle did not. Could this have sparked the old turtle's suspicion? Had it guessed his identity as a transmigrator? This secret needed to be guarded more fiercely than the system. Exposure could mean being labeled an invader. After hearing Su Lu's response, the serpent dream turtle was silent for a moment, then explained, perhaps you don't know, Master Su Lu, but we beasts have an innate animosity towards humans. Yet with you, I don't feel much of that instinctive reaction. This suggests you might possess a powerful bloodline, one you may not even be aware of. Discovering your bloodline might be beneficial. As a loyal old turtle, the serpent dream turtle naturally sought to make an impression on its new master. Hearing this, Su Lu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the old turtle merely suspected he had a special bloodline like Siamu Yu. He replied, I'll look into it myself. The notion of a unique bloodline could indeed serve as a convenient cover. Su Lu stationed the two dominant beasts on the eastern and western flanks of Treasure Valley. With their addition, many tasks no longer required the frequent intervention of Mewtwo and Rayquaza, allowing them time for training. Meanwhile, the first batch of energy cubes from the Treasure Energy Factory was ready for distribution. The first city to receive them was naturally W City, the closest to Jinshin City. Previously, Hu Yunji and Siamu Yu had reached an agreement to collaborate extensively after Jinshin City's establishment. Now, W City became the designated market for the energy cubes in the first half-year. This product, with effects comparable to high-grade beast feed but priced like mid-grade feed, was set to disrupt the market significantly. Even before official large-scale sales began, some beast feed companies based in W City were already restless. Among them, Liuxin Company, the largest beast feed company in W City and one of the earliest to follow Hu Yunji, felt the pressure. However, after the founder's death, the company's ties with Hu Yunji had weakened, becoming increasingly commercialized. Liuxin Company's current chairman, Yu Luming, the founder's grandson, was anxiously pacing in his office. An employee entered with a report, and Yu Luming immediately inquired, Any news? Can it be analyzed? The employee shook their head. After reading the report, Yu Luming sank into contemplation. Internally conflicted, he thought, should I approach Aunt Hu? No, this Su Lu likely works for her. Resolutely, he dialed a special number. Upon returning home, Su Lu didn't immediately rest. Carefully, he took out the psychic crystal he had obtained earlier that day, placing it on the table to examine closely. Under the light, the crystal shimmered with an unusual glow, as if it held boundless power. Su Lu closed his eyes, sensing the extraordinary force within him. The faint fluctuations of his psychic and aura powers made him frown, indicating that both needed more training. He hesitated for a moment, pondering whether to enhance his psychic force or verdant force. From what he knew, a single psychic crystal could only enhance one type of extraordinary power. Taking a deep breath, Su Lu carefully sensed his psychic force and verdant force. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he noticed something unusual. Why has my verdant force grown stronger? Su Lu murmured to himself, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. He recalled that previously, the verdant force could only temporarily boost a Pokemon's level by 10, but now it could increase by 13 levels. This sudden enhancement left Su Lu bewildered. In terms of psychic abilities, Su Lu had been learning from Mewtwo, so some growth was expected. Although he lacked Lucario as a reference for aura, he had been diligently training. The abrupt strengthening of his verdant force, however, seemed particularly unexpected. Closing his eyes again, Su Lu focused intently, using his aura to explore the fluctuations of the verdant force. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, displaying a look of surprise. This is, Su Lu whispered. It seems my verdant force has established a new connection beyond myself. Following this mysterious link, Sulu's consciousness reached out. As he delved deeper, his expression grew increasingly astonished. Ultimately, the connection led to the Skycloud Forbidden Zone, or more precisely, the Valley of Pokemon. I see, Sulu exclaimed, his face lighting up with realization. He recalled the most famous figures associated with the Verdant Force, Sakaki and Xiaohuang. From them, it was clear that the Verdant Force was a blessing from the earth to humans, or rather, a special power granted by the recognition of a region's Pokemon. Although Sulu possessed the Verdant Force before, it had been without a source. Now, with the Valley of Pokemon as the world's sole habitat for Pokemon, the increasing number of Pokemon there had generated a subtle Verdant Force. This force resonated with Sulu's Verdant Force, naturally linking the two. Gently stroking the psychic crystal, Sulu smiled contentedly. He understood that as the Valley of Pokemon expanded and Pokemon proliferated, his Verdant Force would naturally grow stronger. This wasn't just a boost in power. It was also an acknowledgement from the Pokemon. I'll use it to enhance my psychic force, Sulu decided, as it was the only ability he hadn't found a way to improve. He picked up the psychic crystal and gently touched it with his psychic force. Instantly, the strange liquid within the crystal began to surge violently, as if summoned by some force. In a moment, the liquid transformed into psychic force identical to Sulu's own. The energy, being of the same origin, was easily absorbed by Sulu, and he could feel his power rapidly increasing. Half an hour later, Sulu slowly opened his eyes, a look of delight on his face. His psychic force had received a significant boost, no longer limited to mental communication, and seemed capable of affecting reality. He felt he could now perform seals and enhancements, though not powerful enough to seal a formidable Pokemon like Hoopa, but more than sufficient against ordinary-level beasts. Standing up, Sulu stretched, feeling the surge of power within him. He realized that even he wasn't sure how much he could enhance a Pokemon with his full extraordinary power. Good stuff, Sulu mused, though it's hard to come by. I wonder if I could trade the body of a dominant beast for more. I'll have to ask Siamu Yu tomorrow. After absorbing the psychic crystal, Sulu didn't rest. Instead, he opened his computer and began drafting a new training plan. He realized that although he had powerful allies like Rayquaza and Mewtwo, they each had their duties. Rayquaza needed to suppress the Skycloud Forbidden Zone, while Mewtwo was busy with research and guarding Pallet Town. If they remained preoccupied without improving their strength, it would be detrimental in the long run. I need more battle power, Sulu muttered, his fingers typing swiftly on the keyboard. Raikou, though a good option, also had its tasks. Moreover, a single Pokemon couldn't match the caliber of a legendary beast. Sulu's gaze fell on the screen as he typed out the word Legion. He recalled the champion legions in the Pokemon world, capable of challenging even fully realized legendary Pokemon. Teams like Rain and Sunny Day were the beginnings of Pokemon legions. With expansion and energy resonance, they could form true legions. Sulu began envisioning a legion composed of Pokemon willing to fight, with others supporting them. He quickly jotted down ideas on the computer. Sandstorm Team. With Tyranitar as the core, this can be prioritized. Sunny Day Team. Sulu thought of Sunflora, temporarily setting aside the idea. Rain Team, Volcano Team. He meticulously categorized his existing Pokemon, recalling each team's skill configurations. Sulu decided to make daily energy resonance gatherings for Pokemon of the same type a routine task. Additionally, Sulu considered forming unconventional legions, like Gigantamax and Mega Evolution legions. The thought excited him, and his fingers flew even faster over the keyboard. Suddenly, Sulu stumbled upon a special file on his computer Hu Yun's Grass-type Beast training plan. He opened the file and quickly skimmed through it. The first part detailed methods for raising individual Grass-type beasts, a key to Oddish's rapid evolution. The latter part outlined the development of a Thorn Beast team, essentially a prototype of a Grass-type legion. This world has Beast legions too. They're interconnected? Sulu mused. Looks like I need to gather more of this world's secrets. Nearby, Shamin was gently pawing at itself in its sleep, while Psyduck and its little duck sibling were soundly asleep. Immersed in his work, Sulu unwittingly wrote a training plan spanning 30,000 words. Just as Sulu was about to delve deeper into his research, a call from Siamu Yu interrupted his thoughts. Sulu, the Pokemon Company is opening today. Remember to come early. Siamu Yu's voice was a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Only then did Sulu remember the company's opening event. He glanced at the time and replied, "All right, I'm on my way." The location for the opening of Bauka Company has been finalized. Sulu just needs to make an appearance and officially announce his connection with the two city lords, Hu Yunji and Siamu Yu. Although his current strength is sufficient to handle trouble, Sulu still wants to minimize unnecessary disturbances. Come on, Psyduck, time to go. Sulu called out to Psyduck's little nest, fully dressed and ready. Quack! Psyduck emerged from the nest, looking sleepy and clutching a phone, accompanied by two other duck Pokemon. Sulu was shocked to see the three ducks. What were you all up to last night? You're still just little ducklings. Psyduck gave him a disdainful look as if to say, we were just studying car mechanics with our friends all night. Sulu then recalled the drowsy ducklet and far-fetched into their pokeballs. As for Shamin, it had been invited by Bellisum for a visit and didn't spend the night with Sulu for the first time. Psyduck led Sulu out, hopped into the driver's seat, and patted the steering wheel. Quack! Its eyes sparkled with excitement. As long as there was a car to drive, it was full of energy. To Bauka Company, Sulu instructed. Psyduck nodded in response. It understood the significance of Bauka Company. Building its own little car required money, and money came from Bauka Company. Psyduck glanced at Sulu, frowning slightly, pondering whether to ask him for a loan to build the car. They arrived in front of a building adorned with a Pokeball symbol and the words, Bauka, prominently displayed. This was Bauka Company, which housed departments like an energy plant and a laboratory. The current storefront was sponsored by Hu Yunji as a friendly gesture. Since using Sulu's energy cubes, Hu Yunji had been using them daily. Although the company's establishment wasn't a major event, the simultaneous presence of the two city lords attracted media attention, symbolizing the beginning of cooperation between the two cities. Reporters buzzed with conversation. Sulu really hit the jackpot, becoming a link between two city lords. What do you mean jackpot? He's got real skills. With his king-level potential and energy cubes, it's enough for the lords to support him. Have you used the energy cubes? If you had, you wouldn't say that. In some ways, even Lord Xia relies on Sulu. King-level potential? Any proof? I don't believe it. At this moment, Sulu entered the venue with Psyduck, and reporters swarmed around them. In this era, the hottest topics were celebrity beast trainers and their beasts. Sulu, hello. I'm a reporter from Strawberry Times. Can you tell us how you make the energy cubes? Is there any truth to the rumors about your relationship with King Xia? Now that people are calling you a king-level potential, have you considered participating in any leagues? Even Psyduck had microphones thrust in front of it. Psyduck seemed a bit uncomfortable, scratching its head awkwardly. Suddenly, a flash of light lunged towards Sulu from the crowd of reporters. A tall, thin reporter's figure twisted, transforming into a beast clad in eerie scales. An illusion lizard. Someone recognized the rare beast capable of using illusions. Who would have thought someone would attempt to assassinate Sulu on the opening day of Bauka Company? Illusion lizard is the second stage evolution of a chameleon lizard. Even without professional training, its strength can reach the peak of elite level. If professionally trained, it could even be used in official leagues, making it a master-level Pokemon. It's difficult for humans to guard against a beast's surprise attack. Given Sulu's status as a student who had only acquired his beast a little over a month ago, he was almost unable to cope. Quack! Psyduck, who had been dazed, suddenly changed its demeanor, its eyes becoming sharp. Sulu, let me protect you. A powerful psychic force erupted from Psyduck. The illusion lizard, which was already closing in on Sulu, seemed frozen, stopping less than half a meter away from him, its pale claws clearly visible. This is a version of Mewtwo's immobilization technique, a skill Psyduck picked up while discussing foreign machinery principles with Mewtwo. Although Psyduck can't effortlessly freeze a powerful beast like Mewtwo can, it's more than capable of handling a standard elite beast. As Psyduck's eyes flashed blue, the chameleon-like creature froze in place, unable to move. Thanks, Psyduck, Sulu said with a smile, patting Psyduck's head. He thought to himself that even if the attacker succeeded, with his current strength and the psychic shield left by Mewtwo, he wouldn't be in any real danger. Only then did the surrounding crowd realize what had happened, and they began to buzz with chatter. The prodigy Sulu was almost assassinated, someone exclaimed. Is it because of a power struggle? Or his relationship with Siamu Yu? At that moment, a stern female voice cut through the noise. Enough! Nobody move. Hu Yunji strode forward, her expression grim. Following closely were Siamu Yu and Mewtwo's avatar, who wore a cat mask. They had been engaged in final discussions before the commotion. Hu Yunji surveyed the scene, her brows furrowed. Although the chameleon-like creature evidently had special abilities, allowing it to evade detection and disguise itself as a reporter to launch an attack, the incident itself was a challenge to her competence. In her view, the fact that Rayquaza wasn't by Sulu's side suggested that Sulu's power might only slightly exceed that of an average student. If anything happened to Sulu, leading to Rayquaza's rampage, the thought made Hu Yunji's anger surge. Had she gone too long without taking action, allowing someone to dare to pull such a stunt under her watch? Her team quickly regained control of the situation. Turning to Sulu, she said tersely, I'm sorry. I will get to the bottom of this. Hu Yunji wasn't one to make empty promises, nor did she see the point in saying more than necessary. Sulu merely nodded, reflecting silently on the fact that this was his first beast-related attack. The investigation results came swiftly. Meanwhile, among the crowd, discussions about Psyduck's astonishing abilities grew louder. People marveled at how this seemingly ordinary little yellow duck possessed such formidable power, speculating about its relationship with Sulu and what other secrets Sulu might be hiding. The beast seems to be called Psyduck, right? It's Sulu's lifebound beast. Psyduck's round body and dazed expression starkly contrast with the astonishing power it displayed. The crowd began to murmur, recalling the thrilling scene they had just witnessed. I remember Psyduck was summoned just over a month ago, one spectator whispered. To think it can easily control an elite peak Chameleos in such a short time? The potential of this Psyduck must be tremendous. So strong. Another person echoed. Does anyone have detailed information about Psyduck? This Psyduck seems to be the first one ever summoned. An informed individual chimed in. And since Sulu, no one else has managed to summon another Psyduck, so it might be a unique summoned beast. Despite the crowd's difficulty in understanding why such an adorable-looking duck could possess such strength, Sulu's reputation as a top contender was undeniably solid. In the lounge, Yunji wore a grim expression. He approached Sulu and whispered, Sulu, the investigation results are out. It was an unmastered ferocious beast, and it attacked you because another beast was controlling it from behind. This method, combined with a Chameleos, is characteristic of the Shadow Thorn Guild. The Shadow Thorn Guild? Sulu asked with a frown. Yunji briefly explained. It's an assassin organization that emerged at the dawn of the temporal rifts. They always employ special methods to forcibly control beasts for assassination, and if they fail, they immediately leave the city, which is why almost no Shadow Thorn members have been captured. To forcibly control an elite-level beast, the Shadow Thorn operative this time might be at a king level. Sulu thoughtfully stroked his chin. Since the emergence of summoned beasts, various derivative trades have arisen. Even assassins have started relying on beasts, making them harder to detect. So someone paid for my life, he pondered, but I don't recall offending anyone. Could it be the work of the Descendants sect? He then glanced at Mewtwo, who merely nodded slightly. Half an hour later, to everyone's surprise, the opening ceremony, expected to be cancelled, continued as planned. Even more puzzling, Sulu seemed unperturbed, as if the assassination attempt had never occurred. The manager of the Pokémon company also drew attention, a young man wearing a cat mask named Mewtwo, whose build bore a striking resemblance to Sulu. Yunji and Siamu Yu took the stage together, announcing the formal establishment of diplomatic relations between the two cities and mentioning some preferential treatments for the Pokémon company. The ceremony concluded with a round of applause. In Mewtwo's office at the Pokémon company, a tense interrogation was underway. A cloaked, hunched figure looked on in shock at Sulu, Mewtwo, and the seemingly ordinary Psyduck. Despite his caution, even controlling the Chameleos via a live feed from outside the city and retreating immediately after the mission failed, he was captured within minutes. Beside the Shadow Thorn member, a meter-wide eyeball his beast, the twisted evil eye appeared completely suppressed in the mental realm, unable to emit any psychic waves. The Shadow Thorn operative realized the opponent must possess a more powerful psychic-type beast than his own. Above king level, a champion. The Shadow Thorn operative thought in horror. How could a champion be here? What is the intelligence department doing? They said he was just a normal boy from an ordinary family. He began trying to empty his mind, aware that certain powerful psychic beasts could read thoughts. Sulu turned to Mewtwo and asked, Can you find out anything? Meanwhile, he discreetly tried to use his ability on the Shadow Thorn operative. However, the cloak seemed to have a shielding effect, blocking all of Sulu's abilities. Remove his cloak, and hypnosis might work, Mewtwo suggested. The Shadow Thorn operative's pupils widened, realizing the gravity of the situation. The next moment, it felt like something exploded in his mind. Mewtwo quickly used powerful psychic energy to contain it, preventing his head from blowing apart. Nevertheless, the Shadow Thorn operative's brain was severely damaged, and he began to mutter in a language Sulu couldn't understand. Sensing something was off, Sulu reached out and pulled off the cloak. To his shock, underneath was not a human, but a one-eyed rat. Sulu narrowed his eyes, pondering the implications of this discovery. Based on prior knowledge and Mewtwo's investigation before the capture, this creature clearly possessed high intelligence. If this was an isolated case, it would be one thing. But if the entire Shadow Thorn Guild's assassins were such peculiar beings, the issue would be much more serious. Realizing this was beyond what he could handle alone, Sulu thoughtfully decided to call in Yunji. Yunji, looking grave, took the one-eyed rat's body and left the office. Meanwhile, in the Pokemon Valley, Psyduck was proudly recounting to other Pokemon how it protected Sulu. With its hands on its hips, it reenacted the battle with exaggerated gestures, emitting a series of quack, quack, quack cries. The surrounding Pokemon listened intently, their eyes shining with admiration. The green caterpillar dashed into Sulu's arms with excitement, exclaiming repeatedly, Grow bigger! Grow bigger! Its eyes sparkled with anticipation. Su Lu understood that the caterpillar was eagerly waiting to grow larger and start training. However, this special ability could only be activated when Su Lu was present, and it had a cooldown period. After fulfilling the caterpillar's wish, it transformed into a long green shape and happily rushed toward the training grounds. Watching its energetic form, Su Lu couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Su Lu felt something tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he found it was Yukira. Yukira made a sound, seemingly trying to get Su Lu's attention. Su Lu glanced around and his eyes fell on the pile of minerals in the Pokemon Valley, once towering 10 meters high. Now, the pile of minerals, crucial for the evolution of rock-type Pokemon, was reduced to less than half a meter. Most of it had been consumed by Yukira, while Iron Bell was more selective, only choosing suitable minerals. Crouching down, Su Lu attempted to pick up the increasingly hefty Yukira. You've gained quite a bit of weight, Su Lu noted. The next batch of minerals is on its way. Until then, try to eat more energy cubes. He thought to himself that once the lab was built, he could devise a more targeted diet plan based on mineral types, rather than relying on expensive minerals as he did now. As a core member of the Sandstorm team, Yukira's final evolution into Banjirasu was a key focus for Su Lu. Held in his arms, Yukira joyfully wiggled its limbs, trying to bond with its trainer. However, its body was as hard as iron, making it both heavy and uncomfortable to hold. For a potential powerhouse that required time to develop, Su Lu's greatest wish was to accelerate its evolution. He pondered, perhaps it's time to raise its level, or I could start trying energy resonance training. My aura power can detect the energy of each Pokemon, which should aid in energy resonance and forming a Pokemon army. Gently stroking Yukira's smooth shell, Su Lu then placed it back on the ground. He decided to complete today's free lottery draw before starting the energy resonance training. Su Lu skillfully spun the prize wheel, watching as the pointer came to rest on the common Pokemon section. Although the thrill of drawing 100 times in a row had dulled his excitement for single draws, a free opportunity was always worth taking. Under Su Lu's and several curious Pokemon's watchful eyes, a small Froakie appeared in the Pokemon Valley. It's a Froakie, Su Lu exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. It wasn't just any Froakie that shocked him, but a shiny one commonly known as a shiny Pokemon. Typically, shiny Pokemon are considered to have slightly higher potential than their regular counterparts. This Froakie differed from the usual light blue, sporting a vibrant pink hue instead. The ordinarily white bubbles were now a pale gold, making it stand out noticeably. Only one word came to Su Lu's mind: flamboyant. The Froakie looked up at Su Lu, blinking inquisitively. Froak, are you my lord? I'm your trainer. You can call me Su Lu, he clarified, thinking to himself that this Froakie had a rather old-fashioned mindset. Could this be what they call the way of the ninja? Froakie became serious. Froak, understood. My lord Froak. No problem, my lord. Froakie, will you choose to fight or? Su Lu began, only to be interrupted. Froak, fight for my lord, the pink little frog declared, brimming with determination. Let's do our best together. Froak. The surrounding Pokemon gathered with curiosity. Froakie looked around, thinking that these were all part of its lord's forces, and some seemed quite strong. Froakie felt reassured that it had chosen the right person to follow. Seeing Froakie, Su Lu suddenly remembered its unique trait in the world he came from. Only Greninja, Froakie's final evolution, could undergo a special bond evolution without the need for a Mega Stone, known as Ash Greninja transformation. Su Lu quickly opened Froakie's stats, recalling that only those with the hidden ability could undergo bond evolution. Froakie. Potential. Champion. Current level. 5. Type. Water. Ability. Protean changes the Pokemon's type to the type of the move it's about to use. Status. Healthy. Moves. Pound, Growl, Bubble, Quick Attack. Protean. Hidden ability. Su Lu read the words, feeling vindicated. This must be the special trait of a shiny Pokemon. It seemed that bond evolution might be possible after all. With the hidden ability already in place, and perhaps even stronger than Ash's Greninja, Su Lu believed that with his own aura powers, he could easily form a deep bond with Froakie. However, all evolutions had to wait until the Pokemon fully evolved, so even bond evolution would take some time. Froakie. Captured. Su Lu announced, taking out a time crystal to record with Froakie. Froakie, join the training squad. I'll think of a gift for you later. Froakie nodded earnestly, though it didn't quite understand what gift meant yet. Next up was training time. Su Lu interrupted Psyduck, who was busy telling other Pokemon about its happy life with him. Everyone, line up according to your types. We're about to start team building. The Pokemon obediently lined up, with Su Lu personally assigning multi-type Pokemon to their groups. He then explained the concept of energy resonance to the Pokemon. Some understood immediately, while others looked puzzled. Fortunately, Su Lu's aura abilities allowed him to convey his ideas clearly to the Pokemon. Once all the Pokemon grasped the concept of energy resonance, they began their game. To them, it was probably just a team-building exercise, a way to unite everyone. Sulu provided the method of energy resonance, suggesting that each type of Pokémon discussed their own forms of cooperation. The straightforward Fire-type Pokémon were the first to devise a team-building plan. Magby, Torchic, Cyndaquil, and other fire types gathered around a campfire, almost as if they were dancing. Gradually, other Pokémon also figured out their cooperative strategies. Larvitar extended its small arms to connect with Onix, Geodude, and other rock types on a large boulder, channeling energy together. Sulu thought that once they were done, they might end up consuming the rock. Bellossom, Bellsprout, Shamin, and other grass types lay on the grass, planting themselves. Not bad, Sulu noted, using his aura powers to sense the progress. Although the energy wasn't fully resonating yet, it was blending without canceling out. It was time for Sulu to step in, guiding each Pokémon to adjust their energy output through his aura abilities. As the day of team building came to an end, the Pokémon seemed to want more. Sulu, hands on his hips, said, "All right, I know you all want to keep going, but remember, your elemental energy is limited, and overexertion isn't good for you. If you want to keep training, you can follow the routines I gave you." The Pokémon nodded in agreement, then went off to their own activities, with many gathering around to listen to Psyduck's tales. Thus, 3 more days of leisurely time passed. Rayquaza, patrolling the skies above the Tianyun Forbidden Area, reported to Sulu that some fierce beasts were beginning to wander near the Forbidden Zone. According to the investigation, this beast tide is likely the largest in the past 2 decades. On the eastern horizon, a dark shadow is slowly but inexorably advancing toward human cities, expected to make contact in 3 days. On television screens, information about the beast tide has already been released. The Alliance initially intended to conceal the news to prevent panic, but the scale of the beast tide is too immense to hide, even with the reduced number of satellites due to the spacetime rift. A media outlet published a distribution map of the beast tide, where varied-sized black areas indicate the altered spacetime rift zones. Within these rifts, dense clusters of red dots represent the distribution of ferocious beasts as monitored by satellites. The entire beast tide is surging from the east, like a massive maw poised to devour human territory. As the easternmost outpost, Jinshin City is already shrouded in fear. Despite having a powerhouse like Siamu Yu stationed there, the magnitude of the beast tide renders a single person's strength insignificant. Workers at the Energy Cube factory are beginning to waver, with some considering retreat. However, Mayor Xia has not issued a retreat signal. Instead, she has ordered all operations to continue as usual. Unlike other perimeter cities that have gone on high alert, Jinshin City feels like an isolated island, continuing its daily production. More concerning is that, as a newly established city, Jinshin's defensive facilities are not yet fully constructed. Without the protection of advanced weaponry, the city appears particularly vulnerable to the beast tide. Nevertheless, most workers have chosen to wait a bit longer. After all, leaving their posts without permission means losing this hard-won job. Moreover, with a few days left before the beast tide arrives, there remains a glimmer of hope. In these days, energy cubes have become the most sought-after commodity. Factory employees, taking advantage of their purchase privileges, have not only stocked up on energy cubes for themselves, but also made a small profit. Beast Tamers among the staff have especially felt the power boost from the energy cubes, reinforcing their confidence in their jobs. In the newly completed City Hall, Siamu Yu gazes at the eastern sky. At the farthest point of her vision lies the Tianyun Forbidden Zone, the forefront of the beast tide. At this moment, Sulu is perched atop Rayquaza, surveying the ground below where beasts surge like a tide. Although the beast tide is expected to collide with human cities in 3 days, it is already nearing the threshold of the Tianyun Forbidden Zone. Despite not being densely packed, the sheer number of beasts seems endless. Sulu notices that some of the beasts are even fighting among themselves. The formation of this beast tide is not only due to the instigation of the Descent faction, but also because the space-time rift in the east has long been unaddressed, leading to a surge in beast numbers that even the energy escaping from the rift cannot satisfy. In Sulu's view, a few fast-moving beasts have already entered the Tianyun Forbidden Zone. These originally ravenous creatures, upon entering the zone, behave as if finding water after a long drought, voraciously absorbing the energy within. However, every inch of this land is already claimed, and battles between newcomers and the original inhabitants quickly erupt. As more and more beasts flood in, the Tianyun Forbidden Zone is gradually turning into a massive battlefield. Although the beast army is still some distance from the Bauka Valley, Sulu estimates that in about half a day, some beasts will start wandering near the valley. After confirming the situation, Sulu sent a message to all Pokémon: prepare for battle. The battle-ready Pokémon eagerly responded, and even those usually handling daily tasks did not hesitate, as this time they were defending their home. Mewtwo stood atop a hill, overlooking the enthusiastic Pokémon. Even Raikou had been summoned back, with Siamu Yu now sourcing the factory's power supply from City W. Mewtwo, Do you think we can defend Balka Valley? Raikou asked, a hint of concern in its voice. We can, Mewtwo replied coldly. What if these little guys get hurt? Raikou frowned, casting a glance over the Pokémon preparing for battle in the valley. As a member of the Ho-Oh Guard, Raikou, along with the other two Guardians, has always protected the Pokémon world with a sense of justice. At this moment, their mission seems to have been simplifito: protect the Pokémon gathered in the Pokémon Valley. Raikou stands atop the mountain, its lightning-like figure shimmering in the sunlight. It turns to Mewtwo, communicating through telepathy, its voice carrying a subtle hint of concern. Mewtwo quietly receives Raikou's message, its expression unreadable. Inwardly, it compares Raikou's attitude to Rayquaza's, feeling that although Raikou might be somewhat insincere, it is still preferable to Rayquaza. Suddenly, Raikou unleashes a brilliant bolt of lightning and vanishes from the mountaintop, leaving only a faint smell of ozone in the air. Mewtwo gazes in the direction where Raikou disappeared, its thoughts drifting towards its own care for the Pokémon. This emotion does not solely stem from Sulu's guidance. It originates from deep within its genes. As a life form created from Yu's blueprint, Mewtwo carries the genes of the creator's original design, giving it an innate, indescribable affinity for other Pokémon. It is this instinctive compassion that drives Mewtwo to leave a mental imprint on each Pokémon. Whenever a Pokémon is near death, Mewtwo can sense it immediately and rush to the scene. However, even with Mewtwo's immense psychic power, marking so many Pokémon at once is a daunting task. Mewtwo observes the seemingly relaxed Pokémon teams before it, fully aware of the dangers they are about to face. Yet it also understands that this is a necessary part of their growth. As Sulu once said, true strength and security must come from within. No matter how powerful Mewtwo is, it cannot protect all Pokémon forever. In fact, Mewtwo believes that the Pokémon have been shielded too well by Sulu, leaving them ignorant of the world's true nature. Having traveled through many cities and wildernesses, Mewtwo knows that this situation cannot last. Go and fight alongside your companions. Mewtwo silently encourages the Pokémon about to embark on their journey, hoping they will truly grow through this adventure. Meanwhile, the Pokémon were mobilizing. Gila led the Sandstorm squad, Shamin headed the plant team, Sunflora commanded the Sunshine team, and Caterpie led the bug-type reconnaissance team. Almost every Pokémon had set out. Sensing all of this, Sulu also sprang into action. It's time, Rayquaza. Let's intercept the main force, Sulu said with a solemn expression, gripping one of Rayquaza's horns tightly as he channeled a continuous stream of energy. Intercepting the beast horde was not just about protecting the fruit trees in Pokémon Valley and the Sky Cloud Forbidden Zone. It was crucial to prevent a decrease in the energy concentration of the Forbidden Zone. If that happened, the ravenous beasts within would join the horde, causing it to swell and eventually pose a devastating threat to Viridian City and other human settlements. Sulu knew he couldn't stop the entire beast horde, but at least he could alleviate the pressure on the areas surrounding Viridian City. Under his infusion, Rayquaza's level soared from 75 to 88. This 13-level leap significantly enhanced Rayquaza's energy and endurance, translating to roughly a 30 increase in overall combat power. As Raikou had sensed, Rayquaza didn't care about the survival of most Pokémon. It was only concerned with whether its territory was being invaded. If Feeba and Swablu were present, Rayquaza might have been slightly more inclined to mediate. Upon hearing Sulu's command, Rayquaza let out a thunderous roar. The audacity of so many flying-type beasts to invade its domain was utterly unforgivable. In flight, Rayquaza opened its massive jaws, and a small, dark light began to gather, rapidly expanding into a 3 to 4 meter diameter black beam of destruction. The destructive beam hit the densest part of the beast horde with precision. Any beast directly caught by the beam was instantly reduced to ash. The moment the destructive beam hit the ground, it was as if thunder roared and meteors fell. The deafening explosion followed, sending large swathes of beasts flying and casting terror over the horde. The ground was gouged with massive scars, leaving deep fissures 20 to 30 meters deep where the beam had swept, surrounded by charred earth for hundreds of meters. Among the humans monitoring the horde's movements via satellite, some took notice of the alarming activity in the area in front of the Sky Cloud Forbidden Zone. Mayor Li Yuan of Z City was particularly attentive. He noticed that Rayquaza's activity was most evident in the Forbidden Zone. As a mayor of the same rank as Siamu Yu, he had the authority to access satellite data. He was convinced that the Rayquaza that once saved Z City would act to suppress the beast horde, so he closely watched the changes around the Forbidden Zone. Though worried about not getting combat data on Rayquaza, Li Yuan soon locked onto the battling Rayquaza through the ground scars that were easily captured by satellites. Even though it wasn't his first time witnessing the soaring Rayquaza, every sighting left Li Yuan in awe. The ground cracked, beasts wailed, and for a moment, Li Yuan felt as if it wasn't the beasts invading human territory, but rather Rayquaza, the massive boss, wantonly slaughtering the beasts. He clenched his fists, his heart racing. This is the dragon god. This is the mighty beast that saved all of Z City. Even the beast horde must howl in agony under its shadow. As Li Yuan observed, Rayquaza seemed dissatisfied with the current rate of destruction. While the destructive beam's power was formidable, in terms of attack range, Draco Meteor was its unrivaled area attack and its current favorite skill. Rayquaza ascended higher, and the beam it emitted turned from black to crimson. The crimson light dispersed after descending a distance, transforming into meteors each at least 10 meters in diameter. The meteors blanketed a kilometer-wide area. Every meteor impact shattered the internal organs of non-leader beasts within a 100-meter radius, obliterating them. Li Yuan watched in both terror and admiration. Draco Meteor was a move Rayquaza hadn't used during the rescue of Z City. Back then, it had only employed a variant, the explosive meteor. Li Yuan couldn't help but think, if the Dragon God had used this move then, the entire Z City might have been obliterated. The scene before him was like a barrage of missiles tilling the earth, and Li Yuan felt as if his fear of insufficient firepower had been cured. What was originally a one-time Draco Meteor showed no signs of stopping. Su Lu was surprised to find that his Rayquaza seemed particularly adept at sustained casting. The Dragon's Breath attack from Rayquaza was transformed into a barrage effect, which Su Lu named Dragon Ascent. Meteor shower? In the sky, countless meteors fell like comets, creating a spectacle that was both magnificent and terrifying, as if a natural disaster was unfolding. Li Yuan watched in awe, shivering from head to toe. He murmured to himself, a being like a natural disaster, leagues beyond the champion level, truly worthy of being called a god. At that moment, he recalled something he had once read. The first deities were manifestations of humanity's fear of catastrophes. Yet now, it seemed a powerful deity was standing with humanity. This realization filled Li Yuan with excitement, and he was eager to share this revelation with everyone. After a brief moment of contemplation, he promptly sent in a proposal, attaching the video footage of Rayquaza. Just 20 minutes later, the footage of Rayquaza was broadcast on television. A massive green dragon soared freely through the sky, its mouth unleashing a deadly beam akin to a purifying light. Wherever it reached, the land was charred, leaving behind patterns that resembled apocalyptic symbols. One by one, the dragon's meteors crashed to the ground, shaking the earth. In a shelter in Z City, a child sat glued to the television screen, eyes wide with excitement. He pointed at the screen and shouted, "Mom, look, the Dragon God." The ordinary citizens of Z City hadn't witnessed Rayquaza's power firsthand. They could only feel the tremors from the shelter and watch the scenes unfold on television. Nevertheless, this did not stop them from developing a sense of reverence for Rayquaza. The child's eyes sparkled with admiration as he continued, "Mom, I want to become a Beastmaster too. I want a partner like the Dragon God to fight alongside me." The child's mother forced a smile, gently stroking his head. As an adult, she had a clearer understanding of the gravity of the current situation. Such a massive beast tide could potentially reach Z City. Yet, she felt a glimmer of hope at least. For now, they had the Dragon God watching over them. This is the first time Rayquaza has appeared on national screens. Li Yuan was well prepared, capturing exceptionally clear footage. On the screen, a murky sphere of gas hovered above Rayquaza's head, intermittently revealing a humanoid silhouette. There was no doubt it was the beast tamer who commanded the Sky Dragon. As the camera zoomed in, the devastation of the beasts on the ground became increasingly apparent. Initially, the audience was thrilled, but a tinge of fear quietly crept in. If such creatures were to attack humans, could we really withstand them? At the heart of Hua Nation, in the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Alliance in the city of origin, an elderly man with graying hair was intently watching the video. Behind him stood a young woman with a delicate yet stern face, clad in professional attire. The old man sighed. Is this the information reported by Xiao Song? Indeed, a new Alliance Master-level force. I just wonder why he hasn't come to see this old man yet. This elder was Lu Qingxian, one of the 3 major Alliance leaders of Hua Nation, the envoy of the Abyssal Earth, and the only Alliance Master stationed at the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Alliance. Hearing Lu Qingxuan's words, the young woman's pupils contracted slightly, and she thought to herself, has another Alliance Master been born? The appearance of Rayquaza sparked a frenzy. Although the Beast Tide was a major event, its emergence had already been anticipated by many. Residents of inland cities were unconcerned, marveling at the prosperous human race and the emergence of such a powerful beast tamer. Many beast tamers watched the video with excitement, eagerly applying to go to the front lines. Soldiers and beast tamers in the outer cities of Hua Nation felt as if they had been given a morale boost. Since learning of the beast tide, the pressure had been mounting daily. Now, the beast tide seemed less intimidating. The rapid release of Rayquaza's video was undoubtedly meant to uplift spirits. The effect was significant, even easing the tension of ordinary soldiers. Humans may be fragile, but beast tamers and their beasts are powerful. As long as the beast tamers hold the line, They can provide support with guns and artillery from the rear. Sulu, who was fighting alongside Rayquaza against the beast tide, suddenly sensed something unusual, as if he was being watched. Looking around, he saw nothing above. Upon careful consideration, this sensation seemed to be conveyed through psychic abilities and had been present for some time. Thanks to Mewtwo's psychic link, Sulu's psychic abilities had improved significantly, though not as rapidly as Psyduck's. Previously, he might not have noticed this peculiar gaze at all. Sulu reached out to Mewtwo through the power of aura. Mewtwo, I feel like something is watching me. Mewtwo replied, that's because someone thought of you, and the resulting mental energy waves were sensed by you. If you focus, you should be able to perceive the general form of the observer and the medium through which they are watching you. Sulu was astonished. Could he really sense when someone merely thought of him? In his mind, such an ability was reserved for deities. Oh, Mewtwo is a level 1 deity? Then it's fine, Sulu mused. Through the power of aura, Mewtwo shared a mental state with Sulu again. Sulu's psychic ability underwent a hyper-frequency shift. His mind felt emptied, his consciousness lifted out of his body, ascending into the sky to face a satellite, the medium through which he was being observed. And the ones thinking of him were countless humanoid figures appeared in Sulu's mind, their faces blurred and forms indistinct. Sulu understood that this was due to his insufficient psychic power to fully perceive them all. In the next moment, Sulu's consciousness swiftly returned, leaving him mentally exhausted. So it was a satellite. Sulu looked up at the sky. With Mewtwo's assistance, he managed to perform a psychic perception, gaining a deeper understanding of Mewtwo's formidable power. If he could barely sense the satellite, Mewtwo's abilities must be even more astounding. After a brief recovery, Sulu continued to fight alongside Rayquaza. Rayquaza moved like a bulldozer, clearing area after area. Its hyper beam precisely annihilated powerful beasts, while Draco Meteor swept away the smaller ones en masse. 20 minutes later, the breath from Rayquaza's mouth gradually ceased. Nearly an hour and a half of continuous bombardment had nearly depleted Rayquaza's energy, rendering even store-bought potions ineffective. The energy drain affected not only Rayquaza itself, but also the surrounding environment. In technical terms, its PP power points were running low. Without Sulu's verdant power for support, this extended spellcasting might have been cut short by half. Last time in Z-City, they had used major skills intermittently, unlike now, where they unleashed attacks everywhere, scattering mini-nuclear strikes across the land. During this hour, Sulu and Rayquaza fought their way from the Tianyan Forbidden Zone to the east coast. Standing atop Rayquaza's head, Sulu gazed at the coastline in the distance, now a forbidden zone beyond satellite detection, stretching out into a continuous expanse. Along the shore, ferocious beasts were crawling out of the dark waters. Witnessing this, Sulu couldn't help but feel moved. Compared to land, the number of beasts in the ocean was likely even greater. For a century, humans had barely managed to clear the temporal rifts on land, but those in the ocean remained largely untouched. It's possible that the forbidden zones in the ocean had merged into one vast sea. This enormous restricted area was hardly different from another world. In the deeper parts of the ocean's forbidden zone, even psychic power struggled to probe. The depths of the ocean might conceal countless colossal creatures. Although Sulu was keen to explore the ocean, he knew his current strength was far from adequate. Perhaps when Kyogre or Lugia was summoned, he could consider it, but certainly not now. You should head back. It seems there are no beasts above the Overlord level in this beast tide. Rayquaza let out a weary roar, exhausted after unleashing powerful attacks for over an hour. It thought to itself that if it had another billion years to develop, it could maintain its breath attack indefinitely. Following Sulu's command, Rayquaza turned and flew towards the Sky Cloud Forbidden Land. On the way there, the mountains were teeming with beasts, but on the way back, they were littered with corpses. Sulu felt a slight regret, thinking that if he could collect all these beast carcasses, he could make a fortune. However, as Rayquaza's power grew, the number of beasts that could remain intact under its attack dwindled, leaving behind only a mess of flesh and debris. As Sulu made his way back, the Pokémon task force began encountering some stragglers. Although Rayquaza had decimated most of the beast tide, a few beasts managed to escape. These beasts, entering the Sky Cloud Forbidden Land, faced rejection from the local creatures, and even fewer could make it near the Pokémon Valley. The Overlord-level beasts, Old Turtle and Old Bear, which Sulu had subdued, were responsible for clearing the east and west sides of the valley. However, they believed that with Mewtwo around, there wouldn't be any major issues, so they didn't take their job too seriously. Interestingly, Mewtwo intentionally allowed some beasts to approach the Pokémon Valley. At that moment, a Caterpie was leading a reconnaissance team of Bug-type Pokémon on a stealthy patrol. Suddenly, the Caterpie, infused with Bug-type energy, lifted its head and spotted a wandering beast, the first one they'd encountered. It quietly alerted the others, and the 4 Bug-type Pokémon quickly hid themselves. Cautiously peeking out, Caterpie saw an elite-level bird beast. Its eyes glowed with a red mist, a characteristic of beasts in the tide, indicating it was driven by hunger and rage. Seeing it was a bird-type beast, Pinsir, Venonat, Nincada, and Weedle instinctively recoiled. This was a double disadvantage due to their genetic and elemental weaknesses. The bug Pokemon began to discuss in hushed tones how to proceed. Excitedly, Caterpie suggested attempting to fight, confident in its ability to win. The others looked at Caterpie as if it were crazy. Caterpie explained that if it could Gigantamax, it would surely win. However, it quickly realized that without Sulu present, it couldn't Gigantamax on its own. Feeling dejected, Caterpie lowered its head, preparing to lead the team back to report their findings. Pinsir patted Caterpie to comfort it, acknowledging that Caterpie was currently the only Pokemon capable of Gigantamaxing, a source of pride for their bug-type group. Just then, the dark beast bird seemed to notice the distant bugs. In the Pokemon Valley, Mewtwo opened its eyes from its meditative state, believing the Pokemon needed to understand the harshness of the world, but it was also ready to intervene if necessary. The black beast bird silently closed in on the bugs. The bug-type energy focused on Caterpie heightened its instincts. Sensing danger, Caterpie immediately issued a warning. Pinsir, being the strongest bug at the moment, was the first to react, stepping forward to protect the other Pokemon. However, it was swiftly struck down by the beast bird. Witnessing this, Caterpie's eyes widened in shock. Kairuos, known for its formidable strength among the bug types, typically only has its initial form unless it undergoes mega evolution. Yet, at this moment, this powerful beetle was effortlessly swatted away, crashing heavily to the ground. Caterpie and Weedle desperately spat webs, attempting to ensnare their enemy, but the massive black beast bird merely gave a slight shake, easily breaking free from the fragile threads. The beast bird's crimson eyes locked onto the swarm of insects, filled with the greedy gaze of a predator. Caterpie's heart skipped a beat, fully aware of what that look meant. They were nothing more than a meal in the eyes of the beast bird. Just then, the flung Kairuos launched a surprise counterattack from behind, its sharp pincers clamping tightly onto the beast bird's body. Heracross! Kairuos roared, its voice carrying a command that Caterpie instantly understood. Run. The beast bird, enraged by the sudden grip, began to struggle violently. It whipped its head around, its beak striking at Kairuos like lightning. With a sharp crack, Kairuos' tough shell shattered, exposing its vulnerable interior. Witnessing this, Caterpie stood frozen, overwhelmed with despair. Was this the fate of bug types? Weak, fragile, and powerless to resist? It wished fervently for Sulu to be there, to be able to grow gigantic like Sulu. Suddenly, Caterpie's gaze fell upon the Everstone on its chest, a precious gift from Sulu. Bug Pokemon are known for their rapid evolution, and Caterpie had long met the conditions to evolve, only held back by the Everstone. If it removed the Everstone now, it might even double evolve into Butterfree, strong enough to rescue its companions from the beast bird's clutches. However, this choice meant abandoning its long-held dream. Caterpie hesitated for just a moment before its eyes turned resolute. Its companions' lives were more important. Just as it was about to discard the Everstone, a familiar voice echoed in its heart. Caterpie, prepare to gigantify. It was Sulu. He had been there all along. A flood of emotions surged through Caterpie, trembling with excitement. It took a deep breath and shouted, I, Caterpie, gigantify. In an instant, Caterpie's body was enveloped in a strange light, swelling to an unimaginable size. Meanwhile, Sulu, atop Rayquaza, and Mewtwo, about to teleport, were both stunned. They exchanged glances, incredulous at the sight of the suddenly gigantic Caterpie in the distance. Caterpie? It gigantified on its own? Sulu and Mewtwo exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Mindless beasts know no fear. But when a tiny bug suddenly swells to over 10 meters long, even the fiercest of beasts can't help but feel bewildered. It stared blankly at the giant green caterpillar, whose shadow now completely engulfed it, momentarily at a loss. Kairos, witnessing the caterpillar's immense transformation, finally released its tightly clenched pincers. As the caterpillar had claimed, its enlargement indeed granted it a fighting chance. Wounded and weary, Kairos quickly retreated, making way for the caterpillar to battle. In the instant Kairos withdrew, a light flashed. With the help of Mewtwo, Sulu appeared behind the caterpillar and recalled the injured Kairos into its Pokeball. He immediately used the power of Viridian to heal Kairos, gradually mending its wounds. Sulu's healing prowess was nearly on par with that of a Chansey. The caterpillar glanced back at Sulu, a flicker of joy in its eyes. Sensing the caterpillar's intent, Sulu commanded, Caterpillar, fight on, use tackle. In the next moment, the caterpillar sprang into action. Despite its massive size, it displayed astonishing speed, defying its bulk. This was the result of its relentless tackle training. As a mere half-meter bug, its tackle was negligible, but now as a colossal 10-meter caterpillar, it was akin to a moving mountain. Caught off guard, the beastly bird was sent flying, bouncing across the ground and leaving craters in its wake. Before it could recover, the caterpillar's second tackle hit, slamming into it once more. The bird instinctively realized that continuing would spell its doom, so it took to the skies, relying on its natural flying ability to reach the vicinity of the Pokemon Valley. Seeing the beastly bird struggle into the air, the caterpillar coiled its body and launched itself like a missile. This was no simple tackle. It was a living, breathing insect missile. However, the caterpillar, not being a flying type and lacking levitation, couldn't change direction midair. The bird flapped its wings a few times, easily evading the caterpillar's massive assault. As the caterpillar pondered whether it would let the bird escape, Sulu's voice resonated within its mind. Use string shot. The caterpillar was naturally adept at two skills, tackle and string shot. Compared to tackle, it had trained less in string shot. Yet, instinctively, it sprayed silk at the bird. After its transformation, the silk's power and tenacity seemed to have increased. This time, the bird couldn't dodge, and the silk adhered to it firmly. Even ensnared by the silk, the bird's formidable strength allowed it to continue flying, possibly even severing the silk. In this critical moment, the caterpillar had a stroke of genius. It began rapidly retracting the silk it had shot out, using the tension to propel itself toward the bird like a tackle once more. This was a precise string shot tackle. Witnessing this, Sulu was dumbfounded. What kind of miraculous maneuver was this? A three-dimensional maneuvering caterpillar? Even caterpillars can fly now? Who else can't fly? More astonishingly, the caterpillar now measured a full 16 meters and 9. With a thunderous crash, the caterpillar slammed into the bird again. This blow left the bird almost shattered, completely incapacitated. The caterpillar's dinner plate-sized eyes sparkled with excitement, its first victory in battle. Yet, after the thrill, it suddenly realized its precarious situation. Glancing at the ground below, the caterpillar, never having experienced heights, felt a wave of vertigo and promptly fainted. Luckily, Mewtwo caught the falling caterpillar with psychic power, preventing any injury. During this, the caterpillar began to shrink, eventually settling at around 3 meters in length, without reducing further. Sulu was puzzled. What was happening with the caterpillar? Typically, Gigantamax requires a trainer's cooperation and special energy nodes. But the caterpillar's transformation didn't adhere to this norm, and part of its enlargement seemed to be permanent. As Sulu pondered, a revelation struck him. Could it be a totem Pokemon? Totem Pokemon were a peculiar transformation from the ancient Pokemon world. Totem Pokemon naturally had large physiques, with strength and energy far surpassing their kin. One could say that totemization was the original form of gigantification. However, with the evolution of Pokemon World energy, Totem Pokemon became increasingly rare, eventually relying on special energy points to barely achieve gigantification. Perhaps the energy from the Forbidden Zone, coupled with some peculiar changes, allowed the caterpillar to fulfill the conditions to become a Totem Pokemon, leading to this metamorphosis. The caterpillar, afraid of heights, awoke groggily upon contact with the ground. It looked at Sulu quizzically, asking, "SSSS, why does the trainer seem a bit smaller than before?" Sulu laughed and explained, "It's not that I've shrunk. You've grown, caterpillar. Congratulations, you might now be a totem caterpillar." "Well done, totem." The caterpillar's eyes gleamed with little stars. Then it remembered something. "SSSS? Is Karos alright?" "Alright, you can continue your exploration." Sulu released the now mostly healed Karos. Karos looked at the 3-meter-long caterpillar, puzzled. "RRRK? Did the caterpillar's gigantification fail?" The bug team resumed their exploration. Meanwhile, Sulu delved into thoughts about totemization. Compared to gigantification, which requires tools, totemization seemed to hold greater potential. Perhaps the ancient gigantic Pokemon were transformations of totem Pokemon. If he could uncover the reason behind the caterpillar's totemization, he might acquire a team of totem Pokemon. "Mewtwo, what do you think?" Sulu turned to Mewtwo, seeking its opinion. The transformation was indeed remarkable, but the energy expenditure was equally tremendous. Mewtwo analyzed, "It's manageable for a Caterpie, but if it's a stronger Pokemon, it would require even more energy." After pondering for a moment, it added, "Is it similar to Gigantamaxing? We can still give it a try." After witnessing Caterpie's transformation, Mewtwo took Sulu back to the Pokemon Valley. In the valley, Pokemon were still exploring and battling. Rayquaza no longer carried Sulu and quickly flew back to him. However, upon landing, Rayquaza seemed uneasy, frequently glancing towards the direction of the sky cloud Forbidden Land. "What's wrong, Rayquaza? Is something happening?" Sulu noticed the anomaly and inquired. Rayquaza let out a low growl. "Roar, the aura from the Sky Garden is intensifying? Could it be that a fierce beast has perished in the sky cloud Forbidden Land?" Lu frowned and said, "It seems we need to keep a closer watch." Subsequently, Lu began to tally the gains from this venture. Although the beasts defeated by Rayquaza were of lower levels, their sheer number allowed Rayquaza to level up by 10, reaching level 85. Leveling up is the simplest method to strengthen Pokemon in Lu's arsenal, and it's one of the system's perks gaining experience through battles. In this world, Beast Tamers don't enjoy such benefits. The strength of their creatures depends entirely on their innate qualities and training methods. Lu calculated that leveling up Pokemon could only go up to level 100, after which further strength would rely on nurturing and training. Besides Rayquaza's level increase, Lu's biggest gain was in store points. The field of beast carcasses provided him with a substantial amount of points, which he accumulated by continuously bombarding with Draco Meteor. After this sweep, Lu's points skyrocketed to an astounding 40 million. Faced with such a colossal amount of points, Lu started contemplating how to use them. He thought, with another round, perhaps I could even exchange for the Arceus plates. Fully harnessing the power of the plates could allow ordinary Pokemon to rival Tier 2 deities. Moreover, the plates are creation tools and might contain some special information. After some deliberation, Lu decided to exchange for something he had long desired. He spent 1,000,000 points to obtain a Ho-Oh feather, which contains the flame of life and can bestow blessings upon the holder. The flame of life can even resurrect the dead, which is why Lu considers the Ho-Oh feather as a sort of revival coin. Lu exchanged for 5 Ho-Oh feathers, 1 for each of his parents, 1 for himself, and 2 as reserves. He thought, with the Ho-Oh feathers, even if he takes some risks, there's a chance for revival. Looking at the still available Ho-Oh feathers in the store, Lu wondered just how many could be exchanged and whether Hua's feathers were sufficient. With over 36 million points remaining, Lu turned his attention to more expensive items. The items in the 1,000,000-point range were special tools related to legendary Pokemon, such as the Adamant Orb, Lustrous Orb, Light Stone, and Dark Stone. Lu decided to first exchange for Mega Stones for Mewtwo. Mewtwo has 2 Mega Evolution forms, X and Y, so it required 2 Mega Stones. He spent 10 million to purchase 2 Mega Stones and handed them to Mewtwo. Mewtwo took the Mega Stones, clearly sensing the strange energy within. These stones are like catalysts, and once activated, they would bring about significant changes. However, Mewtwo realized that having just the Mega Stones wasn't enough. While confident in undergoing Mega Evolution directly, without addressing the missing components, it might result in its savagery overpowering its rationality, turning it into a beast driven solely by instinct. Unlike the Mewtwo from the Pokemon world with rich experiences, Lu's Mewtwo lacked the inner strength to complete Mega Evolution on its own and required Lu's coordination to achieve it. "Do you want to give it a try?" Lu asked. Mewtwo shook its head. "You're not in the best state, nor is Rayquaza." Lu nodded in understanding. Rayquaza's condition was crucial in stopping Mewtwo if the Mega Evolution failed, and Lu's condition was directly tied to the Mega Evolution process. "Then let's wait a while before attempting it. You can study it on your own in the meantime," Lu said, and continued browsing the store items. After some thought, Lu spent 20 million points to redeem both the Adamant Orb and the Lustrous Orb. These orbs are key items for empowering the time and space dragons, possessing certain temporal and spatial abilities. Lu hoped to tap into their powers, potentially using them to explore the secrets of space-time rifts. Considering the massive space-time rift in the Sky Cloud Forbidden Land would need addressing sooner or later, he decided to prepare thoroughly. The Adamant Orb, resembling a sharply cut diamond, holds the power of time. The Lustrous Orb, akin to a smooth, beautiful pearl, contains the power of space. As Lu held the 2 orbs, he was enveloped by an unusual sensation. Time seemed to flow more slowly, and matter appeared to stand still. This feeling, however, was fleeting, and when Lu snapped back to reality, even Mewtwo hadn't noticed his brief anomaly. When Lu tried to activate the orb's powers again, he found that none of his internal energies could trigger any power within them. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that these were indeed the exclusive items of Dialga and Palkia, not easily harnessed. Although he couldn't actively use the orb's abilities, they continued to emit energy waves. Pokemon that came into contact with this time and space energy could experience a gradual improvement in their aptitude. After pondering for a while, Lu handed the orbs to Rayquaza. As a dragon type and a tier 1 deity like the time and space dragons, Rayquaza was the most likely among Lu's Pokemon to harness the orb's powers. Additionally, Rayquaza needed to monitor the space-time rift, and carrying these orbs might lead to unexpected outcomes. Rayquaza finally showed a serious expression, sensing the immense power contained within the orbs. It placed the orbs into its abdomen, immediately feeling about a 10% enhancement in its dragon-type energy. And this wasn't the limit. The orbs would continue to strengthen its dragon-type energy over time. Under the continuous energy emitted by the 2 orbs, Rayquaza, which had been somewhat exhausted, also experienced a certain degree of recovery. Sulu looked at the numbers before him and couldn't help but gasp. Over 30 million shop points vanished in an instant. Spending money like water, he muttered to himself, but then consoled himself. But it's worth it if it strengthens my Pokemon. After Sulu purchased the Adamant Orb and Lustrous Orb, these exclusive items disappeared from the shop. With 6 million points remaining, he originally planned to equip all his Pokemon with Mega Stones. However, the shop only offered Mega Stones for Pokemon known to be able to Mega Evolve, unlike the roulette where he might draw a Mega Stone even he hadn't heard of. Sulu recalled the Mega Stone for Butterfree, which he had unexpectedly obtained from the roulette. In his understanding, there was no Mega Butterfree in either the games or the anime, yet the stone existed. This led him to speculate that the roulette might hold many unique items not available in the shop. Ultimately, Sulu only bought a Mega Stone for Pinsir, as it was the only Pokemon he had that met the conditions for Mega Evolution. Whether it could actually complete the Mega Evolution was still unknown. The plans for the other Pokemon's Mega Evolutions had to be put on hold, replaced by distributing candy. These so-called candies were actually magical candies that could enhance a Pokemon's potential, a great find Sulu discovered in the shop. Although their effects weren't as direct as energy cubes, candies had fixed inclinations, were small, and tasted good. By training and burning off the energy from the candies, they could be consumed continuously. Pokemon that trained diligently could use this method to constantly enhance their potential and grow stronger. However, candies were more expensive than energy cubes and ordinary berries, with each universal candy costing 100 points. There were 6 types of universal candies: Vitality Candy to boost stamina, Strength Candy to enhance power, Knowledge Candy to improve special attack, Guard Candy to bolster defense, Mind Candy to augment special defense, and Agility Candy to increase speed. Additionally, there were even pricier specialized candies. For example, Mewtwo's exclusive candy slightly enhanced all of Mewtwo's attributes, but each one cost 2,000 points. Gigantamax candies, which had a chance to enhance the effects of a Pokemon's Gigantamax form, cost a staggering 30,000 points each. Even Sulu dared not purchase too many specialized and Gigantamax candies at once. More importantly, the shop didn't offer a method to manufacture these magical candies. They could only be bought directly. Whether the roulette contained a manufacturing method was unknown to Sulu. Since I've come into some wealth, let's buy 2,000 of each type of regular candy for now, Sulu decided, and another 120,000 points disappeared in an instant. 6 large jars appeared out of nowhere, filled with candies of various colors. These candies will serve as rewards for the Pokemon's daily training and work. Sulu nodded with satisfaction. After consuming them, they'll need to train to fully digest the candy's energy. Before long, the Pokemon returned to the Pokemon Valley, bearing traces of battle. Upon seeing the 6 gigantic candy jars, their eyes lit up with excitement. Shamin rushed over and clung to Sulu's pants. Sulu, Sulu, Shamin wants candy. The other Pokemon crowded around, chirping excitedly. All right, there's enough for everyone today. Sulu laughed. You've all been fighting today, so I won't be stingy. He opened the jars and handed out candies to the eager Pokemon. Caterpie, you get strength and vitality candy. You looked great during your Gigantamax today. Psyduck, here's your knowledge candy. Your psychic moves were impressive. Larvitar, you get knowledge candy too. But maybe try something other than just biting during battles? Raw beast meat isn't very tasty. Pinsir, here's your strength and vitality candy. You were very brave today. Sulu, like a kindergarten teacher, distributed candies while healing the injured Pokemon with his evergreen force. The delicious candies seemed to make the Pokemon forget their battle pains. Even Mewtwo, Rayquaza, and Raikou couldn't resist squinting in enjoyment after eating the candies. After distributing the candies, about half of them were gone. Sulu, having used his evergreen force continuously, took a deep breath. Seems like I've got a long way to go before I'm as good as Chansey. Looking around, Sulu's gaze landed on Bellossom. From now on, Bellossom will be in charge of distributing the magical candies. Pokemon who participate in work, battles, or training can get their daily candy from Bellossom. With a knowledge candy in its mouth, Bellossom looked up. Chirp? It seemed incredulous that Sulu would entrust such an important task to it, especially with so many stronger Pokemon around. Sulu. Shamin wants to take care of the candies. The Gracidia hedgehog clung to Sulu's chest. Sulu unceremoniously pulled Shamin away. If I let you take care of them, wouldn't you eat them all? Besides, you can always ask me for more. These candies are for the Pokemon in Pokemon Valley. So Bellossom will manage them. Hearing that following Sulu meant they could get candies anytime, many Pokemon were tempted. Psyduck raised its head. Since Duck is an original member, more candy for me, right? Of course, but even if you're with me, you have to train before you can eat the candy, Sulu emphasized. The Pokemon backed off again. Psyduck felt aggrieved. Even candy is competitive. Sulu is too mean. Chirp chirp. Bellossom showed a determined expression, assuring that it would take good care of the candies. Sulu nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a few flashes of light appeared among the Pokémon sign of evolution. After today's battles, many Pokémon had leveled up, and with the energy provided by the candies, their evolution was inevitable. Kakuna evolved into Beedrill, two Rattata evolved into Raticate, and a Poliwag evolved into Poliwhirl. The simultaneous evolutions left Sulu a bit flustered, but he eventually managed to record everything. The Pokémon Valley was filled with an atmosphere of joy. Karos, could you come here for a moment? Sulu beckoned to Karos. In response, the pincer Pokémon, Karos, emerged, its two horn-like pincers gleaming. With steady steps, it approached Sulu, its compound eyes reflecting a trust shared by all Pokémon who had formed a psychic bond with him. Sulu reached into his pocket and retrieved a stone that shimmered with a mysterious light, handing it to Karos. Karos, this is your Mega Evolution Stone. Let's try Mega Evolution. Upon hearing the term Mega Evolution, Karos trembled slightly, its eyes revealing an undeniable excitement. Was it really its turn for such a privilege? As a special Pokémon, Karos had a lower threshold for Mega Evolution compared to its companions, which was precisely why Sulu chose it for this experiment. Sulu was contemplating the effects of Karos's Mega Evolution, knowing that with Mewtwo and Rayquaza nearby to guard, any loss of control could be swiftly contained. Karos nodded eagerly, extending its pincers to carefully accept the Mega Stone. As soon as it grasped the stone, a unique wave emanated from the key stone Sulu carried, a sensation only he could perceive, similar to when he had previously given Mewtwo a Mega Stone. Suddenly, Sulu felt a stronger connection with Karos, as if a special energy was continuously flowing from the key stone to Karos. The surrounding Pokémon gathered around, eager to witness this extraordinary transformation. Sulu closed his eyes, feeling the energy flowing within him. He realized that by actively channeling his emotions into Karos, the response from Karos would trigger changes under the influence of the Mega Stone. However, he was also aware that the energy within the Mega Stone might exceed what Karos could currently handle. Are you ready, Karos? Sulu opened his eyes, gazing intently at his Pokémon partner. Karos, feeling the unique connection, understood that it could Mega Evolve at Sulu's will. This was the essence of Mega Evolution, the trainer and Pokémon being in perfect sync. With the power of the aura, Sulu could communicate with any Pokémon's mind, making Mega Evolution almost a certainty once mutual recognition was achieved. Roar! Karos let out a determined growl, indicating its readiness. Karos, Mega Evolve! At Sulu's command, Karos, which had reached its evolutionary limit, suddenly burst forth with a brilliant light. In this world, Beast Tamers typically attempt extraordinary evolution once their beasts reach their limits, and Mega Evolution is considered a unique form of such evolution. Here, only champion-level experts can skillfully use extraordinary evolution, but in Sulu's hands, the process appeared seamless. More importantly, if this new form of extraordinary evolution were to be discovered, it would likely cause a great stir. Amidst the dazzling light of evolution, Karos's body began to undergo astonishing changes. A pair of insect wings sprouted from its back, and sharp skeletal spikes emerged from the outer sides of its pincers. Its eyes became piercingly sharp, with a pale yellow triangular gaze that exuded a chillingly fierce aura. Roar! The newly Mega-evolved Karos let out a deafening cry, causing some timid Pokémon nearby to shrink back. However, the Mega-evolved Karos seemed to have lost some rationality. Sulu, using his aura and wave abilities, keenly sensed a peculiar emotion enveloping Karos's mind. Without a deep enough bond, it would be impossible to penetrate this chaotic emotion with the key stone's energy, potentially leading to the Pokémon losing control. So this is Mega Evolution? Sulu mused as he observed the fierce-eyed Karos. Clearly, from the perspective of their bond, his connection with Karos wasn't deep enough. But Sulu had another special method to awaken Karos. Suddenly, the disoriented Karos heard Sulu's call, like a light piercing through dense fog. Wake up, Karos! Sulu's voice cut through the chaotic emotions, reaching the depths of Karos's mind. Roar! Karos's eyes cleared, though it looked slightly bewildered. It realized it had lost consciousness momentarily, but what surprised it more, it could fly now. It had successfully completed Mega Evolution. Roar, roar! Karos flew joyfully around Sulu, exclaiming excitedly, Roar, I can fly! I can fly! Who else can't fly? Seeing that Karos had returned to normal, the other Pokémon cheered and expressed their admiration. Raikou, watching Karos soar through the air with envy, turned to Mewtwo and asked, Mewtwo, do you think I could Mega Evolve too? As a Pokémon resurrected by Ho-Oh, Raikou had no knowledge of its previous life and only had one form, naturally longing for the ability to evolve. Mewtwo, however, was intently observing Karos, deep in thought. So this is Mega Evolution, a coordination of spirit and special catalysis to achieve evolution beyond a Pokémon's limits. Mewtwo had a deeper insight into the essence of Mega Evolution than the other Pokémon. The spirit is variable, so similar wave situations arise. If the spirit synchronizes, Mega Evolution can occur. Having understood this, Mewtwo also realized how it should approach Mega Evolution in the future. However, since it was a synchronization between Sulu and the Pokémon, Mega Evolution also exerted mental pressure on Sulu. The stronger the Pokémon undergoing Mega Evolution, the greater the pressure on Sulu. Nevertheless, evolving a lower-level Kairos was still a breeze for Sulu. However, because Mega Evolution required mental unity, Sulu understood why only one Pokémon could Mega Evolve at a time. His mental waves were unique, and he could only synchronize with one Pokémon at a time, unless his mind split. Understanding the principles of Mega Evolution, Sulu also recognized its limitations. It was unrealistic to have all Pokémon undergo Mega Evolution. In comparison, gigantification and dominance seemed more universally applicable. Sulu decided to focus on developing most of his Pokémon towards dominance. After all, even if all Pokémon mastered Mega Evolution with the corresponding stones, they couldn't unleash their strongest power simultaneously, which would be counterproductive. However, for some elite Pokémon, Mega Evolution might be worth trying. After a brief test of Mega Kairos's capabilities, Sulu discovered that the previously nun-like Kairos had reached an elite pinnacle level in strength post-Mega Evolution. He speculated that with a little more level advancement, Kairos might even reach the champion tier. Once the Mega Evolution concluded, Kairos appeared somewhat fatigued and dispirited. This wasn't because Sulu couldn't continue to support Kairos's Mega Evolution, but because Kairos itself had reached its limit. Having wrapped up the affairs of the Pokemon Valley, Sulu proceeded with his daily lottery routine. It's time for the daily lottery draw. Sulu stood in front of the prize wheel, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The wheel only indicated general categories, leaving the specific prizes a mystery, which was exactly why he was so eager. The pointer spun and finally landed on the Common Pokemon section. A flash of light appeared, and suddenly 7 Digletts of varying sizes emerged in front of Sulu. A whole family of Digletts? Sulu blinked in surprise. Although he had already won quite a few Pokemon, obtaining an entire family at once was a first. Recalling the Nidoran siblings he had previously won, Sulu realized this might not be an exception. Other group-dwelling Pokemon might also be drawn together. As Sulu pondered this, a Sandshrew he had previously summoned excitedly ran over to the Diglett family. As the only ground-type Pokemon before, Sandshrew had always felt lonely, unable to resonate with any similar energy. Now, with kindred spirits around, Sandshrew's joy was unmistakable. After a familiar welcome ceremony, the Diglett family chose a spot not far from Sandshrew in the Pokemon Valley to settle down. Watching these new members, an idea struck Sulu. Why not develop some underground excavation work? Sulu had been contemplating how to establish a safe transportation route between Pallet Town and the Sky Cloud Forbidden Zone. Currently, Mewtwo was handling the transport duties, but with the Pokemon Factory expanding its operations, even Mewtwo struggled to meet the growing demand. If the Diglett and Sandshrew could tunnel an underground passage between the two places, it would not only solve the transportation issue but also allow Pokemon to independently transport berries. With this thought, Sulu immediately gathered the Diglett and Sandshrew to explain his plan in detail. Upon hearing about the digging task, the little creatures were so excited they jumped for joy, enthusiastically pledging to complete the mission. After dealing with these matters, Sulu returned to City W with a Caterpie. He wanted to carefully study the recent changes in Caterpie. As soon as he entered the city, Sulu sensed an unusual atmosphere. The people on the streets were all beaming with joy, as if caught up in some kind of frenzy. Although curious, Sulu decided to finish his tasks first. Before long, Sulu found Hu Yunji. Originally, he intended to find Siamu Yu, but with Pallet Town's construction nearly complete, Siamu Yu had almost settled there. Sulu also planned to move there once the town was more finished. Hu Yunji's residence was simple yet spacious, full of greenery. In a small bungalow, Hu Yunji awaited Sulu's arrival. Since Sulu and Siamu Yu had been fending off the roaming beasts from the east, Hu Yunji had finally had more time to rest, looking much more relaxed. Mayor Hu, sorry to bother you, Sulu said, handing over a package of specially made energy cubes. Hu Yunji smiled kindly and replied, no need to bring gifts. Sulu, you're the hero who held back the beast tide. The hero who held back the beast tide? Sulu was taken aback, only then realizing that his encounter with Rayquaza might have been made public. Hu Yunji continued, I'm here to thank you on behalf of everyone, Sulu. If you encounter any trouble, just let me know. Her eyes were filled with admiration for the young hero. Hu Yunji knew that Sulu wouldn't visit her unless it was something important. After all, this young man was at a critical stage in rapidly enhancing his abilities, and even training time seemed scarce for him, let alone visiting her. It's not really a bother, Sulu admitted honestly, but I do have something to discuss with City Lord Hu today. Hu Yunji nodded slightly. She always appreciated straightforwardness, especially in young people. The thing is, Sulu got straight to the point. The Baoku experimental zone is nearing completion, but we're facing some difficulties with recruiting personnel. He briefly explained the situation. While the Baoku Energy Factory doesn't require high technical skills for ordinary employees, simple training would suffice to operate the energy cube manufacturing machinery. The experimental zone needs truly top-notch talents. Although Mewtwo is quite interested in research, it is, after all, a Pokémon and cannot take full charge. Moreover, human intelligence is indispensable. Sulu had already announced the attribute research project through Zhu Qin, and the prospects indeed seemed promising. However, the problem lay in his current facade as a somewhat capable but seemingly dependent high school student, which made it difficult to attract top researchers. Without substantial results to support it, most people were still on the fence, and only a few researchers in Pokemon Feed had submitted their resumes to Baoku Company. Although Siamu Yu had backing, in terms of influence, the former city lord Hu Yunji was still more formidable. Therefore, Sulu hoped to leverage Hu Yunji's connections to bridge the gap for the experimental zone. After listening, a smile appeared on Hu Yunji's face. Sulu, even if you hadn't brought it up, I was planning to talk to you. Lu Chongqing visited a few days ago and expressed interest in joining Baoku Company for research once your Baoku research zone is established. In Hu Yunji's eyes, Sulu was not only outstanding in strength but also exceptionally clever. The energy cubes and attribute theories had genuinely impressed her. Lu Chongqing had been with her for many years but had always lacked a suitable research environment. Once considered a genius, Lu Chongqing found his work at the W-City Beast Alliance laboratory somewhat limiting. Now, following Sulu, he might finally be able to fully realize his potential. Minister Lu? An image flashed through Sulu's mind. An elderly man with graying hair, holding a small green snake, his eyes sharp and focused. Being the deputy minister of the Beast Alliance Research Department of a city speaks volumes about his capabilities. With his involvement, the research area would undoubtedly operate smoothly, and many projects could be successfully launched. Sulu mused silently that if Lu Chongqing followed the direction he provided and published some results, it would certainly attract more researchers. At that moment, Hu Yunji suddenly spoke seriously. By the way, Sulu, we have some news about the ratman who attacked you before. His tone revealed the seriousness with which he regarded the attack on Sulu. Hu Yunji explained that while the transformation ability of the hidden chameleon was indeed powerful, it would still face challenges moving unhindered within W-City and launching an assassination against Sulu. After all, it was merely a controlled elite beast, not a top-tier assassin. Therefore, he suspected that there might have been internal assistance for the hidden chameleon to infiltrate. Hearing this, Sulu couldn't help but take the matter more seriously. He recalled the member of the Adventist school he encountered in Z-City who tried to confuse him, and he wondered if the ratman assassin might be the same twisted-eyed individual. If he was indeed targeted by a cult, he would need to consider whether to strike preemptively and eradicate the cult entirely. Hu Yunji continued, according to my investigation, those attempting to assassinate you through the shadow assassins might be people from certain beast feed companies in W-City. Beast feed? Sulu's expression turned wryly amused. He initially thought he was being targeted by a cult, but it turned out to be a business dispute. This served as a reminder. Not only his Pokemon and system were coveted, but even some system-derived products were becoming objects of desire for others. After a brief silence, Sulu asked, how did the city lord handle it? Although the assassination attempt hadn't significantly affected him, Sulu wasn't magnanimous enough to forgive such actions easily. Moreover, Hu Yunji's proactive disclosure seemed to suggest he was willing to leave the resolution to Sulu. Hu Yunji replied, the mastermind is charged with colluding with foreign races. After being brainwashed by psychic beasts to extract all information, they are executed and incinerated, leaving no trace. His tone carried a hint of regret. Sulu keenly noticed the change in Hu Yunji's emotions and asked, is it someone you know, City Lord Hu? Yes, a descendant of an old acquaintance named Yu Luming. Hu Yunji explained, with the regret in his eyes receding, if it were just an assassination, it would be handled according to the law. But the involvement of the ratman from the hidden assassins changed the nature of the matter from a simple assassination to collusion with foreign races. Moreover, Yu Luming being able to contact foreign races suggests others might have such channels too, indicating a deeper infiltration of foreign races into human society. Yu Luming, Sulu repeated the name softly. He was the mastermind, so he was already brainwashed and dealt with yesterday, so he's already ashes? Sulu initially wanted to see who was trying to harm him. However, knowing they were already dead was somewhat relieving. If Sulu had to personally deal with it, he would feel uncomfortable. As for him, killing a person and killing a beast were entirely different matters. Unless necessary, Sulu preferred not to let his Pokemon shed human blood. At the same time, Sulu couldn't help but reflect on how he could now influence many lives without lifting a finger. He reminded himself not to lose his true self just because he possessed the power of Pokemon. In fact, Sulu was unaware that Yu Luming was captured by Hu Yunji himself. Many insiders speculated that Yu Luming was likely the mastermind behind the assassination, as Sulu's energy cubes posed a significant threat to the interests of W City's beast feed companies. Hu Yunji's decisive handling led many to speculate about a deep connection between Sulu and him. Some even guessed Sulu might be a distant relative or grandson of Hu Yunji, but more believed Sulu had been taken as a disciple by Hu Yunji, prompting him to act against an old acquaintance's descendant. And the foreign races? What kind of beings are they? Sulu asked, intrigued by the term foreign races mentioned by Hu Yunji. Hu Yunji explained, summoned beasts and tamed beasts gradually regain consciousness, and even ferocious beasts can develop consciousness if they descend for long enough. This is why ferocious beasts can be tamed. However, if a ferocious beast awakens higher intelligence, it becomes a foreign race. Foreign races inherently harbor hatred towards humans, which doesn't diminish even with higher intelligence. Unless controlled by a beast master, they will, like ordinary beasts, try every means to kill humans. Compared to beasts, intelligent foreign races are undoubtedly more cunning and challenging. This is why Hu Yunji and the Beast Alliance place such importance on them. Although the history from 70 or 80 years ago is blurred, records of the Human-Beast War still contain snippets about foreign races. It is said that the Beast War might have been instigated by several foreign races. That's quite troublesome, Sulu frowned. Since foreign races evolved from beasts, peaceful coexistence with humans was nearly impossible. In contrast, Pokémon were much better, as they were relatively friendly even with intelligence. So Sulu, it's best to be extra cautious when you're out, especially with those who dare not show their true faces, Hu Yunji advised. Although your status as a Rayquaza Beast Master hasn't been exposed, you are likely already targeted by foreign races. Sulu nodded to show he understood. After discussing the serious matters, Hu Yunji's expression softened. Oh, by the way, Sulu, are you about to start school? Hu Yunji asked like an ordinary elder. This question made Sulu suddenly realize that he was just a high school senior in the upcoming semester. In just over a month, he had developed to this extent, marveling at the strength of starting with Rayquaza. If he had initially gotten only a pseudo-legendary or a secondary god, his progress might not have been so rapid. However, whether he still needed to continue attending school became a question worth pondering. After chatting for a while with Hu Yunji, Sulu returned home. When not in battle mode, Hu Yunji had the warm and friendly aura of a neighborly grandmother, and their light-hearted conversation was just what Sulu needed to relieve the fatigue and stress from controlling Rayquaza in battle today. Lying on his bed, Sulu held a 3-meter-long green Caterpie above him, like a giant green pillow. The Caterpie's small eyes met Sulu's, making him look a bit comical. Nearby, Mewtwo sat with a cup of steaming tea, ready to join Sulu in researching the phenomenon of Caterpie's dominance transformation. Sulu, care for a cup? Mewtwo offered, raising the teacup. From what I know, it enhances mental acuity. No thanks, Sulu shook his head. I'm already exhausted today, and I don't want to be up all night. Sulu began to carefully examine Caterpie through his psychic powers and aura. His Dynamax band on his wrist seemed to form a subtle connection with Caterpie. The Caterpie flicked its tail impatiently, only staying put because Sulu promised it some treats after the research. Caterpie, can you still Gigantamax on your own? Sulu asked. Caterpie shook its head. Zizi. Since leaving the Tianyun Forbidden Zone, you can't Gigantamax on your own? Sulu mused, stroking his chin. It seems that Caterpie's dominance and Gigantamax ability are indeed linked to the Forbidden Zone. The zone might act as an energy source, enabling Caterpie to Gigantamax independently. At this point, Mewtwo set down the teacup and reminded him, Sulu, the energy within Caterpie is slowly but permanently depleting. Permanently depleting? Sulu frowned. How long can it last? After becoming dominant, the energy in Caterpie increased 7 to 8 times. At the current rate of depletion, it should last about 17 years, Mewtwo explained. Without replenishment within 17 years, the dominant Caterpie might gradually revert to a normal Caterpie. Hearing this, Caterpie visibly panicked, looking at Sulu with eyes full of worry. Don't worry, Caterpie, Sulu reassured. We have the Dynamax band. As long as there's an energy supply, you can maintain your dominant state. With Mewtwo's reminder, Sulu realized that the connection between the Dynamax band and Caterpie was due to Caterpie consuming a small amount of the band's energy. This consumption began after leaving the Tianyun Forbidden Zone, and because it was minor, matching the band's self-recovery rate, Sulu hadn't noticed it before. Sulu explained, while dominance can be maintained, Gigantamaxing requires a lot of energy. Perhaps I can wear more Dynamax bands to meet the energy demands. Understanding the relationship between the Forbidden Zone energy and Caterpie, Sulu searched his phone for information on the zone and its energy but found nothing. He guessed it might be classified information and decided to ask Lu Chongqing when he returned to the Pokemon research area. As Sulu set down Caterpie, it called out to him, Zizi, do you want a new training plan? Su Lu realized. That's right, since you've become dominant, the old training methods aren't quite suitable anymore. Thinking for a moment, Su Lu recalled Caterpie's battle style after Gigantamaxing, resembling a silk-spitting bulldozer, and had a sudden inspiration. Silk spinning. That's it. Su Lu exclaimed excitedly. Caterpie, you could develop your silk spinning skill to achieve off-the-ground mobility. Seeing Caterpie's puzzled expression, Su Lu explained the concept of three-dimensional maneuvering in detail. Caterpie's eyes sparkled with anticipation, realizing that mastering silk spinning mobility could allow it to semi-fly in complex terrains. Su Lu continued, this would not only overcome the limitation of not being able to change direction after charging, but also enable agile directional sprints. If you can stick to a target, you might even perform pinpoint Caterpie-style bulldozer charges. Of course, the silk quality needs to be robust, at least half as strong as human strength, Su Lu added. But there are many beast trainers who work with silk, and materials to enhance silk properties can be bought online. Seeing Caterpie's eager gaze, Su Lu decisively ordered a full set of silk-enhancing materials. With his aura to observe Caterpie's changes, and psychic and aura powers for direct communication, Su Lu wasn't worried about any major issues arising. With a bright future ahead, Caterpie contentedly returned to its Pokeball to rest. Unlike Shamin and Psyduck who preferred to sleep outside, Caterpie felt more secure in its Pokeball. Exhausted from Gigantamaxing and the battle, Caterpie quickly fell asleep. Su Lu also felt worn out, and he drifted into a deep sleep, hugging Shamin like a pillow. After Su Lu fell asleep, Psyduck stealthily approached Mewtwo. Quack! Mewtwo, let's start today's psychic training. It turned out that since Mewtwo occasionally rested at its home in W City at night, Psyduck would seize the opportunity to learn psychic skills and techniques from it. If Su Lu paid attention to the panel, he would notice that Psyduck's stats, which were once fluctuating, had now stabilized, with even its lowest aptitude reaching the elite level. Meanwhile, at the center of the Pinyin Forbidden Zone, the Sky Pillar began to undergo strange changes due to the death of numerous ferocious beasts. The sleeping amethyst battle bear and dream serpent turtle suddenly awoke, instinctively gazing toward the direction of the Sky Pillar. In the Tower of the Sky, each floor contains nothing but a vast hall and a spiraling staircase, with a massive stone tablet on each level. These once blank tablets have undergone a mysterious transformation, and now savage, bizarre beast patterns are emerging on their surfaces. The largest stone tablet in the Sky Garden is also emitting a strange glow, indicating that an unknown power is awakening. The following day, television news continued to discuss the impressive feat of Rayquaza sweeping through the Beast Tide. Although Rayquaza cleared only a small section of the Beast Tide, ferocious beasts continue to pour out from space-time rifts in the ocean, but at least the eastern region of Jinshin City is temporarily safe. This news spread quickly, making Jinshin City the safest refuge among the border cities. Residents from surrounding towns began to evacuate on a large scale. Those with the means chose to move to safer inland areas, while the majority flocked to Jinshin City, a relatively secure haven. Rumors circulated online that, witnessing the dragon god grants blessings, leading to a rush on Rayquaza figurines. A silent migration was quietly unfolding. However, Su Lu was frowning at his phone, puzzled by a message from the Jinshin City Beast Alliance. Around dawn, nearly 1,000 beasts attacked the outskirts of Jinshin City, and although they were eradicated, this occurrence was clearly abnormal. Just yesterday, Rayquaza had helped clear the Beast Tide, and logically, there shouldn't be a large-scale invasion for at least 3 days. Su Lu's keen intuition told him that things were not as simple as they seemed. After discussing with Hu Yunji and Siamu Yu, although neither detected anything unusual, Su Lu insisted they remain vigilant and informed the surrounding city leaders to be on guard. Su Lu analyzed the situation and concluded that the problem likely originated from the celestial cloud forbidden land, the largest restricted area and location of the space-time rift in the region. With this suspicion, Su Lu immediately had Mewtwo take him back to Treasure Valley. He found Rayquaza asleep on a stone platform, emanating the aura of 2 orbs, seemingly undergoing some form of transformation. After careful consideration, Su Lu decided not to disturb Rayquaza and instead headed to the Sky Garden to investigate. In the Sky Garden, although the berries had been picked clean, new fruits were growing. However, more striking was the powerful flow of energy. The massive space-time rift was continuously absorbing and channeling energy throughout the entire Tower of the Sky. The stone tablets were also flickering with an eerie light. Su Lu decisively ordered Mewtwo to destroy the stone tablets, but Mewtwo's psychic blades couldn't truly damage them. Each time they were shattered, the tablets quickly restored themselves, as if they were mere projections. Realizing this might be related to space, Su Lu ceased the futile attacks. At that moment, Mewtwo detected an anomaly in the lower-level tablets. Su Lu immediately instructed Mewtwo to take him to investigate. Upon reaching the base of the tower, the sight was shocking. The previously empty bottom of the Tower of the Sky was now teeming with ferocious beasts. Even more horrifying was that these beasts were being printed out of the stone tablets. Every time the tablets glowed, a beast would appear out of thin air. Watching as swarms of beasts surged out of the Tower of the Sky, heading towards the western human territories, Lu finally understood the reason behind Jinshin City's beast horde attack. The transformations in the Tower of the Sky had turned it into a beast factory more terrifying than the space-time rift. Lu's brow furrowed as his gaze fixed on the bizarre spectacle before him. Although he had witnessed the birth of ferocious beasts from temporal rifts, this was the first time he saw them being created directly from a stone tablet. The base of the sky pillar was now teeming with these beasts, presenting a terrifying sight. The first layer consisted of locust-like creatures, each about a meter long with razor-sharp mandibles. Despite their slow movements, which were even less agile than ordinary beasts, their sheer numbers were alarming. These low-grade beasts, once created, flapped their wings and ravenously devoured everything in sight. The second layer was filled with bat-like beasts, while the third featured dragonfly-shaped creatures. Flying beasts were typically rare, yet here they congregated in abundance, making the situation increasingly eerie. Lu exchanged a meaningful glance with Xiaoming, and they landed in front of a stone tablet that hadn't yet begun producing beasts. As they examined each level closely, they discovered that every stone tablet in this Toothsama Turtle 100-layer sky pillar depicted a flying beast. Xiaoming nodded in understanding and attempted to destroy the tablets, but the result was the same as with the topmost tablet. They instantly restored themselves. This is troublesome, Lu muttered. Ground-based beasts would have been easier to handle, but these flying ones were much harder to intercept. If left unchecked, they would spell disaster for both the Pokémon of Treasure Valley and humans alike. The only silver lining was that not all the tablets had been activated. The immediate task was to uncover the cause of the Sky Pillar's transformation. Lu and Xiaoming teleported to the ground, where the flying beasts emerging from the pillar seemed to sense human presence. The chaotic scene abruptly turned eerie as all the beasts fixed their gaze on the two. In the next moment, a cacophony of beastly cries resounded, and they swarmed towards Lu and Xiaoming like a tidal wave. Originally, today was meant to be a day for attempting mega evolution with Xiaoming, but with Rayquaza in slumber, Lu dared not proceed with it. Nevertheless, even without mega evolution, these beasts posed no threat to Xiaoming. Raising his hand, Xiaoming gathered starlight in his palm and unleashed it with a burst. Swift, star-shaped energy, each the size of a fist, surged forth with unerring precision, homing in on their targets. As a move guaranteed to hit, Swift left no room for escape once Xiaoming's mind locked onto a target. The stars collided with the subpar beasts, shattering them instantly and continuing their assault on others. In an instant, a golden meteor shower enveloped Lu and Xiaoming. The sky rained down the fragmented remains of beasts, kept at bay by Xiaoming's psychic shield. In just over 10 seconds, Xiaoming lowered his hand. Over 10,000 beasts were annihilated in a single move. Xiaoming nodded at Lu, and they approached the stalactive stone tablet at the base. The tablet's surface was uneven, carved with the likeness of locusts, and inscribed with foreign text that seemed to describe them. As Lu observed, the tablet shimmered and a few ethereal giant locusts emerged, quickly solidifying. Yet, they were instantly immobilized by Xiaoming. Lu placed his hand on the tablet, and a faint blue ripple spread out. Aura Force, activate. With the upper tablets dormant, Lu had to start from the bottom to investigate the cause of the anomaly. As the Aura Force expanded, a vision constructed from energy appeared in Lu's mind. It seemed that some strange energy was being absorbed by the Sky Pillar, which then used the tablets as mediums to summon beasts. Realizing this, Lu felt relieved, as it was summoning, not creating. Summoning always had a source, whereas creating life was the domain of those with great power. Lu continued to trace the source of the energy causing the Sky Pillar's transformation. Despite the chaos, he managed to catch a clue. His thoughts began to leap and shift, the pale blue vision expanding. Scene after scene flashed by, each depicting the corpse of a beast. From these corpses, strands of light seemed to coalesce into a golden, dense energy, which the Sky Pillar absorbed and converted into the strange energy. As the Aura Force touched a strand of golden energy, countless voices echoed in Lu's mind, each chanting different names, celebrating and cursing, a cacophony of chaos. At that moment, the overwhelming noise and terrifying images were shattered by a strong psychic force. It was Xiaoming who had awakened Lu. Emerging from the vision, Lu took several deep breaths, his expression grave. What kind of energy is this? Xiaoming looked at him quizzically, seemingly asking about his findings. In terms of perceptive ability, the Aura Force was indeed superior. Even Xiaoming's formidable psychic powers couldn't sense the peculiar energy. Lu pondered for a moment, and relayed his impressions through the mental link with Xiaoming. After a brief pause, Xiaoming also seemed to have comprehended. It resembles a kind of special energy formed from chaotic thoughts, yet it lacks psychic power. Instead, It feels like a collection of intentions. I discern some of the voices and intentions within it. Sulu, do you want to hear them? Sulu nodded. Xiaoming, true to his reputation, had managed to dissect the chaotic voices that had given Sulu a headache. Through Xiaoming's analysis, Sulu gradually understood everything. The chaotic voices appeared to be praises or fears directed at deities. If he were to name the golden energy, Sulu would call it amalgamated faith power. With this realization, Sulu solemnly looked up at the sky, as if trying to pierce through the rift and glimpse the colossal dragon behind it. Among all the information, one name stood out prominently, as if specially chosen by the Sky Pillar. This might be the name of that entity Osiris's Sky Dragon. As soon as Sulu read out the name of the original owner of the Sky Pillar, the entire structure trembled as if it had awakened. All the stone tablets began to glow simultaneously, and the already activated ones summoned a massive stone tablet monster. This beast contained chaotic faith energy within, causing Sulu to realize that the Forbidden Lands buildings were gathering faith, and the most powerful beast was indeed a deity. Despite the shock, Sulu quickly regained his composure. He considered that he had Pokemon known as divine beasts on his side, and since he could handle Rayquaza, the opponent might just be a particularly strong creature. After careful investigation, Sulu roughly understood the cause of the Sky Pillar's anomaly. The recent beast tide had led to the deaths of numerous fierce beasts, whose chaotic faith energy was absorbed by the Sky Pillar, reactivating it. In this process, Rayquaza and I played a significant role, Sulu mused, rubbing his forehead. If it weren't for my relentless slaughter of the beasts, the activation of the Sky Pillar might have been delayed. However, fully activating it to the top level will still take time. Rayquaza has also undergone some changes, so for now, Mewtwo will have to suppress the fierce beasts here. I'll keep an eye on the factory. Sulu understood that the death of the fierce beasts was inevitable. Even if he didn't kill them, others would. The awakening of Osiris Sky Dragon was a foregone conclusion. The beasts summoned by the Sky Pillar were different from other beasts. They were utterly loyal to the Sky Dragon, doing everything to hasten its awakening. They devoured surrounding energy voraciously, even attacking other beasts. With such expansion, they would eventually clash with Balka Valley. These beasts seemed to fear the aura of Osiris Sky Dragon, as they hadn't flown to the Sky Garden. Otherwise, the fruit trees there would have been devoured. Mewtwo nodded in understanding, knowing that suppressing the Sky Pillar was also to protect Balka Valley. Next, let's transplant all the fruit trees from the Sky Garden, Mewtwo suggested. Back in Balka Valley, Sulu informed all the Pokemon about the situation. They all expressed their willingness to help. At that moment, an idea struck Sulu. Aren't the fierce beasts summoned by the Sky Pillar the perfect experience points? The beast tide to the east had mostly stopped due to Sulu's efforts, and the remaining beasts had enough energy to survive due to the spatial rift's energy leaks, so Balka Valley needn't worry about the beast tide for now. Mewtwo agreed with Sulu's proposal, hoping the Pokemon would grow stronger. Half an hour later, a group of Pokemon gathered before the Sky Pillar. Sulu announced loudly, "All right, everyone, you can start climbing the tower. With Mewtwo watching over you, there's no need to worry about danger. You won't face too many beasts at once, and there are rewards for each level you pass." Froakie stared intently at the locust beast bound within the tower. "Quack, is this the trial our master prepared for us?" Caterpie wriggled excitedly, sensing it could grow larger more easily here. "Watch closely, everyone. Caterpie is going to show off. Caterpie is going to grow huge, so everyone come and learn." Larvitar curiously observed the tower, wondering if the stone could be crushed to eat. Psyduck tilted its head at the tower, thinking it was a perfect opportunity to test the psychic tricks it learned from Mewtwo yesterday. "Quack, quack, quack, let's go, everyone." The Pokemon began to enter the Sky Pillar. The Locust Beast's combat level was quite low, so even Pokemon like Diglett and Rattata could win in unknown battles. Sulu checked the information panel, seeing the Pokemon's experience and levels rise, and nodded to himself, "Seems pretty good." As the number of beast corpses increased, the area became crowded. Mewtwo waved its hand, using psychic power to compress the beast corpses into compact meatballs, piling them outside the Sky Pillar. Sulu approached and tapped them with his finger, finding them as hard as compressed meat. Although most beast meat was edible, Sulu couldn't stomach locust meat. Transporting it to the city for sale seemed troublesome due to the sheer quantity. The decision was made to use the lower quality beast meat as fertilizer and save the high quality meat for other uses. Below the Sky Pillar, the combat-type Pokemon were sweating as they battled. Meanwhile, in the Sky Garden, Bellisum led the lifestyle Pokemon in transplanting fruit trees. The trees were carefully uprooted, ready to be replanted in Balka Valley. By evening, the Pokemon, having battled all day, were cheerfully rolling the round beast meatballs back to Balka Valley. Pushing the meatballs served as a form of exercise. A few passing beasts glanced at the strange sight of Pokemon pushing the enticing-smelling balls. However, when Raikou, leading the group, glanced back, the native beasts of the Forbidden Land shrank back and hurriedly fled. Even Raikou was a presence they dared not provoke. Without humans around, the beasts were not as violent, at least understanding to flee from stronger enemies. The next day, the Pokémon that reached the highest level of the tower emerged. Surprisingly, it wasn't the young pseudo-legendary Larvitar or Beldum, nor the Caterpie capable of gigantifying, but the quietly developing Psyduck. In the Forbidden Land, Caterpie could gigantify by resonating with Sulu's mind, giving it a significant advantage. However, even with that, it was surpassed by Psyduck. Standing on the 34th level platform, Psyduck laughed heartily with its hands on its hips. Suddenly, it realized that only Sulu, standing beside it, could see its triumphant stance, which seemed less satisfying. So, Psyduck waddled to the spiral corridor, looking down at the still strategizing Caterpie and Pinsir on the 33rd level, and let out a deep quack. Shush! Caterpie, annoyed, spat silk in response. However, Psyduck easily intercepted the silk with its psychic power. Not only that, it smugly collected Caterpie's silk. Quack quack, not bad. Caterpie's silk is not bad. Almost enough to make a quilt now, Psyduck boasted proudly. Sulu patted Psyduck on the head, speaking in a relaxed tone. All right, Psyduck, stop distracting Caterpie from its battle. If you find it too easy, why not start a second round? Psyduck tilted its head, puzzled, and let out a quack. Sulu patiently explained. The second round means starting again from the first level, but this time you'll face two fierce opponents at once. After hearing the explanation, Psyduck thoughtfully rubbed its chin, a glint of interest in its eyes, but then it frowned. Sounds interesting? But climbing the tower is so tiring for a duck. Sulu nodded with a smile and walked down the sky pillar alone. As he made his way, he greeted all the Pokémon hard at work, gaining a good sense of the strength of the ordinary Pokémon. Suddenly, Sulu sensed a surge of intense energy, realizing a Pokémon was evolving. He quickly rushed to the scene with Mewtwo, witnessing a bright light enveloping Metapod as it began to change shape. The evolution speed of bug-type Pokémon sure is fast, Sulu remarked. He noted that Metapod was at level 19, which was the result of delaying its evolution to build potential on his advice. Otherwise, it could have evolved as early as level 11 or 12. As the light faded, a formidable Beedrill emerged before Sulu, buzzing excitedly. Well done, Beedrill, Sulu praised, pulling up Beedrill's information. To his surprise, the Beedrill, which originally had elite potential, had now advanced to a champion level. This was the result of his nurturing and the evolution boost. Even the once ordinary Weedle now had a chance to become a champion-level Pokémon. Although Beedrill could undergo Mega Evolution, Sulu didn't immediately exchange for a Megastone. Considering the limitations of Mega Evolution, only one Pokémon can Mega Evolve at a time, he decided to focus on developing the ordinary Pokémon towards dominance. Over the next 2 days, the Pokémon continued to battle fiercely at the Sky Pillar, significantly increasing their levels and battle experience, each one brimming with fighting spirit. The Sky Pillar's activated layers had reached the 52nd level. Meanwhile, Rayquaza finally awoke from its slumber. It stretched its body, let out a big yawn, and saw Sulu standing in front of it. Rayquaza, you're finally awake. How are you feeling? Sulu asked with concern. If he hadn't sensed Rayquaza's rising energy, he would have been tempted to awaken it with his psychic powers. Rayquaza nodded, letting out a low growl to indicate it was fine. The two orbs are okay? Sulu continued to inquire. Rayquaza suddenly showed a playful expression. Roar? So you're concerned about your orbs. Do you have other dragons on your mind? Despite its teasing, Rayquaza honestly answered Sulu's question. The orbs were intact, and this slumber was due to the activation of both orbs. Although the Adamant Orb and Lustrous Orb are exclusive to the Time-Space Dragons, Rayquaza managed to harness their Dragon-type energy with its immense power. Each orb could enhance Rayquaza's Dragon-type skills by 20, totaling a 40 overall boost. This enhancement was constant, capable of exerting its effect no matter how strong Rayquaza became. A 40 boost to Dragon-type skills? Shall we test it out? Sulu suggested. Rayquaza nodded in agreement, eager to test its strength after acquiring the 2 dragon orbs. It carried Sulu to the eastern coast. Let's try here. This area is a restricted zone, so we won't be discovered, Sulu said. Start with Dragon Dance. Rayquaza began to dance, significantly increasing its speed. Then, it unleashed Dragon Pulse, the dazzling light hitting the sea with power far exceeding Hyper Beam. With the Dragon Orbs sustaining its energy, Rayquaza could use Dragon Pulse more frequently and for longer periods. Sulu tested other Dragon-type skills one by one, all showing remarkable effects. Finally, he suggested trying Draco Meteor. Hearing Draco Meteor, Rayquaza got excited. It was its favorite move and the basis for various technique variations developed with Sulu. Rayquaza opened its massive mouth, quickly gathering immense Dragon-type energy, forming a gigantic meteor with a diameter of 200 meters. Is this Draco Comet? Su Lu asked in astonishment. Draco Comet was a transitional skill they practiced for Draco Meteor, consisting of only one meteor. He didn't expect Rayquaza to be so focused on perfecting this move. Looking at the awe-inspiring Draco Comet, Su Lu couldn't help but admire. It looks pretty impressive. The once scattered power of the Dragon Star cluster coalesced into a massive meteor, significantly boosting its destructive force. As Su Lu pondered this transformation, the meteor slowly descended into the ocean before him. A thunderous explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The sea surged as if the Milky Way had flooded, with towering waves carrying clouds of steam in all directions. Although this coastal area was a no-fly zone for satellites, the shockwave from the meteor couldn't be concealed. The colossal waves crashed onto the land, and the towering steam columns were clearly captured by the satellites. The Eastern Defense Line had just breathed a sigh of relief after Rayquaza dealt with the majority of the beast tide, only to face this new catastrophe. Su, who received the news and mistakenly believed a powerful sea monster had emerged in the eastern waters, immediately ordering heightened security measures. From atop Rayquaza, Su Lu observed the scene below and couldn't help but marvel. This power rivals that of a nuclear bomb. He nodded in satisfaction, and Rayquaza let out a low growl of agreement. Although this move could currently only be executed with the support of the Twin Dragon Balls, it was powerful enough to deter other Pokémon from contesting for them. Having completed the experiment and conveniently cleared the potential beast tide, Su Lu contentedly prepared to return. However, after Rayquaza departed, the sea's surface revealed numerous fish-headed creatures with human bodies, both dead and alive, all fixated on the direction Rayquaza had vanished. Half a day later, these peculiar beings were horrified to see Rayquaza returning. Once again, the mighty dragon conjured a meteor in its mouth. Another blast, akin to a clean nuclear explosion, rocked the area before Rayquaza took its leave again. Su Lu advised Rayquaza that to avoid impacting the nearby environment, they should test the technique further away. Thus, Rayquaza flew to the edge of the sea. Half an hour later, the fish-headed creatures resurfaced, lamenting and wailing. Is that dragon insane? Please, let it be a normal dragon. A few more times, and this forbidden zone will be uninhabitable. Suddenly, they spotted Rayquaza's silhouette in the distance once more. Terrified, the fish-headed creatures panicked. It's coming back. Let's grab our buckets and run. After Rayquaza awoke, Mewtwo felt a significant reduction in pressure. When Su Lu returned to the Pokemon Valley to find Mewtwo, Rayquaza was already awake, finally allowing them to attempt Mewtwo's Mega Evolution. On that familiar beach, Su Lu asked with concern, Mewtwo, are you ready? Mewtwo's Mega Evolution was a significant event. Nearby, Rayquaza snorted disdainfully, thinking that even if Mewtwo went berserk, so what? It was almost eager for Mewtwo to lose control, just so it could show off its strength. Ever since Rayquaza had been empowered by the two orbs, it seemed to have become somewhat conceited. Mewtwo keenly sensed Rayquaza's thoughts, but chose to ignore them. In fact, since being summoned, Mewtwo hadn't interacted much with Rayquaza. Rayquaza maintained an aloof attitude towards all Pokemon except Shamin, as if declaring, Su Lu is the boss, I'm second. The sky is third, the earth fourth, the sea fifth, and you're all sixth. Su Lu suspected this might be Rayquaza going through a rebellious phase, but he wasn't too concerned, as Rayquaza remained reliable in terms of combat power. After receiving Mewtwo's affirmative response, Su Lu's psychic energy touched the keystone necklace on his chest. With the keystone's adjustment, Su Lu's psychic waves gradually synchronized with Mewtwo's, triggering a psychic mega transformation. Although Mewtwo's psychic power was already formidable, it was still too early for it to achieve mega evolution alone. Mewtwo's eyes widened as it felt the strange power surging within. Unlike Rayquaza, which needed to absorb meteor energy to grow, Mewtwo, as a man-made Pokemon, was at peak power from birth, making further enhancement difficult. Only level-ups and special candies could provide minimal boosts, but these were nothing compared to the enhancements from Mega Evolution. Mewtwo's body began to change. Its limbs became more muscular, the horn on its forehead extended slightly, and its once slender form became more robust. Upon completing the X Mega Evolution, Mewtwo not only retained its psychic type, but also gained fighting abilities and instinctively mastered many fighting and normal-type moves. The close combat capability of Mewtwo in its X form was significantly enhanced. Mewtwo X opened its eyes, and though there was a momentary confusion, it quickly regained clarity. It looked down at its powerful fists, pondering. So this is Mega Evolution? Rayquaza, seeing how quickly Mewtwo regained its senses, turned its head away in disappointment. With a slightly trembling voice, Su Lu asked, Mewtwo, how do you feel? Unlike the ease of helping Pinsir Mega Evolve, Mewtwo's powerful psychic energy and intense waves put tremendous pressure on Su Lu. I feel great. Better than ever, Mewtwo replied, its gaze shifting to the coastline. which had turned from shallow to deep waters due to Rayquaza's repeated bombardments. In Mewtwo's perception, there seemed to be a peculiar city hidden beneath the sea. Mewtwo raised its hand, and a pale yellow spherical energy orb began to form, expanding until it reached a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. This was a new skill acquired after Mewtwo's X-Evolution Aurasphere, capable of shattering the target's attribute defenses. While in the hands of other fighting-type Pokémon, the Aurasphere was at most the size of a human head. In Mewtwo's hands, it was as large as a spirit bomb. The Aurasphere fell into the sea, exploding and creating a massive splash. Rayquaza, seeing this, cast a disdainful glance and then flew into the sky, releasing a Draco meteor. Another wave surged. After the water settled, Rayquaza looked at Sulu and Mewtwo with a satisfied expression. Sulu rubbed his forehead helplessly, thinking, just 2 legendary Pokémon are already causing this much chaos. If there were more, wouldn't they overturn the world? If the Hoenn trio came together, they'd probably fight until they reset the world every day. Mewtwo glanced at Rayquaza, then continued to unleash aura spheres from its hands continuously, like a barrage of aura blasts. Rayquaza, unwilling to be outdone, tried to launch another attack, only to realize its dragon energy needed time to recharge. This made Rayquaza even more frustrated, silently vowing to practice harder to achieve consecutive meteor attacks. In reality, the actual damage from Mewtwo's Aurasphere was far more terrifying than it appeared. The Aurasphere could shatter energy, causing the target's energy defenses to weaken. At this moment, the energy of the underwater forbidden area had been thoroughly disrupted by Mewtwo's Aurasphere. The aquatic creatures in the deep waters were going berserk. Sulu looked at the now normalized Mewtwo with satisfaction, feeling exhausted yet accomplished. He decided to try the Y evolution again tomorrow, and then set off with Mewtwo on their way back. 2 days flew by, and other regions were also engaged in fierce battles with the beast hordes. Although there was no powerful entity like Rayquaza to massacre the ferocious beasts, the well-prepared borders managed to hold their ground with the support of advanced weaponry. In contrast, the area around Junshin Town remained unusually peaceful. Since the Sky Pillar was sealed off, large-scale beast invasions had nearly vanished. However, unbeknownst to Sulu, a group of mysterious figures clad in black robes stealthily infiltrated the Tianyun Forbidden Zone. Their robes were bulging, and their physiques were noticeably larger than average. The tall figure leading them whispered a warning: "The divine descent has been initiated, but the apostle has yet to appear. We must be extremely cautious." The others nodded silently, their eyes glinting with a dangerous light. This group of outsiders had been lurking in the human world for a long time, and through special channels, they learned that the Tianyun Forbidden Zone was being suppressed by a quasi-divine dragon deity. They feared that if this situation continued, the divine descent in this area might be permanently sealed by the Beast Alliance leader, as had happened in other places. Compared to other heavily guarded divine descent locations, this place seemed not yet fully controlled by humans, suggesting a possibility of liberation. The eyes under the hoods of the 6 robed individuals gleamed a dull yellow, filled with murderous intent. They moved swiftly through the Forbidden Zone, unnoticed by the beasts, enabling them to travel at great speed. After a day, they could vaguely see the outline of the Sky Pillar through the mist. After the appearance of the Celestial Pillar, a fervent light flickered in the eyes of the 6 robed figures. They exchanged knowing glances, clearly aware that the divine descent ritual had commenced. Though they appeared as beasts, these intelligent creatures could distinctly hear a voice in their minds calling out a sacred name. "Hold your positions for now. Split up and investigate the altar," the tallest among them commanded in a deep voice, and the others nodded in agreement. They bore a significant mission. While the beast tide had begun, it lacked decisive power. If they could awaken a sky god, it would not only turn the tide of battle, but also grant these griffin-like beings the gift of life. The 6 griffin-like creatures quickly dispersed, using a special low-frequency sound to maintain real-time communication. This method allowed them to detect any surprises immediately. "They've spread out," Mewtwo reported to Sulu from beneath the Sky Pillar. "Is there an opportunity?" Sulu inquired. "I'm afraid not," Mewtwo replied. "They seem to have some kind of special remote communication." Before Mewtwo was summoned, Sulu would not have been able to detect the presence of these 6 beings. But now, Mewtwo's psychic powers enveloped a large part of the Forbidden Zone. Not only did it sense their approach, but it also saw through their cloaks to reveal their true griffin-like forms. Mewtwo was able to detect them partly because the cloaks they wore were conspicuous. Had they removed them and disguised themselves as ordinary beasts, they might not have attracted Mewtwo's attention. Additionally, the sudden increase in the emergence of beasts from the stone tablets in the Sky Pillar also raised suspicion. Sulu tapped into the power of aura once more and discovered a massive force of faith approaching the Sky Pillar. Upon pinpointing it, he confirmed it was from the location of the 6 beings, solidifying their identity. "They're likely here for the Osiris Sky Dragon. Let's observe their actions first," Su Lu deduced. The sudden appearance of these beings, coinciding with the activation of the Sky Pillar, was clearly no coincidence. The 6 griffin-like creatures remained unaware of their exposure. 5 of them, cautious and experienced, positioned themselves around the Sky Pillar in a pentagonal formation. With their keen eyesight, they barely discerned a battle unfolding within the pillar. It seems it's already being suppressed, one of the griffin-like creatures murmured. Compared to Su Lu, these creatures knew more about the Sky Pillar. Although each had only fragmented memories, piecing them together provided accurate intelligence. Each layer of the Sky Pillar housed a dragon scale from the Sky Dragon. These scales guided the dragon's kin, summoned to collect life energy from this world to create a suitable vessel for the Sky Dragon. Without this process, even a sky god mastering the skies could only manifest as a slightly stronger creature, incapable of reclaiming the dragon scales. However, as the apostles meant to gather life energy were being swiftly defeated by Su Lu's Pokémon, they were failing to collect energy and instead depleting their own power. If this continued, the Sky God would be forced to descend before the spatial rift closed, significantly weakening its power. One of the griffin-like creatures, after observing for a while, started searching around. It eventually pinpointed a 3-meter diameter stone on the grassy ground. Through Mewtwo's psychic perception, the creature moved the stone, revealing a roughly dug hole. Witnessing this, Su Lu's brow furrowed. There are hidden underground passages in the celestial Forbidden Land? Their familiarity suggests prior knowledge. Mewtwo's psychic energy extended through the hole, revealing a vast underground space over 100 meters deep, with a diameter of about 100 meters. Inside, unfinished stone tablets were arranged, and at the center was a large, flat stone slab inscribed with a simple pentagram. Upon entering the underground chamber, the griffin-like creature visibly relaxed. It produced a pale gold crystal from its feathers, causing the pentagram to emit a faint glow in response. Meanwhile, more beasts were summoned from the stone slab within the Sky Pillar. Seeing this, Su Lu felt an urgent desire to immediately send Mewtwo to stop them. However, he suppressed this impulse and continued observing the scene before him. Among the 5 underground chambers, 2 had already become ineffective, a discovery that slightly calmed Su Lu. In the scene, a griffin draped in a black robe was staring intently at a divine crystal shimmering with faint light, frowning. It failed, thought the griffin named Falcon. Looks like repairs are needed. For this mission, the Griffin clan had exhausted all resources, exchanging with other races for these precious divine crystals. If they could awaken the Sky God, they would once again receive the deity's protection and guidance, elevating them to the ranks of the supreme races. However, Falcon had no idea how to repair the sacrificial array. Only the accompanying Sky High Priest possessed this knowledge. The Griffin looked up, opening its sharp beak to emit a piercing sound wave. This was a secret long-distance communication method unique to the Griffin clan, capable of transmitting over vast distances. After a brief exchange, Falcon uncomfortably adjusted the black robe he wore. If not for its ability to shield energy fluctuations, he would never have chosen to wear such an unpleasant garment. Once he finished his examination, he cautiously crawled towards the entrance, listening carefully to the surrounding sounds. Satisfied with the safety, he cautiously moved aside the concealing stone and slipped away quietly. Witnessing this, Su Lu's expression grew serious. He pondered, I need to understand the purpose of their actions first. He recalled Hu Yun's earlier message about the Griffin's characteristics. Their communication sound waves seemed to change frequently. Although Mewtwo had already been able to detect and mimic the Griffin's unique sound waves, without understanding their meaning, this ability was useless. Deciphering this constantly changing alien language was nearly impossible unless one could directly glimpse into their minds. At that moment, Su Lu remembered he had a power that could perceive mental messages. This realization sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The Griffin man raced across the vast plains, his powerful lion's body contrasting sharply with his eagle's head. Despite having wings, he was forced to suppress the urge to fly. The sky no longer belonged to the Sky God, compelling him to hide his true nature. Unbeknownst to him, a mysterious force enveloped him, and his consciousness had already slipped into an illusion. Not far away, Su Lu nodded slightly, confirming the connection had been successful. He was well aware that while the psychic dialogue of the overcoming power was strong, it could still be interrupted by powerful creatures. However, a Griffin man at the early stage of the Heavenly King rank was clearly not up to the task. Su Lu discreetly implanted a probing consciousness into the Griffin man's mind, and the creature remained oblivious. Su Lu did not convey any information to the Griffin man, merely sensing what was on his mind. He meticulously recorded the mental activity when the Griffin man vocalized, simultaneously transmitting the information in real time to Chao Ming. After half a day, Su Lu rubbed his forehead, his expression complex. The good news was that the Griffin man's language system had been mostly deciphered. The bad news was that Su Lu could neither hear nor produce the sound waves used by the Griffin man. Fortunately, Chao Ming and some sound-sensitive Pokemon could hear them. Sulu nodded to Chao Ming, delegating the subsequent tasks to him. Suddenly, the low sound waves of the Sky Priest echoed in the largest cave. Hunting Falcon. What happened? The communication was interrupted for a second. It keenly sensed the anomaly, its tone filled with dissatisfaction. A response came from afar. I encountered a Dominator-level fierce beast and froze for a moment. Dominator level? The Sky Priest's yellowish pupils narrowed. Despite receiving an inheritance revelation 60 years ago, it had yet to break through to the Dominator level, still lingering at the peak of the Heavenly King rank. It understood how terrifying the pressure of a Dominator beast could be. Be careful next time. You know what our mission represents. Those who haven't received the revelation, no matter how strong, can only be enslaved by humans, the Sky Priest disdainfully cursed. Half an hour later, 6 Griffin men gathered in a massive cave, which happened to be beneath the lair of the Dominator beast slain by Chao Ming. The Sky Priest focused on observing Hunting Falcon, and seeing no abnormalities, dismissed the previous incident as a minor mishap. The Griffin men continued their actions, but the other members noticed that Hunting Falcon seemed more lively than usual. Considering it had just encountered a Dominator beast, they assumed it might be a stress response, trying to ease its nerves by talking. By midnight, the Sky Priest had completed the repair of 2 pentagram arrays. 5 Griffin men headed to 5 different caverns. A tall figure in a black robe stood in the main sacrificial site, transmitting a message. The time has come for you to dedicate yourselves to the Lord of the Sky. Immediately, one of the Griffin men drew a bluish-gray stone dagger, preparing to plunge it into his abdomen, letting the blood flow onto the pentagram array. Sensing the interruption of the transmission, the Sky Priest removed its hood, revealing an eagle head filled with fervor and satisfaction. Finally, the day has come. The sacrifice begins. Once the Sky God descends, humans will surely be driven out. The Griffin people will finally have a sky to call home. It danced with excitement, its wings flapping incessantly, performing a bizarre dance. In front of the Sky Priest, a crystal the size of a fist hovered and rotated slowly. Simultaneously, the spatial rift above the sky pillar began to fluctuate violently, as if something was about to break through. However, a minute passed, then 2, and none of the 5 points of the pentagram lit up. The Sky Priest stopped its ludicrous dance, puzzled, and quietly transmitted a message. What's going on? But this time, none of the 5 Griffin men responded, as if they had already successfully sacrificed themselves. Meanwhile, Rayquaza, who was lying on the Sky Garden absorbing energy to restore its strength, lifted its head, gazing disdainfully at the massive spatial rift. In its perception, the aura behind the rift, which had been lukewarm, suddenly surged wildly. After obtaining the 2 orbs, Rayquaza couldn't fully control the powers of time and space, but it could sense their fluctuations. At this moment, the spatial rift trembled violently, as if something was about to break through. Rayquaza twisted its long, noodle-like body with disdain, taunting the rift. Roar? Oh Sky Dragon? Is that all? It knew well that the other could understand its meaning. The 2 dragons shared similar powers, which was why Rayquaza harbored deep animosity towards the Sky Dragon. The sky only needs one ruler, it thought to itself. Continuing its mockery, Rayquaza sneered. Roar, oh poor little creature stuck and can't get out? It swayed leisurely in front of the rift, as if performing a triumphant dance. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the once silent rift, accompanied by a thunderous crash. Yet, Rayquaza remained unfazed, swaying defiantly before the rift. Roro can't get out, can you? Just as I thought, Rayquaza's voice rose and fell mockingly. Your minions have already been taken out by mine. It declared arrogantly, then added, yes, Sulu is the boss. Meanwhile, at the main sacrificial site, the Sky Priest stared blankly at the 2 humanoid figures that had suddenly appeared. It realized that its gamble, using all the tribe's resources, had failed. In an instant, the Sky Priest's form swelled, its claws enveloped in sharp winged blades, aiming at the unmistakably human Sulu. However, an invisible force immediately crushed the Sky Priest, a pinnacle of its rank, to the ground. The enormous griffin-like creature lay prostrate, its consciousness beginning to fade. In a moment of clarity, it noticed the falling fragments of a black robe. The robe, said to shield against all energy and mental probing, turned out to be a counterfeit. Damn it, they sold me a fake robe. The Sky Priest thought angrily as its awareness slipped away. Humans have nothing good. Sulu withdrew his overwhelming power and sighed. The creature before him, once a griffin, had devolved into nothing more than a savage beast, stripped of intelligence and thought. This was the first time Sulu had encountered such a deliberate abandonment of reason. He couldn't help but wonder if the creature had sensed his overwhelming power. Fortunately, he had accessed this information through the mental prowess of his ally, Dream. A direct confrontation would have likely resulted in nothing more than 6 worthless beasts. Su Lu's thoughts drifted to the origin of the griffin creatures. They were a race that worshipped Osiris, the sky dragon. The altar within the forbidden sky cloud region was not of their creation but had appeared as a pillar from the sky, merging into this world. Years ago, a feeble sky priest had slipped through a temporal rift, quietly infiltrating the forbidden area to unearth a passage leading to a sacrificial site underground. However, due to being isolated, lacking resources, and the sky pillar remaining inactive, the priest was unable to awaken the sky dragon and was forced to retreat, hoping others of his kind would awaken. It wasn't until the day the sky pillar underwent a transformation that they finally took action. Gazing at the griffin suppressed by Dream's mental power, Su Lu couldn't help but reflect on its life. As a believer, it was quite inspiring. Unfortunately, they had aligned themselves against humanity. What exactly are these beasts? Su Lu mused aloud, stepping onto the pentagram altar and grasping the largest golden crystal. Besides, the main altar was adorned with various treasures radiating strong energy fluctuations, originally intended as offerings, but now conveniently claimed by Su Lu. As he removed all the golden crystals, the previously tumultuous temporal rift settled into tranquility, leaving only a resentful roar echoing through. Rayquaza, observing with a bored expression, had been tasked with guarding the most crucial temporal rift. It had anticipated that the dragon within would emerge immediately, eager for a fierce battle. However, it seemed further patience was required. Rayquaza was brimming with the desire to fight, yearning to defeat and utterly obliterate its adversary. After resolving the sacrificial matters, Su Lu inventoried the items brought by the griffins. There were 6 golden crystals, 1 large and 5 small. Holding the crystals, Su Lu once again experienced the symptoms of perceiving faith power, confirming these were indeed crystallized faith cores. Though valuable, he hadn't yet devised a way to utilize them and set them aside for the time being. There were also numerous materials brimming with life energy, imbued with powerful vitality of unknown origin. Unlike the challenging Tao's faith crystals, these materials had widespread applications, benefiting nearly all Pokémon except for the Yellow-beakward ghost types. Some of these materials Su Lu had heard about from Zhu Qin, and if sold, they would fetch prices starting in the millions. Originally intended for the Sky Dragon, the abundance was sufficient to enhance all his Pokémon in one round. Not bad, this delivery was quite satisfying. Herace hoping more of these creatures come along, Su Lu thought smugly, then frowned in contemplation. However, the defenses in the Sky Cloud region are still somewhat lacking. The next day, in the underground altar. Alright, Larvitar, Beldum, you can start now. Su Lu instructed the drooling Larvitar and Beldum along with other rock and steel-type Pokémon. The altar, which connected to the temporal rift behind the Sky Dragon, couldn't be left intact but was too valuable to destroy outright. The altar's materials were the same as those of the Sky Pillar, with the Toothless Sandmeter-high stone pillar standing firm without a foundation, serving as raw material for stone tablets and brimming with energy. Larvitar had been eyeing the Sky Pillar with longing since first seeing it, but had been unable to bite into it. Now, it finally had a chance to devour the altar. With Su Lu's permission, it quickly waddled over to a stone tablet, opening its mouth wide for a hearty bite. The crunching sound made Su Lu wince. Among all Pokémon, Larvitar had the largest appetite, able to eat even the dirt off the ground. With Larvitar leading the charge, the other Pokémon followed suit. However, Pokémon like Onix and Geodude couldn't match Larvitar's appetite or biting power, so they nibbled away slowly. As Larvitar feasted, Su Lu pondered the information he had extracted from the griffins. Suddenly, a bright flash interrupted his thoughts. To his surprise, he saw that Larvitar, perched on a large stone tablet, was evolving. Larvitar is evolving, Su Lu exclaimed, snapping back to reality. Larvitar's evolution required consuming a large amount of minerals, and it seemed it had finally reached the threshold. The fully evolved Tyranitar possessed pseudo-legendary strength, but like other pseudo-legendary Pokémon, it was a late bloomer, evolving later than most. Su Lu had estimated it would take at least another week or two, but after eating half a stone tablet, it had evolved. The stone tablet's effect was remarkable. Su Lu couldn't help but imagine if Larvitar consumed the entire Sky Pillar, would it be ready to wrestle with Groudon? Under Su Lu's gaze, the once small and stubby Larvitar had transformed into a cocoon-like Pupitar. Congratulations, Pupitar. Su Lu gently patted Pupitar's sharp crest. However, Pupitar remained focused on the half-eaten stone tablet, clearly more interested in its taste than Su Lu's touch. As he patted Pupitar, Su Lu sensed something was off. In the dim light, he couldn't see clearly. Mewtwo brightened things up a bit. Immediately, the star in Mewtwo's hand shone brighter. In the enhanced light, Su Lu finally saw Pupitar clearly and realized what was Amosite was supposed to be a steely blue, but this one had a much lighter shell color. A shiny? Su Lu was astonished. It wasn't shiny in its initial stage, but now it's shiny after evolving? Could it be because of these stones? Seeing the somewhat pale Shaquilas, Sulu fell into deep thought. The unusual change in color was likely caused by this strange stone. Shaquilas had an innate ability to discern minerals and stones, so a stone that could captivate it probably wouldn't be too harmful. What concerned Sulu most at the moment was the effect this stone had on Shaquilas. Although his intuition told him that the influence was beneficial, some benefits, in his view, might not necessarily enhance Shaquilas' combat abilities. Shaquilas, come here for a moment, Sulu called out. Shah. Shaquilas, who was still gnawing on the monument, hesitated but eventually stood upright and jumped lightly, landing gracefully in front of Sulu. Sulu furrowed his brow, puzzled. Shaquilas had always been quick, but the way it floated over seemed a bit unusual. He crouched down to communicate closely with Shaquilas. After more than 10 minutes, Sulu finally understood Shaquilas' current state. After consuming this stone, Shaquilas' weight and physical strength hadn't changed, but it seemed to be gaining the ability to float. What kind of divine material is this? Sulu marveled. It can actually bestow beastly traits postnatally? He began to imagine what a flying Shaquilas would be like. Tyranitar, already known for its high attack and defense, had only one weakness: its excessive weight, which made it slow. But if it suddenly acquired a floating trait, wouldn't it be able to take off in every sense of the word? Tyranitar could already summon sandstorms. If it could fly, it would become a moving sandstorm disaster. Thinking of this, Sulu lovingly looked around at the white monuments and the pentagram sacrificial altar on the ground. It must be a magical material born from the influence of Sky Dragon, he mused to himself. Since it can grant the floating trait, let's call it Sky Stone. Old goo, oh old goo. Sulu said excitedly to Shaquilas. You're really something. Hurry up and evolve. Once you can fly, you won't have to care about the other two anymore. After understanding the effects of the Sky Stone, Sulu was even more eager to explore the 2,000-meter-high sky pillar. The quantity of Sky Stone there could probably match that of hundreds of sacrificial altars. However, since Sky Stone is a type of rock, only Pokémon that can digest stones and minerals would be able to gain its traits. Otherwise, Sulu would have all his Pokémon try it, and he himself was even tempted. Sulu decided to have Diglett, Sandshrew, and Onyx dig a tunnel connecting the 5 locations, making it easier for Shaquilas and the others to travel. The underground tunnel project leading to Pallet Town could be put on hold. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked on the progress of Diglett's digging. After arranging for the digging Pokémon, Sulu returned to W City with various materials seized from the alien race. He meticulously cataloged the effects of each material. Lifeberry, native to time-space rifts or forbidden zones with a high concentration of wood-type beasts, significantly boosts life potential when consumed. Regenerative Bloodstone, formed from the fusion of flesh and rock creatures, can absorb life force when worn over time, accelerating healing and enhancing physical strength. A total of 26 life-related treasures. If mixed together, the different life forces might interfere with each other, causing adverse effects. After all, these life treasures came from different species, and the direction of life force enhancement varied slightly. Other beast trainers, upon acquiring so many life treasures, might be eager to use them all immediately. But Sulu was increasingly cautious. He believed direct use was inadvisable and required conversion. So he once again opened the Universal System shop, searching carefully. Finally, Sulu's gaze fell on an item priced at 50,000 points. The Life Orb, which could absorb life force to enhance the wearer's moves. Originally a battle item, its effect was meant for high-risk, high-reward situations. The effect was quite impressive. Sulu had drawn one before and found that any Pokémon could trigger its effect, gaining about a 30 boost by sacrificing 10 of their life force. Even Rayquaza could trigger the effect. But 10 of life force is no trivial matter. This isn't a game with numerical values, it's reality. As life force decreases, a Pokémon's combat power also declines. That's why Sulu always found the Life Orb rather useless and was reluctant to redeem it. However, with these life-infused treasures, he could use the Life Orb to absorb life force and convert it into the purest form of life force that Pokémon could absorb. Sulu took out the Life Orb he had drawn previously and called over Bellisum, who was diligently transplanting trees in the valley, and Shamin, who had been dragged along by Bellisum but was slacking off. Though Shamin was timid and used to cling to Sulu, it had started to bond with other Pokémon and could now act as part of a group. Shamin wasn't slacking. Shamin was helping. Shamin trembled and quickly defended itself before Sulu could speak. Sulu looked at Shamin helplessly. Bellisum, dock Shamin's candy by 10. Bellisum nodded seriously, fully aware of how lazy Shamin could be. Hearing that its candy would be reduced, Shamin looked at Sulu with tearful eyes. But I have a task, Sulu continued. If you complete it, I'll give you extra candy. Promise to complete the task. Shamin perked up immediately. Sulu pulled out a Life Orb. Help me monitor the flow of life force within the Life Orb. Once the life force conversion is complete, you two use leech seed and flower seed to convert it into primal life force. Hearing this, Shamin nodded, thinking the task seemed quite easy. Sulu's candy was easy to earn. Due to the need for long-term conversion, the leech seed and flower seed must be able to remain in place. Sulu added. Shamin was taken aback. Bellossom, however, nodded understandingly. Bellossom enjoyed farming, so staying in one place wasn't an issue, but Shamin was different. It was a migratory Pokemon. Although it no longer needed to migrate in this world, Shamin still couldn't stand staying in one place for too long. I can't do it, Shamin murmured. I have to find a way for the flower seed to grow on its own. This usually lazy little creature was uncharacteristically deep in thought. With the two grass-type Pokemon in tow, Sulu arrived at the place where the life force treasures were stored. He wasn't entirely confident, unsure if this plan would succeed. Sulu placed a circle of life orbs around the treasures. Shamin, Bellossom, let's begin. Shamin and Bellossom nodded. They released spores that settled on the materials and life orbs. Soon, vines grew, enveloping everything and forming a large plant cocoon. As the bouquet seeds and parasitic seeds connected the life treasures and life beads, a surge of powerful vitality began to emanate from the treasures, quickly absorbed by more than a dozen beads. Under the influence of this energy, the power of the parasitic seeds and bouquet seeds was astonishingly enhanced. Originally, the parasitic seed vines could only wrap around targets, but now they began to grow wildly, becoming thicker and stronger. Watching these rampant vines, Sulu suddenly remembered the manual Hu Yun had given him earlier. Although he had learned and applied some cultivation methods for grass-type creatures, the information on cultivating the Thorn Legion had not been utilized. It seemed that the opportunity had finally arrived. Bellossom, do you remember what I told you before? Sulu asked. Bellossom nodded earnestly and let out a gentle chirp. Immediately, the parasitic seed vines underwent a remarkable transformation, sprouting dense thorns on their surface. This was precisely the Thorn Secret Thorns technique from the Thorn Legion's secret manual. Through a special energy conversion, the parasitic seed vines transformed into thorns not only had greatly enhanced duration, but also became harder and more resistant to destruction. The robust thorns grew wildly, quickly forming a menacing bundle of thorns. Well done, Bellossom, Sulu praised. Hearing the compliment, Bellossom beamed with joy. Nearby, Shamin felt like a neglected child, secretly wishing for Sulu's praise as well. However, it didn't dare to directly ask Sulu about the Thorn Secret technique, fearing that it would reveal its laziness. After all grass-type Pokemon had received the manual. At this moment, Bellossom approached Shamin and whispered a few reminders. Shamin nodded repeatedly, finally recalling the complete Thorn Secret technique. It began to convert energy, and slender yet vibrant green thorns started to grow from the gaps, followed by blooming life flowers popping up with a series of pops. Thorn Bouquet Seed. It's done, Shamin exclaimed excitedly. The beautiful and dense flowers instantly covered the once terrifying thorny thicket. Unable to resist showing off, Shamin hopped towards Sulu, its face full of anticipation for praise. Shamin, you did a great job too, Sulu said with a smile. After all, I'm Shamin and it was a breeze, Shamin responded smugly. Bellossom giggled beside it. As the flowers bloomed, a pure life force accompanied by a floral fragrance spread through the air. Sulu immediately felt invigorated. He pondered to himself that Shamin's bouquet seeds could originally absorb the target's life force and heal allies, and now, after the modification, though the healing effect was slightly weakened, the enhancement of life force seemed even better than before. Sulu carefully examined the thorny thicket, discovering that under the blessing of the Thorn's secret technique, as long as there was enough energy, the thorny thicket could persist. The energy source was precisely the life force strengthened and transformed by the life beads. This meant that as long as no one removed the life treasure at the center of the thorny thicket, it could exist until the energy was depleted. Even better, the thorny flowers could be controlled by Shamin. As long as Shamin controlled the flowers to close, it could lock in the life force, preventing waste. This way, Pokemon with minor injuries wouldn't need to specifically seek out Sulu or return to the cabin for treatment. They could directly find the thorny flowers to recover. Very impressive, Sulu said with satisfaction. Shamin, Bellossom, gather the other grass-type Pokemon and spread these thorns. Ideally, surround Treasure Valley, with more thorns outside the valley and more flowers inside. Oh, and the thorns don't need to be too sharp. Sulu continued to lay out a series of specific instructions. Bellossom listened with enthusiasm, because if Sulu's vision came to fruition, the entire Treasure Valley would become a sea of flowers. Living in a sea of flowers with Sulu and other friends was Bellossom's original wish. It nodded excitedly. Shamin, however, froze. The whole Treasure Valley? Isn't that going to exhaust Shamin? It silently lamented. What are you worried about? I remember you, Shamin. Also need to sow flower fields, don't you? This is perfect, isn't it? Su Lu said with a smile. Only then did Shamin remember that, as a rare mythical Pokemon known for group migration, they were supposed to continually travel to lands covered by winter and barren landscapes to plant Gracidia flowers. Once these gratitude representing flowers bloomed, they could provide a habitat for many Pokemon, bringing gratitude and growth to Shamin. This process was ingrained in Shamin, only temporarily forgotten by Su Lu's Shamin due to being overly well-fed. Right, Shamin is Shamin must plant flowers, Shamin realized, determined to be a model among Shamin. Plant flowers. Plant flowers, it shouted excitedly. Bellisum pulled Shamin into the woods, and they went to find other Pokemon, ready to initiate the Flower Sea project in Treasure Valley. How wonderful! Su Lu sighed genuinely as he watched Treasure Valley gradually become more beautiful and pleasant. He realized that once the thorny Flower Sea project was completed, the safety of Treasure Valley would be significantly enhanced. Besides providing life force flowers, it was also a highly defensive facility. The thorns, renowned as Hu Yun's signature Legion secret technique, had considerable destructive power. As long as there were sufficient life treasures, the life energy within the thorn-covered Treasure Valley would be abundant. At that point, whether farming or training, everything would be twice as effective with half the effort. Thinking of this, Su Lu suddenly worried whether the quantity of life treasures was sufficient. No, if it's to cover the entire Treasure Valley, the current amount definitely isn't enough, he calculated silently. I can purchase some from outside, and the system store can also exchange some. By the way, wouldn't the feathers of the photography chicken also contain a lot of life force? After careful consideration, Su Lu spent 1,000,000 points to exchange a Ho-Oh feather from the system store. He called Shamin back, had it control the thorns to open a passage, and then tossed the Ho-Oh feather into the pile of materials. The Ho-Oh feather, like a flame, instantly ignited the pile of life force treasures, setting ablaze a rainbow-colored life force fire. Once ignited, the flame was tightly bound by the thorns, transforming into pure life force that extended towards the thorns. Those cunning aliens, making me spend another 1,000,000 points? Su Lu clapped his hands with a smile and said, hope they come often. With the addition of Hua's feather, the vitality energy of the Pokemon Valley received a significant boost in the short term. The previously collected Fierce Beast meatballs were also put to use as plant fertilizer. Low-grade and common beast meat piled up in the valley, and with higher quality candies and energy cubes available, even Pokemon showed no interest in them. Transporting them back to the city for sale was a challenge until the underground passage was completed. Su Lu had yet to summon his Ice-type Pokemon, and even with Mewtwo's compression treatment, some of the meat had started to rot. With no other choice, they were used directly as tree fertilizer. Although not as effective as vitality energy, it was better than letting them go to waste. In the evening, a cheerful commotion could be heard in the distance. A group of Pokemon was seen rolling large, smooth balls as if racing towards Pokemon Valley. The nocturnal Pokemon had already taken over their daytime counterparts' duties, guarding the stone monument and battling wild creatures. A gigantic Caterpie was leading the charge, pushing a massive ball with its head, showing off to the other Pokemon with a proud demeanor. As it entered the valley, it turned back with a smug look at the others. On a distant hilltop, the ancient snake turtle known as Shiming peered towards the Pokemon Valley. Upon realizing what the Pokemon were rolling, it retracted its neck in surprise. The fierce beasts' corpses had been turned into balls for play? These seemingly adorable creatures were indeed quite ruthless. The old turtle felt relieved that it had surrendered early. Otherwise, it might have met a similar fate. It vowed to serve these little creatures diligently in the future. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, prompting the old turtle to inch closer to the valley. The scent seemed to promise longevity and vitality. In the valley, just as the Caterpie was about to show off, it too caught a whiff of the floral aroma, immediately abandoning the beast ball to gather beneath the flowers. The scent made it feel completely at ease. Other Pokemon gradually returned to the valley, their fatigue dissipating, and they all enjoyed a good night's sleep. However, Diglett, Sandshrew, Onix, and other burrowing Pokemon approached Su Lu with complaints. They grumbled that the vitality flowers' scent spread only within the valley and didn't reach their underground burrows. Su Lu rubbed his head and stopped Onix from rubbing against him. Its rough skin might scrape him. For now, you should stay above ground. I'll have Shamin and its friends plant thorns underground too, but it will take some time for them to grow, Su Lu explained. The ground and rock-type Pokemon were satisfied with this arrangement. By the way, how's the tunnel you've been digging? Can you show me? Su Lu suggested. Onix nodded eagerly, being the primary force in excavation. On the eastern side of Pokemon Valley, Su Lu rode on Onix's head, holding a yawning Cyndaquil as a light source. Onix could travel underground at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour, almost rivaling a subway. The magnets in its head allowed it to navigate with precision, making it the ideal underground Pokemon. Su Lu felt a bit uncomfortable from the bumpy ride, regretting not having prepared a saddle for Onix. He discreetly used his psychic powers to lift himself slightly, finding immediate relief. Onyx, sensing Sulu's movements, began overthinking. Does the boss dislike me? Does he look down on me? Do I still have hope? I'm so pitiful. I really am an unappreciated Pokémon. Sensing Onyx's emotional turmoil, Sulu chuckled. Why are you so dramatic? He patted Onyx's head. Onyx blushed, and Sulu teased. Why are you getting shy? Onyx let out a bashful laugh. As they raced along, Sulu was surprised by the fresh breeze underground, indicating the passage was interconnected. He asked Onyx if it had completed a full tunnel, but Onyx shook its head. After half an hour of underground travel, Onyx brought Sulu to a massive cave entrance. Sulu lifted Cyndaquil, gently poking it. The flames on Cyndaquil's back flared up, illuminating the area. Below, Sulu noticed the cave branched off into multiple tunnels. Suddenly, 6 ants with scarlet eyes, about a meter long each, emerged from the tunnels. Sensing the presence of strangers, they quickly advanced towards Sulu, ready to attack. Sulu gazed at the swarm of ants before him, pondering to himself. These appear to be ordinary grade trapjaw ants. It seems we've stumbled upon their nest. This kind of common fierce beast has long been known and isn't rare. At that moment, the Onyx sensed a threat. It opened its massive mouth and unleashed a stream of dark purple breath directly at the trapjaw ants. Sulu was taken aback. It was the dragon breath move. Although Onyx is not a dragon-type Pokemon, it can indeed learn this skill, though it is quite challenging. Sulu speculated that this might have been influenced by Rayquaza and the 2 orbs, leading Onyx to master dragon breath. Despite Onyx not being particularly known for its offensive capabilities, it was more than sufficient to deal with these ordinary grade trapjaw ants. Sulu nodded with satisfaction, thinking, well done. This encounter served as a wake-up call for Sulu. He surveyed the cave, realizing that the underground wasn't absolutely safe. Since space-time rifts could appear in the ocean and sky, similar dangers and restricted zones might exist deep underground. To ensure the safety of the underground passage, it was imperative to clear out these fierce beasts. Sulu considered. The attacks by these beasts are one thing, but if they were to damage the passage and cause a collapse, burying Pokemon would be a major issue. After pondering for a moment, Sulu devised a plan. First, the passages needed to be reinforced. Onyx and other rock-type Pokemon could use stones to strengthen the walls. Once the roots of the life thornflower spread, their root systems could also help stabilize the soil. He turned to Onyx and instructed, in the future, whenever you encounter fierce beasts underground, take care of them. If you can't handle it, head to Pokemon Valley for help. Onyx nodded in understanding. Nearby, Diglett and Sandshrew watched curiously, thinking, we just love digging. Let's leave the fighting to the big guys. 20 minutes later, Onyx brought Sulu to the end of their excavation. Sulu was amazed to discover they had already dug over 100 miles, seemingly not far from Pallet Town. He couldn't help but marvel. Is this the power of digging Pokemon? The efficiency of Onyx and Diglett is truly astounding. After learning about the Sky Pillar, Sulu intensified his efforts to clear out the monsters within. He discovered from the Griffin people that the stone tablet on the Sky Pillar was not only a summoning medium but also a primary scale of the Sky Dragon. Although he wasn't sure of the scale's significance to the Sky Dragon, Sulu believed that eliminating the beasts was always the right move. However, just 2 days later, the Sky Pillar abruptly ceased summoning beasts. Sulu stood at the base of the Sky Pillar with his Pokemon, disappointment etched on his face. He thought to himself, such a perfect training ground, and the Sky Dragon chickened out? Some sky god it is. The beasts that emerged from the stone tablet were ideal for practice, or even as a source of resources. Sulu had hoped the higher-level tablets might summon elite, or even king-level beasts. At that moment, only the stone tablet continued to flicker with light. The appearance of the Sky Dragon was inevitable. Once the Sky Pillar was fully charged, it would descend. Due to Sulu's suppression, the life energy couldn't be collected, and the Sky Dragon seemed to decide to conserve its strength for a more powerful arrival. Sensing Sulu's presence, Rayquaza, stationed at the top of the Sky Pillar, flew down. It glanced disdainfully at the Sky Pillar before letting out a roar at Sulu. Sulu's expression of disappointment turned to delight. Rayquaza, can you really reactivate the stone tablet? Rayquaza nodded solemnly. Its aura was similar to the Sky Dragon's, and the temporal powers of the Lustrous Orb and Adamant Orb could influence the tablet's summoning ability. Rayquaza vaguely felt it might be able to exert some influence over the Sky Pillar. Give it a try, there's nothing to lose, Sulu encouraged. Rayquaza flew to the Sky Pillar. After some time adjusting, it felt it could barely harness a sliver of the orb's temporal power. A faint, temporal ripple emanated, and the once dormant stone tablet flickered with light once more. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the top of the Sky Pillar. The stone tablet, just about to reactivate, was forcibly suppressed by the Sky Dragon. Sulu faintly heard a voice chanting the name Osiris. Unwilling to be outdone, Rayquaza circled the Sky Pillar, unleashing a roar louder than any from the temporal rift. The call for Osiris was shattered, replaced by a call for the dragon god. As the dragon god's name drowned out Osiris, the tablet lost control once again. Its light shone brightly, summoning beasts to the sky pillar. From the temporal rift above came a heart-wrenching roar, each summoned beast draining the sky dragon's energy. Rayquaza squinted, waved at Su Lu, and disappeared into the clouds, returning to chat with its little brother at the rift. Witnessing the entire scene, Su Lu fell into deep thought. The reactivation of the tablet by temporal power wasn't surprising, given that the beasts were likely summoned across time and space. But the roar contest between Rayquaza and the Sky Dragon intrigued him. Dragon God was the title given to Rayquaza by people in Z City and beyond. Normally, such obvious deification would be curbed by the Beast Alliance. Yet, it seemed someone was pushing the Dragon God name to spread far and wide. Rayquaza merchandise was everywhere, and unless Su Lu publicly declared Rayquaza as his beast, he couldn't claim any royalties. All signs pointed to one word: faith. Osiris the Sky Dragon was the Sky God of beasts, so was someone trying to make Rayquaza the Sky God of humans? Perhaps to counter the divine beasts from other realms? There might be deeper meanings. Like now, the Sky Pillar belonged to the Sky God, but Rayquaza seemed to have gained some control over it. This could be the result of the Beast Alliance's gradual deification of Rayquaza. The Alliance's upper echelons might know some secret information about forbidden zones, leading them to bind Rayquaza and themselves with faith to Huagua's cause. Coupled with the popularity of beast celebrities, Su Lu felt he might have stumbled upon a secret. Although he couldn't determine the pros and cons of deifying divine beasts, Su Lu thought that as long as he didn't delve too deeply, the impact would be minimal. He didn't oppose people worshipping Rayquaza. After all, in the original Pokemon world, Rayquaza had Pokemon and human followers guarding its home, and even the Sky Pillar was built by its devotees. But Su Lu didn't want Rayquaza to be bound by faith. Moreover, Rayquaza and Mewtwo, as primary gods, didn't need deification because they were already god-tier forces. Su Lu decided to remind Rayquaza not to get lost in this power. With this in mind, Su Lu called his Pokemon to continue training, then had Mewtwo teleport him to Rayquaza. At the temporal rift, Rayquaza seemed to be conversing with the Sky Dragon. Su Lu was surprised to see Rayquaza holding a smartphone he had bought for it long ago. Rayquaza was cautiously scrolling through it, awkwardly swiping the screen with its claws. It would occasionally look up and roar, then glance back at the screen. Roaring again? From the rift came exasperated voices. Su Lu face-bombed. Realizing Rayquaza was using classic, trash-talking phrases from the phone, furiously outputting them. With the Sky Dragon's limited vocabulary, it was likely losing the argument entirely. Su Lu suddenly felt his worries were a bit excessive. If he recorded Rayquaza's and the Sky Dragon's banter, Rayquaza's terrifying and powerful image in people's minds might become quite nuanced. Ahem. Su Lu cleared his throat. Rayquaza, caught up in its heated exchange, was startled and, unusually, seemed a bit flustered. It quickly tossed the phone into its mouth, then looked at Su Lu somewhat sheepishly. Having a debate? Need some tips? Su Lu chuckled. Rayquaza and Su Lu exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes twinkling with mischief. As the Sky Pillar Monument resumed its operations, the Pokemon began to follow a regular routine. Fighting-type Pokemon took turns battling at the tower day and night, while life-oriented Pokemon were busy constructing the Pokemon Valley. The energy-charging speed of the Sky Pillar was somewhat restrained, leaving the Sky Dragon constantly anxious about its energy depletion. 3 days later, the Pokemon experienced a wave of evolution. Su Lu, who was practicing psychic powers with Mewtwo below the Sky Pillar, was suddenly interrupted. He put down the spoon he had exchanged from the system store, realizing that yet another Pokemon was about to evolve. Su Lu thought to himself that Pokemon evolution requires not only levels but also physical development. Larvitar can grow rapidly by consuming large amounts of minerals, whereas other summoned Pokemon, mostly in their juvenile stages, need time to mature. However, under the influence of the Life Thorn Flower, the growth rate of the Pokemon had significantly accelerated. This time, the one evolving was the pink, dazzling Froakie. Initially expected to meet the evolution conditions in half a month, it had now advanced a full 2 weeks ahead of schedule. Mewtwo instantly teleported Su Lu in front of Froakie. Upon seeing its trainer arrive, Froakie began its evolution. After days of battles, it had reached level 37, making it fully capable of evolving directly past Frogadier into Greninja. However, to avoid wasting evolution potential, Su Lu had advised all Pokemon capable of 2-stage evolution to evolve only once, to conserve potential. Though Su Lu was eager to experience Bond evolution with Greninja as soon as possible, he restrained himself for the long-term growth of the Pokemon. As the light of evolution faded, a flamboyant pink frog emerged, shimmering with a pale golden froth, reminiscent of a wealthy heiress, yet it was actually a charming little blue boy. Frog. My lord. Mission accomplished. Frogadier exclaimed excitedly. Su Lu smiled and said, Congratulations, Frogadier. He pondered whether he should spend time bonding with Frogadier to lay the groundwork for future bond evolution. To Sulu, bond evolution might not be limited to Greninja. He just hadn't discovered the methods for other Pokemon yet. If he could unravel the secrets of bond evolution, perhaps all Pokemon could simultaneously mega-evolve, which was his vision. Frogadier, would you like to stay with me for a while? It might take up some of your training time, Sulu asked earnestly. Frogadier nodded without hesitation, drawing envious glances from the other Pokemon. Although all Pokemon could sense Sulu's presence through the power of overcoming, being able to be directly by his side was even better. Frogadier will protect my lord. Mission accomplished, Frogadier solemnly promised. Sulu gently patted Frogadier's smooth head and said warmly, there's no need to be so formal with me. We're friends. Of course, that's just a suggestion. Stick to what works for you. Frog. Frogadier responded happily, bouncing along behind Sulu. Back at the base of the sky pillar, Sulu said to Mewtwo, send me back, please. He had been living in the small cabin in the Pokemon Valley for 5 days, a place that seemed to have an enchanting hold on visitors. At this moment, Psyduck tugged at Sulu's pant leg. Psyduck, did you forget something? Alright, send us back to Pokemon Valley first, and we'll bring some Sky Pillar specialties for my parents. Psyduck nodded. Once back in Pokemon Valley, Sulu carried 5 Aerodactyl preserved with the vitality of the Life Thorn. This creature, about the size of a rooster, boasts a formidable strength that reaches the pinnacle of elite level. As Sulu observed these fierce beings before him, he mused that if he could tame them, they would be perfect contenders for the Master League. He couldn't help but lick his lips, remembering the delicious taste of a few he had roasted earlier. They do taste good, Sulu muttered to himself. Bringing a few back wouldn't be a bad idea. At that moment, he noticed his companion, the Frogadier, seemed a bit anxious. This amphibious Pokemon appeared deep in thought, its eyes revealing a hint of worry. Sulu guessed it might be concerned about their upcoming visit to the Lord's residence. Soon after, a Psyduck came stumbling towards Sulu, arms overflowing with a jumble of items, so much that its head was almost buried beneath them. Upon closer inspection, Sulu saw they were mostly trinkets, stones, webs, scales, wood, and even tufts of fur, with the white webs being the most abundant. Psyduck, why are you carrying all this junk? Sulu asked with a frown. And why aren't you using your psychic powers? Psyduck looked panicked. Then with a series of quacks, the pile of items began to levitate one by one. It explained that it had been boasting to other Pokemon about its ability to earn money to support Sulu. This had piqued the interest of many Pokemon, who wondered if their scraps and found items could be sold for some cash. Thus they entrusted Psyduck to bring them back for processing. After hearing this, Sulu was momentarily speechless. Wait, you said you could earn money to support me, he suddenly demanded. Hand over your phone. Reluctantly, Psyduck handed over its powered-off phone. Once they left the restricted area, Sulu skillfully powered it on and, to Psyduck's astonishment, entered the password. Despite the poor network signal, the browsing history was clear. How to make money. How to earn money through videos. How can a car blogger gain traffic? The making of a millionaire influencer. How to register for a Billy Up account. Where do Beast Masters usually hide their ID? Urgent. Seeing the last entry, Sulu fell into deep thought. His gaze shifted back and forth between Psyduck and the phone, as countless questions filled his mind. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.